International financial reporter, Mr. Stock God. How did you achieve your stock market legend? Chen Xiao smiled. I don't know how to trade stocks, and I have absolutely no interest in them. The reporter pressed. Then why do you win so many times? Chen Xiao. You'd have to ask the stock market. I don't know why it works so well for me. Mr. Stock God, which Best Actress Award winner was your girlfriend? Chen Xiao smiled into the microphone but didn't answer, giving the reporter a knowing look. Reporters, Chapter 1 Only I Can See. On the very night *St Yaolai was delisted, Chen Xiao's life ended. In his final moments, he had only one thought. If there were an afterlife, he would never trust anyone again, especially women. Before his consciousness faded, Chen Xiao felt the whole world shaking. Huh? Didn't I die? Opening his eyes, Chen Xiao tensed up, his eyes widening, because a familiar woman appeared before him. A woman he had only ever crossed paths with during his youthful years. A hint of resentment flickered in her eyes as she chided. You should exercise more. Then she went into the bathroom. Chen Xiao was completely bewildered. Is this hell or heaven? But it took Chen Xiao a full half-hour to process the joy of his rebirth. He lay comfortably on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and sorted out his chaotic thoughts after his rebirth. Beside him nestled a docile and gentle woman, her fair and delicate fingers slowly tracing circles on his chest. Chen Xiao, how about we go to Mo Inju next week? I'm busy next week, and you should be leaving by then. The woman scolded. You little ingrate, you're going back on your word already? Chen Xiao smiled but didn't say anything, thinking to himself, we're all old foxes, what kind of ghost story are you playing with me? Just then, the phone rang. The woman glanced at it, quickly got up, straightened her clothes, carefully checked herself to make sure everything was all right, sprayed some perfume, and then pressed the answer button. Honey, I'll be right there. Wait a minute. I have to buy that bag I wanted today, she said, walking out of the room without even looking back. Chen Xiao didn't care. This woman was named Sun Ying, a senior at Jining University, a year ahead of him. The person she contacted was Xing Yanqing, a high-ranking executive at Qianquan Investment Company in Jining City. Just thinking about this man made Chen Xiao grit his teeth in hatred. In his past life, he had ended up on the rooftop because of Xing Yanqing. Chen Xiao glanced at the messy room, and suddenly his anger vanished. I didn't expect I could actually collect some interest first. Awesome. The hatred of being murdered for money, the humiliation of having his wife stolen. He couldn't let it go so easily. He had to repay it 100-fold. With that thought, Chen Xiao took out his phone, typed a message, and sent it to Sun Ying. I'm free next weekend. See you at Mo Inju. Sun Ying replied quickly. Are you crazy? Don't contact me first. 2 minutes later, she sent another text. I'll send you the room number later. Chen Xiao smiled, tossed his phone aside, and began to seriously consider his future. Having been reborn, besides his goal of eliminating Xing Yanqing, Chen Xiao was actually somewhat lost. His life in his previous life wasn't very successful. After graduation, he worked a routine job, and a few years later, he partnered with a classmate to start a small internet company. Just as things were starting to look up, his wife from his previous life swindled him out of everything, leaving him with huge debts. Chen Xiao only knew some general directions for the next 10 years. For example, the stock price of a certain car group had multiplied many times, the food delivery industry would boom in the next 2 years, the sharing economy would flourish, and housing prices would skyrocket. Other fragmented information was very vague. But those big businesses had nothing to do with him, a sophomore in college with only 1,000 yuan for living expenses. 1,000 yuan wasn't even enough to buy one lot of stock in that car group. In his previous life, he was only forced to speculate in stocks once, and that one time was utterly disastrous. He also had no understanding of the stock market's fluctuations. Therefore, Chen Xiao didn't plan to touch the stock market again. It was too murky, and most people couldn't handle it. He just wanted to use his precognitive advantage to seize small opportunities around him and save as much money as possible before graduation. Then he'd buy a house, mortgage it, and then buy another. At least he'd remember where the properties in Jining City would be most valuable in the future. He aimed to own 8 or 10 high-quality properties in 10 years, become a landlord, and live a life of luxury, worry-free and carefree, stock speculation, internet entrepreneurship, marriage, to hell with them. With this thought, Chen Xiao jumped out of bed. Leaving aside the promising future, the very idea of returning to his youth was exciting enough. So many girls at university. In his past life, he was too shy to open up and missed out on them all. This time, I'm here, damn it. After quickly settling in, Chen Xiao checked out of the hotel. The hotel wasn't far from the school, so Chen Xiao chose to walk back. He could take the opportunity to properly appreciate this world, both familiar and full of new experiences. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Xiao saw familiar scenery, but the feelings were completely different. In his past life, He was an innocent and naive teenager in school. In this life, his young body housed a soul weathered by life's storms. Chen Xiao swaggered along, his gaze brazenly sweeping over every long leg, earning him countless eye rolls. Back in the dorm, only Ji Yujing was playing games. His beanbag chair occupied most of the narrow hallway. Upon seeing Chen Xiao enter, Ji Yujing, lighter in hand, asked like a dog in heat, "Brother Xiao got a cigarette?" In his past life, Chen Xiao would definitely have said no and refrained from smoking himself. But this life was different. He casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes, tossed one to Ji Yujing, and lit one for himself. "Xiao Zi, what were you doing out so early in the morning?" Chen Xiao chuckled inwardly. This guy was still the same old rascal, calling him brother before he needed him, and Xiao Zi afterward. What else could I be doing? Girls, of course. Ji Yujing paused for a moment before realizing, damn, awesome. This made Ji Yujing, who had been in a long-distance relationship for over a year, incredibly envious. He even felt that the cigarette he was enjoying had lost its flavor. Chen Xiao ignored him, turned on his computer, and searched for the information he needed in the sea of news. Chen Xiao rubbed his eyes. A message was floating on the monitor. May 23rd, Liyuan Wood Industries' highest increase was 6.7. This message remained floating on the monitor no matter how much Chen Xiao scrolled. He checked the date. Today was clearly the 22nd, so how could he be receiving news from the 23rd? Xiao Ji, come take a look at this news from the 23rd. Ji Yujing finished his cigarette and reluctantly turned around. Where's the 23rd? Are you hallucinating from overwork and kidney deficiency? Chen Xiao pointed to the unusually clear news and asked again. It's right here, didn't you see it? Get lost, stop messing with me. Isn't that the weather forecast? Ji Yujing said. Chen Xiao was stunned, wondering if he was really hallucinating. Wait a minute, it's clearly 40 minutes ago, it's not hallucinating. Chen Xiao habitually took out his phone, intending to take a picture and check. But as soon as the screen lit up, before he even opened any app, the same information as on the computer appeared on his phone. Holy crap, this message, could it not be a hallucination, but only I can see it? Chapter 2. Green Source Wood Industry. If that is the case, then it truly is remarkable. However, Chen Xiao remained uncertain whether it was merely an illusion. He could only wait for tomorrow to validate his suspicions. Xiao Gu, could you spare a cigarette? Ji Yujing inquired. Chen Xiao casually tossed one over, rising as he spoke. I'm stepping out for a bit. Stepping out. Could you bring me a rice bowl with gravy? Chen Xiao was left speechless. This fellow often requested food but rarely contributed financially, his shamelessness and oblivious nature remaining unchanged. I have something to attend to and want to be back for lunch. You should head downstairs to eat. All right then. Not receiving a favor, Ji Yujing turned back to his game. Chen Xiao paid him no mind and exited the dormitory. In his previous life, Ji Yujing had often driven him to frustration, but now, he found it amusing and felt no anger. The dormitory building where Chen Xiao resided was Building 5, nestled between the cafeteria and the girls' dormitory, Building 6. He ordered a bowl of soup noodles, leisurely eating while observing the comings and goings of senior and junior students. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Tansheng. True to her name, Tansheng was petite and possessed a sweet appearance. When she smiled, she revealed 2 shallow dimples, showcasing a delicate beauty reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Chen Xiao had been deeply touched the first time they met. Countless nights of restlessness ensued. In his previous life, he pursued her for 4 years, only to meet with inevitable failure. Even a decade after graduation, the mere recollection of her name stirred a lingering heartache. He continued to watch Tansheng until she finished her meal with her friend and finally snapped back to reality. Chen Xiao promptly stood and walked towards them. Having been reborn, he vowed not to shy away this time. Hello, classmate. I'm Chen Xiao. May I get to know you? He spoke with a commendable confidence. At this age, few young women knew how to refuse. Tansheng and her friend, albeit a bit flustered, exchanged greetings. Hello. Is there something you need? Chen Xiao pointed to a nearby musical instrument, explaining, Oh, it's like this. A friend of mine found a 2-stringed instrument by the lake. So I wanted to ask if one of your classmates lost it. He recalled that Tansheng had lost a performance-grade arrow worth 10,000 yuan at the beginning of her sophomore year and had never found it. Tansheng's face lit up with surprise. Really? That's mine. Here, I have a photo. Can you see if it's the same model? Chen Xiao glanced at the photo, feigning knowledge. Oh, it seems like it. How about you leave me your contact information? You can send me the picture, and I'll check at home. If it's yours, I'll call you. Okay. Tansheng quickly pulled out a pen and paper, jotting down her phone number. Thank you so much. Chen Xiao took the note, muttering a casual response, then turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Tansheng's friend, Lu Xiaoyan, skeptically remarked, Is that for real? He is not just fishing for your number, is he? Tan Chung sighed, hoping it was genuine. That arrow had been a gift from her family, and she was unsure how to explain its loss. Chen Xiao stored the phone number in his device, then shredded the note into confetti, tossing it into the trash bin. In his previous life, just that slip with Tan Cheng's number would have been enough for him to dwell on for an entire semester. He chuckled softly. The arrow was, of course, non-existent. However, now that he had her number, he could address it later when the opportunity arose. Having already informed Ji Yujing that he wouldn't return to the dormitory, Chen Xiao decided to visit the tennis court beside Building 5. He settled into a comfortable spot, watching the young ladies practice their swings and retrieve balls, their skirts fluttering in an appealing manner. University life is truly delightful, carefree, devoid of trivial worries, and free from financial burdens. After a while, Chen Xiao pulled out his phone, the hovering message still present. He sent a text to Sun Ying. Have you returned to school? He received a prompt reply. Yes. Did you miss me so soon? Meet me at the tennis court. I need to ask you something. After sending the message, he put his phone away, ignoring Sun Ying's response. She would surely come, as he understood her well. She had two great passions, wealth and beauty. Yet, in reality, these two desires often conflicted, leading her to pursue both paths to satisfy her cravings, seeking out what she considered successful individuals while also looking for a youthful companion. Coincidentally, both Xing Yanqing and Chen Xiao were among her targets. Sun Ying could derive different forms of satisfaction from both of them. Before long, a stunningly attractive woman with a curvaceous figure and striking makeup appeared on the tennis court, capturing the attention of a throng of boys. Upon spotting Chen Xiao, she made her way directly to him. Chen Xiao also noticed her. In terms of figure and looks, Sun Ying was undoubtedly a beauty, scoring above 90. Standing around 170 centimeters, vibrant and alluring. Yet, for some reason, she appeared more mature than her peers, perhaps due to her early aspirations for fame and fortune. She inherently possessed an intense desire for her pursuits, something Chen Xiao was acutely aware of, and thankfully, he could manage it well. What brings you here? You didn't respond when I asked what you wanted to drink. Have a sip of mine, Sun Ying offered, bringing her half-finished milk tea to his lips. Chen Xiao shook his head. I just had some. Oh, what did you need me for? Sun Ying, known for her bluntness, could easily fluster him with just a few words during their previous encounters. With matters weighing on his mind and having shed his previous shyness, Chen Xiao directly inquired. I need to ask you about Xing Yanqing. Is he still the manager at Qiankuan Investment Company? Sun Ying paused, giving Chen Xiao a playful nudge. You're not jealous, are you? We agreed that we're not in a romantic relationship. Chen Xiao was left speechless. No, you're overthinking it. I just want to inquire about stock market matters. Sun Ying visibly relaxed, relieved that her carefully maintained triangle was not in jeopardy. What is up? Are you interested in the stock market now? Chen Xiao pondered for a moment before replying, just trying to gather some information. Sun Ying adjusted her long hair. All right. Since I'm quite satisfied with you, I'll oblige. What do you want to know? Chen Xiao continued. I'd like to know what stocks Xing Yanqing has been betting on recently. Sun Ying appeared taken aback before earnestly advising. Chen Xiao. Stocks are a game for the wealthy. The depths are quite profound. Perhaps you should refrain from trying it out? I just said I'm looking to understand, not to invest. Do I look like I have money to invest? Just as Chen Xiao understood Sun Ying, she also had some insight into him. Coming from an ordinary family, he only had his monthly allowance, with little to spare. All right, if you're asking what stock Xing Yanqing has been looking at, I'm not entirely sure. You know I'm not interested in such things. However, today I heard him mention Green Sourcewood Industries several times, discussing leverage and some insider news, though I don't quite grasp it. Chen Xiao's pupils constricted. Are you certain it's Green Sourcewood Industry? Chapter 3. Hurry and sell it. Sun Ying carefully recalled. It should be. Chen Xiao stood up. All right, I understand now. Hey, don't leave. Sun Ying exclaimed. What is the matter? Chen Xiao asked. Sun Ying hesitated. Now? Is now a good time? Chen Xiao replied. What are you thinking about? I'm asking you something. Oh, I think this place is nice. Let us meet at 10 tonight. I'll wait for you, Sun Ying suggested. Chen Xiao responded. We'll see. With that, he stood up and walked away, fearing that if they continued the conversation, he would be left feeling flustered by Sun Ying's teasing. After all, his body was currently in its prime, full of vigor. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already 2 in the afternoon. You're back, son? Lu Xian exclaimed. Chen Xiao jokingly scolded. Get lost, you unfilial child. Your father has something to discuss with you. Lu Xian rolled his eyes. What could you possibly want with me? Chen Xiao lit a cigarette and glanced around, noticing Ji Yujing, who was lounging on the bean bag and engrossed in a small website. Upon seeing the cigarette, Ji quickly turned the monitor towards him. Come on, brother Xiao, let's watch together. Chen Xiao took a cursory glance. noting that the female lead paled in comparison to Sun Ying. You can watch by yourself. I prefer practical experiences. Cursing under his breath, Ji Yujing turned the monitor back and resumed smoking while watching. Due to nasal congestion, smoke only escaped from one nostril. Chen Xiao grabbed Lu Xian, who was trying to lean in for a better view. Stop peeking, come with me. Lu Xian protested, what the hell? Chen Xiao unceremoniously pulled him out to the corridor for a smoke. Damn it, what do you want from me? Lu Xian asked. It's too late to open an account today. I plan to temporarily use yours, Chen Xiao replied. Do you have a stock account? Lu Xian hesitated. Well, I haven't played in ages. Every time I buy, it drops. Every time I sell, it rises. What do you want to do? Chen Xiao stated. Just let me borrow it. Huh, you want to trade stocks? What spurred this? If you have extra money, just give it to me. Why waste it? Lu Xian retorted. Don't worry about it. Just let me use it, and I'll treat you to barbecue tomorrow. The mention of barbecue piqued Lu Xian's interest. Then I'll need an extra case of beer. Deal. Upon receiving Lu Xian's account information, Chen Xiao discovered that there were stocks worth 5,000 yuan trapped within. Sell this for me. I need to use it. No way. I'm counting on that to turn my fortunes around. I haven't even paid my tuition. And now I'm down to half. Lu Xian exclaimed. I'm asking to borrow, not to keep. Here's the deal. Remember the current stock price. And if there's a loss tomorrow, whatever amount, it's on me. Is that fair? Lu Xian felt a bit intimidated by Chen Xiao's insistence. What exactly do you plan to do? Don't take a reckless path like I did. Just trust me and lend it to me, Chen Xiao said earnestly. After some contemplation, Lu Xian finally agreed. Okay, but I advise you not to go too big. At least leave some money for my barbecue. Get lost. Chen Xiao shot back, somewhat touched by the first half of Lu Xian's statement, but the latter half was just absurd. Successfully acquiring the trading account and password, Chen Xiao went downstairs and withdrew 1,000 yuan from his savings card, along with the full 5,000 yuan credit limit from his credit card, totaling 11,000 yuan, which he deposited into Lu Xian's stock trading account. At that moment, the stock price of Liyuan Wood Industries stood at 998 yuan per share, with a minimum order of 100 shares. Chen Xiao placed an order for 11 lots, spending 978 yuan, which was executed almost instantly. Even if the stock were to plummet, his maximum loss would only be around 1,000 yuan. A worthwhile risk to verify the truth of the mysterious information he had received. If it proved to be accurate, it could lead to significant gains. Closing his phone, Chen Xiao, composed and steady, began to anticipate the following day. When one eagerly awaits a particular moment, time tends to crawl by. The sounds emanating from Ji Yujing's computer in the dormitory heightened Chen Xiao's irritation. Despite taking a cold shower, he still felt a simmering restlessness within him. Finally, as night fell, Chen Xiao checked the time and decided to leave the dorm. He made his way to the tennis court, where he found Sun Ying waiting, now dressed in a short skirt and a white t-shirt. The campus was tranquil at night, the dimly lit surroundings only echoing the rustling of tree shadows. The gentle night breeze stirred the darkness around them. In the sultry summer night, the heat radiated, painting Sun Ying's face a charming shade of red. Numerous boys returning from basketball games filled the atmosphere with laughter and chatter, their bouncing balls muffling the sounds of the night. Beyond the streetlights, countless unknown stories unfolded in the depths of the night. The two engaged in conversation until 11:30, discussing various topics. Sun Ying, feeling tired and sleepy, remarked that she couldn't return to her dorm. It's fine, she replied, her voice soft and languid. Senior, let me handle it. Chen Xiao smiled and helped her as they strolled toward the back street. As long as Sun Ying was content, there was no need for Chen Xiao to worry. Everything was well taken care of. This was why he continued to maintain a relationship with her after his rebirth, whether it was for the thrill of revenge against Xing Yanqing or simply for the pleasure of it. It brought him immense satisfaction. That was enough. Life is ultimately about the pursuit of exhilaration. The next day, after morning exercises, Chen Xiao and Sun Ying freshened up and parted ways. Upon returning to the dorm, Lu Xian immediately berated him. Damn, you're finally back. I thought you had run off with the money. Chen Xiao shot him a glare and tossed a bag of steamed buns onto his desk. Eat up. Breakfast is on me. Hearing the word breakfast, Ji Yujing poked his head down from the upper bunk. Chen Xiao had purchased 3 bags and tossed another onto Ji's desk. Their dorm housed only 3 students instead of 4, as one local student had yet to move in. After breakfast, Chen Xiao opened his computer, eagerly awaiting the stock market to open. Lu Xian also skipped class, curious to see the outcome of Chen Xiao's bold investment. After finishing his buns, Ji Yujing asked, Brother Xiao, do you have any cigarettes? Chen Xiao replied, this guy hasn't left the dorm in 2 days. He casually tossed a cigarette to Ji Yujing, who happily started his day of gaming. At 9:30 in the morning, the stock market finally opened. Liyuan Wood Industries shares began trading, reflecting a vibrant green, just as its name suggested. Oh no, this is a disaster. Lu Xian shouted. We need to sell. What are you panicking about? Chen Xiao retorted, though he too felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The information he had seen on his computer and phone had already shifted. On May 24th, Heppen Dairy reached a maximum increase of 1,000. The news had updated. Would Heppen Dairy hit its limit tomorrow? The reliability of the news hinged on whether Liyuan Wood Industry could rise to 67 today. Chen Xiao and Lu Xian spent the entire morning anxiously watching the market. By the time the market closed at 11:30, Liyuan Wood Industry, which had maintained stable prices until the previous day, reported a performance of 23. Brother Xiao, since we're losing 2 points, we should sell. This isn't something we can handle, Lu Xian urged. Chen Xiao reassured him, don't rush. Let us at least see this through today. If we incur losses, we'll pull out tomorrow and never touch it again. Seeing Chen Xiao stubbornly mirroring his own past mistakes, Lu Xian sighed heavily. Already contemplating what quick side jobs he could take to repay debts, the two decided to head downstairs for a meal. Ji Yujing had been secretly waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Are you going to eat? Bring me a rice bowl. Lu Xian, feeling irritable, snapped. I'm going straight to class after eating, so I want to be back. Oh, help me answer the roll call if the teacher calls, Ji Yujing added. Lu Xian replied. Chen Xiao remained silent, secretly amused as he and Lu Xian exited. Once they were far enough away, Lu Xian started his usual rant. How shameless. Last semester he owed me over 300 for meals, and didn't he mention it? Yet he has the nerve to ask for more. Chen Xiao listened with a smile. After Lu Xian vented, he questioned, hey, why aren't you cursing him along with me? Chen Xiao chuckled and replied, sure, Ji Yujing is a bastard. Are you satisfied now? Lu Xian scoffed, is that all you've got? Get lost. After ordering their meals, Lu Xian pondered for a moment before speaking up, Xiao Zi. Sell it. I'll cover half of whatever you lose. Chen Xiao felt a surge of emotion. This pure camaraderie was something he only truly appreciated after graduating in his past life. Get lost. If you keep talking, I'll buy ST stocks with all your money. Damn, you're hopeless. Lu Xian cursed, ceasing his attempts to dissuade Chen Xiao. He understood Chen Xiao well, having experienced the same. Once a person is blinded by desire, they must inevitably face the consequences before they can awaken to reality. Words are futile. All I hope is that Chen Xiao can adhere to his own words. Suffering losses on the first day, he should refrain from further involvement. He must not entertain the thought of recouping his losses, for that would only lead him deeper into despair. After dining, Lu Xian, feeling lethargic, chose not to return to the dormitory, but rather headed straight to the teaching building for a nap. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao ordered a serving of rice topped with vegetables and strolled leisurely back to the dormitory. Just as he set foot on the steps, someone called out from behind. Hey, classmate. Turning around, he was surprised to find it was Tancheng. What is up, beautiful? Is there something you need? Tancheng inquired. Is the error your friend found the same as the one I sent you? Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, recalling the matter of the arrow. However, after acquiring the phone, he had quickly dismissed it, and as for the image Tancheng had sent to his email, he had no idea what it looked like. Unfortunately, it's different. Otherwise, I would have called you. Tancheng appeared somewhat disappointed. Well, thank you anyway. No need for thanks. I'll head up now. Goodbye. Chen Xiao nodded and turned to ascend the stairs. At this moment, nothing could surpass the significance of verifying the concealed information floating on the screen. The authenticity of that hidden information was nearly as crucial as life itself. Having lived a second life, Chen Xiao understood profoundly that once a person possesses wealth, over 90% of their troubles can be resolved. The remaining 10% of issues are likely due to a lack of sufficient funds. Furthermore, the presence of Tancheng, who had caused him some resentment, lingered in his mind. Having been a devoted admirer for 4 years, he found himself overshadowed by a rather unsightly boy who presented her with a bouquet adorned with a diamond ring. That ring was merely priced at over 9,000 yuan. Later, he learned that the 9,000 yuan was merely the sticker price. In reality, that boy had only spent 200 yuan to court her for an entire semester. As for the truth of the matter, Chen Xiao had no means of discerning it, as it had transpired during his freshman year. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he found Ji Yujing ravenous as a dog. Upon seeing the rice dish in Chen Xiao's hands, his eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, thanks, Xiao Ge. How much was it? I'll pay you back tomorrow. Chen Xiao chuckled, realizing that Ji Yujing's notion of tomorrow likely belonged to another realm, one that did not exist in reality. No need to pay. I brought you one as a courtesy. After saying that, Chen Xiao tossed him a few cigarettes. Are these enough for the afternoon? Ji Yuzhing's greasy face broke into a broad grin. Absolutely, more than enough. Xiao Ge, you're amazing. As he spoke, he pulled his lazy sofa closer to himself, making more room for Chen Xiao across from him. Chen Xiao smiled, lit a cigarette, and settled into his spot, patiently awaiting the market opening. He had long since abandoned youthful rivalries. The notion that a pack of cigarettes costing 7 yuan and a rice dish priced at 5 yuan could reduce a person to a state of servility felt utterly trivial to him. To experience such a sentiment in future would require extraordinary prowess, something that 99% of people lacked. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market opened once more. The shares of Liyuan Wood Industry continued to plummet. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, questioning whether the concealed information he had perceived was merely an illusion. Within an hour, Liyuan Wood Industries' performance had nosedived by 55. Lu Xian sent a message. Xiao Ge, sell it off. I'll treat you tonight to 2 boxes of beer. After reading the message, Chen Xiao closed his phone and, after a moment's contemplation, set all his 11 shares to automatically sell at 1064. This translated to a maximum increase of 67, as indicated by the hidden information. With only 20 minutes left until closing, Liyuan Wood Industry had already dropped by 6. Lu Xian, having received no reply from Chen Xiao, felt anxious and slipped out through the back door while the teacher was distracted. He rushed back to the dormitory, panting as he exclaimed, "Quick, sell it. It's down by 6 today. What if it opens tomorrow with a limit down? There won't even be a chance to escape." Lu Xian paused, taken aback, for he found Chen Xiao casually chatting with Ji Yuzhing about games while looking utterly relaxed. "Don't panic. I've already sold." Lu Xian let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. It's fine if you lost a bit. Just consider it a lesson. Withdraw the remaining money. Tonight, my dad will treat you to soup noodles." Chen Xiao shrugged. "Withdraw? That's not possible. I've invested everything in Hetton Dairy." "What?" Lu Xian exclaimed in shock. "You lost 6 in Liyuan Wood Industry and then went all in on Hetton Dairy?" "Chen Xiao, stop playing around. You'll only dig yourself deeper." Chen Xiao calmly inserted a cigarette into Lu Xian's mouth. "Digging deeper is perhaps accurate. But I didn't lose 6. I gained 67. Lu Xian stared at his phone, dumbfounded by the news of Liyuan Wood Industries' highest increase of 67 today. What is going on? In just over 20 minutes, it turned from losses to gains? And you cashed out at the peak? Chen Xiao nodded. "Yes, just as you said." Lu Xian took a deep breath, sitting in his chair, struggling to comprehend the situation. In that brief moment, Chen Xiao had earned over 735 yuan. Their monthly living expenses typically amounted to around 1,000 yuan. Yet, in just one day, he had earned more than half a month's worth of living expenses. Ji Yuzhing seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere in the dormitory and, during a gaming break, turned to ask, "What is going on with you two? Ready for some gaming?" Chen Xiao replied with a smile, "Nothing, just continue playing." As the new game round commenced, Ji Yuzhing turned back, saying, "Don't create any conflicts. There's nothing that a game can't resolve." Lu Xian ignored him, beckoning Chen Xiao to step outside the dormitory. "You're just lucky," he remarked. Chen Xiao smiled without responding, considering that he should eventually open his own trading account. While the current capital was manageable, it would become inconvenient in the future as it increased. Moreover, he would still need his own professional team. Just like today with Liyuan Wood Industry, which had dropped 6 at its lowest, he had managed to buy in at a mid-range price. If he could buy at the lows and cash out at the highs, today's return would not merely be 67, but rather 127. Of course, even with a professional team, it would be improbable to always buy at the lowest point. However, it would certainly involve a greater level of skill than Chen Xiao's reckless all-in approach. "Let us go. My dad will treat you to soup noodles today." "Seriously? You're treating your dad to that after earning 700? Get lost, eat it if you like." Lu Xian remarked, "Those who trade stocks understand, especially when capital is limited. Every penny must work to its utmost potential to rapidly accumulate wealth through compounding." Chen Xiao, having confirmed the premise of profit, planned not to indulge in excessive spending until he had amassed sufficient capital. The beginning is always challenging. Even with a golden opportunity, a gradual process is essential. That night, Chen Xiao turned off his phone and lay quietly in bed. The chaotic sounds emanating from Ji Yuzhing's computer speakers failed to disturb his thoughts. Reflecting on the 700 yuan he had earned, it felt as though it were not merely 700, but rather 7 million. He understood that from this day forward, he had grasped the key to ascend to the pinnacle of success. As long as he walked steadily, he would eventually traverse through various tiers and reach the summit. The following morning, Chen Xiao rose early, completing 2 laps on the rubber track at the sports field before heading to the cafeteria for a meal. Familiar classmates greeted him, all noticing the change in Chen Xiao. He wore the same attire as usual, and his appearance had not altered significantly. Yet there was an undeniable aura of steadfast confidence and composure emanating from his every movement, which was strikingly alluring. Previously, Tanshin would not spare him a glance. But today, she stole several sidelong glances, her mind echoing the same questions as her peers. How had this ordinary boy suddenly transformed? Shedding his outer shell to reveal a radiant gem within. She was about to step forward to greet him when Chen Xiao elegantly stood up and headed towards the dormitory. With each step he took, he stood out distinctly amidst the crowd. The morning trading session unfolded without any surprises. The previously stable stock of Hetton Dairy opened with a surge. Chen Xiao's initial capital yesterday was 11,735, and today it soared to 12,908, an impressive profit of 1,908 in just 2 days. Naturally, he would need to pay a stamp duty of 0.3, but aside from that, his gains would be net profit. In the domestic stock market, profits from investments are not subject to individual income tax, which is almost equivalent to 2 months' worth of living expenses. Moreover, Chen Xiao foresaw that his rate of profit would accelerate as his capital grew. Today, the hidden information had been updated. On May 25th, Chia Group saw a maximum increase of 1,000. Another limit up. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao sold his shares in Hetton Dairy and invested in Chia Group. He wasn't certain if Hetton Dairy would continue to rise tomorrow, but he was confident that Chia Group would certainly reach its limit. With ample time left in the day and no further need to monitor the stock market, Chen Xiao decided to open an account at the brokerage firm. Unfortunately, his current capital was insufficient to leverage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be limited to a mere profit of 10 to 20. Upon leaving the campus, Chen Xiao opted for the bus. With his funds all tied up in his account, he had only a few coins in his pocket. Since the inception of the stock market, regardless of the market conditions, the trading hall of the brokerage firm was perpetually occupied by a throng of individuals. Chen Xiao was unaware of the dubious thoughts occupying their minds, but each one of them appeared to be a big shot. However, this held no relevance for him. He had no intention of becoming enmeshed in the study of the stock market, as the winners in this domain were exceedingly few, and those who could consistently win were virtually non-existent. Any individual who managed to succeed would be considered a legend. If there ever came a day when Chen Xiao could no longer foresee hidden information, he would promptly withdraw from trading stocks altogether. After a brief pause in the hall, following the signs, Chen Xiao made his way directly to the account opening window and, following the procedure, quickly established his account. He then exited the trading hall. "Sir, please wait a moment." Just as he stepped outside, he was called to halt. Turning around, he saw a long-haired beauty in an office lady uniform. Her perfect figure accentuated by her attire. With black stockings, a fitted skirt, a white shirt, and black-rimmed glasses, she looked exceptionally alluring. "Did you call for me?" "Yes, sir. I am Su Tang from Changhong Investment Company. Here is my business card." Chen Xiao took the card and noticed it contained company information and personal contact details. "Do you think I am someone with money to invest?" Su Tang adjusted her glasses with her delicate fingers, saying, "Just because I don't have it now doesn't mean I won't in the future. We could start by being friends." Chen Xiao replied with a wry smile, quite intriguing. Generally, women of her caliber were haughty and seldom engaged in casual conversation with an ordinary young man unless they had ulterior motives. "Shall we add each other as friends?" "Sure. I have some trading-related questions I would like to consult you about." Su Tang smiled faintly. "I would be delighted to assist you." Chen Xiao nodded and boarded the bus back to school under her gaze. It was only when the bus vanished from sight that Su Tang snapped back to reality. What kind of experiences had he gone through to possess such composure and confidence? Su Tang had just graduated last year and had been with the top investment firm, Jining, for nearly a year. While she couldn't claim to have encountered countless people, she had seen enough of the world to recognize that the air surrounding Chen Xiao was imbued with an aura of assuredness. Men who exude such charisma possess an irresistible allure for women, even if they dress modestly and appear somewhat youthful. Chapter 6. Summer Rain Butterfly. Once seated on the bus, Chen Xiao tilted his head slightly to gaze at the scenery retreating outside the window. At this moment, Jining was far from the thriving metropolis it would later become. Old buildings peppered the landscape, the weather was somewhat muggy, and the warm breeze wafting through the bus window caressed Chen Xiao's face. He inhaled deeply, savoring the sweetness of the air during this precious phase of his life. After traveling for less than 10 minutes, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. The girl sitting next to him had unknowingly leaned against him and fallen asleep. Her long hair obscured her face, making it difficult to discern her features, but he could tell she had fair, delicate skin and a petite figure. Most passengers on this bus were university students, and naturally, they assumed the two were a couple without giving it much thought. Chen Xiao chuckled, and continued to gaze out the window. 40 minutes into the journey, he suddenly noticed the girl leaning on his shoulder, her eyelashes fluttering. Clearly, she was waking up, but he chose not to reveal that he was aware of her. It wasn't until the bus was nearing the stop that she finally shifted away from his shoulder, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry." As she spoke, her gaze held a certain indescribable brightness. At that moment, Chen Xiao caught a glimpse of her exquisite doll-like face, which, combined with her petite stature, made her extraordinarily cute. "It's all right," he replied, gesturing for her to get off the bus. However, after disembarking, he noticed she was following him, seemingly unperturbed, until they reached the dormitory building. Do you need something?" She mustered the courage to ask. "Hello, I'm Xia Yudi from the Foreign Language Department." Chen Xiao was taken aback. Had his charm really increased so much after his rebirth? "Hello, I'm Chen Xiao," he replied, pointing to the building above, indicating he lived in Building 5. Building 5 housed the dormitories for the College of Arts. Xia Yudi felt somewhat conflicted. This handsome, sunny young man seemed entirely passive. Her little thoughts were as obvious to Chen Xiao as lice on a monk's head. Yet, having lived a second life, he was most reluctant to incur any emotional debts. It wasn't due to an abundance of kindness, but rather the complications they could bring to his otherwise clear and carefree life. "Can we add each other as friends?" Ultimately, it was Xia Yudi who broke the ice. "I felt so embarrassed on the bus today. I'd like to treat you to a meal sometime." "Sure," Chen Xiao agreed, and after adding each other as friends, Xia Yudi left with a satisfied smile. Chen Xiao turned back towards the dormitory. "Wow, dude, you are amazing. You hit the limit up right at the opening." Lu Xian exclaimed upon seeing Chen Xiao. "Call me Dad." "Damn, I'm the dad here. Take me along." After the playful banter, Chen Xiao's demeanor turned serious. "Lu Xian, to be honest, I do not recommend that you re-enter the stock market." Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. "What? Just a few days ago, I advised you. And now you're advising me?" "I'm serious. I made my gains and then stopped." Chen Xiao had his own plans. If things progressed normally, as his friend, Lu Xian would undoubtedly have a good life ahead. Perhaps even becoming a successful individual in the eyes of many, far better than the mundane fate he faced in his past life. However, Chen Xiao would never allow anyone, including Lu Xian and even family, to know too much about his ability to foresee hidden messages. This was the foundation of his existence, the core element that no one could infringe upon. Seeing Chen Xiao's earnestness, Lu Xian pondered for a moment and said, "I'll think about it." Chen Xiao chose not to say more, relieved that he had managed to open his own account. Had he continued using Lu Xian's, it would have been difficult to dissuade him from the idea of consistent winning. "Hey, bro, can I bum a cigarette?" Ji Yujing seemed to be living in an entirely different world. Aside from gaming, borrowing cigarettes, and bringing food, he was oblivious to any discussions happening in the dormitory. It wasn't that he lacked money. On the contrary, Ji Yujing received a monthly allowance of 1,500, more than both Lu Xian and Chen Xiao. He spent his money solely on himself, purchasing firearms and memberships in the game without a moment's hesitation. Yet, when it came to smoking and dining, Chen Xiao even witnessed him sifting through the ashtray for cigarette butts multiple times. Perhaps due to the recent success in bumming cigarettes from Chen Xiao, Ji Yujing had grown indifferent to the need to curry favor with Lu Xian, content to exploit him instead. Chen Xiao chuckled, ever generous, tossing 2 cigarettes his way. Ji Yujing, even amidst the ongoing game, turned around to light one for Chen Xiao first. The following day, the market opened with a limit up. After liquidating his holdings, Chen Xiao's total capital had soared to over 14,100, of which 5,000 belonged to Lu Xian and over 9,100 was his own. He withdrew all the funds from Lu Xian's account. Inevitably, Lu Xian realized Chen Xiao had struck another limit up. Observing his eager expression, Chen Xiao sighed. "What will you do with that 5,000? Buy back your previous stocks or withdraw it to your bank account later?" Lu Xian hesitated, replying, "You hold on to it for now. I'll think it over for a few days and make a final decision next week." "All right," Chen Xiao responded. Keeping it for himself would allow for quicker compounding. Its absence was inconsequential, merely delaying matters by a few days. Chen Xiao had no intention of aiding Lu Xian in the stock market, as it threatened his own safety. Nor would he allow Lu Xian to gain wealth from him before graduation. He regarded it as a trial. He firmly believed that only by enduring solitude could one safeguard prosperity. If, by graduation, Lu Xian did not develop negative emotions due to Chen Xiao's financial fluctuations, he would eventually acquire wealth beyond imagination. Conversely, should resentment, anger, or even severance arise from Chen Xiao's failure to lead him to riches, it was best to end such a friendship sooner rather than later. Regardless of the outcome, on graduation day, Chen Xiao would prepare a sum of money for him, serving as a token of trust and gratitude for the 5,000 he had lent him days prior. As for whether Lu Xin could attain more wealth thereafter, it would depend on his character and choices. Chen Xiao deposited the full 14,100 into his account. Hidden messages had been updated. May 26th. Liaodong technology reached a maximum increase of 1,000. Another limit up. Chen Xiao felt a surge of joy upon discovering this company, as it had opened the day at a limit down. Without hesitation, he invested heavily. If Liaodong technology could release favorable news today, and if it could recover its losses before closing, coupled with a limit up the following day, he could realize a profit of 20%. This meant that, with a stroke of luck, Chen Xiao could earn over 2,800, or perhaps even more, in a single day, equivalent to nearly 3 months' living expenses. The stock market truly was a captivating and frenzied realm. Chapter 7. How much have you saved? With no classes in the morning, Chen Xiao spent over 2 hours poring over the map of Jining City, marking areas with significant potential for appreciation. He had not abandoned his aspiration of earning money to buy property, uncertain of how long hidden messages would persist. However, real estate would not simply vanish. Should he lose his extraordinary abilities, he could still find solace as a landlord, living a carefree life. In the afternoon, Ji Yujing finally indulged in a shower, tidied himself up, and personally went downstairs to buy food. "Oh, what is this?" Chen Xiao inquired. Though Ji Yujing was not tall and often behaved eccentrically, he was undeniably handsome and had a keen sense of style. With a bit of grooming, he exuded a strikingly dark yet charming vibe. "Class, today is Sister Li's lesson," Ji Yujing replied. Chen Xiao realized that no one dared to skip Sister Li's class. Absence meant failing. "Hey, what are all those circles on your map?" Ji Yujing asked. Chen Xiao grinned. "Make sure to remember the places I've circled. They might be beneficial to you." Ji Yujing glanced around and scoffed. "Whoever remembers them gets them, right?" Chen Xiao merely smiled in silence. It was akin to presenting a mountain of gold before someone who regarded it as worthless. "Let us go. We're late for class." "Wait, I need to grab my keys." Ji Yujing had just finished military training in his freshman year and used an entire semester's living expenses to buy a scooter. In this day and age, that made him the most stylish guy on campus. Chen Xiao rarely rode with him, as Ji Yujing's generosity came with strings attached. If he accepted a ride, he would have to reciprocate with meals or cigarettes. Thus, he preferred to walk rather than share a ride. Upon arriving in class, they took their customary seats at the back. Lu Xin, along with some classmates from the adjacent dormitory, had arrived early and saved a spot for Chen Xiao. "Xiaozi, you still remember how to attend class? Haven't seen you in days," Chen Jianxing remarked. In a past life, Chen Xiao shared a close bond with him, Lu Xin, and Wu Ling. However, after graduation, they had all gone their separate ways, often thinking of each other, but rarely keeping in touch. Chen Xiao hadn't even attended Chen Jianxing and Wu Ling's wedding, as his own career was in turmoil during that period, leaving him with no time to spare. "Been a bit busy. What is going on? Are you scheming again?" Chen Xiao glanced at Lu Xin, thinking that at least this guy kept his mouth shut about their stock trading, not even mentioning it to Chen Jianxing. "Nothing much. Whereas Wu Ling? Oh, she took a leave to help a professor with some side work." Wu Ling had a notable talent for traditional Chinese painting, often receiving private commissions from teachers to earn some pocket money. While they were chatting, Chen Xiao suddenly sensed someone in the front row looking at him. He subtly raised his head and keenly noticed it was Tan Sheng and her friend Lu Xiaoyan, seemingly engaged in discussion, occasionally tilting their heads in his direction. This was unprecedented. Chen Xiao had always felt invisible in front of Tan Sheng. Chen Jianxing leaned in teasingly. "Xiaozi, your goddess is looking at you. You've got a shot. Go for it." Chen Xiao chuckled. "I have many goddesses. Should I pursue them all? I have the desire but not the strength, my friend." Impressive. Just then, a figure slipped through the back door and directly occupied the empty seat beside Chen Xiao. "Sunning, what brings you here?" "Looking for you, what else?" Sunning replied, glancing around. "This is nice. Seems like there are no cameras here." Chen Xiao thought to himself, "This girl isn't here to scope out the place, is she?" The moment the other guys spotted Sunning, they nearly drooled. The fashionable, glamorous senior possessed an undeniable allure. Ji Yujing, in particular, kept stealing glances her way. Chen Xiao lowered his voice, leaning closer to Sun Ying's ear. "I'm curious about what happened with your boyfriend, Xing Yanqing. That makes you need me so much." Sun Ying discreetly pinched his thigh and whispered back, "You don't think he could ever have me, do you?" Chen Xiao was taken aback. "So you're not with him?" Sun Ying rolled her eyes. "Of course not. You men never cherish what you get, so there's no way I'd let him succeed. The only one I'll let have it is you, little white-eyed wolf." Chen Xiao was stunned. He hadn't expected the situation to be like this. "Ha ha, Xing Yanqing. You scoundrel. You've caused so many families to fall apart. I'll make you pay for it in this life. Observing Chen Xiao's profile, Sun Ying quietly remarked, Are you happy now? Chen Xiao recognized she mistook him for a jealous little boy, but he refrained from clarifying, wrapping his arm around her waist. Let us go to Mo Inju on Saturday. What? Saturday? I can't. I have plans with Xing Yanqing. Cancel it. Reschedule for Sunday. After contemplating, Sun Ying decided it would be a good opportunity to adjust Xing Yanqing's mood. All right, Saturday it is. And don't forget to bring protection. Sun Ying pinched him again. Little white-eyed wolf. You're getting bolder. It's like you've transformed into a different person. Chen Xiao did not linger on the topic for long, and instead posed a question that had long piqued his curiosity. What is your reason for being with Xing Yanqing? Sun Ying cast him a puzzled glance. You are still young and do not understand. Once you enter society, you will comprehend. It is, of course, for material gain, money, and, most importantly, connections. Otherwise, do you think it is for desire? With someone like Xing Yanqing, a mere touch could conclude everything, unlike your little white-eyed wolf waist. It is truly a deadly blade. Chen Xiao was taken aback, surprised to learn of this side to Xing Yanqing. Did his wife in the previous life have no involvement with him? He was uncertain, for a man deemed inadequate could indeed undergo treatment and recovery. Sun Ying's rationale aligned with her youthful perspective. She spoke of connections with a naivety that suggested knowing more people, particularly wealthy individuals, would somehow prove beneficial for the future. What eluded her understanding was that wealthy individuals possess a price list in their hearts. Your worth is clearly marked. The most crucial connection one can have is with oneself. Only when you are valuable can you maintain equitable relationships. Otherwise, you risk becoming merely a tool for others' exploitation, as that is where your value lies. Sun Ying had her own choices and paths to traverse. Chen Xiao refrained from correcting her perception, knowing that even if he did, she would dismiss him as an ignorant junior. With this thought, Chen Xiao suddenly felt a mischievous inclination to test Sun Ying. How much money have you saved? Sun Ying regarded him warily. Why? Chapter 8. Mutual probing. Chen Xiao replied, I wish to borrow. Are you short on cash? I can transfer you 500. Sun Ying responded. Chen Xiao shook his head. I need a sum of money for a short period. A sum of money was clearly more than a few hundred. How much do you need? Chen Xiao chuckled inwardly. How much do you have? Sun Ying smacked his thigh. Who borrows money like that? Do you think I have $1 billion to lend? Chen Xiao pondered. Then I will borrow 50,000. Sun Ying stared at him wide-eyed for a long moment, as if seeking some insight from his expression. However, Chen Xiao maintained his smile, leaving her puzzled. After a prolonged silence, Sun Ying conceded, speaking softly. Send me your card number. I must have owed you from a past life. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Are you really going to lend it? Sun Ying's annoyance flared. You little white-eyed wolf, are you testing me? And no, I did not expect you to have so much money, he stammered. Sun Ying pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Twisting it slightly, stop changing the subject. You will lend me this money, whether you want to or not. She was not one to be easily outmaneuvered. While Chen Xiao was testing her, she too was probing him. If 5,000 could reveal a person's character, it was far more prudent than discovering the same through 50 or even 500,000 in the future. Sun Ying's aspirations for her future extended beyond mere financial gain. Chen Xiao exclaimed, Is this truly a feasible method? Can one borrow money this way? Is there such a good fortune in the world? All right, I will borrow it. He acquiesced. Checking the time, it was only 2:30, and Liaodong technology remained firmly at its limit down. Without hesitation, he sent over his card number. Sun Ying discreetly led Chen Xiao out, drawing the attention of many, excluding their teacher. Among them was Tan Cheng, who, despite her indifference towards Chen Xiao, felt a pang of jealousy as if someone were taking her pet away when a dog that always sought her favor suddenly turned to please another. In contrast, Ji Yuzhing's thoughts drifted to a more inappropriate realm, equating the image of Chen Xiao and Sun Ying to that of a risque film. How shameless. Ji Yuzhing cursed under his breath, hastily pulling out his phone. At the business outlet below the teaching building, Sun Ying transferred the money to Chen Xiao without hesitation, who, in turn, did not hold back and directly invested it into his stock account to purchase shares in Liaodong Technology. Little white-eyed wolf, having taken your sister's money, how will you thank me? Sun Ying teased seductively. Cough, cough, just wait for my actions the day after tomorrow, Chen Xiao replied. Sun Ying nodded in satisfaction, mistakenly believing he meant to be more diligent in the bedroom, unaware of his true intentions. Chen Xiao planned to use the profits from the next day to buy her a gift, as he was essentially leveraging Sun Ying to derive satisfaction from avenging against Xing Yanqing. Just 5 minutes before the market closed that day, Liaodong Technology indeed announced a favorable development, causing its stock price to soar from the limit down to the opening price before trading ceased for the afternoon. The following morning, After the market opened, Liaodong Technology's stock rose steadily, soon hitting the limit up. Chen Xiao decisively sold off his shares. This transaction had a principal of 14,100, with a 20% increase, totaling 16,920, yielding a profit of over 2,800. Meanwhile, the 50,000 borrowed from Sun Ying had now transformed into 60,000. Thus, the total funds in Chen Xiao's possession amounted to 76,920, nearly 80,000. After subtracting Sun Ying's 50,000 and Lu Xian's 5,000, Chen Xiao retained 219,000 for himself. To the Chen Xiao of his previous life, 20,000 might have seemed insignificant, but earning it within a few days made all the difference. Moreover, he would have another opportunity for trading the next day, with the amounts due to be repaid by the following Monday. Chen Xiao quickly glanced at his phone screen, which had refreshed with new updates. On May 27th, Zhuai Manxiang saw a maximum increase of 85. This time it was not a limit up, but upon discovering this stock, Chen Xiao felt an exhilarating rush. Zhuai Manxiang had also opened with a limit down that day. Without hesitation, he invested all his funds into purchasing Zhuai Manxiang, requiring no further investigation or understanding. In fact, he was entirely uninterested in what business Zhuai Manxiang was engaged in. After completing his purchase, he exited the interface and casually browsed through some topics of interest. Shen Jianqing entered, cigarette in hand, offering one to Chen Xiao. Meanwhile, Ji Yuzhing observed for a while, realizing Shen Jianqing had no intention of offering him one. Thus, he could only pull out the cigarette he had hidden beneath the keyboard from the night before and light it for himself. "Where's Lu Xian?" Shen Jianqing inquired. "I don't know. He left early this morning," Ji Yuzhing replied. Shen Jianqing pondered. "What has been up with him lately? He seems out of sorts." Chen Xiao paused, suspecting that Lu Xian was likely grappling with the decision of whether to engage in the stock market. He was not particularly concerned. Whether Lu Xian chose to invest or not was inconsequential, as his modest amount of money would not be significantly impacted. Nothing serious. Perhaps he's just infatuated. Little G seems to have stirred something in him. Ha ha ha, what should we do? Introduce him to a girlfriend? Ugh, Ji Yuzhing replied. As soon as he hears about games or films, it's like he retrieves a keyword, turning to say, Lu Xian simply lacks willpower. Look at me. I remain composed. That is what it means to be impressive. Shen Jianqing smacked the cigarette box down onto Ji Yuzhing's desk. Shut up. I placed this box here, if you have the nerve. Don't smoke. Ji Yuzhing hesitated. Fine, leave it there. Let's see if I can resist smoking. It's just a cigarette, not a big deal. You're impressive. I'll check back tonight to see, Shen Jianqing said. Come on, let's go eat. Chen Xiao chuckled at their banter. Shall I bring you some food? Ji Yuzhing, noticing Shen Jianqing's presence, suddenly felt a surge of bravado. No need. I'll go eat in a bit. All right, then let us go. Chen Xiao and Shen Jianqing left the dormitory one after the other. Ji Yuzhing cast a sidelong glance at the cigarette box, and once the two had walked away, he seized it. Damn it, Shen Jianqing, you trickster. As he descended the stairs, Shen Jianqing continued to grumble. What are we going to do about that fool, Xiao Ji? Chen Xiao chuckled softly. Some people are healed by their childhood, while others spend their lives trying to heal from it. Shen Jianqing paused, bewildered by the sentiment. What nonsense is that? I think he is beyond saving. He is not your son, so why bother? Where shall we eat? Chen Xiao, wishing to avoid dwelling on Xiao Ji's issues, understood there were reasons behind his character. After a moment of thought, Shen Jianqing declared, let us go. I'll take you to the cafeteria. With that, he headed towards his second-hand motorcycle. Though Shen Jianqing came from a well-off family with a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan, he had only purchased a modest second-hand scooter for 1,000 yuan to use for daily commuting. The campus of Jining University was vast, often necessitating the use of shuttle buses to reach classes. Unlike Xiao Ji, who had squandered an entire semester's worth of living expenses on a motorcycle merely for the sake of appearances, and thus had to survive on handouts for the entire term. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Shen Jianqing ordered 2 small dishes and grabbed 2 bottles of beer, and the two settled down for a casual chat. Hey Xiaozi, your goddess is over there. Chapter 9, Comparison. Chen Xiao turned to see 4 girls dining not far away, among whom the most captivating was Tan Sheng. The gazes of several unattached men in the cafeteria inadvertently drifted toward her. Just as Chen Xiao glanced over, Tan Sheng's eyes met his for a fleeting moment before she quickly averted her gaze, pretending to be nonchalant. Heh, Chen Xiao smiled, raising his glass. Let us drink. Who cares about goddesses? She is not worth it. Shen Jianqing was taken aback. Whoa, this isn't like you. Haven't you been harboring a crush on her? Always looking for chances to flatter her? Chen Xiao downed a cup of beer, or perhaps it's more accurate to say I've been a sycophant. Sycophant? Wow, that is a great term. Where did you learn that? I coined it myself. Impressive. But do you really not like her anymore? Chen Xiao pondered seriously. The first time he saw Tansheng after his rebirth indeed stirred up a plethora of memories. However, as the days passed, he realized he was on the verge of a completely different life trajectory. His perspective shifted dramatically, coupled with the consciousness of a 30-year-old soul within him. The so-called nostalgia faded into insignificance. Love at first sight is merely an attraction to beauty. Chen Xiao barely understood Tansheng's personality and was simply captivated by her looks. And beauty, he surmised, is something that can be acquired with wealth. Once a thing can be secured with money, it loses its value in Chen Xiao's eyes. He refused to become a mere money-making machine. After amassing a certain level of capital, enjoying life became his primary objective. Therefore, beauty held little significance. Chen Xiao believed that with 10 million yuan, he could easily have an avatar lying in his bed, and who wouldn't he be attracted to beautiful women? Yet, it wasn't he worth his time to pursue them. Of course, if she were to approach him, he would be more than willing to engage. Shen Jianxing stared blankly at the disposable plastic cup before Chen Xiao. Xiaozi, your drinking capacity is impressive. How come you're already tipsy after one cup? Chen Xiao erupted into laughter, but offered no explanation. Come on, let us drink. I can outlast you two without getting drunk. If you're so confident, why not invite the drunken immortal tonight? Chen Xiao's expression faltered. The drunken immortal was a senior from the music academy residing in the opposite dormitory, known for consuming at least 2 jin of liquor daily. Although Chen Xiao couldn't recall his name, he remembered that he had passed away from a heart attack at the table after graduation, just 5 or 6 years later. Though not closely acquainted, the news had left Chen Xiao reflecting on the fragility of life for several days. Let us avoid inviting the drunken immortal in the future. His weight exceeds 200 pounds, and he drinks daily. What if something were to happen? Relax, what could possibly go wrong? Shen Jiansheng, at his age, was unaware of how close death could be. Chen Xiao chose not to elaborate further. It wasn't that he was indifferent to life and death, but rather that he felt powerless to intervene. Unless he could follow the man around like a mother hen, there was little he could do. He could only offer gentle reminders, but ultimately, one's fate is in their own hands. After finishing a bottle of beer, Shen Jianxing suggested, "Shall we get a few more bottles?" Chen Xiao shook his head. "No more for me. Let me call Lu Xian and see what he is up to." "Fine. If you don't want to drink, that's that." Ling Jia said she'd treat us to a meal once she is done with her work. As he spoke, Shen Jianxing dialed Lu Xian. Just then, Tan Cheng approached, drawing the attention of many in the cafeteria as she passed. "Chen Xiao, could you come here for a moment?" Chen Xiao was taken aback. This was an unexpected scenario he had never anticipated. Shen Jiansheng was momentarily stunned, even failing to hear Lu Xian's frantic barking on the other end of the line. "What is going on today?" Tan Cheng, who usually doesn't even glance at Chen Xiao, is coming over to speak to him. "Hello? Are you going to speak or not? Why call me and not say a word? Are you sick? If you don't say something soon, I'll hang up." Only then did Shen Jianxing realize. Responding to the phone, nothing, wrong number. He promptly hung up, eager to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. On the other end, Lu Xian, sitting by the lakeside, looked at his phone in bewilderment. "Damn it, you ungrateful brat." Tan Cheng turned to Chen Xiao, her face cold as she inquired, "Did you really not find the arrow?" Realizing he had been found out, Chen Xiao decided to forego further deception. After all, that excuse would only hold for so long before its flaws became apparent. An arrow is not a common find, and there aren't many lying around the lake waiting to be picked up. "Yes, I'm terribly sorry. I merely wanted your phone number." You. Tansheng stamped her foot in frustration and stormed away. Chen Xiao scratched his head and returned to his previous seat. "That's it. Is it over?" Shen Jianxing asked, astonished. "What else did you expect? Are you done eating? Shall we leave? Did you reach Lu Xian?" "Oh, Lu Xian, damn, I just hung up on him. Call him back." Shen Jianxing quickly dialed again, only to find the line disconnected. Great, he is probably angry with his father now. After Tansheng returned to her seat, she noticed that Chen Xiao and Shen Jiansheng had already left. Lu Xian asked, "So, was I right in my guess?" Tansheng huffed in annoyance. "See, I told you so. I'm telling you, there are plenty of frogs in our arts academy dreaming of swan meat. You need to be cautious, Cheng Cheng." "Exactly. Lu Xing is more reliable. His uncle is the vice dean of the construction college." "Right. And he is so wealthy. He gave you a diamond ring in your freshman year. How romantic is that?" "Chen Xiao? He is not bad looking, but just look at his attire. What is that? You can tell his family isn't well off. He is not even as good as that guy across from him." A group of friends began to chatter about their opinions. It must be said that the sophomore girls had developed a certain level of judgment and could discern accurately. Chen Xiao's background indeed paled in comparison to Shen Jianxing's. even falling significantly short. Tianqing couldn't help but make comparisons in her mind. Lu Xing was affluent and well-connected, having grown up in the city. Adept at charming girls, but he had a bit of a reputation. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, possessed nothing but appearance and temperament. He likely couldn't even afford a camel at dinner, unable to provide the kind of romance she desired, making him far from her ideal partner. Lost in thought, Tianqing paused. Why am I comparing them? Men are all worthless. Chapter 10, Fruit for Mobile Phone. Lu Xin returned just before locking the dormitory door. Although he appeared relaxed and jovial, Chen Xiao sensed a hint of unease in his demeanor during their conversation. The two individuals exchanged only a few words before retreating to their respective beds for the night. Ji Yujing, oblivious to his surroundings, continued playing games with the external sound on, showing no regard for the feelings of others. Chen Xiao rose and tossed a half-pack of cigarettes onto his desk. Wearing headphones, Ji Yujing was startled, but upon realizing it was cigarettes, he opened the pack to confirm it wasn't empty, and his face lit up with joy. Great, Brother Xiao. Chen Xiao turned over, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. It had been several days since Ji Yujing had referred to him as Xiaozi. The following day, Chen Xiao awoke at 7, took a few laps around the playground, then enjoyed a refreshing shower before heading to the cafeteria for breakfast. He placed great importance on his physical health, believing that only with a healthy body could one fully enjoy life. The thought of being unable to enjoy life due to physical limitations, despite having the means, was quite disheartening. Wealth would be futile in such circumstances. After leisurely completing his morning routine by 8:30, he first attended roll call in class, then seized the opportunity of a restroom break to stealthily return to the dormitory. Just in time for the opening of the last trading day of the week. As expected, Chen Xiao's sell order, positioned at the peak of the market rise, was successfully executed. His total funds surged to over 94,400 yuan, nearing the significant milestone of 100,000 yuan. Hidden messages had also refreshed. May 30th. Tiannan agricultural industry reached a maximum increase of 1,000. Upon investigating this company, Chen Xiao discovered it was yet another instance of a stock rising from a limit down to a limit up. After some contemplation, he decided to reserve 400 for the next day and wager the rest. He then powered off his device and headed out, hailing a taxi to a nearby shopping mall. The Fruit 4 mobile phone had been on the market for over 6 months, and Chen Xiao intended to purchase one to gift to Sun Ying. After all, he had profited handsomely using her funds, not to mention that she typically footed the bill during their outings. This year could be considered the dawn of the smartphone era. Possessing a Fruit 4 would undoubtedly evoke envy among peers, especially in the university setting. Excuse me, how much is the Fruit 4? Chen Xiao inquired of a beautiful saleswoman. To his surprise, she appeared oblivious to his presence. Taken aback, he wondered if she had zoned out, or if his voice had been too soft. Hello? He repeated. But she turned away. Confounded, he glanced down at his worn clothing, quickly grasping the situation. Such occurrences were rare. Generally, businesses only cared about transactions. Yet, it was undeniable that some locations and shops harbored biases. So I'm not worthy? He scoffed internally, surprised that a pretty girl could be so superficial. Frustrated, he approached an older sales associate, and the atmosphere shifted. Young man, please hold on for a moment. I'll assist you as soon as I finish with this customer, she said. Chen Xiao nodded, understanding the need for order, as he had entered while she was already attending to another client. He stood patiently, surveying the rather rudimentary sales floor of this era. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor was perceived by the beautiful saleswoman as that of a naive country boy, unfamiliar with the urban environment. Leaning against the door frame, she rolled her eyes at him, expressing her disdain with a scoff. Chen Xiao was left speechless by her attitude. In less than a minute, the older saleswoman concluded her previous engagement and turned her warm attention to Chen Xiao. Which model are you interested in? She asked. Chen Xiao pointed to the Fruit 4. This one, the 16G model. Please wrap it up for me. She was taken aback, not expecting such a significant purchase. Her face brightened immediately. All right, I'll even throw in a phone case for you. Would you like a screen protector as well? The beautiful saleswoman, leaning against the frame, seemed caught off guard by Chen Xiao's decisive nature, her expression a mix of surprise and disbelief. Chen Xiao, deliberately looking at her, remarked, no need for a screen protector. Just charge it to my card. I'm in a hurry. Understood. The older saleswoman swiftly completed the transaction and headed to the back warehouse to retrieve and package the phone. Seeing her depart, the beautiful saleswoman turned to Chen Xiao. Sorry about that. Here is my business card. Feel free to reach out next time you need anything. As Chen Xiao glanced at the card, he noted her name, Li Minghua. She pretended to shy away, nodding in acknowledgement. Chen Xiao flicked the card into the nearby trash bin, thinking it a waste for such a lovely name. You, Li Mingyue began, but just then, the older saleswoman returned with the packaged phone, which Chen Xiao accepted. He gestured towards the shopping bag as a farewell to Li Mingyue before turning to leave, leaving her fuming in place as she stomped her foot in frustration. Upon exiting the mobile phone store, Chen Xiao discarded the shopping bag, placing the phone in his backpack as he stood by the street, awaiting a taxi. The weather at the end of May was already becoming quite warm, particularly with the backpack pressed against his back, which added to his discomfort. Damn, when I have money, I'll definitely hire a couple of girls to follow me around 24/7, one to hold an umbrella, and the other to carry my bag. A white longie pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Hello, fancy meeting you here. Su Tang, what brings you here? Chen Xiao asked, recognizing the investment company's beautiful manager he had met at the securities firm. Oh, I'm here on business. Where are you off to? I can give you a ride, she offered. You're busy. I'll just take a taxi since the school is quite far from here, he replied. Not at all. I live near the university town, and I've already completed my errands. I'm heading home now. It's on the way, she insisted. With her insistence, Chen Xiao relented, opening the door and settling into the passenger seat. As he entered, a pleasant fragrance enveloped him, while he had little knowledge of perfumes. He sensed it was of high quality. The Longi, a model that cost nearly 200,000 yuan upon release, boasted a rather simplistic interior, lacking even a screen on the dashboard, only a radio serving as a semblance of luxury. However, it was evident that a young woman who could drive such an expensive car hailed from a well-off family. Thank you for the ride, Chen Xiao said gratefully. Su Tang, noticing that Chen Xiao appeared unfazed by his surroundings, which would typically astonish a newcomer, grew increasingly curious about his background. Have you conducted any trades since opening your account? She casually inquired. Yes, a few trades, but the capital was too small to be significant. I'm curious about the requirements for leveraging now, Chen Xiao mentioned. As this had been on his mind recently, leveraging carries considerable risk and requires a margin, Su Tang replied, surprised at his interest. For reasons she couldn't articulate. Perhaps due to her intuition as a woman, she never doubted Chen Xiao's sincerity. What is the margin requirement? Well, for our company, it starts at 200,000, she replied. 200,000, Chen Xiao mentally calculated. Sigh, it'll take a few more days to save that up. Chapter 11. Just the beginning. Su Tang found herself speechless. To her, the notion of 200,000 seemed as trivial as 20 yuan. Having graduated nearly a year ago, she hadn't managed to save even 20,000 yuan, let alone 200,000. Her family had covered the down payment for her car, and now, paying off the car loan while managing daily expenses was becoming increasingly challenging. Meanwhile, this student spoke of accumulating 200,000 in just a few days. Building initial capital is quite challenging, Chen Xiao lamented. Su Tang felt somewhat awkward. A person who could save 200,000 in mere days was expressing sentiments of hardship regarding capital accumulation. As a graduate from a prestigious financial program working in an investment company, her situation felt rather dismal in comparison. Do you genuinely wish to engage in leveraging? Chen Xiao perked up at her question, turning to her with keen interest. Do you have a way? Su Tang tightened her grip on the steering wheel, pondering for 2 minutes before making a decision. There is a way, but I must ask if you trust me. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Tell me more. Our sales managers have leverage permissions on their accounts. If you trust me, you could transfer your funds to my account for trading. Chen Xiao was taken aback, realizing such an option existed. He pondered briefly before responding. Of course, I have complete faith in you. Yet, despite his words, Chen Xiao's trust in Su Tang was not the motive behind his affirmation. Rather, he believed he possessed the capacity to shoulder the risk of several tens of thousands of yuan. This was an opportunity worth seizing. Furthermore, Jin Ning, a sales manager at a renowned investment firm, would not jeopardize his future and life for such a sum. Su Tang was taken aback. She had not anticipated Chen Xiao's readiness. Was such decisiveness typical of a student? I'll contact you next Monday. Where shall we meet? Chen Xiao inquired. How about we meet at KFC? He suggested. Upon uttering those words, he suddenly recalled that, in this era, KFC still symbolized a certain level of sophistication. All right, then we shall meet at KFC. Su Tang escorted Chen Xiao back to school, and the two parted ways. Alone, Chen Xiao strolled beneath the shade of the trees on campus, while nearby, a group of individuals in the sports field were sweating profusely, and female classmates clad in light attire hurried past. The entire campus was suffused with the fragrance of youthful exuberance. Suddenly, A fragment of a literary saying came to Chen Xiao's mind. This is the best of times. Of course, there was a second half to that phrase, but he felt it bore no relevance to him, so he dismissed it from his thoughts. Chen Xiao, where have you been? Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning, he saw Li Wenli. I just went to the mall. What about you? Li Wenli pouted. Why didn't you invite me to the mall? Did you bring me back anything delicious? Chen Xiao noted that this spirited girl was his classmate from Shijiang, tall and possessing an exotic sweetness. He scratched his head, recalling that in his previous life, due to his ongoing relationship with Sun Ying, he had consistently overlooked Li Wenli's advances. Their interactions had been minimal until their final year of university, when Li Wenli's wildness astonished everyone. Out of the 12 boys in their class, she had been with more than half, not including those from other classes. However, as they were only in their sophomore year, she had not yet unleashed this talent, merely clinging to Chen Xiao from time to time. Humph, then you must accompany me for a stroll tonight. I suppose it's settled then. If you don't come, I'll come find you at your dorm. After Li Wenli made her proclamation, she walked away contentedly. Chen Xiao returned to his dorm, secured his bag in the locker, and then had lunch and a nap. By afternoon, he attended his classes as usual, and just as night fell, Li Wenli's call came. Hello? Chen Xiao. I'm by the lake. Hurry over. Okay, I understand. After hanging up, Chen Xiao sauntered to the lakeside, where, illuminated by the hazy moonlight, he beheld Li Wenli standing gracefully in a flowing dress. Why do you insist on having me accompany you? Li Wenli rolled her eyes. Because you're handsome. Let us go? Without hesitation, she draped herself over his arm. Chen Xiao gestured, but we're not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. To which Li Wenli dismissively replied, so what? You don't have a girlfriend, and I don't have a boyfriend. Who is it hurting? What are you afraid of? Chen Xiao found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond to her boldness. By the way, I heard you've been getting close with a senior? He asked, slightly frowning. How do you know? Don't be nervous. A few days ago, I saw you both coming out of a hotel, one after the other. Chen Xiao slowed his pace. His relationship with Sun Ying was not to be disclosed, lest it attracted the attention of Xing Yanqing and jeopardized his efforts to gather useful information about him. Seeing him stop, Li Wenli tugged at him. Hey, why are you so tense? I'm not anyone significant in your life to control you. Chen Xiao tentatively inquired. When was that? I can't recall. Who were you with? Just myself. Don't worry, I haven't told anyone. I'll keep your secret. But tell me, is the reason you're not public about your relationship with that senior because you're not actually together? Chen Xiao sighed in relief. Yes, you're correct. Suddenly, Li Wenli turned to face him, and he almost bumped into her. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Li Wenli raised her chin, her eyes fixed on Chen Xiao. I want to maintain that kind of relationship with you. Wow, Chen Xiao exclaimed, utterly astonished. What? Am I not as pretty as that senior? She retorted, twirling in her dress. With her exquisite appearance and exotic charm, she was undoubtedly a beauty scoring above 92. True. You are beautiful, but you must understand that such a relationship has no future. Oh, you're so tedious. After graduation, will you go to Shijiang? Or will I stay here? Chen Xiao was taken aback. Her words were so straightforward that he felt there was no need for pretense. All right, but there are two conditions. I know. You haven't even said anything yet, and I already know. Li Wenli interjected. It's just about keeping our relationship a secret. And that one relationship is just that. Chen Xiao was surprised by her clarity. Li Wenli continued. Even if you don't say it, I will adhere to that. If our relationship is public, it won't be fun anymore. Fine, I underestimated you. So it's just for fun. Well then, now that we've settled everything, I'll take my leave. Hey, wait a moment. Li Wenli called out. What is it? Chen Xiao asked. Li Wenli glanced around and then jumped over to wrap her arms around his neck, whispering in his ear, it's only just begun. How can it be over? Chapter 12. The Hidden Retreat. Make sure there's no one around. Chen Xiao protested. Li Wenli pulled him along, saying, follow me to the lovers' rendezvous. The so-called rendezvous point was a small island at the center of a lake in front of the arts building, surrounded by water on three sides, with a floating bridge leading to it. The area was dark and densely forested. This place is pitch black. What if there are snakes? Let us leave. Li Wenli, having grown up in the western regions, was completely unbothered by snakes. Come on, just step inside. I can't see clearly. Don't step on anything. Shoo, keep quiet. It seems there are others here. Goodness, let us just go then. No, couples meet here. It's not like we can do that in public. Chen Xiao was utterly perplexed. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced anything like this. Can't we just chat in the library? The dense forest was humid and enchanting. Occasionally, a breeze would rustle the leaves, creating a soft whisper. All suppressed conversations were enveloped and silenced by the woods. From outside, The only sound was the gentle lapping of the lake's waves against the shore. In any romantic relationship, the initial stage is often the most tender and sweet. Even the simplest topics can lead to prolonged discussions. As the dormitory curfew approached, and once most had departed, Chen Xiao and Li Wenli cautiously emerged. With a quick peck on his cheek, Li Wenli said, "I had a wonderful time today, thank you." "You're welcome, I enjoyed it too." "Hee, I'll be going now. Let us arrange the next outing. Bye." As Chen Xiao walked alone under the dim streetlights, the tranquil campus at night was quite comforting. He exhaled a long plume of smoke, pondering. Currently, Li Wenli appeared innocent and charming. As for when she would transform into someone startlingly worldly, he could only take it one step at a time. Upon returning to his dorm, Xiao Ji was still engrossed in his game. "Hey, Xiao Ge, where have you been? What else could I be doing?" "Chasing girls." "Damn it." Xiao Ji cursed silently, regretting his inquisitive nature. He turned back to his game. Chen Xiao lit a cigarette, and Xiao Ji immediately turned back. "Hey, Xiao Ge, which girl?" Chen Xiao handed him a cigarette, suddenly recalling the abrupt change in Li Wenli in his previous life. Could it be connected to Ji Yu's rivalry? Seeing he remained silent, Xiao Ji cheerily accepted the cigarette and continued playing his game. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, meticulously recalling that Ji Yujing, this scoundrel, had a girlfriend from his hometown with whom he had been in a relationship for several years, ultimately leading to marriage. However, during this romance, he had dallied with numerous other women, including Li Wenli. In his previous life, after repeated rejections from him, Li Wenli unexpectedly became involved with Ji Yujing, who then publicly announced their relationship. Subsequently, in their third year of college, Ji Yujing's girlfriend came to accompany him for a month. The scandal of Li Wenli being the third party spread throughout the entire art college, leading to her utter disgrace. Was it the blow from this incident that drove Li Wenli to self-destruct? If he intervened early, perhaps she would not repeat her past mistakes. The cigarette burned down quickly. Having barely been smoked, Chen Xiao extinguished the butt in the ashtray, choosing to cease pondering over the matter. Whether events would unfold as in his previous life would soon be revealed this semester. If Li Wenli were to rekindle her relationship with Ji Yujing, then his fate with her would also come to an end. After exercising, Chen Xiao felt somewhat fatigued, took a hot shower, and went to bed early. On Saturday morning, Chen Xiao awoke at 7, jogged a few laps around the playground, and then returned to his dorm after a hearty breakfast. Ji Yujing and Lu Xian were still asleep when he left the dorm carrying a backpack containing an iPhone 4. Checking his phone messages, Chen Xiao followed Sun Ying's instructions and exited through the back gate of the school. Not far away, a taxi was parked by the roadside. After glancing at the license plate, he opened the back door and got in. Sun Ying was dressed in a black dress, adorned with a black lace sun hat and dark sunglasses, her fair face accentuated by luscious red lips. "You look stunning today," Chen Xiao sincerely admired. "Thank you." Sun Ying replied with a gentle smile. "Master, let us set off," she said. "Absolutely," he responded as the car started, gradually merging onto the highway. Moinju, situated in the heart of Jibaishan, was encircled by mountains, creating a landscape reminiscent of a treasure basin, with mountain spring water flowing through. It had been transformed into a resort, renowned for its picturesque environment and its swimming pool filled with spring water. The lakeside suite that Sun Ying booked cost over 500 a night in this era, a sum that most students could scarcely afford. Chen Xiao admired the surrounding lush mountains and tranquil waters. Sun Ying let out a sigh of relief, stretching out on the bed. She chose this place for its seclusion. Chen Xiao also relaxed, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window to appreciate the scenic view. He genuinely adored the serene landscape. In his previous life, he had been so busy and burdened until the age of 30 that he had no leisure to unwind. Compared to his past, this felt like a life akin to that of a deity. After stretching his muscles, Chen Xiao retrieved the unopened phone from his backpack. "Here, this is for you," he said. Sun Ying, still lying on the bed, blinked in surprise before sitting up to stare at the phone box. "An iPhone 4? For me?" "Yes, for you," he confirmed. Sun Ying examined the phone box and asked, "Where did you get so much money?" Chen Xiao smiled. "I bought it with your money." Sun Ying shot him a disbelieving glance, then set down the phone box and hugged his neck tightly. "Chen Xiao, you are so kind to me." "Not really. It's just a phone. You lent me 50,000 without a second thought. This is nothing compared to that," he replied. Sun Ying's eyes glistened as she playfully tapped his forehead. "At least you still have some conscience. However, you should use this phone. Xing Yanqing has already promised to buy me another tomorrow." Upon hearing Xing Yanqing's name, a surge of rage welled up within Chen Xiao. Chapter 13. An unexpected encounter at the hot springs. Chen Xiao remarked, "He got this for you. You should sell it." Sun Ying teased, "You're so mean. Your words make me feel uncomfortable," he retorted. Sun Ying chuckled, "Uncomfortable? Then let us. The hotel provided 3 meals a day, and while not lavish, some signature dishes were exquisitely prepared. Surrounded by beautiful scenery, delectable food, and charming company, Chen Xiao experienced for the first time what it meant to truly live. Previously, he had merely existed. This was the life he had been yearning for. In the afternoon, after they had dined and rested to restore their energy, the temperature of the pool became just right. Chen Xiao applied waterproof sunscreen all over Sun Ying's body, and they held hands as they stepped into the pool. Sun Ying clung to Chen Xiao, asking him to teach her how to swim. Unable to refuse, he began teaching her from scratch, but after over an hour of effort, she had not learned a thing. At that moment, Chen Xiao suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Memories rushed back, and within seconds, he recognized it was Xing Yanqing. He swiftly pulled Sun Ying into his embrace, shielding her with his back. What are you doing? Shoo, Xing Yanqing is over there, he whispered. Sun Ying peered through a gap to see Xing Yanqing laughing and frolicking with a strange woman. Let us go back to the room. They deliberately chose a discreet route to return. Once back, Chen Xiao glanced at the silent Sun Ying and asked, "Are you all right?" Sun Ying looked up and smiled. What could possibly be wrong? In the world of fame and fortune, it's all just a game. He can't have me and doesn't want to let go. He can only dangle here while playing there. Seeing her so open-minded, Chen Xiao refrained from saying more. Suddenly, Sun Ying grabbed Chen Xiao's arm. Chen Xiao noted that Sun Ying, with her alluring figure and somewhat innocent demeanor, coupled with her outfit's visual impact, was strikingly captivating. Xing Yanqing could never fathom that the goddess he yearned for, whom he could not possess, was so eager to please and humble herself before Chen Xiao. The next morning, an alarm clock roused them from sleep. Sun Ying stretched languidly. Oh, my back aches. How can I shop today? Chen Xiao chuckled. I'll go out to hail a cab and wait for you. After lingering for a moment, he opened the door and stepped outside the hotel, lighting a cigarette while searching for an available taxi. Coincidentally, Xing Yanqing emerged from the hotel, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, unlit. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, he turned and approached. Brother, could I borrow a light? Chen Xiao smiled as he handed over his lighter, subtly adding, You're quite fortunate. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Xing Yanqing was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly smiling. Yeah, she's all right. Thanks. He then left with the visibly displeased woman. Chen Xiao watched his retreating figure, muttering to himself. No need to thank me. I'll take good care of your girlfriend. At this point, Xing Yanqing had yet to achieve success and drove off in his Passat with the woman, likely in a hurry to meet Sun Ying. 20 minutes later, Sun Ying emerged, her face wrapped up tightly, walking with a slight unsteadiness. Chen Xiao reassured her. Xing Yanqing left early. You don't need to worry. Sun Ying exhaled in relief. That scoundrel. I'll make him pay for whatever lies he concocts today. Let us go. Upon arriving at the school, Chen Xiao firmly handed the iPhone 4 to Sun Ying before returning to his dorm, feeling refreshed. Meanwhile, Sun Ying had to navigate her so-called arena of fame and fortune. Initially, Chen Xiao struggled to understand her need to exhaust herself so. Yet later, he realized not everyone had the chance of rebirth to see life clearly. Back in the dorm, Chen Xiao discovered that Ji Yuzhing was absent, as was Lu Xian. He wandered through a few other dorms, dispersing the smokers he encountered, then returned to lie down and catch up on sleep. He awoke, almost in darkness, to the sound of Ji Yuzhing entering. Restored somewhat, Chen Xiao looked at the time and asked, Where have you been? Ji Yuzhing merely smiled, remaining silent, and unusually pulled out a pack of cigarettes he had purchased, tossing 2 to Chen Xiao. Upon seeing Ji Yuzhing's mischievous grin, Chen Xiao knew something was afoot. In a moment of contemplation, he calculated the time, realizing that it was roughly the same period as in his previous life. He took out his phone and sent a message to Li Wenli. Where are you? What have you been up to today? A swift reply followed. What's up? Are you checking on me? I've been in the studio all day catching up on assignments. I'm exhausted. Want to come find me? The studio is empty. Chen Xiao thought to himself. You're tired? I'm far more fatigued. If I go, I'd surely be worn out. He replied. Oh, I have plans tonight, so I want to come. Rest early. Li Wenli sent back an emoji, signaling the end of their conversation. Could it be that Li Wenli had altered her trajectory? Or perhaps Xiao Ji had found someone else? Chen Xiao decided to test the waters. You don't need to tell me. I already know. I saw you with that girl. Whoa. Xiao Gu, if you saw, please don't spill it, came the reply. What is the big deal? But that girl seems unfamiliar. Isn't she from our academy? Ji Yuzhing smirked. Heh, she is not from our department. She is from the vocal program. Chen Xiao felt relieved. It confirmed that it wasn't Li Wenli. Thus, her life path in this existence would likely be rewritten. Hey, keep it low-key. Don't let it out. He cautioned once more. Got it. I'm off to eat. Want to join? No. I've already eaten. Chen Xiao replied as Ji Yuzheng opened his laptop, preparing to embark on his endeavors. All right then, Chen Xiao thought. This guy, even if you brought him 100 meals, he wouldn't share a single spoonful with you. After having a meal, Chen Xiao took a moment to rest, feeling his energy return to its peak. Not wanting to endure the noise from Xiao Ji's speakers back in the dorm, he grabbed his swimsuit and headed to the swimming pool for a proper workout. The next day, Wu Ling returned after completing her project. Shen Jiansheng was eager to arrange a meal early in the morning, but he had to give up when he couldn't find Lu Xian. It wasn't until evening that the four of them finally gathered. Wu Ling wasted no time in questioning. Xiao Zi, while I was away, you didn't take Shen Jiansheng to flirt with any girls, did you? Chen Xiao replied. If anyone were to take him, it would be Lu Xian. I'm just a pure-hearted virgin. I lack such capabilities. Chapter 14. The safety red line. Wu Ling seemed satisfied, remarking that Lu Xian looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, and that she wouldn't be surprised if he decided to become a monk. Shen Jiansheng interjected, Ling Jia. Don't believe Xiao Zi. He has been getting bold. Even Tan Sheng has actively sought him out. Wu Ling's eyes widened. Really? The affair between Chen Xiao and Tan Sheng was well known in their class. In his previous life, he had been exceptionally smitten. Is that true? Don't listen to Shen Jiansheng's nonsense. He has been eyeing her friend for quite some time. Shen Jiansheng protested. Hey, don't shift the blame, Ling Jia. I didn't. Dinner was lively, with the exception of Lu Xian, who seemed somewhat lackluster. Chen Xiao thoroughly enjoyed his current life. Rebirth wasn't about experiencing dramatic upheavals, but rather about savoring each day and appreciating the finer details of life. Provoking a wealthy heir today and antagonizing an entrepreneur tomorrow would only create enemies everywhere. Wasn't that even more exhausting than before? He would be subjecting himself to unnecessary suffering. Living in chaos every day, what significance would there be in being reborn? At the dormitory door, Chen Xiao assisted the slightly inebriated Lu Xian back to their room. Come on, what is the big deal? Look at you. Lu Xian chuckled drunkenly. You wouldn't understand. Besides, I'm not that drunk. All right, you're impressive. Whatever you say, Chen Xiao replied. After finally settling him down, Chen Xiao took a refreshing shower before heading to bed. On a muggy night, he relied solely on a small fan for cooling. Though it wasn't as comfortable as an air-conditioned room, it reminded him of the times he cherished the most. Strangely, he found himself sleeping more soundly and sweetly than in an air-conditioned room. The next morning, everything continued as usual. Through a week of exercise, Chen Xiao gradually increased his physical intensity. Initially, he could only manage a lap, relying on walking for the rest. Eventually, he progressed to running 2, then 3 laps. Today, he completed 5 laps around the 400-meter track, stopping only when he was drenched in sweat. The track was filled with fit men and women, all engaged in their workouts. This was the most vibrant and youthful area of the entire campus. Surrounding the stands were spectators who neither ran nor exercised, their sole aim being to catch glimpses of the attractive, well-toned women who had dedicated themselves to fitness. Chen Xiao shook his head and did not linger. If he were seeking such a type of beauty, he would have better luck finding a personal trainer at a high-end gym. Those women often possessed even more exaggerated physiques. After breakfast, Chen Xiao took a refreshing shower, changed into clean clothes, and left the campus with his bag. There was no alternative, in pursuit of his financial ambitions. He had to skip class for the time being. He could always address that later. At 9 in the morning, before the stock market opened, he arrived at the designated FC to meet Su Tang, where they found a quiet corner and ordered a set meal. Chen Xiao logged into his stock account using Su Tang's laptop, and the glaring figure of a 1,000-point increase caused her pupils to dilate in shock. She thought to herself, he is truly extraordinary. What she didn't realize was that Chen Xiao had initiated his trades from a halt in stock prices, reaching a ceiling of 20 profit, all within a single trading day. Few in the entire financial market could achieve such feats, even with a stroke of luck. Chen Xiao expertly sold off all his stocks. With an initial investment of 90,000, he had made a profit of 18,000 in just one trading day. This was something he had never dared to dream of, yet it was now a reality. Su Tang watched Chen Xiao's swift actions, contemplating whether to intervene. But he was too quick. Before she could even form her thoughts, he had already executed the sell-off. This company announced significant good news over the weekend. It could have been held for a while longer, she thought. In the coming days, even if it doesn't reach its peak, it will likely continue to rise. Chen Xiao smiled. That is not interesting. Tomorrow, I'll transfer this 100,000 to your account, and we'll switch to a different stock. Su Tang was taken aback. Not interesting? In the stock market, countless individuals pray for their stocks to rise, and you find it uninteresting? Just grab any stock trader off the street, and tell them which stock is bound to rise in the coming days. Once confirmed, they would likely elevate you to a pedestal. What? Is there a problem? Chen Xiao asked, noticing her daze. Oh no, no problem, Su Tang stammered, flustered as she retrieved her bank card from her bag. The next morning, they returned to the same location. Chen Xiao transferred the money to her via online banking and then stood up, ready for Su Tang to take over. Mr. Chen, how should we proceed? Should we leverage it a few times? Chen Xiao glanced at his phone. May 31st, Yamagia had a maximum increase of 891. Find Yamagia for me, let us see. Following his instructions, Su Tang located Yamagia, whose current price was 799, and its recent performance had been lackluster. Mr. Chen, are you planning to buy Yamagia? I heard that the company's recent operations have not been too stable, and this month, a large number of suppliers are due for payment. If there is a cash flow risk, the stock price could plummet. She kindly shared the information she had gathered from the investment company. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, contemplating. However, he wasn't concerned about the company's risk. Instead, he pondered at what price it would be appropriate to sell. After all, applying leverage would mean that complete secrecy was impossible. The investment company would monitor the account to prevent the risk of liquidation. If he were to sell at the highest price every time, it would be far too unrealistic. This is it. 10 times leverage, let us buy in fully. Su Tang's eyes widened in astonishment. A tenfold leverage? And a full investment? She had never witnessed such a brazen maneuver. Typically, traders build their positions gradually, seeking opportunities amidst the daily market fluctuations to average their costs. Who would dare to go all in right from the start? This was not trading, it was gambling. In fact, it was a gamble with almost no chance of success. Yes, indeed, Chen Xiao confirmed. Mr. Chen, while the money is yours, I must caution you that the risks are exceedingly high. With just a 5% drop, the company would trigger a forced liquidation. And a 10% drop would mean total loss, 100,000 in capital, never to be recovered. Chen Xiao smiled. As they spoke, Yamaiju stock began to decline further, now reaching 808, with trading volume indicating a strong trend towards hitting the lower limit. Should it hit the limit down? Even if tomorrow opened with another limit down and subsequently surged to the upper limit, there would be at most a 10% downward space. You make a valid point. Su Tang sighed in relief, glad he could heed others' advice. Chen Xiao pondered for a moment and said, let's go with a 90 position, reserving a 10 safety margin. Su Tang, who was sipping her drink, choked and exclaimed, a 10 safety margin? How very safe. Chapter 15. How did he know? With such a meager margin, even a slight fluctuation could lead to forced liquidation or total loss. Where did he see safety? Gazing at the already limit down Yamaiju, Su Tang felt certain that Chen Xiao would face liquidation tomorrow. There wouldn't be a second or third day. No, I'm not, Chen Xiao. Seeing Yamaiju hit the limit down, recognized it was the optimal moment. He said sternly, immediately execute my order. I can bear this risk. Su Tang stared blankly at him for a long moment before reluctantly nodding. Fine, we'll proceed as you wish, though her tone was no longer as gentle as before. A flurry of operations ensued, and soon enough, the capital of 100,000 was leveraged tenfold, mobilizing 1 million funds with a 90 position, utilizing 900,000. Mr. Chen, I must again emphasize that should this stock incur a loss of 50,000, the company will initiate forced liquidation and a loss of 100,000 will result in total collapse. Chen Xiao nodded, I am fully aware. Seeing he understood completely, Su Tang ceased further discussion, closed her laptop, and stood up. Mr. Chen, the domestic stock market operates under T1 rules. You need not execute any operations today, correct? Indeed, Chen Xiao replied. Very well. I shall await you here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, goodbye. Farewell, Su Tang said, shouldering her laptop bag as she departed. Once in her car, she exhaled deeply, her cheeks resting in her palms, feeling somewhat disheartened. Had she misjudged him? Was everything merely an act? Chen Xiao's actions appeared indistinguishable from those of a novice in the stock market, perhaps even worse. Yet, how could a university student, with a capital of 100,000, achieve a limit up without luck? The two factors seemed utterly contradictory. Su Tang raked her fingers through her long hair, then revved her car and sped away. After completing his transactions, Chen Xiao leisurely consumed his barely touched meal, his mind racing with thoughts. If the market closed today at the limit down, the maximum gain tomorrow would be around 8 or 9 points. However, should the stock rise to the opening price before close, tomorrow could yield a profit of over 10 points. If the price surged from the current limit down to the upper limit, and tomorrow followed with another limit up, that could mean a profit of 20 to 30%. Damn, No wonder so many are willing to leverage. This is truly exhilarating. Chen Xiao mused. Of course, this was merely an ideal scenario. He wouldn't sell at the peak, but wouldn't be far off either. Savoring the various possibilities, Chen Xiao discarded the food. Ugh, this is really unpalatable. He then exited the restaurant. Unlike previous days, Chen Xiao frequently monitored the Yamaiju market, as this time he had taken a significant risk. In contrast to Chen Xiao's anticipation, Su Tang sat at her desk, hands cradling her chin, her eyes fixed intently on the limit down of Yamaiju. Alas, I thought I had encountered a hidden big shot. If Yamaiju faces any cash flow issues tomorrow, he will surely face liquidation. What a pity for that 100,000. It would take him a long time to accumulate again. Su Tang, what are you daydreaming about? Come on, let us have lunch together, her colleague, Gao Zhenbin, said with a smile. He was from the investment department, managing a fund, and had seen substantial gains in the stock market today, thus wearing an uncontainable smile. Su Tang remained motionless, responding weakly, I'm on a diet, I want to eat. Gao Zhenbin glanced at Su Tang's computer screen. You bought the stock? Su Tang was taken aback, suddenly remembering he was from the investment department, and stood up to inquire. Right? Do you think there is still hope? Gao Zhenbin shook his head with a sigh. Su Tang, I've told you several times, before you trade stocks, consult with me to avoid pitfalls. Are you implying that Yamaiju is a pitfall? Gao Zhenbin nodded, stating, reliable investigative reports indicate that their company has already exhausted its cash flow and is merely awaiting disaster. Otherwise, why would it open with a limit down? Stunned by this news, Su Tang felt a wave of dismay wash over her. If that were the case, it would be impossible to see any confidence radiating from that young man again. Is there truly no hope left? For a company like this, what hope could there be? If conditions worsen, there is a risk of delisting. Consecutive limit downs are unavoidable, Gao Zhenbin asserted. Nonetheless, don't worry. I'll recommend a few quality stocks to help you recover your losses. Now, come have lunch with me. Su Tang expressed no interest. You go ahead. I'm not hungry. Gao Zhenbin felt a bit awkward. As a senior fund manager, he was not used to being dismissed by a mere saleswoman like Su Tang. Were it not for her breathtaking beauty, he wouldn't have even given her the time of day. Fine, suit yourself. With that, Gao Zhenbin walked away, head held high. Several female colleagues waiting for opportunities immediately approached him. Manager Gao, shall we go for lunch? Join us. As noon approached, Su Tang sighed, preparing to shut down her computer and request an afternoon off to rest at home. However, a flickering number halted her motions. Yamaiju was moving. Su Tang's eyes widened as she intensely focused on the trend. 9:37. The number finally settled. Su Tang blinked, realizing the morning session had closed. Yet, Yamaiju had somehow pried open the sealed limit down. What could have caused this? A glimmer of hope ignited within her as she returned to her seat. Moments later, a group of people rushed in, with Gao Zhenbin leading the charge. Before even reaching the office, he began assigning tasks. Quick, gather all information regarding the group that invested in Yamaiju. I want to know their next steps. Mobilize funds when the market opens this afternoon. We must buy Yamaiju like mad. Gao Zhenbin rapidly instructed, then dashed back into the office. Su Tang stood there, mouth agape, her gaze following the flurry of activity. It took her a full 5 minutes to gather her thoughts, and she quickly turned her dormant computer back on, searching for any and all information about Yamaiju. Unfortunately, no public information was available online. However, judging by Gao Zhenbin's team's reaction, it seemed this company was on the verge of a breakthrough. Su Tang could hear her heart pounding loudly in her chest. The image of Chen Xiao's confident smile flashing vividly in her mind. As if mocking her short-sightedness, he wondered how he knew. Chapter 16. The first day of Limit Up. Chen Xiao paid no heed to the subtle changes at Yamaiju's morning market. After observing several times and noting that Yamaiju remained at its limit down, he lost interest. In the cafeteria, Chen Xiao, Lu Xian, Shen Jianqing, and Wu Ling gathered for lunch. Shen Jianqing remarked, Lu Xian, have you truly made up your mind? I believe you should exercise caution. This endeavor relies entirely on luck. And your luck has not been particularly favorable. Lu Xian retorted, get lost. I am a technical analyst. He continued, in truth, I possess a skill that you are unaware of. I can predict future economic trends based on news. Chen Xiao, observing Lu Xian's animated demeanor, felt a headache coming on. Shall I transfer the funds to you tomorrow? Sure, Lu Xian replied, launching into his analysis of stock trends. Take, for instance, Hetton Dairy. I sensed it would surge. And indeed, it did as anticipated. Chen Xiao, unable to endure any longer, declared, you all continue your discussion. I am going back to sleep. Hey, I haven't finished my analysis. Lu Xian protested. You and Shun Jiansheng can continue discussing it. Shun Jiansheng also rose, saying, figure it out yourself, little leak. I am heading back to rest. Lu Xin turned his gaze to Wu Ling. What? Are you suggesting we continue this conversation in the girls' dormitory? Lu Xin sighed, forget it. You wouldn't understand. Chen Xiao purchased a pack of cigarettes for 7 yuan at the cafeteria entrance and returned to his dormitory, promptly locking the door behind him. Here. Take it and smoke, he said to Ji Yuzheng. Ji Yuzheng was taken aback. The whole pack? Is this for me? Yes, just wear your headphones and play games. Pull the curtains shut. When Lu Xin returns, don't let him in. I want to sleep. At that moment, Lu Xin, brimming with the desire to express his thoughts, would likely ramble on to Ji Yuzheng for the entire afternoon. Thus, Chen Xiao resolutely decided to deny him entry. All right then, shall I warm your bed for you? Master Xiao? Chen Xiao retorted, get lost. Despite the fact that most of the class held Ji Yuzheng in disdain, Chen Xiao did not share their sentiments. In fact, he found his interactions with Ji Yuzheng to be more agreeable than with most others. Their relationship was straightforward. As long as one satisfied the other's desires, cooperation ensued. Before long, Lu Xin returned. Damn, who locked the door? Open up. Ji Yuzheng chuckled. Xiao Ge locked it. You can't get in. Damn you, Xiao Zi, open the door. Chen Xiao donned his noise-canceling headphones and turned over, smiling as he drifted into slumber. While he slept soundly, the financial world was bubbling with excitement. Such a substantial financing case had left those who, through financing and stock index manipulation, were indirectly shorting the market in despair. At Changhong Investment Company, all fund managers were deeply engrossed in analyzing data. Su Tang gleaned from their snippets of conversation that a significant capital shift had occurred at Yamaiju. However, during the midday recess, this could not yet be reflected in the stock market. They could only wait for the afternoon session to commence at 1 o'clock. In the agonizing wait, time seemed to stretch infinitely. As the hour approached, Su Tang found herself counting down the seconds. When the market opened, Yamaiju stock soared dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it rebounded from a 9% drop to a mere 2% decline, nearing its opening price. As Su Tang pondered whether to invest her own funds, she witnessed yet another surge. Yamaiju had turned its losses into profits. She hurriedly transferred her funds to her account, only to find that Yamaiju had already reached its limit up. The volume of buy orders was immense, and unless a significant event occurred, it was unlikely to fall back. Su Tang paused, overwhelmed by the rapid developments. She quickly retrieved her phone to call Chen Xiao. Sorry, the number you dialed is unavailable. Su Tang exclaimed, what a godlike man. Chen Xiao slumbered until after 2 o'clock, roused only when Lu Xin banged on the door. Open up, you jerk. I need to grab my books for class. Chen Xiao got out of bed. All right, I'm coming with you. Get lost. I'm tired of you. Chen Xiao chuckled, handed Lu Xin a cigarette, and they set off to class together. Suddenly, Ji Yuzheng leaned out the window and called down, Xiao Ge, help me with attendance. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively, signaling he had heard. On their way to class, Li Wenli appeared from the side. Hey, Lu Xin, you're off to class too? She deliberately ignored Chen Xiao, both to conceal their relationship and to punish him for not contacting her in days. Isn't this the class flower? Lu Xin remarked sweetly. Li Wenli smiled brightly. Chen Xiao, you should come to class in person, you know? Chen Xiao coughed. I had something to deal with a few days ago. Li Wenli pouted, clearly skeptical, but she did not walk away. The three of them settled into their seats in the classroom. The public course was attended by several different majors, with students from the Arts Academy's sculpture, painting, instrumental, and vocal programs, all in one large class. Tan Sheng, who habitually sat in the front row, casually glanced at the back. Upon spotting Chen Xiao and Li Wenli, her expression momentarily faltered before she quickly turned away. Li Wenli's leg fidgeted beneath the table. Chen Xiao frowned. We're in class. Don't be disruptive. Li Wenli, undeterred, leaned closer with a conspiratorial look. Hey, I heard you like that girl. Chen Xiao pretended not to hear. Li Wenli continued. What else with the shyness? If you like her, I can help you pursue her. Chen Xiao remained silent, pulling out his phone only to find he had forgotten to turn it on. After powering it up, he discovered numerous missed calls and texts, all from Su Tang. He opened one message. Mr. Chun, Yamaiju has surged. Mr. Chun, your phone was off. Yamaiju has skyrocketed. Please return my call. Mr. Chun, Yamaiju is soaring. No, it has hit the limit up. Chen Xiao was taken aback, ignoring Li Wenli's playful antics beside him. He swiftly checked the stock information for Yamaiju and confirmed that it had indeed reached its limit up. He noted that the stock had risen by as much as 891 on May 31st. Today was May 30th, and he had no inkling of the market's trajectory. To witness such a turnaround from limit down to limit up was truly unexpected. Chen Xiao observed the numerous buy orders on the limit board, and, while uncertain about the cause, he was confident that the pre-opening auction would be intense, ensuring a robust opening price. It seemed that a gain of over 20 percentage points was assured, perhaps even more. A smile crept across Chen Xiao's face. He was finally on the fast track to success. While a steady approach would eventually yield results, achieving it sooner was undoubtedly preferable. Li Wenli, resting her chin on her hand, gazed at Chen Xiao's profile and murmured, "Wow, Chen Xiao, you look so handsome when you smile." Chen Xiao suppressed his smile, glancing around before frowning and whispering, "Stop daydreaming." Li Wenli continued to stare at him, nodding vigorously. "Yes, even your frown is charming." Chapter 17. Is there fun with me? Chen Xiao, what were you smiling at on your phone just now? Is your phone more entertaining than I am? Indeed, it is more amusing. Che. Li Wenli shot him a glare, then sat up and sent a message to Chen Xiao. Are we going out tonight? I'll show you that I'm much more fun than your phone. Chen Xiao thought, what audacious words. Just as he contemplated his response, his phone rang again. It was Su Tang calling. He dismissed the call and sent a text back. In class, can't talk right now. On the other end, Su Tang stared blankly at the message. Earning 180,000 in a single day. One cannot help but marvel at such prowess. Truly, a master among men. This unwavering composure is something beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. While Chen Xiao felt a surge of joy, he preferred the quiet elation of celebrating his success internally. For instance, Li Wenli, who was nestled against his thigh, remained blissfully unaware that the male classmate beside her had just made a substantial profit. To a sophomore, 180,000 in cash is a figure that seems almost unattainable. Observing the fidgety Li Wenli, Chen Xiao slightly turned his head and inquired, "What do you like?" Huh? Li Wenli appeared confused by his question. I mean, what are your preferences? Phones, bags, cosmetics? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Are you planning to gift me something? Chen Xiao nodded. Yes, I'm feeling generous today, so I will treat you. Li Wenli eyed him skeptically. As a classmate for over a year, she was well aware of his circumstances. Is this for real? Absolutely. Having never contemplated such matters before, she struggled to come up with an answer. Chen Xiao found her innocence amusing. Youth often carries such simplicity. Had she been more seasoned by life, she would likely have rattled off a list of luxury brands without hesitation. Never mind. Let us not go out today. Perhaps we can explore the city tomorrow evening. Li Wenli sensed a shift in Chen Xiao's demeanor, feeling somewhat anxious. After the first class concluded, the stock market closed, and Yamai Ju was firmly locked at its peak. Upon finishing all afternoon classes, Chen Xiao called out to Lu Xian, "Hey, son, I'm treating tonight. Let us go." Lu Xian shot him a glare. "If you don't bankrupt yourself today, I'm not taking your last name." Ha ha ha. All right, Shen Jiansheng, Ling Jia. Let us go together tonight. Shen Jiansheng and the others were taken aback. Given Chen Xiao's financial situation, he could afford to treat once per semester. But today's enthusiasm seemed unusual. Let us go. I need to change my clothes first. Ji Yuzheng eagerly volunteered to join. Chen Xiao paid no mind to his enthusiasm. Other lively classmates also requested to join the gathering, and Chen Xiao welcomed them all. Let us go. Everyone, let us make it lively. This sudden turn of events began to worry Lu Xian, Shen Jiansheng, and Wu Ling. On their way back, once they were out of earshot of outsiders, Lu Xian exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? How much do you think this feast will cost?" Shen Jiansheng reassured him, "It's fine, the guys can chip in. It's been a while since we've had a gathering." Wu Ling nodded. "Right, I just received my project funds. I can contribute more." Chen Xiao smiled silently. In his past life, he had never cherished or maintained friendships. In this life, those who treat him with sincerity will undoubtedly thrive. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Tang's call came through again. Chen Xiao lit a cigarette and stepped outside to answer. "Hello? Mr. Chen, the stock market has closed," Su Tang exclaimed excitedly. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. "You didn't call just to inform me about the market's closure, did you?" Mr. Chen. Your tenfold leverage trade has surged by 20. Chen Xiao sighed. "I am aware of that." Su Tang felt slightly dazed. "No, I meant to say, please forgive my earlier abruptness. Earlier matters? I've forgotten. Let us meet at the usual place tomorrow at 9. All right, goodbye." Chen Xiao hung up, shaking his head. What a strange conversation. "Let us go, boys. Time to have some fun." Chen Xiao shouted from the corridor, prompting a flurry of students from various dorms to join him, cursing and laughing as they gathered. With half a pack of cigarettes worth 15 yuan tucked in his pocket, he realized that this was quite a luxury among students in this era. The group quickly finished a pack in the dormitory, leaving Chen Xiao feeling that the remaining packs would not suffice for their gathering. He planned to buy a few more packs downstairs later. Is everyone here? Xiao Ji is still getting ready. Come on, hurry up. Look at those few strands of hair. It looks like a calf has licked it. Ji Yujing hastened his preparations, applying face cream and perfume before grabbing his keys and rushing out of the dorm. Quit whining. How much longer can it take? As a group of boys hurried downstairs, laughter and banter filled the air. Chen Xiao walked in the middle, feeling particularly elated. He thought he would never again experience such carefree youthfulness. Suddenly, he felt that this was the most precious aspect of his rebirth. Compared to the boys, the girls took their time. Chen Xiao and the others decided to secure a table and wait for them. Although the girls had yet to arrive, they had already ordered dishes through their group chat. By the time the food started arriving, the girls gradually made their way over. Li Wenli, seizing the opportunity, approached Chen Xiao with a glass in hand. Playfully batting her eyelashes, "Chen Xiao, let us have a drink together." Chen Xiao chuckled and clinked his glass with hers. As their glasses met, Li Wenli gently traced his hand with her finger, gazing at him with affection before downing her drink in one go. Chen Xiao followed suit, remarking, "You have quite a capacity for alcohol, beautiful." Li Wenli rolled her eyes playfully and returned to her seat. Just then, Shen Jianqing came over, draping an arm around Chen Xiao's shoulder, saying, "Let us step out for a moment." Lu Xian stood up. "I'm going to." Wu Ling pondered for a moment. "Can I join?" Chen Xiao replied, "You stay here." The three of them lit cigarettes and sauntered to a distant corner to relieve themselves. Afterwards, Shen Jianqing handed Chen Xiao 300 yuan. "Take this. It's for me and Ling Jia." Lu Xian added, pulling out 100 yuan. "This is for Dad." In this era, a meal was not as exorbitantly priced as in the future. Beer cost merely 2 yuan a bottle, and a meal would run about 400 to 500 yuan, with the three of them covering most of the costs. Chen Xiao returned the money, stating, "I said I'm treating today. Are you planning to survive on air next month? Just take it," Shen Jianqing insisted. "Are you growing up now and no longer needing your father's money? Is that what we're saying?" Lu Xian chimed in. Chen Xiao kicked him lightly. "Get lost. I genuinely want to treat you all because I've had some recent gains and thought it would be nice to celebrate together." Lu Xian paused. "Wait. You actually?" Chen Xiao nodded. "Yes." Lu Xian took back the money, patting Shen Jianqing's shoulder. "This guy has struck it rich. He's rolling in it now." Shen Jianqing looked bewildered. "What is going on?" Chen Xiao held the two of them as they walked back, essentially indicating that they were wealthy and could act without hesitation. The two remarked, "In the second half, we walked a third of the way, drank ourselves to the ground for another third, and a large crowd remained, with only a few still pushing on." Shen Jianqing returned and whispered something in Ling Jia's ear, causing Wu Ling to pause and glance at Chen Xiao, nodding as she accepted the 300 yuan from Shen Jianqing. "What is this?" "My money. Do you have a problem with it?" Wu Ling inquired. No. It's perfect for you. I tend to lose money easily," he replied. As most of the crowd succumbed to their revelries, Ji Yujing surprisingly perked up. He lifted a beer bottle, pointing at the classmate who had previously urged him the most, declaring, "Come on, let us drink." Lu Xian, who had returned in silence, witnessed Ji Yujing's bravado and immediately opened a beer to clink with him. "Let us drink," he said, before downing the bottle in one go. Ji Yujing was left bewildered. I'm just a little Ji, feeling awkward." "Ijia, you have a performance tomorrow, right? Shall I walk you back?" "SHT. Why are you running?" Lu Xian cursed. Most of the time, Chen Xiao observed the chaos around him like a director reliving nostalgic old films, reflecting on the countless scenes he had once captured, filled with warmth and profound sentiment. Noticing Lu Xian's demeanor, Chen Xiao sensed that he was likely coming to a real decision. He poured a cup and extended it, saying, "Come on, let us drink." Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, then picked up his cup and the two shared a drink. "Have you decided?" Chen Xiao asked. "Yes, I have." Chen Xiao offered him a cigarette, lighting it up. "Just go for it. Why act like a timid woman?" "SHT. You are the one acting like a woman. Just wait until I make a fortune and find you 8 girls to enjoy with." Li Wenli glared at him. "Come on, Lu Xian, let us finish a bottle." Lu Xian responded, and Chen Xiao remained speechless, allowing them their fun. Li Wenli pouted, finally placing the bottle down. Chen Xiao, patting Lu Xian's shoulder, said earnestly, "Regardless, this 5,000 yuan cannot be exceeded, understand?" Lu Xian nodded but then swatted Chen Xiao's hand away. "Are you teaching me how to do things? Get lost." Seeing Lu Xian shake off his emotions, Chen Xiao chose not to dwell on it. "Shen Jianqing, that beast just said you can't hold your liquor." Shen Jianqing cursed back, "Come on, I'll teach you how to be a person." After over 5 hours of drinking, Chen Xiao assessed the situation and stood to settle the bill, which amounted to less than 500 yuan, not including cigarettes. Observing that the smokes were not theirs, the group transformed into chimneys, hardly pausing for 5 hours, especially Ji Yujing, who even pocketed half a pack on departure. At Chen Xiao's suggestion, the group helped each other up, swaying toward the school. Li Wenli took the opportunity to approach. Chen Xiao, are you drunk? Let me help you. Lu Xian pushed her away, slurring, get lost. I'm discussing big plans. Li Wenli's anger flared. Lu Xian, muddled from drink, was oblivious to her expression, leaning on Chen Xiao's arm while rambling about his speculative strategies. Chen Xiao shrugged helplessly as Li Wenli gritted her teeth in frustration. This incident ultimately led Lu Xian to fail an elective course, making him realize that women, especially beautiful ones, were not to be trifled with. The next day, Chen Xiao exercised as usual, ignoring a girl who ran a few laps behind him, heading straight to the cafeteria. It was not that he had taken to vegetarianism. Rather, his physique did not match his aspirations. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was surprised to find Lu Xian awake early, researching the national macroeconomic situation on his computer. Aren't you going to class? Chen Xiao asked. It's an elective. Shen Jianxing helped me mark attendance, Lu Xian replied. All right then. Chen Xiao arranged for someone else to mark his attendance and left the dormitory with his bag. When he arrived at KFC, he found Su Tang already there, waiting awkwardly in the corner. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, wondering what was going on. As he approached, Su Tang brightened with a sweet smile. Mr. Chen, you've arrived. Chen Xiao felt a bit uncomfortable. What is this about? I apologize for doubting you yesterday, Mr. Chen. Oh, so that's it. No worries. Let us proceed with today's operations, he responded. All right, please, Su Tang said, leading him to a seat with a computer. After sitting down, Chen Xiao turned to see Su Tang still standing behind him. Why don't you sit? I'm not used to you standing, he insisted. Oh, she replied, finally taking a seat across from him, silently focusing on the pre-opening bidding phase, which directly influenced future market trends. Soon, the bidding began, with a flurry of buy orders coming in, and Chen Xiao felt relieved. We're stable now. As anticipated, the stocks surged by 5% at the opening, quickly climbing higher. Chen Xiao nodded with a smile and stood up, stating, now set the sell order at an 85% increase. Su Tang's radiant smile faltered. Mr. Chen, the situation for Yameju is quite favorable. Chen Xiao nodded. I understand. Prepare to sell. Su Tang hesitated for a moment before confirming. All right, selling at 85% increase. Order placed. Almost immediately, the sell order was executed. Chen Xiao exhaled. Good, it's done. Shortly after selling, the stock began to lose momentum and entered a sideways trend. Su Tang was somewhat bewildered, as everything seemed to be under Chen Xiao's control. He navigated the volatile stock market with the ease of a seasoned veteran. Withdraw all funds. Release the collateral and transfer it to my account, Chen Xiao instructed. Su Tang was taken aback. You're not playing anymore? I'm switching strategies, he replied. Su Tang, bewildered, complied with his request, withdrawing all the funds. His principal was 900,000, and within 2 days, he had gained 285%, yielding a profit of 256,500. In just 2 days, that amounted to 250,000. Su Tang felt as if she were in a dream. Such people truly exist, with a total of 35,600,000, including Chen Xiao's principal of 100,000, after accounting for short financing, transaction fees, and stamp duty. He had a net amount of 3,560,000 left. After the funds arrived, Chen Xiao glanced at them before shutting off his phone. Let us go? Huh, where to? Chen Xiao looked at her phone and said, follow me. Su Tang trailed behind him, hands in pockets. As they walked to the store where he had bought his phone, the saleswoman recognized him immediately, noting his unchanged attire. Sir, how may I assist you? Chen Xiao raised a hand. I'm not looking for you. That lady over there, could you come here? The saleswoman who had sold him the phone hurried over. Hello. How may I serve you? Chen Xiao turned to Su Tang, saying, you've worked hard these past few days. Choose a fruit as a gift from me. Su Tang gasped. Isn't that too extravagant? Chen Xiao insisted. If you refuse, then you truly don't consider me a friend. Without your account, could I have earned all this? Choose one. Consider it our team bonus. His tone left no room for dispute. Su Tang, eyeing the phones on display, could hardly say she disliked them. Although she often discussed funds in the millions, she was acutely aware of her modest salary. After rent, car loans, and other expenses, it would take her months to save for such a phone. Of course, she could ask her family for help, but as a working adult, she didn't want to burden them. Yet, it felt awkward to accept a gift from Chen Xiao. Just as she was caught in her thoughts, Chen Xiao remarked, this model, one in black and one in white. As soon as the older sister heard that 2 phones were to be purchased, her face blossomed with joy. Conversely, the elation she felt was matched only by Li Menyue's profound regret. This significant client was supposed to be hers, but now it was too late for remorse. All she could do was stand by, looking pitifully at Chen Xiao. Yet, Chen Xiao remained oblivious to her gaze after acquiring the phones. He forcefully handed one to Su Tang, settled the payment, and turned to leave. Such is the nature of reality. The same product can yield different outcomes based on the service provided. While Li Mingyue, with her pride, couldn't humble herself, others were more than willing to. With the phones being identical, Chen Xiao naturally opted for the salesperson who offered superior service. Sir, take care. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. My business card is in the bag, he waved, exiting, and casually tossed the bag along with the phone box into the trash, as if discarding the useless wrapper of an ice cream bar. Su Tang was once again astonished by his nonchalance, even discarding the warranty certificate. Thank you, Mr. Chen, she stammered. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. You're not taking it for free. I need a favor. Oh sure, what is it? Please help me open a financing account at the securities company. This so-called financing account allows for leverage. Using Su Tang's company account wouldn't be prudent. If discovered, it could lead to awkward explanations. Once could be attributed to luck, but more than twice could raise suspicion. The securities company, however, while also under scrutiny, would have no recourse as long as regulations were followed. All right, Su Tang replied. Is 200,000 enough? Chen Xiao nodded. Yes, that's sufficient. He transferred the amount to her. Thank you for your help. No need for thanks. Should I drive you back to school? Not necessary. Just set up the account. If time permits today, I can still make the trades. Upon hearing this, Su Tang immediately reached for her keys. Then I'll go now. Good. She started her car and waved goodbye as she sped off. Chen Xiao watched the departing vehicle, thinking how convenient it was to have someone running errands for him. All he had to do was speak, and everything would be arranged. Perhaps soon it would be time to assemble a team. Chen Xiao couldn't manage everything personally. His time was best spent on earning and enjoying life, while all other mundane tasks could be delegated. After some contemplation, he pulled out his phone and called Sun Ying. Hello? Little white-eyed wolf, missing me? Could you possibly use a different term? Oh, dear, have you been thinking of me? Not at all. Then why did you call me? Chen Xiao was at a loss for words. To settle the debt. You haven't forgotten about the 50,000 you owe me, have you? Oh, that matter. You really don't need the money? Sun Ying inquired. Not at all. Didn't we agree you'd repay me on Monday? It's already Tuesday. Why push it to Tuesday if we agreed on Monday? Because you needed the money. Come on, don't be so polite with your elder sister. Just take the money for now. I have things to attend to. Bye. Beep, beep, beep. What kind of logic is that? Chen Xiao mused, bemused by her unconventional reasoning. Fine, I'll just hold on to it for now. He then called Li Wenli, having promised her a shopping trip the day before. Hello? Hello? Chen Xiao. Did you miss me? Li Wenli said, deliberately sweetening her tone. Speak properly. Oh, what are you up to? I just finished tidying up after Lu Xin. What do you mean by tidying up? He didn't show up for class, and when the elective teacher called roll, I mentioned he was absent. Chen Xiao nearly burst out laughing. It was a harsh world indeed. Come to Jiaying Shimao. I'll be waiting for you. Oh, then I'll come. Chen Xiao checked the time. It was 10:30 in the morning. Without hesitation, he entered a nearby massage parlor, declining the elaborate packages, and opted for an hour with an attractive female therapist. After slipping her an extra 100 as a bribe, the therapist promptly ceased her upselling and began her work earnestly. As it turned out, Chen Xiao's choice was wise. It was a full hour before Li Wenli arrived, looking bewildered as she watched Chen Xiao emerge from the massage parlor. Looking thoroughly relaxed. Did you just go for a massage? Chen Xiao glanced back. What else would I do? Exercise? Li Wenli was utterly befuddled. Chen Xiao chuckled, noting her floral dress, which exuded a rustic charm. Let us go. There's nothing to gawk at here. Li Wenli, realizing nothing untoward would happen, allowed Chen Xiao to lead her into the shopping mall. Are you really going to buy me something? Of course. Otherwise, why would I wait here for you for an hour? Li Wenli pouted. You clearly enjoyed that hour. That was solely to wait for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered. Fine. Chen Xiao once again experienced the dread of accompanying a woman shopping. Have you found anything you like yet? Li Wenli, eager, pulled Chen Xiao toward a gift shop. Let us go to the gift shop in front. Chen Xiao was speechless. The most expensive items there couldn't even reach 1,000. Forget the gift shop. Come with me. He then led her to an upscale cosmetics store. Pick out a skincare set for me. Li Wenli clung tightly to Chen Xiao's arm and whispered, this place feels really expensive. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and called over a saleswoman. Excuse me, could you help me find a suitable skincare set for her? Certainly, sir. The saleswoman, upon hearing this, enthusiastically began to introduce various products to Li Wenli. After several minutes, Li Wenli emerged, dazed, carrying over 1,000 yuan worth of cosmetics. In this day and age, such an amount was considered a luxury, equivalent to her living expenses. Chen Xiao then ventured into a sports brand store, picking out 2 sets of attire, including shoes, for both himself and Li Wenli. Only then did he feel satisfied with their shopping experience. Prices are truly reasonable these days, Chen Xiao remarked. We spent so much and only shelled out 5,000. In my previous life, a pair of co-branded sneakers would cost that much. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled confidently in his new athletic wear while Li Wenli trailed behind, burdened with bags and a look of resentment. Chen Xiao's spending habits were quite shocking to her. For someone who typically lived on 1,000 yuan a month, it was mind-boggling to see him spend over 5,000 so effortlessly in just over an hour. What did this mean? Surely, he hadn't spent his tuition fees? Yet, his easy demeanor while paying suggested otherwise. Spending $50 with me feels no different than spending 5, Chen Xiao thought, showing no inclination to carry bags, regardless of who was with him. In his past life, he had borne the burden for 10 years, only to be met with betrayal. He would not repeat that mistake in this life. Let us hurry. We have more places to go. Chen Xiao spoke as if his money would expire if not spent quickly. Chen Xiao, I'm hungry. Let us eat first. Glancing at the time, he realized it was indeed appropriate. There's a private kitchen nearby. Let us head there. Li Wenli, somewhat numbed by the day's events, steeled herself as she followed Chen Xiao into the seemingly upscale restaurant. Let us put these bags away first. Of course, sir. Right this way. The enthusiastic server took the bags from Li Wenli and led them to a private room, which was remarkably secluded and soundproof. Seizing the opportunity while the server was away, Li Wenli whispered, Is it safe to leave so many things out here? Just enjoy your meal, Chen Xiao replied. Okay. Li Wenli has become markedly more reserved than in the school environment, adhering to decorum in such an intimate setting. Chen Xiao felt a flicker of amusement in his heart, pondering how long this newfound propriety would last. Once accustomed to such venues, it was likely she would revert to her more carefree self. The two ordered 3 small dishes, a pitcher of juice, and 2 bowls of rice. Chen Xiao was not one to squander resources. While he appreciated the value of fine things, he abhorred waste. Li Wenli was still taken aback by the exorbitant price of a simple stir-fried vegetable dish, which in school would cost no more than 6 yuan. Will we be heading back tonight? Chen Xiao inquired. Under normal circumstances, Li Wenli might have taken the lead in the conversation, but the current context made her feel bashful. Anything is fine, I'll follow your lead, she replied. Chen Xiao nodded, suggesting they stay at a nearby 5-star hotel. Oh, that sounds good. Huh, a 5-star hotel? Chen Xiao observed the adorably naive expression on Li Wenli's face, realizing such innocence would soon fade with maturity. Yes, they have computers. I have some work to attend to this afternoon. After their meal, they arrived at the hotel, where Chen Xiao had specifically booked a room equipped with a computer. As Li Wenli entered the lavishly decorated room, she was astonished to discover that the cost of one night's stay exceeded her monthly living expenses. Once inside the room, Li Wenli set her belongings down and began to survey the opulent decor. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao made a phone call to Su Tang. Hello? Is everything ready? Yes, Mr. Chen. Everything is in order. When would you like me to deliver it? Please bring it over now, to room 803 of Junyi International Hotel. Understood, I'll be there shortly. Is someone coming? Li Wenli asked. Yes, don't worry, it's not anyone from school. Li Wenli, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further inquiries. The demeanor Chen Xiao exhibited today was a far cry from his school persona, hinting at numerous secrets she had yet to uncover about him. Before long, the doorbell rang. Go answer the door, Chen Xiao instructed. Okay, Li Wenli replied obediently. Upon opening the door, she was momentarily stunned to see an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Su Tang instinctively took a step back, momentarily believing she had approached the wrong room, but confirmed it was indeed Junyi International 803. Is Mr. Chen in? Li Wenli stammered. Yes, Chen Xiao is here, stepping aside to let her in. Su Tang, glancing at Chen Xiao seated before the computer, nodded in acknowledgement and quickly entered the room. Mr. Chen, your documents are here. Great, thank you. Could you please help me bind the account? Of course. After a few moments of technical adjustments, Chen Xiao now possessed his own financing account. The hidden information for today read, June 1st, Qingtian Steel's highest increase was 687. Upon reviewing the stock, Chen Xiao noted a rather lackluster performance for the day. Such a minimal increase? He mused, but dismissed it as unimportant. For the moment, Chen Xiao decided to hold off on using Sun Ying's funds, having already spent 10,000 on 2 mobile phones, with 6,000 of that being his own expenditure alongside Li Wenli's. Additionally, he still had a few thousand in liquid assets. He consolidated a total of 340,000, including the 200,000 from the financing account, and leveraged 300,000 0.000 at a tenfold margin to invest entirely in Qingtian steel. The remainder would serve as a margin to safeguard against any downturn that might trigger a margin call. With this transaction, Chen Xiao directly acquired stocks worth 3 million in Qingtian steel. By the following day, even a modest gain of just over 6 points could yield a profit exceeding 180,000. Chapter 21. Health consultant Su Tang, who had been observing Chen Xiao's trading process, was utterly astonished. His approach was audacious, yet it indirectly conveyed his immense confidence. Once finished, Chen Xiao, with a smile, said, "Su Tang, I trust you will keep all of this confidential." "Oh, Mr. Chen, rest assured. I will never mention this to anyone." Chen Xiao nodded in appreciation, saying, "Thank you. I hope we can collaborate in the future." Su Tang's expression reflected surprise. Was this an invitation? "All right, I'll take my leave if there is nothing else." Chen Xiao affirmed with a nod. Su Tang gave a slight bow and exchanged pleasantries with Li Wenli before departing swiftly. Throughout the encounter, neither Su Tang nor Li Wenli inquired about the other's identity. Nor did Chen Xiao feel the need to explain. After Su Tang left, Chen Xiao casually browsed through information about the company, discovering positive news online, which seemed to be steadily boosting the stock price. If it rises today, combined with tomorrow's gains, I should profit even more. With that thought, he shut the laptop. Deeming it unnecessary to dwell further on the matter, Li Wenli sat on the bed, lost in her thoughts. Chen Xiao chuckled. "What's the matter? You seem like a different person." Li Wenli shot him a playful glare. "You're the one who is transformed." "Haha, no matter how I change, I'm still me." Chen Xiao replied. Li Wenli, looking down, murmured, "Chen Xiao, today feels like a dream. Are you a hidden rich heir?" "Well, to be precise, I'm a first-generation wealthy individual." "A first-generation wealthy individual?" Li Wenli did not press further. Despite her beauty, which was well regarded in their school, she felt a twinge of inferiority in front of Chen Xiao. The woman who had just visited, clearly more attractive and mature, had treated him with utmost respect. Chen Xiao sat beside her, offering reassurance. "Don't be nervous." Li Wenli bit her lip and wrapped her arms around Chen Xiao's neck. After a moment, they felt the warmth radiating between them, enveloped by a tender atmosphere. "Wait, let us close the curtains," Chen Xiao muttered in frustration, lamenting the lack of voice-activated curtains. After a while, the story officially began. "Don't get my clothes dirty." "No worries, there's room service for laundry." "No, don't tear them. Just buy new ones." As evening approached, feeling the smoothness of their skin, Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes. "Shall we go eat? Maybe explore a bit?" Li Wenli lazily waved her arm. "I'm so tired. I can't get up." "I'm not going." "Then rest. I'll hit the gym," Chen Xiao replied. Li Wenli grunted in acknowledgement and turned back to sleep. The gym in the five-star hotel, while not as specialized as high-end fitness centers, was undeniably luxurious. The main draw was the abundance of beautiful personal trainers, perhaps even more than those at professional gyms. Chen Xiao wondered if guests at five-star hotels genuinely required professional fitness guidance or health advice. Regardless, in this fitness atmosphere, few of the men present were genuinely there to work out. After lifting weights for a few minutes, 3 personal trainers approached him, inquiring if he needed assistance, all of which he politely declined, citing a lack of interest at the moment. After a few sets, feeling the strain in his arms and chest, he decided to rise. Just then, 2 mountains obstructed his view. A melodious voice chimed in, "Your arm span is too wide. This lift will strain your pectorals." The newcomer adjusted his arms to a more suitable position. Chen Xiao attempted a few lifts and found the weight distribution across his chest, arms, and wrists had become more balanced. "Haha, I can't afford personal trainer fees," he chuckled, sitting up from the bench. Observing the improper form and providing guidance should not incur a fee. Wasn't he that a bit excessive? Only then did he take a good look at her. She stood around 170 centimeters tall, clad in form-fitting exercise leggings and a cropped athletic top. An astonishingly perfect figure, unmistakably the hallmark of a professional, especially her posterior, which has clearly received focused training. In his previous life, Chen Xiao had watched numerous short videos, noting that men primarily work on their upper bodies to appear formidable, while women concentrate on their backsides, pursuing various shapes, such as the coveted peach. Regardless, Chen Xiao found himself somewhat perplexed. This woman, in both visage and physique, exuded an overwhelming sensuality. To what extent, you may ask? At this very moment, as Chen Xiao was in a phase of physical recovery, a mere glance at her ignited an insatiable desire within him. Her curves were perfectly aligned with an ideal ceiling. Any more would be excessive, and any less would diminish the striking visual impact. "Hello, how should I address you?" "Shi Yunru," she replied, extending her right hand. Chen Xiao shook it briefly. noting her hands were remarkably smooth rather than calloused like those of a seasoned weightlifter. Chen Xiao, here is my business card. Shi Yunru presented a beautifully crafted card, which Chen Xiao examined, discovering it bore the title, International Health Consultant. This was a profession he had never heard of before, leaving him quite intrigued. With a smile, Shi Yunru clarified, my role is to create personalized health management plans for individuals. Oh, I'm interested, please elaborate. This means that during the contract period, I exclusively serve one individual, without accepting other clients. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Could fitness coaching be conducted in such a manner? It seemed rather extravagant. And what are your fees? There are 3 packages, Shi Yunru explained. Package A includes a personalized meal plan and 2 days of in-home guidance for 8,000 per month. Package B entails full responsibility for meal preparation and 5 days of in-home guidance for 15,000 per month. Chen Xiao paused. And Package C? Package C is currently not available, Shi Yunru replied. Chen Xiao couldn't help but smirk, interpreting the unavailability of Package C as a sign of its high demand. In an era when a new smartphone costs over 4,000, the monthly fees for personal training seemed to promise more than mere instruction. While deep engagement was uncertain, some degree of physical interaction seemed inevitable. As for Package C, he merely chuckled to himself. Given Shi Yunru's figure and appearance, she was undoubtedly worth the price. However, without a personal residence, let alone a private gym, he decided to postpone any commitment. He retrieved his phone, saved Shi Yunru's number, and dialed it. Let's keep in touch. I am quite intrigued by your Package C. Chapter 22. This service is invaluable. With a smile, Shi Yunru replied. I have a studio here where you can experience a complimentary session, Mr. Chen. Initially, Chen Xiao had intended to leave, but her invitation made him pause. Is there a fee? I can't afford to pay. Shi Yunru laughed heartily, playfully clutching her collar. Of course not. It's a free trial. All right then. I shall graciously accept. She gestured invitingly, and together they departed the gym. Before exiting, Chen Xiao caught snippets of conversation from several personal trainers nearby. When will that siren finally snag a rich client? Ever since she arrived, she's overshadowed us. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xiao pondered whether Shi Yunru had yet to find any clients. Her studio was not on this floor, but on the 26th level. In a room just under 50 square meters, filled with an array of fitness equipment, all meticulously organized. There was no hint of unpleasant odors. Instead, a faint, alluring fragrance lingered in the air. Mr. Chen, which muscle group would you like to focus on? After a moment's contemplation, he replied, abdominals. Every man desires an 8-pack. Shi Yunru smiled, indicating a long bench. Please lie down. As Chen Xiao complied, she effortlessly seated herself upon his thighs. The unexpected softness from her form sent a wave of embarrassment coursing through him. Undeterred, Shi Yunru continued, let us begin with crunches, 30 repetitions per set, resting for 1 minute after each. All right. Chen Xiao, feeling a flush of heat, suppressed his embarrassment and commenced the exercises, while she counted softly, offering encouragement. 17, keep going. 18, you're doing great. Upon completing the first set, Chen Xiao felt little strain, though his abdominal muscles were slightly sore. Shi Yunru placed her hands on his abdomen, gently massaging along the muscle fibers. Internally, Chen Xiao marveled at the value of this service. 15,000 a month was indeed a bargain. No wonder everyone aspired to wealth. After completing 3 sets of crunches, Shi Yunru massaged him for an additional 5 minutes before rising to stand above him. With her thigh resting against his head, she bent forward, pressing her hands onto his abdomen. Now, let us transition to elevated leg raises at a 45-degree angle, maintaining this position for 1 minute across 3 sets. Chen Xiao's face pressed against her abdomen, his nostrils filled with her subtle fragrance. He exerted himself to lift his legs, feeling the strain on his abdominal muscles. Shi Yunru applied a gentle downward pressure, providing some relief. Finally managing to hold the position for a minute, he lowered his legs with a heavy exhale. As he did so, he noticed the fine hairs on her smooth abdomen rising slightly. In between sets, Shi Yunru continued to massage his midsection. Excellent. Just 1 more set to go. After completing the 3 sets, Chen Xiao felt utterly drained. I can't go on. Today's workout has been a bit excessive. Shi Yunru gently wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. Let us rest for 5 minutes, and then tackle a weighted push-up set. Chen Xiao gasped slightly. Shi Yunru handed him a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and offered it to him. Then retrieved a towel to wipe away the visible beads of sweat on his body. All right, let us begin, she announced once time was up. Chen Xiao positioned himself on the yoga mat, ready to start his push-ups. To his surprise, Shi Yunru sat on his waist. And from the reflection in the mirror behind her, he could see her enticing silhouette. It became clear that the so-called weighted push-up involved her adjusting the weight she applied based on his ability to support himself. The final exercise was weighted squats, where Chen Xiao held a barbell while she supported him from behind. After an extensive trial session, he could only exclaim, "I can't handle any more." In summary, he could only describe the experience with 2 words: professional and comfortable. If everyone had a coach like her, everyone would sport an 8-pack. After their workout, Chen Xiao rested on the sofa while Shi Yunru meticulously dried off his sweat. Taking a sip of water, he inquired, "How long have you been doing this?" "I have been working as a personal health consultant for just a month. Prior to that, I was a fitness coach." "Oh, just starting out? How is business?" "Not particularly well. You are my first trial client." Chen Xiao was skeptical of her claim. Otherwise, there wouldn't be an absence of sweat in her studio. "Well then, congratulations on your successful launch." Shi Yunru paused, surprised. "Mr. Chun, do you mean? I would like to book a month of your services." Shi Yunru beamed. "Wonderful. Thank you. Which package would you like?" "I wish to book package C, although it seems you have not unlocked it yet." Shi Yunru's face flushed, and she murmured, "Then you could start with package B." Chen Xiao nodded. "I am still in school and currently do not have a private gym. May I train here?" "Certainly. I will prepare your meals daily. Package B includes 5 days of meals." Chen Xiao agreed. "I may not come every day. If I do, I will contact you in advance." You may not come every day?" Shi Yunru appeared somewhat conflicted. "Oh, rest assured, I shall pay you generously. Just be prepared to receive me at any time," Chen Xiao remarked. Upon hearing this, Shi Yunru's spirits lifted. "Very well. Feel free to call me whenever you have the time." Chen Xiao nodded, then accompanied Shi Yunru downstairs to retrieve a sum of 15,000 yuan for her. The QR code payment system would only be launched in the latter half of this year. For now, it was either cash or bank transfer. Returning to the room, it was nearly 9 in the evening. Li Wenli had likely exhausted herself and was still fast asleep. Chen Xiao took a shower and climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around her. The following morning, Li Wenli was the first to awaken and nudged Chen Xiao. "Get up, you have class in the morning." Chen Xiao glanced at the clock. It was only 7 o'clock. He turned over and replied, "You can head back first. I'll return in the afternoon. I have some work to do shortly." "Okay," Li Wenli responded obediently. "I'll find someone to help you out." "Thanks. Don't forget to take everything back, including my things." "Sure." Li Wenli noticed that Chen Xiao preferred not to carry items, so she had already planned to assist him in bringing everything back. "By the way, everything about me should be kept confidential for now," Chen Xiao advised. "Got it." After Chen Xiao spoke, he fell back into a light slumber, not even realizing when she left due to her gentle movements. Awakening again at 9 o'clock in the morning, he ordered breakfast from the hotel to be delivered to his room. Dressed in a bathrobe, he sat at his desk, yawning. Chapter 23. Plenty to eat. Chen Xiao checked his account and realized that while he had been indulging in reckless behavior the previous day, he had not noticed that the market had surged by 39 points by the afternoon close. Today, it could potentially rise another 687 points. However, Chen Xiao planned to sell around 65 points, resulting in a total profit of 104%. Just then, breakfast arrived, and the server set it on the desk. While enjoying the exquisite meal, Chen Xiao kept a keen eye on the market trends. The morning's momentum was promising, and shortly after the opening, he achieved his target. After liquidating his holdings, he profited 312 million, even more exhilarating than the previous day. This exemplified the power of capital accumulation. The speed of earning was accelerating. Along with his principal, Chen Xiao now had over 600,000 yuan at his disposal. With a tenfold leverage on that amount, he could wield 6 million in funds. Chen Xiao immediately turned his attention to the hidden information. On June 2nd, Jinchuan Expressway reached a maximum increase of 1,000. Another stock had hit its limit. Chen Xiao located this stock, which showed a downward trend at the opening today, currently standing at 31. He decided not to wait. Stocks anticipated to hit their ceiling tomorrow could be subject to favorable news at any moment, and waiting could mean missing the opportunity entirely. To play it safe, Chen Xiao only utilized 500,000 yuan, reserving 100,000 as margin to eliminate the risk of a margin call. The remaining amount, along with the 35,000 yuan left from yesterday's expenditures, was all withdrawn to his bank card for incidental expenses. After completing his transactions, Chen Xiao did not leave his computer. He felt an urge to witness the growth of his original capital. He purchased when the stock dipped to 31, but after buying, it continued to decline. He remained unfazed, knowing he had 100,000 yuan in margin and a total of 600,000 yuan in capital. Even if it hit its limit down, he would not face a margin call. As expected, The downward trend did not last long, and soon it turned sharply upward. Within minutes, it regained its losses and turned profitable. As the morning session approached its close, it hit the upper limit. Only then did Chen Xiao shut down his computer, feeling confident that the afternoon would remain stable, likely due to favorable news having already emerged. Otherwise, it wouldn't have hit the ceiling in the morning. Lying on the bed, he contemplated how much his principal would grow by tomorrow, when suddenly he felt a pang of hunger. Chen Xiao sat up abruptly and dialed. Hello? Coach Shi? I am in 803. Could you bring me a meal? I would like to exercise in my room this afternoon. After a moment of consideration, Shi Yunru agreed. Originally, she intended to come over for a workout session, but since her benefactor did not have a professional gym, a hotel would suffice. Chen Xiao went downstairs to extend his stay while taking a stroll outside. When he returned, Shi Yunru was already waiting at the door with a meal in hand, still clad in form-fitting leggings that showcased her perfect figure. With such beauty before him, Chen Xiao's appetite surged, and even the light fitness meal was savored with delight. Shi Yunru attentively catered to him, wiping his mouth and offering him dishes. After he finished eating, she promptly cleaned up the utensils. Let us take a break before exercising. It's not good for the body to work out right after eating. Chen Xiao glanced at the time. It was nearly 1 o'clock, and the market would open soon. All right, you rest for a bit. I have some work to do. After pondering for a moment, Shi Yunru did not decline and sat on the bed, fiddling with her phone. Whenever Chen Xiao made a move, she would instantly pay attention. For instance, when Chen Xiao reached for a cigarette, she would fetch the ashtray, and so on. At 1 o'clock, the market opened without any fluctuations. The stock remained stagnant at its upper limit. Chen Xiao, curious, began browsing the company's favorable news. Shi Yunru lay sideways on the bed, observing the man operating at the computer, her thoughts swirling. He was a student residing in a 5-star hotel, seemingly engaged in stock trading. The intertwining of various identities and behaviors created a mysterious aura around Chen Xiao. Yet, Shi Yunru understood that someone capable of casually spending 15,000 yuan on a personal trainer was not to be underestimated. Knowing too much about certain matters could be detrimental. The wealthier individuals tended to dislike others prying into their secrets. Before long, Chen Xiao stretched and turned to see Shi Yunru lying on the bed. Her figure stirred an intoxicating rush within him. Were it not for his past experiences and self-control, the consequences could have been dire. Chen Xiao took a few deep breaths, exclaiming, "Who can endure this?" In terms of sheer beauty, Shi Yunru would undoubtedly score a 95, but combined with her physique, she would easily achieve a perfect 99. In his 2 lifetimes, Chen Xiao had never encountered such a flawless enchantress. Let us begin with some simple exercises, Chen Xiao said, his throat dry. Okay, Shi Yunru replied, still unaware of the immense impact her appearance and physique had on the man before her. Compared to the previous day's complimentary session, Chen Xiao was notably more liberated today. It wasn't simply due to the monetary expenditure. Having spent money, he felt free to express himself. However, each time Chen Xiao attempted to take a step further, Shi Yunru would tactfully retreat. After several attempts, Chen Xiao discerned the boundaries. It aligned with his suspicions. Some physical contact was permissible, but to advance further, it would likely require that elusive sea package. Glistening with fragrant sweat, Shi Yunru's delicate skin shone as if coated in oil. A term from a past era, pure desire ceiling, came to mind. Shi Yunru was not merely pure, she embodied desire itself. If he were to encapsulate her essence in 4 words, Chen Xiao believed they would be tender, ample, lustrous, and desirous. Sharing a room with such a captivating beauty, who could make any man tremble with a mere glance, was a trial. Of course, if he could possess her, it would be an entirely different matter. Chen Xiao pondered for a moment before posing a soul-searching question from a later era. Yunru, what is your dream? Shi Yunru responded. My dream? Yes. Chen Xiao encouraged, seeking a breakthrough. I don't really have any dreams, she admitted. Impossible, Chen Xiao countered. Everyone has dreams. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Yunru replied. If I had to say, I would want an enormous private gym with a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing me to gaze upon the Chongqing River. I desire a man who loves me and supports my choice not to have children, as I do not wish for my figure to change. Chen Xiao replied, Goodness, you call that having no dreams? A property by the Chongqing River that fulfills those requirements would cost over 10,000 per square meter in today's market. With a lavish private gym sprawling over at least 200 square meters, how could one not take advantage of such a splendid physique by not bearing children? Chen Xiao, employing traditional methods passed down through generations, could ascertain that with Shi Yunru's exquisite figure, not only would she be capable of bearing sons in the future, but the children would also be well-fed, presumably enough for both. Chapter 24. Speculating in stocks with macroeconomics. A splendid dream, and I believe you shall realize it. Chen Xiao remarked. Shi Yunru chuckled softly. I hope so. By the way, seeing how much you've perspired, would you like to take a shower? Shi Yunru hesitated. Is that all right? Of course, hurry. We wouldn't want you to catch a chill in this hotel with the air conditioning set so low. All right, thank you. No need for thanks. Seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, Chen Xiao lit a cigarette, gazing at the enchanting reflection of Shi Yunru in the frosted glass of the bathroom, feeling a rush of warmth within. Meanwhile, back at school, Li Wenli was staring at a pile of bags on her desk, still feeling somewhat unreal. Upon her dormitory friend's return, she gasped, wow, new Ni shoes. This pair must cost 400 to 500, right? My goodness. This set of cosmetics is pricier than my monthly living expenses. Li Wenli, have you struck it rich? Regaining her composure, Li Wenli replied, my brother gave them to me. Oh, when did you get a brother? Is there a matching pair for me? Li Wenli forced a smile. I'll ask. Though said in jest, she sensed her friend's earnest expression. Observing their envious gazes and the luxurious items that filled her with confidence and satisfaction, Li Wenli felt fortunate. The man she had pursued for over a year, Chen Xiao, turned out to be a hidden giant lurking beneath the surface. Yet, she realized that she lacked the ability and resources to navigate such depths. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, her phone buzzed. Chen Xiao had sent a message. Room 803 at Junyi International, where the new sports outfit. Li Wenli was taken aback. They had just parted ways. She hurriedly showered, donned her newly purchased ensemble, and stepped out. Hey, Wenli, where are you going? We have class in the afternoon. Oh, I'm just handling some matters off campus. I'll bring you back some treats. All right, no problem. In room 803 at Junyi International, Shi Yunru emerged from the shower clad in the hotel's bathrobe. Even this loose garment could not conceal her alluring figure. Excuse me, may I go upstairs to change clothes and return the robe? Chen Xiao's gaze lingered on her. No problem, you may keep it on. I will settle the bill with the hotel later. Shi Yunru decided to change, and soon returned in casual sportswear, embodying a blend of elegance and vitality, still irresistibly enticing. Mr. Chen, if there's nothing else, shall we conclude today's session? Oh yes, that works. She smiled gently. Waving goodbye, then farewell. Not long after Shi Yunru left, Li Wenli arrived. Upon entering, she playfully chided, You glutton, weren't you full yesterday? Chen Xiao laughed. The appetite is insatiable. Yesterday is in the past. Dressed in her sportswear, Li Wenli, though lacking the allure of Shi Yunru, radiated a unique, youthful vigor that was equally appetizing. Fueled by desire, Chen Xiao swept her into his arms. What are you doing? I need to shower, I'm all sweaty. Don't fuss, I only have this outfit. I didn't bring a change. No, we should move away from the window. What if someone in the opposite building is spying with binoculars? For over an hour, all of Li Wenli's resistance crumbled. Chen Xiao reclined contentedly on the soft bed, while Li Wenli lay still, devoid of energy. After a brief rest, Chen Xiao nudged her, Let us head back to school. I can't. I have no strength left. You go back without me, she murmured. All right, but you need to strengthen your physical fitness. Look at your stamina. Li Wenli merely shrugged, too exhausted to utter a word. Chen Xiao reminded her, Don't forget to check out when you leave tomorrow. The front desk has a deposit of 2,000 yuan. Take it for pocket money. If you're hungry, just call room service. It can be deducted from the deposit. Li Wenli nodded lightly, unsure if she absorbed his words. Chen Xiao tidied up and departed the hotel, hailing a cab back to school while lamenting, Not having a car is quite inconvenient. Given his financial means, he could afford a vehicle. Although he knew how to drive, he lacked a license at the moment. Chen Xiao wished to avoid the sweltering sun and the hassle of waiting in line to practice driving. He had experienced that hardship. The best solution was to purchase a car and hire a driver. However, another dilemma arose. The cars from a decade ago, in Chen Xiao's opinion, were simply unappealing. Compared to the exquisite craftsmanship of future automobiles, those from this era were quite lackluster. Of course, not all vehicles failed to catch his eye. For instance, the 2010 Mercedes-Benz S-Class possessed a certain elegance, while the timeless Porsche maintained a consistent design with minimal differences from future models. The Rolls-Royce Ghost remained an eternal classic. Additionally, brands like Lamborghini and Ferrari, from an aesthetic perspective, aligned closely with Chen Xiao's taste, though they did not quite match his financial capacity. Alas, I must earn more. Returning to the dormitory, Ji Yujing was engrossed in video games, while Lu Xian was pulling at his hair in front of the computer. Upon his return, Chen Xiao distributed cigarettes to both, saying, Stop pulling at your hair. Do you know how expensive hair transplants are? They charge by the follicle. Lu Xian exclaimed, Damn it. Li Wenli is ruthless. Chen Xiao, aware of the situation, chuckled. What happened? Lu Xian recounted. I asked Xin Jiansheng to mark me present. But when the teacher called my name, Li Wenli stood up ahead of him to report that I skipped class. Damn. That public denunciation turned me into a textbook example for the elective course. Chen Xiao laughed heartily. What a trivial matter. It's just an elective course. You can take it again next year, and you won't have to worry about it this year, saving you time. Lu Xian remained somewhat dejected. As the stock market had not been kind lately, his 5,000 yuan investment was now trapped. Are you still trading stocks? Chen Xiao asked. Trading what? Who can win every day? Better to take profits when available. Damn it. No way. I've studied macroeconomics so diligently. It would be a waste of knowledge not to trade stocks. Chen Xiao sighed. If mastering economics meant you could trade stocks, then every economics professor would be a millionaire. They wouldn't be teaching you an elective course. Lu Xian paused. Well, they're older and can't keep up with the times. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. You're hopeless. Fine, go ahead and lose everything. Get lost, you jerk. Chapter 25. A million. Chen Xiao promptly lifted him. Stop watching, we're going out to eat. You can lose more tomorrow. I'm not going. Barbecue and drinks, you're not going? I'll go. Ji Yujing sprang from the sofa and began dressing. Chen Xiao remarked. Lu Xian was taken aback. Damn it, Dad's going to make you cry. The trio arrived at a barbecue joint on the back street. Ordering some skewers and beer, they chatted and enjoyed their meal leisurely, quickly becoming pleasantly full. Boss, the bill please, Chen Xiao called out. The boss approached. Oh, someone has already paid for you. No need to settle. Huh, paid. Lu Xian and Ji Yujing were searching high and low, eager to discover which among the three possessed such extraordinary connections. Before long, Sun Ying, dining with her friend, approached Chen Xiao's table. Ji Yujing was nearly drooling. This girl was stunningly beautiful. I happened to see you all dining here, so I decided to settle the bill, Sun Ying remarked. Chen Xiao chuckled. Oh, that's quite unnecessary. Sun Ying rolled her alluring eyes and teasingly replied. Is there a time when the junior feels shy? Chen Xiao understood her implication immediately. Clearing his throat, he said, well, senior, we've finished eating, so we'll be taking our leave. He gestured for the other two to head back to school. Ji Yujing, reluctant to depart, held up his empty cup and insisted, since the senior is treating, I must offer a toast to express my gratitude. Chen Xiao was speechless. Was he really suggesting they go over there to mooch some drinks? Sun Ying glanced at Ji Yujing and said, oh, that's not necessary. We're just having a casual meal, no alcohol involved. Ji Yujing, with his plastic cup suspended in midair, looked at the scattered bottles beneath the table, lost in thought. After Chen Xiao left, he sent a text message. Just a bit of alcohol will suffice. A short while later, he received a reply. All right, little wolf dog moi. Chen Xiao thought, damn it, one day I'll make you call me daddy. Perhaps due to his youthful body, he found himself easily aroused by a mere tease. Upon returning to his dormitory, he took a cold shower, which helped him feel somewhat better. He then grabbed 2 packs of cigarettes and kicked open the doors to the boys' dormitory. Come on, stop dawdling. Let us fire up some red alert. Once the cigarettes were gone, they split into 2 teams of 12 and began to play. They continued until the power in the dormitory was cut off, ending the night with reluctance. A group of them rushed out, cursing. Damn it, you noob. I told you to guard the top lane. Where the hell were you? Get lost. I've been utterly destroyed, and you didn't even come to my aid. The insults flew as Chen Xiao chuckled at their banter, in their eyes. Everyone but themselves were noobs. The next day, instead of lingering in front of the dormitory computer, Chen Xiao attended class. After acquiring a smartphone, he was able to trade using the brokerage app, avoiding any prying eyes in the dorm. Whoa, son, you got a new phone. Lu Xian exclaimed, noticing the change. Yeah. The money I made recently, plus this month's allowance, is all in here. You'll be covering meals for this month, Chen Xiao joked. Get lost. I'm eating dirt every day, you can join me. Chen Xiao retorted, then you can eat alone. Lu Xian unceremoniously snatched the phone from him. Let me see that. Chen Xiao didn't mind. His stock account required a login every time. And yet you're lecturing me while you also have the brokerage app? Chen Xiao remarked. I'm just waiting for the right moment. Maybe I'll never use it, Lu Xian scoffed, casually handing the phone back. This only strengthened his resolve to acquire a smartphone for trading. Chen Xiao, sensing Lu Xian's thoughts, suggested, why don't you sell some stocks and get one for yourself? Lu Xian sighed. That's my tuition money. I'm counting on trading to make it back. If I could turn back time, I would never have bought these damn things. Chen Xiao replied, well, at least you're being rational, but life doesn't come with a rewind button. He considered it a lesson learned. He could cover his tuition before graduation. Upon arriving at the classroom, Chen Xiao settled into a pair of seats at the back, successfully shooing away a few would-be sitters and claiming his own space. Li Wenli didn't show up for class, and Chen Xiao didn't inquire. He figured she was too exhausted after the previous day's exertions. After all, young girls generally have their limits. Tiancheng glanced back a few times. But Chen Xiao was oblivious, his focus entirely on the stock market. Yesterday, he had profited 131 points on Jinchuan Expressway. And today it opened high and steadily rose without much fluctuation. Chen Xiao skimmed through the favorable news about Jinchuan Expressway, discovering it had won a bidding for a provincial highway project in a special economic zone. He decided to invest the remaining 100,000 yuan using a tenfold leverage. Though only a 5-point profit margin remained, it was better than nothing, and he considered it pocket money. After executing the trade, Jinchuan Expressway surged as if receiving a shot of adrenaline, heading straight for the limit up. A smile crept across Chen Xiao's face. He felt a rush of excitement, anticipating profits exceeding 1 million. This marked a milestone in his life, as it was the first time he held 1 million in cash, a momentous occasion indeed. All right, let us have the answer from the male student in the second row from the back on the left. Just then, the teacher's voice rang out, and the classroom fell silent. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Was she speaking to him? He put down his phone and slowly stood up, his expression blank. Who knew what the teacher had just asked? He had no clue. Beside him, Lu Xian, Shen Jiancheng, and Wu Ling began whispering answers, but Chen Xiao remained confused, hearing only fragmented phrases like dollar, pound, and Venezuela, with no coherent understanding. The teacher, perplexed, looked around as the other students held their silence. Lu Xian and the others immediately fell silent. Chen Xiao glanced around and honestly admitted, teacher, I don't know the answer to this question. Suddenly, the classroom erupted in laughter. The teacher chuckled as well. You don't know this question? Come on, what is your name? Chen Xiao thought for a moment and replied, Teacher, my name is Ji Yuzhing. Laughter erupted again, and some classmates nearly burst out in fits of laughter around him. Chapter 26. Joyous Beans. The teacher, oblivious to the commotion, scribbled something in the attendance book. Tiancheng glanced back in surprise. In her memory, Chen Xiao would never act in such a manner. Classmates, entering university is not a liberation but a new journey. I hope everyone can respect knowledge rather than just being like Ji Yuzhing, who can't answer even one of the 3 main currencies in human economic circulation. The laughter returned, and Chen Xiao felt exasperated. Who could have predicted the teacher would ask such a simple question? As for how to make money, he had just made over 1 million in class. Did that count? But he had no intention of debating with the teacher. Sit down, the teacher advised after his brief reprimand, not pressing the issue further. Chen Xiao smiled at the teacher and obediently took his seat. Lu Xian leaned over and whispered, You fool, are you even paying attention in class? Chen Xiao silently mouthed a curse, then resumed reading. The rest of the class proceeded smoothly, with Chen Xiao being the center of attention until the bell rang. As soon as class was dismissed, he was the first to dash out. Lu Xian followed behind, saying to Shen Jiancheng, Look at him, running out like a dog. He must be in a hurry to hit the restroom. Shen Jiancheng chuckled, sighing, the fleeting youth. Take care, my boy. Wu Ling playfully pinched Shen Jiancheng, causing him to yelp in pain. You're crazy, he exclaimed. Wu Ling commented, Yet every time we have class with the music department, Xiaozi always finds an excuse to leave last, just to catch a glimpse of Tiancheng. Now, things are indeed different. Little did they know, Chen Xiao was solely preoccupied with thoughts of his newfound million, leaving Tiancheng far behind in his mind. Before returning to the dormitory, he first stopped by the supermarket to purchase a pack of his usual cigarettes, which he then tossed directly to Xiao Ji upon arrival. Xiao Ji stared at the cigarettes, utterly bewildered, and asked, Brother Xiao, what is this? Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, Oh, it's nothing. I just borrowed your name for a bit of bravado earlier. Consider it a copyright fee as a token of appreciation. Xiao Ji was momentarily stunned. Wait, is it really possible to earn cigarettes this way? My name has value now? You're quite the character, but how did you pull that off? Chen Xiao lit a cigarette and explained, Not much to it, during class. The teacher posed a question I couldn't answer. When she asked for my name, I said Ji Yuzhing, and she noted it down. Xiao Ji exclaimed, What the hell? You've put me in a bind. Chen Xiao added, Let us make it 2 more packs. Xiao Ji agreed, feeling that the cigarette was no longer so harsh on his throat. Having his name remembered by the teacher was hardly a good sign. It seemed he could not escape this course. He grabbed the schedule and laid it under the entire pack of cigarettes, circling that course completely. With Xiao Ji taken care of, Chen Xiao opened his computer and calculated his recent gains. A principal of 50, leveraged tenfold, amounted to 500 million. In just 2 days, he had achieved a 231 increase, netting a profit of 11.55 million. Adding in the 100,000 principal from class, also leveraged tenfold, he earned an additional 5,000. In total, his profits reached 12.05 million, bringing the total including principal to 18.05 million. Chen Xiao gazed at this figure for a long time. Leverage was indeed a marvelous tool. Just then, Xiao Ji leaned over, curiously asking, "What are you calculating? So many digits?" Chen Xiao casually replied, "Oh, that's just my joy beans." Xiao Ji counted seriously, units, tens, hundreds. "Is that all? That's nothing." Then he boasted, "When I play with my account, I can spend over 10 million easily." Chen Xiao regarded him with a tender smile. "All right, next time we'll use your account." Satisfied with his display of bravado, Xiao Ji returned to his game. Chen Xiao, glancing at his phone, noticed a new hidden message. June 3rd, Jixin Optoelectronics reached a maximum increase of 1,000. A smile crept across his face, another limit up stock. When he found Jixin Optoelectronics, his smile widened even more. The second quarter financial report was dismal, with excessive R&D spending and poor performance, leading to a generally pessimistic market outlook. Such stocks, which had hit a limit down, were his favorite, as they had no room to drop further and were absolutely safe. However, to be cautious and mitigate the risk of a continued downturn in the market, he decided to invest 1.6 million into the capital market. Leveraging this amount tenfold meant 16 million. This was not just Xiao Ji's joy beans, it was solid, hard cash. With such a substantial sum, Chen Xiao could not afford to buy in as aggressively as before. Given that the limit down orders were not particularly plentiful, he needed to purchase in batches to avoid causing price fluctuations. Each time, he traded dozens or even hundreds of lots. It seemed a market maker was attempting to suppress the stock price. After Chen Xiao absorbed most of the limit orders, new large orders kept appearing. He welcomed them, continuously buying. For a whole hour, his fingers grew sore from the repetitive motions. Chen Xiao increasingly felt the need for a team. If this was how it went with just over 10 million, how would he manage if he had even more capital? Suddenly, he noticed the limit orders had vanished. No new orders appeared. Could it be that it was about to rise? Yet, he quickly calmed himself. Perhaps the market maker was just tired of his efforts and had dumped several tens of thousands of sell orders. Chen Xiao was nearly ecstatic, as if he had been gifted a pillow when he was in need of sleep. His counterpart seemed concerned about his workload and had presented him with such a large piece of cake all at once. Chen Xiao promptly bought up all the sell orders, finally utilizing the 16 million and completing his position. In a certain office building in Magic City, a group of people sat in stunned silence. The manager exclaimed, "All those tens of thousands of lots, consumed. What? This person is insane. Put up another 10,000 lots. We must firmly hold down the limit down and crush market confidence." Understood. The trader quickly executed the action and then stared intently at the screen. Half an hour later, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Manager, no new buyers have appeared." "Haha, is that all the strength they have? They think they can compete with me?" After concluding his trades, Chen Xiao exited the securities app. He had no interest in discovering who was on the other side or what their intentions were. He simply needed to achieve his goals and await the returns. Stretching his sore shoulders, Chen Xiao stepped out of the dormitory, pulling out Su Tang's number to dial. Chapter 27. Your standards are quite kind. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hi, Su Tang. Are you busy? Not at all. Please, give your instructions. Chen Xiao chuckled. No specific instructions. If you have time, could you come to the school? I'd like to discuss something with you in person. Su Tang paused, wondering what could be so serious between them. It was probably about the previous invitation. Sure, Mr. Chen, I'll be there in half an hour. After hanging up, Chen Xiao checked the time. Half an hour from now would be just about mealtime. He planned to take Su Tang to revisit the campus cafeteria. Passing through the corridor between dormitory buildings 5 and 6, he intended to take a few laps around the sports field. However, just as he was approaching the sports field, he suddenly noticed a secluded corner beneath the girls' dormitory building 6, where a boy was speaking animatedly to Tan Cheng. Tan Cheng remained silent, while the boy seemed to be desperately explaining something, gesturing with great fervor. Chen Xiao frowned and was about to look away when, by chance, Tan Cheng caught sight of him. She froze momentarily, and the boy opposite her turned to look as well. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that the guy who had wooed Tan Cheng with a fake diamond ring worth 200? He kept walking, getting closer, allowing him to overhear their conversation. The boy loudly questioned, "Who is he? What is your relationship with him?" Tan Cheng quietly replied, "Just a classmate from a large lecture. There's nothing between us." "Nothing?" "He is staring at you. Just look at his expression." Tan Cheng said, "You're overthinking it. He just pursued me once, but I didn't agree." Chen Xiao halted, turning to glance at Tan Cheng. The last shred of his hesitation dissipated. "What are you looking at?" The boy bared his teeth and barked, as if ready to bite. Chen Xiao suddenly laughed and gave a thumbs up to both of them. Impressive. Tansheng, you're really something. Tansheng was taken aback, unable to believe that Chen Xiao would utter such coarse words to her. What the hell? The boy abandoned Tansheng and charged towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao stepped back a half step, instantly regaining his composure, adopting a combat stance while searching for a decisive strike. Tansheng quickly pulled him back. Lu Xing, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of school discipline? Lu Xing hesitated. Although he had some connections at school, relationships couldn't be used frivolously. Bro, what is your major? Chen Xiao relaxed. He intended to engage with him, but remaining silent felt cowardly. Class 2 of painting. All right, I'll remember you. Chen Xiao smiled without saying another word. He had indeed etched Lu Xing into his memory, but wouldn't he acknowledge him? He merely shot Lu Xing a sidelong glance before turning back toward the sports field. In Chen Xiao's eyes, someone like Lu Xing was no different from trash. The terror of capital was something Lu Xing could not fathom at this moment, let alone a student yet to step into society. Even his so-called connections and entire family would find no salvation if capital set its sights on them. Of course, unless under one condition, a family with a spotless reputation, completely unblemished, where capital, within legal boundaries, would only add some trouble without shaking their foundations. However, it was highly unlikely that a family capable of raising someone as excellent as Lu Xing would be so pristine. With a mere 200 yuan, one could manipulate another's affections. While one might argue that the woman is deserving of such treatment, he is far from a respectable individual. As for crossing legal boundaries, Chen Xiao would never entertain such thoughts, for he is destined not to tarnish his life over a trivial matter. However, within the confines of the law, there exist countless possibilities. Chen Xiao, unhurried, could observe the pitiable Tansheng and see how far she would go. Upon arriving at the playground, Chen Xiao cast aside the earlier events and individuals, deeming them too insignificant to linger in his memory for more than 5 minutes. After a brief stroll, he received a call from Su Tang, arranging to meet at the entrance of the third cafeteria. Mr. Chun, I apologize for the wait. Su Tang, clad in a professional outfit, stood gracefully at the entrance. Students passing by, regardless of gender, stole glances at her. A woman of such poise and beauty was the epitome of aspiration for those of their age. Chen Xiao smiled. No worries. I have plenty of leisure time at school. Shall we? Su Tang replied with a gentle smile. It's been a while since I experienced campus life. Dining here is far more worthwhile than elsewhere. After ordering their meals, they settled in a secluded corner. Throughout the meal, Chen Xiao engaged in light conversation, gleaning substantial information about Su Tang. Her parents operated a small business, and their circumstances were decent, sufficient to place them within the burgeoning middle class of this era. Su Tang herself graduated from a prestigious university, yet her fortune was less than favorable. Upon entering a large corporation, she was relegated to the sales department under the guise of rotation. Chen Xiao understood her work situation all too well. A woman of her caliber likely caught the attention of higher-ups during the resume submission phase, followed by a series of manipulations leading her into a predetermined path. Yet, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, as they would soon become irrelevant to Su Tang. After their meal, Chen Xiao decided to broach the main topic. Su Tang. Yes, Mr. Chen, she replied, sensing a shift in the conversation's atmosphere. What is your current monthly salary? Oh, it's just over 3,000, Su Tang answered candidly. Chen Xiao nodded and suddenly inquired, what is your dream? Su Tang paused, contemplating. In summary, I wish to see a broader world and stand on a grander stage. Chen Xiao was taken aback. He believed her sincerity, but was surprised by the grandeur of her aspirations. With a dream, matters could be addressed. It is only those devoid of desire who are beyond reproach. Such individuals did not appeal to Chen Xiao, as he found them unmanageable. Your dream is quite ambitious. How much are you willing to invest in it? Chen Xiao asked, igniting a cigarette and fixing his gaze on Su Tang, with a slight bite of her lip. She replied, I would give it my all. Chen Xiao was pleased with every response she provided. Extinguishing his cigarette, he leaned slightly forward and spoke in a tone meant solely for her ears. I can help you realize your dream, but I will require your assistance in return. Su Tang felt a surge of excitement. Through their interactions, she sensed that Chen Xiao was no ordinary person. After returning from the hotel, she had researched him, discovering that his recent maneuvers had hit the mark perfectly, a stroke of genius. Aligning herself with someone of his caliber seemed to be the most promising choice for achieving her dreams. Mr. Chen, I am willing to join your team. Chen Xiao raised a hand. Hold on, let's not rush. I have many flaws, and not all my actions are commendable. Certainly, I will not engage in anything illegal. Su Tang smiled. Mr. Chen, your standards are quite benevolent in the capital market. Chen Xiao paused, acknowledging her insight. Some capital is indeed stained with blood. Chapter 28. How could anyone bow to him? Her awareness of this truth spoke volumes. Su Tang was astute, and she had prepared herself psychologically. The path to the pinnacle is invariably fraught with thorns. Chen Xiao straightened his posture, relaxing his demeanor. Welcome aboard. You will have a 1-month probation period with a base salary of 10,000. Su Tang immediately stood, excitedly bowing in gratitude. To follow such a talent is an opportunity sought by many. Thank you, boss. Please, take a seat, Chen Xiao urged. Let's keep a low profile on campus. Of course. Su Tang replied, hastily sitting down, chiding herself for her eagerness. Observing Chen Xiao's attire, she understood his desire for discretion. After a moment of reflection, Chen Xiao stated, I need a professional team. Su Tang produced a notebook and pen. Understood, the basic configuration includes traders, fund managers, and analysts. Chen Xiao interjected, our team will only require traders. Su Tang paused, quickly grasping the implication. The boss likely had his own channels for obtaining information. No one could manage the position of fund manager better than he. Thus, only traders to execute the work were necessary. Understood, boss. What are your requirements? Chen Xiao raised 2 fingers. 2. First, strong capability. Second, honesty. Su Tang diligently noted this. Got it, boss. Additionally, I need you to find an office location, something with a good environment, and close to the school, Chen Xiao instructed. Understood. That will be all for now. I will inform you of any further tasks as they arise. Off you go, he concluded. Okay, boss. I'll take my leave. As Su Tang gathered her things and briskly exited the cafeteria, Chen Xiao took a sip of the nearly empty bowl of seaweed egg drop soup before him, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. He appreciated Su Tang's work ethic, mindset, and her considerable emotional intelligence. For instance, during their previous encounter at the hotel, she remained composed throughout, displaying no emotional fluctuations or curiosity. This time, she did not raise issues regarding job arrangements, compensation, or insurance. As she wished to avoid burdening her boss, she understood that her role was to alleviate his troubles. There are those who simply get things done, Chen Xiao mused. Without Su Tang, he would have to handle such matters himself, which was an overwhelming thought. He tripled Su Tang's salary not as a show of extravagance, but simply to provide compensation commensurate with her value. This principle extended not only to Su Tang, but also to his senior, Sun Ying. Though their relationship was mutually beneficial, he still purchased her a phone, considering it a fair exchange. As for the matter of lending money, that was a separate issue he had prepared for. The same applied to others, including his friends Lu Xian, Shen Jiansheng, and even Xiao Ji, each receiving similar treatment. Naturally, Xiao Ji's case was slightly different, as he merely satiated Chen Xiao's desire for control and received only a few cigarettes in return. In a corner of the third cafeteria, Tansheng furrowed her brow in contemplation. She had just witnessed Su Tang bowing and was profoundly shocked. How could someone like Chen Xiao command such reverence? Particularly from a stunning beauty? Did he harbor some concealed secret? With these thoughts, she quietly rose and nonchalantly approached Chen Xiao, aiming for a chance encounter while subtly probing. However, before she could reach him, Chen Xiao had already stood and was walking toward the classroom. Tansheng was taken aback and quickened her pace. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao's phone buzzed with a message from Wu Ling. Hurry, the professional course teacher is furious. Thus, he hurried along. Tansheng caught up to the lakeside, breathlessly pursuing him. She had intended to create a serendipitous meeting, but nearly ended up in a marathon. Watching Chen Xiao's retreating figure, she stomped her foot in frustration before turning back. Little did Chen Xiao know that Tansheng was following him, and even if he did, he wouldn't have stopped. After all, the wrath of the professional course teacher was far more pressing than Tansheng's concerns. Just in time, he arrived at the classroom before the appointed hour. The teacher shot him a glare, but said nothing further. Chen Xiao diligently attended class, having navigated through a perilous phase, before daring to take out his phone. He checked for favorable news regarding Zhixin Optoelectronics, only to find nothing of substance. The stock price remained stagnant at its limit down, with a glaring multitude of sell orders firmly pressing down. With a sigh, Chen Xiao wondered if today would not yield any positive momentum. As if breaking a spell, his words seemed to have an effect, and the tens of thousands of sell orders vanished in an instant. Chen Xiao rubbed his eyes vigorously in disbelief. What on earth? Instead of continuing to monitor the market trends, he revisited the favorable news regarding Zhixin Optoelectronics. Finally, he discovered that the fruit company had included Zhixin Optoelectronics among its component suppliers. Incredible. This could mean substantial profits. Being a supplier for a leading technology company was undoubtedly a recipe for wealth. Looking at the stock chart, he observed an immediate upward surge. With the previous sellers mysteriously absent, the stock price soared from limit down to limit up in an instant. Wealth was within reach. At this rate, transitioning from 1 million to 10 million would likely occur faster than starting from 0 to 1 million. It was indeed true that the more affluent one became, the quicker they amassed wealth. As he crossed the threshold from millions to tens of millions, Chen Xiao remained exhilarated. He had yet to reach a stage where money was merely a number. Each increase in assets brought him immense gratification. What are you doing? Focus on your studies. Wang Laosher approached from the side. Chen Xiao smiled and replied, class is over, Wang Laosher. Let us go out for a smoke. Wang Laosher was quite strict during lectures. But once class ended, he treated students as peers. Checking the time, Wang Hua suggested, let us head to the art hall in trance and grab a coffee. At his suggestion, a few bold male classmates immediately followed suit, having often mooched off Wang Laosher's coffee before. Chen Xiao dashed to the coffee shop to buy a pack of 1916, Wang Laosher's preferred brand. The coffee shop at the art hall only offered a select few premium cigarettes, with the cheapest being Huazi. The Art Institute of Jining University was renowned throughout the country, frequently hosting prominent figures for exchanges and learning. Each faculty member was quite accomplished, though Chen Xiao felt he surpassed them in terms of capability. Outside the art hall, there was a platform adorned with tables and chairs, where a few classmates were relishing Wang Laosher's 1916. Wang Leshi, having dedicated his life to art, had a significant smoking habit. Chen Xiao approached, snatched the cigarette pack from Wang Laosher, and placed a new one in his pocket. Wang Laosher, I have a minor smoking habit. You should have this. Otherwise, you might run out today. If it were anything else, Wang Hua would have protested, but when it came to cigarettes, he could not part with them for even a moment. Just as Wang Hua was about to pay, Chen Xiao covered his pocket. Brother Wang, do you look down on your friends? Scram. All right, Wang Hua conceded. Amidst the banter, Chen Xiao managed to erase the debt of nearly being late that day and further solidified his relationship with Wang Laosher, preparing for future opportunities to skip class. Chapter 29. I also enjoy running as usual. Wang Hua took the opportunity to impart earnest lessons to his younger peers about the importance of choosing the right major, and so on. Chen Xiao paid little attention, while the others nodded in agreement, though how much they truly absorbed remained a mystery. Although Chen Xiao was from the sculpture department, he had little interest in art. After graduating in his previous life and working for 2 years, he had not touched art again. Bored and waiting for class to end, Chen Xiao bolted out of the classroom. Chen Xiao? He turned to find Li Wenli, who approached and quietly inquired, I haven't seen you recently. Where have you been? Li Wenli playfully pinched him and remarked, it's all your fault. I truly can't tolerate you. I was just suggesting you should exercise more, Chen Xiao replied. With a playful glare, Li Wenli retorted, is this about exercising? She glanced around and whispered, there are limits to everything. Chen Xiao, at a loss for words, tried to change the subject. So, are you heading to class? Yes, are you done? Indeed. Shall we meet tonight? Li Wenli quickly shook her head. No. You should find a senior to hang out with. I need some time to rest. Chen Xiao paused, then smiled. How about I take you shopping this weekend? The mention of shopping sparked her interest, as she found him incredibly charming during their outings. All right. See you this weekend, but don't have any ideas about me in the meantime. Chen Xiao waved goodbye. That evening, Xiao Ji unknowingly stirred a quarrel with his girlfriend over the phone, resulting in an intense argument that lasted half the night. Chen Xiao recalled a similar incident from his previous life. Frustrated, he decided to get out of bed, grabbed his phone and wallet, and stepped out. Staying in the dormitory that night would surely deprive him of sleep. Upon exiting, he scrolled through his phone, remembering that Li Wenli needed a few days to recuperate, and decided to call Sun Ying. Hello? Does my little brother need something? Chen Xiao asked, what are you up to? Come out. Sun Ying hesitated. Now? I'm about to sleep. Meet me at our usual spot. I'll wait for you, he replied before hanging up. Sun Ying was taken aback and muttered to herself. P.S. getting bolder. Let us see if the senior can handle him. After that, she quickly got ready. Chen Xiao booked a room at the best hotel on the back street and sent the room information to Sun Ying. Before long, she arrived, looking quite alluring in her casual attire, white hot pants and a simple white t-shirt, exuding a mature charm. Chen Xiao couldn't contain himself. I'll go take a shower first, Sun Ying said. Typically, a shower would take just a few minutes, but she took half an hour before emerging. The bathroom tiles were too slippery. I almost fell, she complained. Chen Xiao chuckled. With me around, how could you possibly fall? You are too strong. Have you been working out lately? Sun Ying teased. Chen Xiao nodded. Yes, I run every day and occasionally hit the gym. Sun Ying playfully scolded. I told you not to exercise. Who can handle this? Chen Xiao laughed and leaned closer. The more you practice, the better you'll be. No. The next day, no matter how much Sun Ying was called, she wouldn't wake up. Chen Xiao said his goodbyes and headed back to school. sticking to his daily running routine. The sports field was gradually filling up with people. Just as Chen Xiao began his run, someone called out from behind. Chen Xiao, did you stay out last night? He turned to see Xia Yudi. How did you know? I saw you coming back from the back street when I arrived, she replied. Oh, so you run too? Yes. I enjoy running as well. Chen Xiao eyed her skeptically, but remained silent. Before completing a full lap, Xia Yudi's facade crumbled. She clutched Chen Xiao's shirt, panting. I can't go on. I need a break. Chen Xiao was speechless. Come on, we just started. It's my first time. Just let me rest, she insisted. All right. You sit here, and I'll continue running, he agreed. After settling her on the bleachers, Chen Xiao returned to the track and continued running alone. Xia Yudi sat on the bleachers, resting her elbows on her thighs, supporting her delicate chin with her palms, her gaze following Chen Xiao as he ran. Under the sunlight, the young man glistened with sweat, exuding an intoxicating scent of youth that left Xia Yudi somewhat dizzy. How could someone be so handsome? From the moment they met on the bus, she had been captivated, even pretending to sleep to steal glances at him. However, after leaving her number, she had yet to receive any contact. Thus, she had discreetly followed him for several days to learn of his morning routine, resulting in their fortuitous encounter today. Despite having stayed out late the previous night, Chen Xiao felt invigorated the next morning. After running several laps, he finally came to a halt. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his clothes, and his well-proportioned physique radiated the warmth of the sun. Xia Yudi, holding a tissue, took the initiative to wipe the sweat from his cheeks, treating him as if he were a precious work of art. In her gaze, there was a twinkle akin to stars. Chen Xiao, feeling slightly speechless, cleared his throat and said, All right, let's grab a meal together. And then I'll head home for a shower. Oh, sure. Xia Yudi cheerfully bounced along behind him, her heart racing as she admired his tall and sturdy figure. She was the petite type, with a delicate frame and an adorable face, her lowly voice sounding exceptionally pleasant. They simply bought a quick breakfast and sat across from each other. You know why I moved out, right? Chen Xiao inquired. Xia Yudi took a bite of her bun and replied, What else could it be? You must have gone to a hotel with your girlfriend. Chen Xiao responded. I did go to a hotel, but she is not my girlfriend. Instead of being surprised, Xia Yudi looked curious. Oh, what if your girlfriend finds out? Chen Xiao replied. I don't have a girlfriend. Xia Yudi was taken aback. You really don't have a girlfriend? Why is that? You're such a perfect guy. Chen Xiao, startled, touched his face and quickly pulled out his phone to check his reflection, sighing in relief. Xia Yudi's tone made him feel as though he had traveled through time. He couldn't comprehend why she viewed him as so perfect. It's because I pursued someone and she rejected me. Xia Yudi's expression turned astonished. What kind of girl would refuse your advances? Is she blind? At that moment, Tan Sheng happened to pass by, her face darkening at the sight. Chapter 30. Who wants your heart? It wasn't just the sweet, adorable girl's harsh words that troubled her. She also couldn't understand why beautiful women kept appearing around Chen Xiao. Was he intentionally trying to provoke her? Perhaps there was some truth to that possibility. Chen Xiao hadn't anticipated Tan Sheng's chance encounter. He had no intention of boasting. Don't exaggerate. I'm just an ordinary person. Not as great as you say? Xia Yudi retorted. No, you are that good. Since you don't have a girlfriend, I feel relieved. What are you planning to do? Chen Xiao asked. Xia Yudi gazed at him with longing eyes. Don't be nervous. I was contemplating whether to compete with your girlfriend. But since you don't have one, I feel no pressure. What do you mean? I'm not dating anyone. No one can win my heart. Why would I want your heart? My goal is to win you over. Chen Xiao said. I have things to attend to. You can eat at your own pace. With that, he grabbed his phone and dashed away. Xia Yudi stared longingly at his retreating figure. Wow, those legs are captivating. That waist is something else, simply perfect. After running several dozen meters, Chen Xiao dared to glance back. Phew, are girls nowadays really this terrifying? In Xia Yudi's eyes, it seemed as if she wished to strip him bare. How could such a petite and adorable girl be so preoccupied with his physique? Checking the time, he realized it was nearly 9 o'clock, prompting him to quicken his pace. After a swift shower, he sat down at his desk. Once the market opened, Jixin Optoelectronics soared, hitting the limit up. Chen Xiao had initially planned to sell, but a casual glance at hidden information made him stop in his tracks. June 4th, Jixin Optoelectronics reached a peak increase of 1,000. It was indeed information regarding Jixin Optoelectronics. This indicated that there would be another limit up tomorrow. Chen Xiao felt disheartened, as it meant he couldn't operate today. The limit had already been reached, and tomorrow's maximum increase stood at 10%, leaving no other possibilities. As of today, the rise had reached 30%, yielding a profit of 4.8 million. An additional limit up tomorrow would bring his earnings to 6.4 million. It was absurd that he felt gloomy over gaining an extra 100,000. He suddenly realized he was being too greedy, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. He closed his phone and attended class. After all, nothing ever happened in the stock market. Ji Yujing was still engrossed in a game. Though his expression was far from cheerful, he wondered if that girl from the vocal department, Ma Yijia, would follow the path of Li Wenli from his previous life. Of course, these were merely idle thoughts that Chen Xiao entertained during his leisure time. Once class commenced, he had no time to ponder these matters, especially with Xia Yudi demanding his attention. The classmates in class 2 were taken aback. In the back row, beside Chen Xiao, sat a girl who could almost be deemed the pinnacle of cuteness, persistently bothering him while he attempted to evade her, looking utterly helpless. "Why are you here? You're not even from our academy," Chen Xiao exclaimed. Xia Yudi replied, "I like this class. Is it not permissible for me to audit it?" Chen Xiao was speechless. "Do you even know what this class is about?" Xia Yudi paused. "I don't know, but I like it." Chen Xiao sighed. "Just because you like it doesn't mean it's a class." Fine, you attend your class, and I'll do my own thing." Chen Xiao muttered under his breath. Tan Sheng, seeing the girl who had insulted her earlier sitting next to Chen Xiao, internally retorted, "You're the one who's blind. Can good looks fill your stomach? What good is it to have no money?" Finally enduring until the end of class, Chen Xiao leaped over the desk and bolted. Even this action appeared suave and handsome in Xia Yudi's eyes. On the platform at the back of the classroom, a group of boys smoked and teased Chen Xiao. "Wow, Xiaozi, you've hit the jackpot. How did you manage to win over such an exceptional girl? Does she have a roommate who looks like her? Introduce her to us." Chen Xiao laughed and cursed, "Get lost. I'm not that close to her." His words immediately elicited a chorus of boos. Meanwhile, Li Wenli approached Xia Yudi with a dark expression. "Step outside for a moment." Xia Yudi was taken aback, recognizing the tall and attractive girl. She guessed she was likely a rival. With a sweet smile, she replied, "Sure." The two found a secluded spot and locked eyes, tension palpable. "Are you Chen Xiao's girlfriend?" Xia Yudi asked. Li Wenli was momentarily stunned. "Girlfriend? We agreed it was just a casual fling. However, now?" Having been captivated by Chen Xiao's charm, she was also awed by his strength. Could such a man be someone she could control? Li Wenli was painfully aware that it was utterly impossible. Why? Though her words lacked strength, her tone remained assertive. Xia Yudi chuckled lightly. "You're not even his girlfriend. What right do you have to question me? Are you accusing me of stealing your classmate?" Li Wenli retorted, "Little girl, I'm looking out for your best interest. Chen Xiao's heart is not something you can conquer." Xia Yudi pouted her adorable face and puffed out her chest. "Who say, little girl? I'm at least half a pound heavier than you." Li Wenli couldn't help but laugh at that remark. "No, that's not what I meant. I'm genuinely advising you." Xia Yudi, now serious, stated, "Who wants to conquer his heart? I'd rather spend my time playing games." Li Wenli's mouth fell agape. Is that even a possibility? So, she was a gamer girl after all. Finally, Xia Yudi issued a warning. "I advise you not to interfere with me. Of course. I won't hinder you either." Humph. With that, she turned on her heel, pride evident in her stride. Li Wenli felt a headache coming on. She truly had no effective means to deal with someone like her. Most importantly, she was unsure if Chen Xiao even liked this girl. If she were too aggressive, it could upset him, and that would be troublesome. Sigh. Whatever, he's not my boyfriend anyway. If it were anyone else, Li Wenli might have simply moved on to another partner. But with Chen Xiao, she found herself not only entranced by his strength, but also yearning for a life she had never imagined. In the vast expanse of the school, it is nearly impossible to identify another hidden mastermind like this. During the second class, Chen Xiao deliberately positioned himself between Lu Xian and Shen Jianxing. However, to his surprise, Xia Yudi pitifully tugged at Lu Xian's arm, expressing her desire to sit next to Chen Xiao. Lu Xian, taken aback, quickly rubbed his goosebumps and dashed away. "Damn it, I'm out of here," Chen Xiao exclaimed. Hey, hold on, don't run." Giggling, Xia Yudi fulfilled her wish and settled beside Chen Xiao once more. Li Wenli rolled her eyes and turned away, preferring not to see. Yet, a certain someone in the front row felt a tumult of emotions, akin to a jar of mixed flavors turned upside down. Chapter 31, 40% today. Chen Xiao finally liberated himself from the stock market, only to find himself more exhausted than usual due to Xia Yudi's antics. This versatile little enchantress wore a myriad of expressions on her face. When Chen Xiao displayed a hint of anger, she instantly transformed into a pitiful figure, evoking sympathy. Conversely, if he refrained from being stern, she treated him like a plush toy. Good grief, there's no need for such overindulgence. Chen Xiao sighed, resigning himself to his fate. As the final class bell rang, he sprang to his feet but did not escape. Xia Yudi tugged at his shirt, pouting adorably. "I'm hungry. Can I treat you to a meal?" Chen Xiao replied. "Dude, If you're hungry, eat on your own. Why treat me? I'm not even hungry. Yet, Xia Yudi gazed at him with affectionate eyes. Eventually, Chen Xiao relented, thinking it might be a good opportunity to speak candidly in a private setting. At a certain nondescript hamburger joint on campus, Xia Yudi joyfully sipped from a large cup of cola. Chen Xiao sighed. Look, if you keep this up, the teachers will notice me. My life will be unbearable. Xia Yudi set down her cola cup. If you want me to leave you alone, that's easy. Chen Xiao inquired, what are your conditions? Xia Yudi playfully poked at his abs. If you don't want me to pester you in public, let us find a private place to do it. Chen Xiao thought to himself that Xia Yudi was beautiful, embodying the sweet and cute type. He found this type of girl quite appealing, though he held no deep desires. Why don't you find a proper boyfriend? I'm a jerk. Xia Yudi pondered for a moment. A jerk? Oh, what a strong expression. I'll remember that. Chen Xiao found himself at a loss for words. I meant myself. I'm the jerk. Oh, does that have anything to do with me? I'm not seeking a relationship with you. Chen Xiao was speechless. Fine, you win. Yay. Xia Yudi leapt up triumphantly. Spend the weekend with me. Chen Xiao replied. I'm busy this weekend. I have plans with a girl. Xia Yudi pouted. Then I'll book you for next week. Chen Xiao, exasperated, conceded, all right. But don't come to our class again before next weekend. Deal. Chen Xiao sighed in relief. Okay, I'm off. Yeah, bye. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was met with a wave of teasing. Whoa, Xiaozi is really getting bold. Let me see if he is really bold. Lu Xian exclaimed. Get lost. You think I'm like you? Xiao Gu, where did you find such a beautiful girl? She asked like my dream goddess. One of the boys recalled. I remember her. She was ranked as the beauty of the foreign language department in our freshman year. No way, really? The gossip among the boys was intense and fleeting. As Dota commenced, the group shifted their focus to berating teammates and opponents, granting Chen Xiao a moment's respite. The next morning, Chen Xiao continued his running routine. Xia Yudi, with a small bag slung over her shoulder, yawned as she sat in the stands. Chen Xiao, bemused, questioned her presence. Why are you here again? You're not even running. Xia Yudi replied. I'm not going to your classroom. No one knows you here. Chen Xiao retorted. No one knows me? Look at those guys over there. Xia Yudi glanced around, noticing several boys casting glances in their direction. So what? I won't lose anything. Hurry and run. I'll be watching you. Chen Xiao felt particularly energetic today, running 4,000 meters continuously before halting. Xia Yudi hurried over, urging him to sit on the stands, where she gently wiped his sweat with a towel and offered him warm water. Chen Xiao quickly took it. Cough. I'm drenched in sweat. You might want to keep your distance. No way, I don't mind you, she replied, smoothing his wind-tousled hair. I've never been this attentive to my own dog. Why wouldn't I be to you? Chen Xiao paused. Your dog is. Oh, it's a dog. At first, Chen Xiao resisted Xia Yudi's presence as it disrupted his life. Yet now, he found himself relishing her tender affection, particularly the adoration reflected in her eyes. Perhaps she was merely enamored with his exterior, but that was all right. The exterior is part of oneself. After breakfast, Xia Yudi yawned her way back to the dorm, mumbling about needing more sleep. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Xiao received a call from Su Tang. Hello? Boss, are you awake? Su Tang inquired tentatively. Yes. I generally rise at 7, exercise for an hour, and am free by around 8, he replied, informing his subordinate of his schedule for mutual convenience. All right. I've already secured an office space and found 5 traders. When can you interview them? Chen Xiao contemplated. Let us do it today. Come pick me up, and we can look at the office together. 20 minutes later, Su Tang's car arrived at Building 5. Chen Xiao, dressed in sportswear, descended and took a seat in the back. Previously, he had sat in the front out of courtesy during a carpool. Now, with Su Tang as his subordinate, he felt no hesitation occupying the rear seat. Let us go? Sure. Su Tang, starting this month, I'll add an extra 5,000 yuan for gas. Su Tang was taken aback. Isn't that a bit excessive, boss? Chen Xiao chuckled. Not at all. You'll be my driver. But Su Tang hesitated. It's settled, Chen Xiao stated calmly, unwilling to dwell on the matter. All right. Su Tang wisely kept quiet. The office location she secured was by the banks of Changting River, nestled in the most bustling CBD area. The facilities were exceptionally well equipped. Situated just a short journey from Jining University, Chen Xiao was quite satisfied. While there might be better office locations in the future, none surpassed this one at present. Boss, we've arrived. Chen Xiao checked the time. It was already 9:30. Let us wait a moment before heading up. Okay, Su Tang replied without further inquiry. Chen Xiao pulled out his phone and opened the stock trading app. GXIN Optoelectronics, as expected, opened with a price limit increase, with orders amounting to several million shares. He checked the hidden information. On June 7th, Haitian Fisheries had a maximum increase of 669. Tomorrow was the weekend, and the stock market would be closed next Monday. With a different stock, the increase would only be 6%. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao liquidated his position in GXIN Optoelectronics. On the first day, he realized a profit of 30%, followed by another limit increase of 10% the next day, totaling a remarkable 40%. With a leveraged capital of 16 million, he netted a profit of 6.4 million, faster than a heist. Chapter 32, Recruitment adding to the 1.6 million principal and 200,000 in reserve funds. Chen Xiao's total assets reached 8.2 million. Come next Monday, it was highly likely that his trading day would surpass 10 million effortlessly. With this capital leverage, he would be able to access 7 to 8 million in funds. Chen Xiao could no longer operate as he once did, casually buying and selling. With a capital of 70 to 80 million yuan in the stock market, while not an enormous sum, a sudden influx could significantly influence short-term market fluctuations and potentially alter the market's rhythm. Therefore, both buying and selling required the expertise of professionals. At this moment, as Chen Xiao assembled his team, the timing could not have been better. "Let us go take a look," he said. "All right," Su Tang replied. Opening the back door of the car, Chen Xiao followed her to the 28th floor. The office space was modest, around 500 square meters, yet it boasted an excellent view. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, the winding expanse of the Chongqing River lay before him, with buildings rising in succession across the bank. The entire city was in the early stages of grand development. Standing there for a moment was refreshing, and the sensation of having the city beneath his feet stirred Chen Xiao's emotions. He envisioned that this feeling would soon become a reality. For Chen Xiao, this space was more than sufficient. His team did not require many members. A few dozen square meters for office use would suffice. Besides his private office, he planned to equip the remaining area with recreational facilities. The basic renovations were already complete. He simply needed to procure some office supplies. In the workspace, 5 young individuals awaited nervously. Chen Xiao greeted them before entering his private office, which contained merely a desk and several chairs. "Su Tang, let us proceed with the interviews one by one." "Understood." Soon, the first candidate entered. The resumes were clear. Each individual boasted at least 2 years of trading experience and graduated from prestigious institutions. Chen Xiao focused on their work histories. While words can deceive, a person's experiences cannot. Any fabrications would soon be revealed through a professional background check post-interview. Among the 5, 2 had never changed jobs and had only recently considered a switch. The other 3 had 1 job change, and 2 had switched 5 companies within their 2-year careers. Chen Xiao further probed into the reasons for their departures and their motivations for seeking new employment. In the course of the discussion, individuals often revealed inconsistencies. For Chen Xiao, who had previous experience as a headhunter, discerning truth from falsehood was straightforward. Some reasons sounded contradictory, and upon further inquiry, their flaws became apparent. After an hour of deliberation, Chen Xiao settled on 2 candidates. Once everyone had exited, he pointed to the records of each individual and stated, "Let us keep Wang Peng and Xiao Su." Su Tang nodded, impressed by Chen Xiao's seasoned interviewing skills, which made her question whether she was speaking to a sophomore or a seasoned interviewer. Her intuition was correct. Chen Xiao had indeed worked briefly as a headhunter, achieving commendable results in that year. Thus, he was well-versed in evaluating candidates from various angles, including salary negotiations and background checks. He simply preferred not to exert himself unnecessarily. If money could resolve issues, he would opt for that route. Su Tang escorted the other 3 candidates out and, following Chen Xiao's instructions, compensated each with 200 yuan for transportation, ensuring they left with goodwill. Calling in the visibly excited Wang Peng and Xiao Su, Chen Xiao smiled and said, "Don't be too quick to rejoice. Although our team offers competitive salaries, your inclusion is contingent upon a professional skills assessment." Wang Peng and Xiao Su exchanged confident glances and replied, "Mr. Chen, rest assured about our professionalism. We are seeking new opportunities due to our former employer's delayed payments, not because of any issues with our skills." Chen Xiao nodded. Both hailed from the same company and had only held that position in their careers. Unfortunately, the company's performance had faltered, leading to months of unpaid salaries, prompting their search for new prospects. However, words alone were insufficient. Chen Xiao gestured towards Su Tang's computer and said, "Today, we will invest in Haitian Fisheries. You 2 will take turns building the position." "Understood, boss," they replied. Upon viewing the plan, Wang Peng and Xiao Su's eyes widened in astonishment. 7 million yuan had been magnified to 70 million, a 10-fold leverage. It felt akin to dancing on a tightrope above a precipice. A mere 10% drop could result in catastrophic losses, and even an early exit would leave them with scant capital. Chen Xiao, observing their apprehension, chuckled. What is the matter? Are you afraid? They swallowed hard. Boss, while we may not be analysts, the risk involved here is exceedingly high, especially since this stock's recent performance has been lackluster. Fear not, Chen Xiao reassured them. Your task is to build the position as efficiently and cost-effectively as possible. The rest is not your concern. After some contemplation, they realized their role was merely to execute trades. The strategic decisions lay with the fund manager. Their duty was to buy. The value lay in quickly and securely reducing the stock's capital. Xiao Su, you go first, Chen Xiao instructed. Xiao Su nodded, knowing his skills were slightly less honed than Wang Peng's. Getting started first with a substantial sum would allow him to capitalize on the market's initial reactions, making the operation considerably smoother. Standing behind, Chen Xiao watched as Xiao Su adeptly seized every dip, judiciously placing buy orders without significantly impacting the market. Impressed by his meticulous execution, Chen Xiao silently commended him. After all, he was 100 times better than himself. Next, he observed Wang Peng, whose methods were even more professional and decisive. By the end of the morning session, the two had successfully utilized over 40 million yuan, stabilizing the stock price. Chen Xiao felt satisfied. The approach to handling such large sums of capital was distinctly different from before. Had he operated it himself, the stock price might have soared beyond reason. If the market followed suit, profits would be minimal. Investing 70 million in a single stock within a single day was nearly reaching its limit. Other capital magnates might invest billions across multiple stocks, often taking months, or even half a year to complete their positions. Rarely did someone like Chen Xiao seize one stock with such fervor. With only an hour and a half for lunch, Chen Xiao took the three to an upscale restaurant downstairs for a quick meal. On the way, Su Tang quietly inquired, "Boss, are these two satisfactory?" Chen Xiao nodded. "They are quite decent." A relieved smile spread across Su Tang's face. Her boss's approval was a testament to her efforts. "By the way, let us hire some support staff for tasks like ordering meals or preparing fruit and juice." "Sure. Do you have any preferences?" Chen Xiao pondered, then replied, "Female, reliable, and attractive." "Understood." Chapter 33, Dining Out. Without mind for price, as the afternoon trading session commenced, Wang Peng and Xiao Su busily immersed themselves in their tasks. After 2 hours of intense effort, they had successfully utilized 70 million yuan to establish their position. Fortunately, no favorable news had emerged that day. Otherwise, the stock price would have risen even more. With a sigh of relief, they completed their tasks but soon grew anxious, realizing that their actions had essentially placed 70 million yuan at the edge of a precipice. Even the slightest disturbance could lead to disaster. However, Chen Xiao felt content. "All right, today's work is concluded. Tomorrow is the weekend. Everyone can take some time to relax." Wang Peng and Xiao Su were taken aback. "Aren't we going to review the trades? No strategic analysis? No intelligence assessment?" "Oh, right, and we don't even have analysts to analyze anything." The relief of not needing to work overtime was indeed refreshing. Observing the two individuals with vacant expressions, Su Tang felt a surge of amusement. Just a few days prior, she too had been rendered bewildered by her boss's extraordinary maneuvers. However, at this point, no matter how astonishing the boss's decisions became, she would not be overly surprised. After all, who else could possibly transform a mere 100,000 in capital into a leverage of 70 million within just a few days? To regard such a person through the lens of ordinary reasoning or to impose expectations upon them would not be madness on their part, but rather a reflection of one's own folly. With a smile, Su Tang declared, "Do not doubt, work diligently, and one day you will be grateful for the choices made today." "Oh, understood, Su Zong," came the reply. Although the company comprised merely 2 or 3 individuals, Chen Xiao had nonetheless appointed Su Tang as the general manager, making the address entirely appropriate. After exchanging these words, Su Tang entered the boss's office, intending to inquire if Chen Xiao had any further instructions. If not, she would return to her own tasks. Others might rest, but she could not afford such luxury. The company had just been established, and there remained numerous aspects to refine. Upon knocking and entering, Su Tang asked, "Boss, do you have any additional directives?" Chen Xiao jestingly inquired, "So how is it? The team is just being formed. Are you exhausted? Any regrets?" Su Tang chuckled, "Boss, you cannot fathom the joy of meticulously building a team from nothing, from weakness to strength." Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself that he too had started from scratch. Clearly, Su Tang had mistaken him for an elite nurtured by a prominent family. Nevertheless, her ability to derive satisfaction and joy from her work sufficed. Withdraw 240,000 from this card. Allocate 200,000 for rent, office supplies, and regular expenses, and bring 40,000 to my office, he instructed. Su Tang's mouth fell open in surprise. In this era, rent was merely over 10,000 a month, typically paid for 3 months in advance. What could such a sum procure in office supplies? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xiao replied, search online and adhere to the standards of Silicon Valley or Wall Street. Oh, very well, she acquiesced. Descending the stairs, Su Tang soon returned with 4 stacks of cash to hand over to Chen Xiao. In this age, QR code payments had yet to take hold, and cash remained the prevalent medium of exchange. With plans to escort Li Wenli to a shopping spree the following day, she ensured she had some cash on hand. Noticing Chen Xiao occupied on the phone, she patiently waited. Yes, come over tonight. I've booked a hotel, he said. All right, see you soon, he concluded before hanging up. Su Tang, when you head downstairs, could you also reserve a hotel for me? Just leave the room key at the front desk, he requested. Of course, she replied without hesitation. An hour later, Li Wenli arrived at the office building. While engrossed in a mobile game, Chen Xiao received a call. Hello? Chen Xiao. Which floor are you on? I've arrived. Oh, I'm on the 28th floor. Could you bring a shoulder bag up for me? Huh, a shoulder bag? All right then. Li Wenli responded. After a lengthy selection process at a nearby sports brand store, she finally chose a bag she deemed suitable for Chen Xiao's demeanor, spending over 400 yuan before ascending. Following the details Chen Xiao had sent, she entered a spacious office, only to find it entirely empty. Chen Xiao? She called out nervously. Here. Chen Xiao's voice echoed from within. Upon locating the office and seeing Chen Xiao seated in a chair, she let out a relieved sigh. What are you doing here all alone? Oh, I just rented this office today, he replied. Li Wenli paused, surprised by the mention of an office. Yet she refrained from further questioning. Lifting the bag, she said, Chen Xiao, look at the shoulder bag I bought for you. Do you like it? Chen Xiao nodded. It's great. Put the money inside, wear it, and come with me. Li Wenli was taken aback. Wait, weren't you the one who wanted a shoulder bag? After all this, I ended up buying it for myself. She turned to see 4 thick bundles of cash casually laid out on the desk. This was the first time she had ever seen such a sum of money before her eyes. Following Chen Xiao's instructions, her breath quickened as she gathered the cash, cradling it with both hands. Chen Xiao glanced back, momentarily speechless. Don't be nervous. It's just 40,000 yuan, merely our weekend pocket money. Weekend pocket money, 40,000? She stammered. Hurry, let us go. The restaurant downstairs will be fully booked if we delay, Chen Xiao remarked as he stepped ahead. Oh right. As she adjusted her bag while slinging the shoulder bag across her body, she hurried after him. The restaurant in the CBD was among the finest in Jining, frequented by business elites, hence the accompanying service matched the clientele. By 5 in the afternoon, the restaurant Chen Xiao wished to visit was already teeming with patrons. He shrugged. See, we're too late. Then let us choose another one, Li Wenli suggested. All right, you pick the next one, Chen Xiao replied. After a brief survey, she pointed to a vibrantly decorated establishment. How about that one? Chen Xiao noted it was a Japanese restaurant. Fine, suit yourself. Upon entering, they were warmly greeted by the staff, who shouted in a language Chen Xiao could not comprehend. The interior was even more extravagant than the exterior, adorned with faded portraits and various chaotic elements. The draped curtains were equally flamboyant. Unsure of the establishment's quality, Chen Xiao found the atmosphere overwhelming. Li Wenli, however, was filled with curiosity. Upon sitting down to peruse the menu, her eyes widened in astonishment. Lowering her head slightly, she whispered behind the menu, Chen Xiao, should we switch to another place? Why? This place is really expensive, she replied. Without glancing at the prices, Chen Xiao insisted, when dining out. Do not focus on the cost, just order. What about the price of the dishes? Li Wenli finally comprehended why Chen Xiao had taken out more pocket money than her tuition for 4 years. This meal consumed 3 months of her living expenses. However, the ingredients were undeniably fresh, having been airlifted. Chen Xiao was quite satisfied with the meal. Such delicacies were enjoyable occasionally, but would become tiresome with frequent indulgence. Where shall we wander next? He inquired. Li Wenli pondered for a moment before bashfully stating, I don't want to shop. I'm tired. Tired from eating? Chen Xiao queried, instantly recognizing it as an excuse. Let us return to the hotel to rest. All right. Arriving at the hotel front desk, Chen Xiao provided his name and phone number, successfully receiving the room key. Su Tang had booked a suite for him, complete with an office area, a relaxation zone, and a reception space. Upon entering, Li Wenli was awestruck. Wow, hotels can be this spacious? Chen Xiao chuckled, As long as the budget is sufficient, the size is limitless. Standing by the window, she exclaimed, Chen Xiao, come here quickly. It's beautiful outside. Chen Xiao approached with a smile. The lights along the banks of the Yangtze River twinkled, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on Li Wenli's fair skin. Gently embracing her from behind, he whispered softly, Do you like it? Turning to wrap her arms around his neck, her eyes shimmering with affection, she nodded fervently, I do. The flames of passion ignited from the sitting area to the desk, and then from the desk to the floor-to-ceiling window, ultimately culminating in the bathtub. Holding the delicate Li Wenli, Chen Xiao felt invigorated. He reached for the cigarette box beside the tub, but Li Wenli snatched it away first, lighting a cigarette for him before placing it between his lips. Chen Xiao smiled, reclining against the bathtub's backrest, enjoying the moment. 10 minutes later, after drying Chen Xiao off and donning a bathrobe, they settled onto the bed to rest. Chen Xiao leaned against the headboard, flipping through messages on his phone, while Li Wenli nestled in his embrace, her eyes closed in repose. After a brief interval, Chen Xiao became restless once more. Li Wenli murmured, Oh no, we still have shopping to do tomorrow. After more than an hour, the two finally fell into a deep slumber. The following afternoon, Chen Xiao managed to rouse Li Wenli from her slumber. We haven't even started shopping yet, and half the day has already passed, she pouted. It's all your fault. Chen Xiao chuckled. All right, blame me. They ordered lunch from the hotel, and after enjoying their meal, they finally descended to commence their shopping expedition. For women, shopping is akin to an exhilarating stimulant. The lethargic Li Wenli transformed into a bundle of energy the moment she stepped outside, linking her arm with Chen Xiao's. She skipped joyfully, pointing at various intriguing items. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, she stumbled on the steps at the entrance of the square and nearly fell. Fortunately, Chen Xiao was quick to catch her. Li Wenli's face paled in fright. Are you all right? She asked anxiously, patting her chest. I'm fine, I just scratched someone's car. Chen Xiao glanced at the side of the road where a white Honda Fit was parked. Li Wenli's backpack zipper had left a faint mark on the car door. It's all right. Let's see if we can find the owner's contact number. We can compensate him, he reassured her. Li Wenli, resembling a child who had erred, lowered her head and murmured, I'm sorry, Chen Xiao. Am I too useless? For a girl of her age, scratching someone else's car was indeed a significant matter, especially in the year 2010 when car ownership was not as widespread, and vehicles were undoubtedly a symbol of wealth. At that moment, a young man with bleached hair emerged from the car, his face darkened with anger as he approached. Are you blind? This is a brand new car, he shouted at Li Wenli. Startled, she took a step back. Chen Xiao's smile faded as he understood the frustration of having a newly purchased car scratched. It was a natural response. However, to hurl insults without understanding the situation was rather excessive. How much will it cost to fix that scratch? Chen Xiao asked coolly. The young man sized up Chen Xiao, noting his attire which likely cost over 1,000. This is a new car. You have to account for depreciation too, he retorted. Chen Xiao pressed. I just want to know how much the scratch will cost. Typically, such minor scratches could be repaired for a mere 100 at any auto shop. Yet, after some hesitation, the young man replied, At least 1,000. Chen Xiao nodded, pulling Li Wenli closer and tossing a wad of cash into the young man's hands. Then, gripping Li Wenli's hand, he began to scratch the Honda Fit with his keys. The young man was taken aback, shouting, What the hell are you doing? Chen Xiao coldly smirked, You don't want the money? Then we'll fix your car ourselves. The young man clutched the cash. Torn between refusing to let go and lacking a valid reason to stop Chen Xiao, his face turning red with frustration. Worriedly, Li Wenli said, Chen Xiao, maybe we should just let it go. It's all my fault. Chen Xiao patted her back reassuringly. Don't be scared. We've already paid. If we don't scratch it 10 times, wouldn't that be a bargain for him? With that, he continued scratching the car. Before long, the once pristine Honda Fit was marred with deep scratches all over. Though Li Wenli was concerned about Chen Xiao's potential losses, she had to admit that it felt quite liberating. Chen Xiao asked, Are you satisfied? Should we add 10 more scratches? The young man trembled at the thought. Someone so indifferent to money was not to be trifled with. Harboring a grudge could cost him dearly. Bro, I'm sorry. Let's just forget about it, okay? Look at your girlfriend's hands. They're all red. The young man pleaded. Chen Xiao ignored him, only seeking Li Wenli's opinion. She quietly replied, No, let's not. It's too wasteful. Since she felt a sense of relief, Chen Xiao decided to cease the act. However, unexpectedly, 2 individuals appeared, one wielding a fire extinguisher and loudly declaring, Don't let it end like this. I'll throw in an extra 10,000. With that, he tossed a stack of cash to the young man and began smashing the car with the extinguisher. The young man stood frozen, nearly in tears, lamenting the kind of people he encountered while merely parking his car. Chen Xiao was bewildered by the unfolding drama. The young man, having exhausted his energy after shattering all the windows, handed the fire extinguisher to a burly man beside him and approached Chen Xiao. "Brother, I like you," he said. Chen Xiao flinched, instinctively stepping back. The young man realized his words were inappropriate and slapped his mouth, exclaiming, "Damn, look at my foolish mouth. Don't get me wrong. I just happened to witness what transpired and admire your temperament. I wanted to join in on the fun. I must admit, it was quite exhilarating." Chapter 35. Tang Xiaofei. This clearly indicated he was a wealthy heir, yet his demeanor was refreshingly candid. "Your hobby is quite unique," the young man remarked with a laugh. "Aren't you the same? We're cut from the same cloth. Shall we get acquainted?" Chen Zhao's demeanor suggested he was no ordinary person, as an elite heir. He was well aware of such dynamics. With a smile, Chen Xiao extended his hand. "I'm Chen Xiao, Tang Xiaofei. Let's exchange contact information and hang out sometime?" Chen Zhao's brow furrowed momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. "Sure, my number is." After exchanging numbers, Tang Xiaofei turned to his imposing bodyguard. "Ah Biao, take care of this. Chen, you take your girlfriend and enjoy yourselves. I'll handle this." Chen Xiao nodded. "Thank you. Next time we meet, the treat is on me." "Sure. No problem." After bidding farewell, they parted ways. Li Wenli stared wide-eyed, speechless. It was her first realization of the stark contrast between the affluent and the ordinary. For common folk, such incidents often led to prolonged disputes, seeking connections, or other assistance. The entire affair could take a whole day, or even several days to resolve. However, wealthy individuals approached matters differently, willing to spend money to resolve issues swiftly and efficiently, even throwing money around for their own satisfaction. When money speaks, silence naturally follows. Upon entering the mall, Li Wenli noticed Chen Zhao's demeanor had returned to normal, as if he had merely stepped in something unpleasant and brushed it off. "Wenli, what do you like? I'll buy it for you." Li Wenli shook her head. "No, you've already spent so much today." Chen Xiao chuckled, playfully tapping her nose. "You've worked hard. We must reward you properly. Don't be shy." Li Wenli's face flushed instantly, yet she persisted. "No, let's just watch a movie." Chen Xiao, exasperated, pointed to her bag. "If we don't spend all this money today, I'll just give it to you as pocket money." "What? No way. I still have the 2,000 from the hotel refund," Li Wenli replied. Chen Xiao was taken aback, marveling at the innocence of college girls. If she were from the real world, she would have happily pocketed the money, kissed him, and said, "You're the best," while secretly planning to share half with her new boyfriend. "It's settled then," he declared in a commanding tone. "You should know my temperament." Li Wenli cast him a resentful glance. Throughout their time together, she had never seen anyone dare to defy Chen Zhao's wishes. After a moment's thought, she said, "All right, let us go spend this money." Chen Xiao finally smiled. "Now that's more like it." However, for the rest of the time, Li Wenli relentlessly dragged him into men's clothing stores. From underwear to socks, formal wear to casual attire, Chen Xiao lost count of how many outfits she purchased. In the end, her bags were overflowing. Observing her struggle to carry the bags, Chen Xiao, despite his principles, couldn't help but assist her by taking on most of the burden. "No more men's clothes. You haven't bought a single piece for yourself." "Hey, I'm just getting one more men's outfit before I buy something for myself," she exclaimed. "I find your trust hard to believe. You made the same claim when you purchased your first set." Chen Xiao directly pulled her into the women's clothing store, took a seat, and addressed the attendant. "Please prepare 10 outfits for her." The attendant, noticing the two of them bringing in numerous bags, immediately recognized them as significant customers. With a beaming smile, she took Li Wenli to select clothes. Chen Xiao settled on the sofa, sipping the beverage offered by the attendant, while enjoying the sight of Li Wenli trying on various outfits. With her stunning beauty, reminiscent of exotic regions, paired with her tall stature, she was the epitome of a clothing model, effortlessly showcasing any ensemble. Some outfits exuded innocence, others radiated sensuality, and some conveyed serene elegance. Chen Xiao exclaimed in delight. This was the proper way to accompany a girl on a shopping spree. In contrast to the exhausting shopping experiences that could tire even a dog, this was sheer enjoyment. After 2 hours of shopping, they had amassed a considerable amount of clothing, yet Chen Xiao awkwardly realized they could carry no more. Reluctantly, he had to call Su Tang for assistance. Without hesitation, she arrived within 10 minutes. The three of them loaded the clothes into the car, filling the trunk to the brim. "Boss, where to next?" Chen Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, "Back to school. If we go to a hotel, it will be quite the hassle." "Understood." Chen Xiao and Li Wenli took their seats in the back, while Su Tang drove, her gaze fixed ahead. "Wenli, when we reach the school, please take these clothes to your dorm. I will let you know when I need to wear them." "Oh, sure." Li Wenli understood Chen Xiao's desire to keep his identity concealed and was willing to cover for him. When they arrived at the 5th dormitory building, Chen Xiao got out first and headed to his dorm. Su Tang then drove to the 6th building, where Li Wenli called her dorm mates down to help carry the clothes upstairs. "Thank you, Sister Su Tang. You've worked hard," Li Wenli said, bending slightly to greet her through the car window. Su Tang smiled and replied, "No need for thanks. It's my duty to assist the boss. Goodbye." Li Wenli was momentarily taken aback, then quickly waved with a smile. "Goodbye." After the car left, Li Wenli's dorm mates gaped in astonishment. "Wenli, how did you buy so many things? And half of them are men's clothes, including underwear?" Li Wenli felt a rush of embarrassment but forced a smile, saying, "Ah, I won a small lottery. Those are all for my brother." "Wow, you owe us a treat." All right. Just help me carry them back. I'll treat you tonight." Once back in the dorm, Li Wenli organized the men's clothing by style, neatly arranging them on the upper shelf, while her own clothes filled the lower shelf to the brim. After Chen Xiao returned, he felt it was time to purchase a car. Although Su Tang had a vehicle, it was cramped, lacking in soundproofing and comfort. With this thought, he called Su Tang. "Hello, boss. You're not home yet, right?" "No, I'm on the way. Come pick me up tomorrow morning and bring your ID." "All right." After hanging up, Chen Xiao grew increasingly pleased with Su Tang's capabilities. She was efficient, asked few questions, possessed high emotional intelligence, and exhibited loyalty, which, while not immediately evident, appeared promising for the time being. Upon returning to the dorm, Chen Xiao noticed an additional presence in the room, specifically, a new girl. "Hello, Xiaogu." Ma Yijia greeted first. Hi." Xiao Ji turned her face with a grin, offering Chen Xiao a cigarette without mentioning her relationship with Ma Yijia. Chen Xiao observed their familiar camaraderie from his past life. The two were nestled on a single sofa, affectionate yet discreet, and Ma Yijia's gaze frequently wandered towards Chen Xiao. Chapter 36. I need a moment to calm down before leaving after sitting for a while. Chen Xiao decided to explore other dorms. The group was either engrossed in gaming or flirting. After circling back, he found Ma Yijia still present. Chen Xiao felt exasperated. It was the weekend, and without room checks, it was possible Ma Yijia might end up staying over. He contemplated sending Lu Xian a message, informing him that Xiao Ji had brought a girl to the dorm and that he should handle it accordingly, suggesting that if it wasn't too awkward, he could return. He then called Li Wenli, who, having just finished tidying up, breathlessly stated that she was treating her dorm friends to dinner that evening. Chen Xiao, feeling helpless, attempted to contact Sun Ying, but no one picked up. A moment later, he received a text, "Dining out, will return later." Chen Xiao thought to himself, "How did I end up with so many girls around me that it feels insufficient?" He casually browsed through his phone, suddenly pausing on the name Xia Yudi. The thought of her gaze upon him made his heart swell with delight. No matter how remarkable a man may be, he cannot escape the admiration of women, especially that of beautiful ones. Chen Xiao was no exception. He dialed her number. "Wow, Chen Xiao, you finally called me." The voice on the other end was accompanied by excited chatter. "Oh my, are you waiting for a man's call, my little fairy? I'm heartbroken. And now my fairy is flirting with smelly men. Yudi, a girl as beautiful as you should never be single for life." Xia Yudi, speechless, retorted, "Leave me alone." After some commotion, she found a quieter spot and said, "Chen Xiao, did you call to ask me out?" If you have time." "I do." "Where shall we meet?" "At the juice shop in the campus commercial street." "All right, see you soon, moi." Chen Xiao noted that the campus commercial street was the only one within Jining University, bustling during class breaks or weekends. The initial bubble tea shop thrived, whereas the fresh juice store was relatively quiet, as its prices were steep, over 10 yuan a cup, making it uncompetitive against the usual 3 or 4 yuan bubble tea. Young people are not keen on discussions of health. It often serves as a stumbling block on their path to success. In their youth, they indulge in reckless behaviors, chewing betel nut with cigarettes, barbecuing with alcohol, pulling all-nighters, and binge-watching countless shows. Common occurrences at this age. Before long, Xia Yudi, donned in a white lace dress, approached from a distance, capturing the attention of numerous boys and girls along the way. Yet, her gaze remained fixed solely on the boy at the entrance of the juice shop, who occupied her entire world. "Chen Xiao, what would you like to drink?" "It's on me." Chen Xiao glanced at the heartbroken boys around him and replied, "Let me treat you instead. What do you want?" "I'll have the pink love." "Full sugar with ice." Chen Xiao smiled slightly. Full sugar with ice, much like Xia Yudi's personality. Sweet to those she favors, yet cold and proud to those she does not. The two strolled through the campus, each sharing amusing stories. However, summer's heat soon made the refreshing juice feel inadequate. Xia Yudi glanced at the swimming pool and then scrutinized Chen Xiao's physique. "Chen Xiao, shall we go swimming?" Chen Xiao blinked, taken aback. Swimming? Yes, it's too hot. Perfect weather for it. Chen Xiao considered the national-level swimming facility on campus, realizing he had scarcely visited it in his previous life, a missed opportunity. All right, let's go swimming. They didn't return for swimsuits, but instead bought new ones at the swimming pool's entrance before changing. Chen Xiao, dressed simply in swim trunks, donned a swim cap and goggles before entering. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he finally spotted Xia Yudi sneaking in, arms crossed, like a thief. Upon her entrance, the attention of all the boys in the pool immediately fixated on her. Xia Yudi's petite yet alluring figure was well-proportioned, her skin as fair as snow, and her features exquisitely refined. She represented the opposite of sensuality, garnering attention in the swimming pool and instantly igniting the protective instincts of the boys around her. Xia Yudi approached Chen Xiao directly upon seeing him, her adorable cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Have you never been to the swimming pool? Chen Xiao inquired. Xia Yudi quickly hid behind Chen Xiao, shielding herself from the unabashed gazes of the crowd. I've never been, she replied. Chen Xiao was at a loss for words. Then can you swim? Xia Yudi shook her innocent eyes and replied, I can't swim. Yet you insisted on coming to the swimming pool. Was it to swim? Blushing, Xia Yudi said, I can't swim. Can't you teach me? With a sigh, Chen Xiao conceded. All right, let us go. I won't go unless you carry me. I'm scared. Chen Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. There are so many people watching. Then you go first and catch me. I'm afraid of drowning. Chen Xiao felt a pang of exasperation. Did this girl come to swim with a death wish? Fine. He jumped into the pool, extending his arms. Come on. Don't be afraid. Xia Yudi cautiously perched on the edge of the pool, stepping down slowly. She was particularly terrified of the water. Her small face flustered as she bit her lip. As soon as she stepped in, she lunged into Chen Xiao's embrace, clinging to him like an octopus. The onlookers collectively shook their heads, unable to bear the display of affection. Both clad in swimsuits, Chen Xiao suddenly felt an overwhelming heat, which he struggled to contain. Why? You need to get down. Xia Yudi shook her head vigorously, clinging tighter. No, I want tea. I'm scared of drowning. But how can you swim like this? You can carry me while swimming. Chen Xiao shifted closer to the edge, leaning against the wall to conceal his embarrassment. He thought, if anyone sees this, I might as well transfer schools. You're suffocating me. I can't breathe. Xia Yudi paused, loosening her grip slightly to give him breathing space. Oh, right, sorry. If it weren't for his desperate need for air, he wouldn't have disengaged from her warmth. Cough, cough, it's all right. Just take it slow and don't be nervous. I won't let you drown. After a while of reassurance, Xia Yudi gradually relaxed and slid down from his grasp. I think I brushed against something. No, you didn't touch anything. Suddenly, a realization struck Xia Yudi, and her face turned crimson. Chen Xiao, are you okay? I'm not so well. I can't turn around. Then shall we leave? You go ahead. I need a moment to calm down. Half an hour later, Chen Xiao finally emerged from the pool. Some students observing the situation were puzzled. What was that guy doing standing in the water for so long? Those who understood the dynamics clearly knew that, if it were them, they would have been mortified. Outside the swimming pool, Xia Yudi followed Chen Xiao like a child caught in wrongdoing, her cheeks flushed. Chen Xiao, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's fine. I'm not angry with you. Xia Yudi's face lit up with joy. Really? That is wonderful. Although we didn't swim today, you looked really good without your clothes. Chen Xiao was speechless. I was still in swim trunks. Oh, that doesn't matter. I can imagine. All right. You should head back to your dorm and enjoy your imagination. Chen Xiao finally managed to send her off. In the evening, he sat alone in the cafeteria, sipping a drink and savoring the leisurely moments of university life. Suddenly, Tan Sheng appeared, plopping down directly across from him. Chen Xiao was taken aback. What are you doing here? Tan Sheng pondered for a moment before saying, Chen Xiao, I didn't agree to Lu Xing's reconciliation. Chen Xiao chuckled, bemused by Tan Sheng's seriousness. Why are you explaining this to me? Are you trying to date me? Tan Sheng was caught off guard by Chen Xiao's bluntness. His casual demeanor made it impossible to accept any romantic overtures. Who wants to date you? She huffed and stormed off. Chen Xiao felt utterly disillusioned with his former goddess. How on earth did I spend 4 years chasing someone like her? Just as he wallowed in his frustration, a call from Sun Ying interrupted him. Hello? Little brother, what were you calling your sister for earlier? Nothing, he replied, feeling a bit down. Come on, I can tell something's up. Where are you? I'm in the third cafeteria. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up, it wasn't long before Sun Ying arrived, adorned in a floral dress, a lace sun hat, sunglasses, and heavy makeup. Chen Xiao, what's wrong? She asked, noticing the beer bottle in front of him. Chen Xiao sighed, then chuckled. How should I put it? It's like my longtime crush suddenly fell from grace and turned into a manipulative person. Sunning was taken aback. You're heartbroken? Heartbroken? I never even dated her. Sunning laughed. Oh, I thought it was a big deal. Is it really worth getting upset over? Chen Xiao didn't explain further. He was disheartened by the 4 years of youth wasted in vain. Seeing his melancholy, Sunning reached out and gently caressed his arm. Don't be sad. Tonight, your sister has a surprise for you. It's not that, he replied. Come on, no need to explain. I understand. But let me give you a piece of advice. A real man should prioritize his future. Once you have a career and wealth, women will line up for you. Chen Xiao regarded Sun Ying with surprise. You have quite a profound understanding. Sun Ying sighed, her expression weary. But that level is hard to reach. Just do your best, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Chen Xiao sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? You seem troubled. Sun Ying took a swig from the beer Chen Xiao had been drinking and said, I accompanied Xing Yanqing to a dinner today. It seemed to be related to finance. And everyone there were big shots. I felt the gap between us was just too vast. I don't want to sell my body. When will I finally make it? Chen Xiao frowned, intrigued by any information regarding Xing Yanqing. What financial topic was he discussing? Sun Ying thought for a moment. I think it was about coal or something. I'm not too sure, but I heard something about a leading coal company wanting to suppress something. Chen Xiao silently noted it, planning to investigate later for any opportunity to create some trouble. Senior, you're so beautiful. How do you manage to slip away from Xing Yanqing? Sun Ying laughed. What? Are you worried someone might take me away? Chen Xiao considered his response. If possible, I wouldn't want that. Sun Ying playfully touched her lips and then pressed them against Chen Xiao's, her gaze enticing. Little brother, I'm waiting for you to support me. Chen Xiao chuckled. How long can you wait? Sun Ying pondered for a moment. Well, it won't be forever, so you need to work hard. All right. I'll go to the library and study all night to become an elite as soon as possible, he declared. Ha ha ha. That's all in the future. Come with me first. In the tennis court, 2 more figures appeared. Chen Xiao wondered why they were there. Sun Ying brushed her fingers against the wire fence and turned to Chen Xiao. Of course, because there's a net here. Chen Xiao blinked, bewildered. What? Do you want to go online? Sun Ying shot him an annoyed glance. You're so annoying. The following day, Su Tang called to say she had arrived at the school. Checking the time, Chen Xiao realized it was almost 9 o'clock. He instructed Su Tang to drive the car to the hotel entrance and then headed downstairs with Sun Ying after a brief tidy-up. Chapter 38. Purchasing a car. Su Tang observed as Chen Xiao emerged from the hotel alongside an unfamiliar yet strikingly beautiful woman. A flicker of surprise crossed her features, but she quickly regained her composure. Ah, please, do not refer to me as old Chen. It makes me feel aged, Chen Xiao interjected. Su Tang paused for a brief moment before realizing that this indicated the woman by his side was likely unaware of his true identity. Very well, old Chen Xiao, please. Let us embark, she replied. Chen Xiao inquired. Is your friend here to pick you up? Should I offer you a ride? Sun Ying appeared somewhat astonished. The young lady not only possessed beauty but also exuded a refined aura, showcasing her competence. Has Chen Xiao begun dating? She pondered. But then again, if she were his girlfriend, would he have her waiting at the hotel entrance? Oh, no need for that. I shall return to school, Sun Ying responded, sensing the ambiguity of the situation and deciding it wise to remain silent, allowing Chen Xiao more leeway in his explanations. Very well, farewell. As she watched Sun Ying walk away, Chen Xiao finally settled into the back seat. Su Tang inquired, where shall we head, boss? To the auto parts city. Understood. Su Tang started the vehicle and steadily navigated toward the auto parts city, while recruiting for the logistics team. We could also hire a couple of drivers and a front desk assistant, he suggested. Oh, certainly, Su Tang noted silently. Your assistant should be young, beautiful, and agile. Under your supervision, they could alleviate some of your workload. The drivers need to be of good character, honest, and reserved. They will be managed within the General Affairs Department. Understood, I shall make a note of that. Su Tang felt elated. Managing everything alone had proven to be quite taxing. Having a team would undoubtedly free up more time to better serve her boss. Upon arriving at the car dealership, Chen Xiao instructed Su Tang to drive into the Mercedes-Benz showroom. In this era, very few automobile brands caught Chen Xiao's discerning eye, and Mercedes-Benz was one of them. Having entered the domestic market early, Mercedes-Benz stood as the elder sibling among the BBA brands, widely favored by business professionals. As the sales associate observed Chen Xiao descend from the back seat, the door opened for him by the driver. It became evident that he was either a prominent figure or merely a pretentious individual. His youthful appearance suggested the latter, yet his demeanor hinted at the former. Regardless, the odds of him being a potential client warranted a chance. Good day, sir. Are you here to look at cars? Chen Xiao nodded. pleasantly surprised that the sales associate did not underestimate him due to his age. Very well, please come inside. Have you visited us before? Is there a particular model that piques your interest? Chen Xiao replied, I would like to take a look at the E300L. Let us purchase one for now. The sales associate inhaled sharply, then smiled without uttering a word. Su Tang had never driven such an exquisite vehicle, so she remained silent, unable to offer any insights. Would you like to take a test drive? The sales associate inquired. No, let us proceed with the paperwork. Su Tang, the car will be registered in your name. Su Tang was taken aback. In my name? For such an expensive vehicle? No need for alarm. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. I lack a driver's license and a local residency permit. It is simpler for you to handle the registration, along with all the subsequent inspections and insurance matters. Oh, understood. Su Tang finally accepted the reality of owning a luxury car valued at over 700,000 yuan. The sales associate stood by, utterly astonished. This student is purchasing an E300L in someone else's name? He has no driver's license? He won test drive? Most importantly, he hasn't inquired about the price. Sir, may I still provide you with some information? Chen Xiao was puzzled. But I've already made the purchase. What more is there to discuss? The sales associate was momentarily flustered. But the process hasn't been completed yet. Let us skip it, Chen Xiao replied. Sir. You will need to select an additional configuration worth 40,000 yuan. Chen Xiao was taken aback, surprised that such decisions were already being made. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. No need to choose. It's included as a gift. Chen Xiao turned with a smile. Brother. What a pleasant surprise to see you. It was none other than Tang Xiaofei. Indeed, what a coincidence. Chen Xiao gestured toward the dealership. It's one of my family's properties. It's been unattended, and I find myself with some free time. Do you have more properties that need management? Chen Xiao inquired, impressed. Impressive indeed. But you appear younger than I, yet you drive an E300. When I was your age, I could only afford a motorcycle, which led to a rather stern lesson from my father. Your father must be quite formidable. Indeed, Tang Xiaofei beckoned the manager over. Take my brother's woman and complete the paperwork for him. And do not forget to ensure everything is in order. Understood, Master Tang. Chen Xiao chuckled, adding, thank you. Tang Xiaofei, but she is not my woman. She is my subordinate. She is still single, and it would not be wise to spread such rumors. Very well. Subordinate it is. Now, take this lovely lady to handle the paperwork. Chen Xiao handed his card to Su Tang, urging, off you go. Understood, boss. Su Tang maintained a smile throughout, neither overly humble nor arrogant, unaffected by her boss's friend's light-hearted jests. Once they were gone, Tang Xiaofei asked, what field are you in, brother? Chen Xiao replied, I am involved in investments. The term investments was quite broad, and Tang Xiaofei refrained from probing further, recognizing that those who spoke in such generalities often had their reservations. Changing the subject, he remarked, at your age, why not indulge in a sports car instead of a Mercedes E? As enticing as sports cars are, my finances do not permit it, Chen Xiao responded. Tang Xiaofei playfully patted his shoulder. Do you think I would take you at your word? Chen Xiao replied earnestly. The company is just getting started, and I do not yet possess a driver's license. For now, an E will suffice. Tang Xiaofei nodded, appreciating the honesty. Very well, when you have time. I'll introduce you to some friends who are enthusiasts of sports cars. We occasionally collaborate on small projects. Thank you, Tang Xiaofei. Although Chen Xiao did not particularly seek new connections, he recognized the value in expanding his circle. One never knew when an encounter might yield beneficial exchanges of resources. Enough with the formalities. Call me Brother Tang, and I shall refer to you as Brother Chen. It creates a sense of camaraderie. Understood, Brother Tang. I shall not stand on ceremony. Why bother with formality? Stay for lunch. I recently acquired a fine bottle of wine that we must enjoy together. Chen Xiao admired Tang Xiaofei's character and replied, very well, I shall cover this meal. Tang Xiaofei insisted, next time you treat. Today, we shall dine here. I will have the chef prepare something special that rivals any five-star establishment. Chen Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Tang Xiaofei was leaving him no opportunity to showcase his generosity. All right, I shall defer to your recommendations, Brother Tang. Chapter 39, Candlelight Dinner. Typically, the car purchasing process takes a day. However, some circumstances are exceptional, particularly when it involves significant acquaintances of the proprietor. Tang Xiaofei had a dedicated private banquet hall on the second floor, lavishly adorned. Chen Xiao, accompanied by Su Tang, found themselves at the table, where Tang Xiaofei was also joined by another enchanting companion. As the dishes were served, Tang Xiaofei's companion poured wine for both Chen Xiao and Su Tang. Tang Xiaofei raised his glass, declaring, to our newfound acquaintance. Chen Xiao clinked his glass with Tang Xiaofei's and replied, "To our acquaintance," before downing the contents in one swift motion. The 10-year-old Matai was incredibly smooth, and Chen Xiao, who typically abstained from white spirits, found himself relishing the experience. After finishing the drink, Tang Xiaofei turned to Su Tang and asked, "Are you truly not his girlfriend?" Su Tang offered a gentle smile and glanced at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao affirmed, "Indeed, she is not." "Oh, in that case, I can rest easy," Tang Xiaofei laughed, then turned to his companion. "Xiaomei, let me tell you. The story of how Chen Xiao and I met is quite amusing. On that day, he was with a lady, though not this one, Su Tang, mind you, at the entrance of the square. The meal stretched on for nearly 2 hours, during which the two enjoyed their drinks, half a gin each, without any pressure to continue drinking. Simply enjoying each other's company in a natural and relaxed manner. My dear brother, next time we drink, you must join me. Rest assured, brother Tang. I shall skip class to attend. Haha, that simply will not do. You must focus on your studies. We shall drink during the holidays." Chen Xiao remarked, clearly. Someone has had a bit too much to drink. They are now contemplating their studies. All right, I trust you. Well then, Miss Su Tang. Please take good care of my brother. Certainly, Mr. Tang, you may rest easy. As Xiaomei assisted Tang Xiaofei, she suggested, Su Tang, you may take the E300. I will arrange for someone to deliver your car later. Thank you, Sister Xiaomei, I appreciate it. No need for thanks. Su Tang first helped Chen Xiao into the back seat before starting the car, and, after exchanging pleasantries with Tang Xiaofei, drove out of the dealership. On the road, Su Tang informed, "Boss, the car is the top configuration, originally priced at 850,000, but the dealership offered a discount of 100,000, bringing the total to 750,000. Chen Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. He would need to return this favor at an opportune moment. Observing the new and exquisite interior of the E300, he felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing he had never driven such a fine vehicle in his previous life. The scent of a new car enveloped them. With a full set of interiors crafted from a blend of brown leather and peach wood, exquisitely made with beautiful stitching, exuding luxury. The car's soundproofing, shock absorption, and power were all exceptional, allowing ample room in the back seat to stretch his legs. As Su Tang drove carefully, despite the boss's calm demeanor, her heart raced with excitement. Upon arriving downstairs at the company, she intended to book a room for Chen Xiao to rest, only to find him asleep against the seat. After a moment of hesitation, she exited the driver's seat and slid into the passenger seat, gently resting his head on her shoulder, adjusting him into a comfortable position. Watching as he slept soundly, Chen Xiao drifted into a long dream, one where he returned to his childhood, lying on a soft bed that exuded a delightful fragrance. His hands were filled with fluffy cotton candy, soft and warm. He laughed as he squeezed and savored it, the sweetness lingering on his lips. Unfortunately, he was awakened by a stern reprimand from his mother for being late. Feeling a delightful fragrance fill his nostrils, he slowly opened his eyes, only to discover he was resting against Su Tang's shoulder, with his hand on her thigh. He quickly sat up, embarrassment washing over him. "I didn't mean to fall asleep. I'm so sorry." Su Tang blushed as she straightened her slightly wrinkled white shirt. "It's all right, there's nothing on today. So I'll just keep you company in the car." How long did I sleep?" Su Tang fumbled for her phone. "About an hour, I think." "Oh," Chen Xiao said as he wiped his face, "you should leave that little car at home for grocery runs. Use this one for daily driving." "Huh, boss. Wouldn't that be misusing company resources?" Chen Xiao chuckled. "I provide my subordinates with cars to facilitate their work, so there's no need to worry. Just drive it. We can always swap for a better one later." Su Tang replied, "But this one is already very good. Are you heading to a hotel to rest?" Or Chen Xiao pondered for a moment. "Let us go to Jinyi International." "All right." Su Tang started the car, smoothly navigating out of the underground parking lot. And after booking a room for Chen Xiao, she took her leave. Once in his hotel room, Chen Xiao pulled out Shi Yunru's contact information. "Hello? Room 803 at Jinyi International, please come over." A few minutes later, Shi Yunru, dressed in athletic attire, knocked and entered. She remained as alluring as ever. "Mr. Chen, shall we start with some stretching?" Chen Xiao patted the edge of the bed. "After drinking today, I'll skip the exercise. It's too taxing on the heart." Shi Yunru paused for a moment before approaching the bed. Chen Xiao, not one to be shy, lay down on her lap, taking a deep breath, feeling utterly relaxed. After all, he had paid for the service, and he intended to enjoy every aspect of it. "Yunru, could you give me a massage?" Of course. It was within her duties to provide post-exercise recovery massages, and given Chen Xiao as frequent visits, this request was hardly unreasonable. With her gentle hands, Shi Yunru began to massage Chen Xiao's head. The effects of the alcohol soon lulled him back into a peaceful slumber. This time, he dreamed of something soft and sweet. Unfortunately, his enjoyment was cut short by a sudden jolt that stirred him awake. Blinking in confusion, he asked, "What happened? Where am I?" Shi Yunru appeared slightly flustered. "Mr. Chen, you are at Junyi International Hotel." "Oh." Chen Xiao relaxed again, gazing at Shi Yunru's partially obscured, rounded chin. "Why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling unwell?" Shi Yunru quickly glanced away, shaking her head gently. "No, I'm fine, Mr. Chen." Considering his previous dream, Chen Xiao began to piece together the situation. "My apologies." "It's all right," she replied, her cheeks still tinged with pink as she sat at the edge of the bed. Chen Xiao took the opportunity to rise. "Shall I treat you to a meal?" "Mr. Chen, I typically avoid outside food to maintain my figure," she replied. Chen Xiao understood the sacrifices that women obsessed with their appearance often made. "No worries, we'll have Western cuisine. You can have steak and boiled eggs." "Oh, that sounds fine." The two dined at the hotel's Western restaurant, where Shi Yunru's figure and beauty quickly became the center of attention. Chen Xiao reveled in the envious glances from others, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. In the dimly lit ambience created by the restaurant, Shi Yunru's stunning features and exquisite figure were beautifully accentuated by the flickering candlelight. "Yunru?" "Yes? Since you don't have the C package for now, do you have the B?" Shi Yunru blushed and replied, "Mr. Chen, you jest." Clearing his throat, he chuckled. "Indeed, just a joke." After their meal, Chen Xiao parted ways with Shi Yunru at the restaurant entrance. Continuing to spend time with her felt overwhelming, and he intended to vent his frustrations at the gym. However, upon reflection, he realized that the local gyms were not exactly reputable establishments. Although one could easily find satisfaction for a price, he questioned the safety of such arrangements, pondering the fleeting nature of enjoyment. After all, a satisfying life lasting merely 10 years seemed a grave loss. Returning to his room, he took a refreshing shower and turned on the television, getting lost in a classic film until he eventually dozed off. The next morning, he returned to the gym for a run, as it was the only time the facility remained tranquil. After a vigorous workout, Su Tang arrived, holding a bottle of warm water, watching Chen Xiao as he sweated profusely on the treadmill, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This boss of hers was not only young and wealthy, but also handsome with an impressive physique. It was no wonder that so many exquisite women were drawn to him. Who could resist such allure? Unbeknownst to her, Chen Xiao's charm was not innate. Rather, it was his considerable wealth that had enhanced his already decent foundation. Breathing a sigh of relief, Chen Xiao slowed the treadmill to a walking pace. Su Tang immediately handed him a towel, and as he wiped his brow, he casually mentioned, "Later, please assist me in setting up 2 accounts." "Of course, boss." The accounts Chen Xiao referred to were for stock trading. An individual could open a maximum of 3. He avoided establishing a company to open accounts in its name, as the taxation on corporate profits was excessively high. After refreshing himself at the hotel, he changed into the new clothes Su Tang had provided before settling into the back seat of the E300. A short while later, he arrived at the office, where Wang Peng and Xiao Su were already present, along with 2 cleaning staff and a beautiful woman in her late 20s, who appeared somewhat mature. Su Tang explained, "Oh, during the weekend, I took the liberty of selecting 3 new employees. Since these are not critical positions, I went ahead and made the decisions. Would you like to review their resumes?" Chen Xiao shook his head. "You've done splendidly. There's no need for me to see them. Just proceed in this manner moving forward." "All right," she replied. "The pastry chef is a single mother. I noticed her gentle demeanor and appealing appearance." Chen Xiao felt a bit awkward at her mention of looks. "Anyway, let's get to work." Chen Xiao had purchased shares in Haitian Fisheries for 157, and today they opened at the same price. He calculated that with a peak increase of 669, the stock price could rise to 1649. Our task today is to closely monitor the market. Once the price of Haitian Fisheries approaches 16, we must liquidate aggressively. We cannot allow the stock to exceed that threshold. Wang Peng and Xiao Su exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. This stock hasn't moved much in a year. Is it really going to rise today? Though skeptical, they refrained from voicing their doubts. "Understood, boss," they replied, nervously fixated on the stagnant stock price, their minds racing with uncertainty. Can it truly rise? An hour later, after rubbing their tired eyes, Wang Peng and Xiao Su looked at Chen Xiao, filled with questions. "Ahem," Chen Xiao said, slightly embarrassed. "Don't rush, just hold steady. It will definitely rise." Internally, he lamented. "Where are the favorable news updates?" "Boss, colleagues, please have some fruit," a radiant and gentle woman said as she entered, placing a platter of fruit before each person. Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned. Her voice matched her gentle nature, as soothing as water. Thank you, Sister One, Wang Peng and Xiao Su said in unison. No need for thanks. Keep busy, she replied, nodding at Chen Xiao before exiting the trading office. As they munched on fruit, waiting for market fluctuations, Xiao Su ceaselessly refreshed news about Haitian fisheries. However, the entire morning saw a minuscule rise of mere tenths of a percent, typical fluctuations with pitiful trading volume. Chen Xiao sighed, let's eat. After lunch, we'll take a break. It must rise in the afternoon. With that, he retreated to his office. Chen Xiao's desk and chair were the first office supplies purchased by Su Tang, crafted from solid wood with intricate carvings and finished with top-tier lacquer. The set cost over 50,000, exuding an air of elegance. While Chen Xiao was pleased, his mood was less than stellar. Though he believed the stock would inevitably rise in the afternoon, the morning's bravado felt somewhat undermined. He reclined in his comfortable chair, resting his legs on the edge of the desk, a cigarette dangling unlit from his lips. Su Tang knocked gently before entering, her gaze softening at the sight of Chen Xiao. She produced a lighter, igniting the cigarette resting before him. Chen Xiao took a deep puff as she placed an ashtray beside him, then moved behind him, gently massaging his head. Was the morning trading not favorable? She inquired. It wasn't particularly unfavorable, just somewhat unexpected, Chen Xiao replied. The stock market is unpredictable. You've managed quite well under the circumstances. It's all right. Have you arranged lunch? Yes. Dong Shuwen ordered for everyone, but she mentioned it would be great if the company had a kitchen since her cooking surpasses that of restaurants. Oh, Chen Xiao replied, slightly surprised. But cooking isn't permitted in the office. For now, let us stick with takeout. Give me a portion too. Sure. After a simple lunch, Chen Xiao sat in his office, gazing out at the boats traversing the Chongqing River through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Relaxing in the air conditioning, soaking up the sun, and admiring the scenery, he gradually drifted off to sleep in his reclining chair. It wasn't until 1 o'clock that Su Tang gently roused him. Boss, the afternoon trading session is about to commence. Chen Xiao stretched lazily. All right. By the way, your account has been set up. Chen Xiao was taken aback. So soon? Yes. I reached out to a classmate who connected me with an acquaintance, so it was expedited. Excellent. Let us head to the trading office. 3 accounts were prepared. One for Wang Peng, one for Xiao Su, and another for Su Tang, set before Chen Xiao. This will significantly enhance our trading efficiency. At 1:30. Despite Su Tang's confidence in Chen Xiao, she couldn't help but glance at him from time to time. Chen Xiao thought, is it going to surge at the last moment? All right, Wang Peng, Xiao Su, place half of our positions as sell orders at 163. Boss. Such a large sell order. 1T it scare off retail investors? Chen Xiao chuckled coldly. Since when did the market become determined by retail investors? It 1T scare them. Just place the orders. Understood. As soon as he completed the transaction, the stock price of Haitian fisheries began to surge dramatically. Wow. It's rising. Xiao Su exclaimed in astonishment. Both Wang Peng and Su Tang were equally surprised, fixated on the market. The stock was climbing rapidly as investors aggressively bought shares, momentarily pushing the price to 163 before being halted by Chen Xiao's significant sell orders. He sighed in relief. Grateful to have set the orders in advance. What would happen if it shot up to a 669 increase? Chen Xiao had no intention of altering any hidden information outcomes. After all, he feared that triggering a butterfly effect could lead to unforeseen consequences. Quickly, sell everything. Yes. Wang Peng executed the trades while Xiao Su assisted, unleashing a torrent of sell orders. They managed to prevent excessive fluctuations while controlling the pace of the stock's ascent. Within minutes, amidst the frenzy of buying, Chen Xiao liquidated all his positions. Wang Peng glanced at Chen Xiao, saying, Boss, we're out of ammunition. Chen Xiao chuckled. Our objective has been achieved. It's time to take profits. The stock is now at its limit, and it's no longer our concern. He noted that the average selling price was 163.9, yielding a profit of 0.69 per share, totaling over 4 million for 7 million shares. After accounting for the previous balance and deducting 700,000 for a car, Chen Xiao's account balance exceeded 10 million. He planned to divide the 10.57 million into 3 parts, leaving 4.5 million in each of Wang Peng and Xiao Su's accounts, setting aside 1 million as reserve funds, and withdrawing the remaining 570,000 as pocket money for tomorrow. Su Tang promptly took action. Chen Xiao quickly checked for any hidden information updates. On June 8th, Dongxing Decoration had a maximum increase of 1,000. On June 8th, Jinghua Film had a maximum increase of 1,000. What? Hidden messages have turned into 2? Chen Xiao exclaimed, excitement surging through him. And both are limit ups. Incredible. Chen Xiao leaped up and hurried back to his office. After checking the current status of the two stocks, his exhilaration grew. Both had plummeted to their limit downs. I'm rich. He laughed, joyfully. Su Tang entered with a worried expression. Boss, are you all right? Typically, earning 3 million shouldn't be such a shock. Why the sudden excitement? Chen Xiao regained his composure. Cough, it's nothing. Let's have Wang Peng and Xiao Su each operate one stock. Dongxing Decoration and Jinghua Film. Use 10 times leverage and go all in. We have 1 hour to complete the positions. Su Tang was taken aback. It was the first time the boss had simultaneously traded two stocks, and with such an aggressive strategy. Oh, understood. She promptly relayed the message. Wang Peng and Xiao Su exchanged glances, filled with uncertainty as they researched the two stocks. Neither had performed particularly well over the past year, continuously declining. Today, both stocks had hit their limit downs, and the outlook appeared grim. This is too risky. Can you persuade the boss to reconsider? Su Tang smiled. I trust the boss's judgment. Just execute the orders. The two men shared a look of resignation as they prepared to act amidst a market rife with pessimism, numerous sell orders hovering at the limit down. They each squandered the 45 million magnified by 10-fold leverage in their accounts. After work, the two did not leave, but instead busied themselves searching for news about the companies they were interested in. Feeling that they were receiving generous salaries, they pondered how they might contribute more to their employer. Chen Xiao had initially left the office but realized he had forgotten his cigarettes, and, finding no nearby convenience store, decided to return for them. Upon his return, he noticed his two colleagues still working, diligently researching information on two stocks. The traders had taken on the role of analysts. He could not help but commend them internally, yet he feigned annoyance and said, Aren't you two leaving yet? The sudden sound startled them. But upon seeing it was their boss, they breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, we were just gathering some intel. Nothing else, they replied. Chen Xiao chuckled. Indeed. The financial market frowned upon private speculative trading, yet it was an unavoidable reality. One could only catch it when it occurred. I understand, but save the intel for tomorrow. This habit of working late is unacceptable. At your age, you should be out enjoying life or dating, not wasting precious time in the office. The two were momentarily taken aback. This was a sentiment akin to what a close friend might express, but it was certainly unexpected from their boss. All right, let's go. Turn off your computers and accompany me for a while. Reluctantly, they shut down their computers and followed Chen Xiao downstairs. At the ground floor, they arrived at a large arcade, and Chen Xiao approached the counter. I'll take 5,000 worth of tokens, please. The attendant looked perplexed. Following this, the patrons of the arcade witnessed an unusual sight. The three of them, dragging bags, enthusiastically inserting coins into the machines without a care, treating the 1 yuan tokens as if they were mere treasures found on the ground. After a frenzied session, all three exclaimed with delight. Chen Xiao handed a portion of the tokens to Wang Peng, saying, You two save these for later. I have a date, so I'll be leaving now. Wang Peng replied, All right, boss, take care. Chen Xiao waved and departed first. The two stood there for a while, and Xiao Su remarked, Penggu, have you ever seen a boss this generous? Wang Peng shook his head. As long as the boss doesn't go bankrupt, we won't be treated poorly. Xiao Su nodded in agreement, and then the two went to store their tokens. Su Tang drove Chen Xiao back to school in a brand new Mercedes E-Class, drawing the attention of many students. In this era, while there were students who drove to school, they were few and far between. Most typically in vehicles worth 1 to 200,000 yuan, completely unlike the phenomenon of high-end sports cars. In Chen Xiao's previous life, he had seen a Ferrari on campus only once in 4 years, driven by someone from outside who was there to impress. If there were any students with such cars, the news would have spread throughout the campus, but unfortunately, there were none. Thus, the Mercedes E-Class was undoubtedly considered a luxury vehicle among these students. Observing the situation, Chen Xiao felt it was unsafe to alight anywhere on campus. Su Tang, please drop me off outside the west gate. There are too many people inside the school. Understood. Boss. Upon reaching the west gate, Su Tang parked in a discreet location, and Chen Xiao got out, walking alone towards the campus. Hey, are you a student at Jining University? Suddenly, a stunning woman approached and smiled, asking. Chen Xiao was taken aback, aren't you? The beauty shook her head. I'm from the nearby Jining Institute of Technology. Realization dawned on Chen Xiao. The so-called Jining Institute of Technology was merely a vocational school separated by a road. What can I do for you? The woman playfully tossed her hair aside and smiled. Can we add each other as friends? Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned, then glanced at the Mercedes E-Class waiting at the red light, suddenly understanding that she must have seen Su Tang open the car door for him. He smiled, taking in her figure and exquisite features. Sure, let us connect. The beauty showed no hesitation, confidently allowing Chen Xiao to admire her, even accentuating her figure slightly. Great. We VE at each other. I'm Yuminchi. Nice to meet you. Would you like to have dinner together tonight? Chen Xiao nodded. Sure, we can arrange that later. With that, he walked into the campus. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Xian exclaimed, What the hell? Where have you been? You didn't reply to my messages. I almost called the police. Chen Xiao retorted, What do you know, single dog? I have plenty of girls outside. Why would I stay holed up in the dorm? Shut up. Do you think you're some kind of tycoon? Huh. What tycoon? Xiao Ji interjected. A Mercedes just showed up at school, probably here to chase girls. Lu Xian clicked his tongue. Those bastards. What good can come from driving a Mercedes to school? Chen Xiao, feeling frustrated by the barrage of insults, handed out cigarettes to the two. Lu Xian took one and grimaced. What kind of cigarette is this? You must be joking. He then offered a Rong Wang. A cigarette costing over 20 yuan, the pinnacle among ordinary students. Wow, Xian Ge has hit the jackpot. Chen Xiao inquired. Lu Xian feigned indifference. Nothing much. Just hit a couple of limit-up boards, made over 1,000. Xiao Ji grinned. What is a limit-up board? Lu Xian explained. It's stock market jargon. You wouldn't understand. Hey, Xian Ge, if you've got a way to make money, why not share it with your brothers? Lu Xian asked, but it requires capital. Do you have any money? Xiao Ji took a puff and replied, I don't have any. Xian Ge, can you lend me some? I'll pay you back once I make some profit. Chen Xiao nearly burst out laughing at this and gave Xiao Ji a thumbs up. Impressive. Lu Xian cursed. Get lost. Just focus on your games. Chen Xiao was somewhat surprised. Given Lu Xian's nature, it was remarkable that he had managed to hit 2 limit-up boards. However, such volatility in the market could lead to both gains and losses, which might not bode well for Lu Xian. Before long, Lu Xian stepped out to make a phone call, returning shortly to beckon Chen Xiao outside, leaving Xiao Ji behind. Let us go. I'm treating tonight. We're going out to eat. Chen Xiao grinned. Where are we going? To Xiuling Yuan. I'll show you something. Shen Jiansheng and Ling Jie have moved out of the place they were renting. Oh, Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Then we must go. In his previous life, it was around this time that the two had moved out to live together, wanting to spend more time together, especially since Shen Jiansheng was dissatisfied with the dorm conditions. They rented a one-bedroom duplex apartment in Xiuling Yuan, which had a loft. Both of their families were well off and could easily afford it. In his past life, Chen Xiao and Lu Xian had frequently gone there to play mahjong, sometimes staying overnight in the loft during late nights or holidays, which was far more comfortable than the dormitory. Descending the stairs, Lu Xian had somehow procured a rickety motorcycle, and the two rode off towards Xiuling Yuan. Revisiting the familiar grounds stirred a multitude of emotions in Chen Xiao. This small apartment held countless joyful memories from his past. Hey, get Xiaozi out of here. I can't reach anyone about moving. Damn it. I'm here for dinner, Shen Jianqing shouted as soon as he entered. Chen Xiao retorted, What do you expect? You didn't call, and I was busy charming girls. Who has time to check messages? Come on, if you're so tough, don't run after dinner. We're playing a round of mahjong upstairs, and I'll make you cry. What Shen Jianqing meant by crying was merely to win all of Chen Xiao's cigarettes. They would all buy 2 packs of cigarettes beforehand and use them as chips, not caring whose cigarettes were more expensive or cheaper. No problem. I've got plenty of cigarettes, but can we replace those rickety stools of yours? I'm afraid I might fall. Chen Xiao blurted out. Shen Jianqing looked puzzled. What stools? Chen Xiao was taken aback. In his previous life, he had sat on a plastic stool in the loft, which was too soft and had caused him to fall, and he hadn't realized he had mentioned it. Ah, it's nothing. I'm just afraid of heights. Just get me some sturdy stools. Shen Jianqing cursed. Just lie there and keep hitting the ground, you fool. A few people were joking and laughing, while watching Lu Xian busily working in the kitchen. Lu Xian's family circumstances were similar to Chen Xiao's, both not particularly favorable, which cultivated in him exceptional culinary skills from a young age. The flavor of Xiangxi cuisine was rich, and after graduation, Chen Xiao sought this taste multiple times, but could never find it. He sent a message to Lu Xian, expressing his longing for the taste of his dishes. Lu Xian invited him over, but he never found the time. This regret in his life would no longer exist. The tragedy that befell Lu Xian would not be repeated. Hey, what's wrong, Xiaozi? You aren't taking a joke seriously, are you? Shen Jianqing teased Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao snapped back to reality, gathered his emotions, and jokingly retorted. Damn it. Not only will you lose track of me when I move, but once I leave, you'll really have trouble finding me. Damn. Lu Xian. Take Xiaozi's portion out to feed the dogs later. All right, I won't let that scoundrel eat. After indulging in food and drink, Chen Xiao rubbed his belly and casually checked his phone, only to remember he had made plans with a girl. Indeed, several messages awaited him. He replied, sorry. I have a social engagement tonight. I'm at Shuilin Yeyuan. Within a minute, a response came. Are you done with your engagement? Yeah, almost. I'll come find you. Chen Xiao pondered for a moment before responding with a simple okay. Then he urged, let us go upstairs and play mahjong. Wei Ling chimed in, let us go. Loser does the dishes. Shen Jianqing protested, no way, I'm not washing. Wei Ling playfully tugged at his ear, causing him to yelp. All right, I'll do it. He relented. Shen Jianqing paused. Wait, I need to lose first to wash. Come on, hurry up, Chen Xiao urged. The four of them played for an hour, and indeed, Shen Jianqing lost. Ha ha ha, what goes around comes around, just desserts. Lu Xian laughed heartily. Get lost. If you didn't help Lingjie, how could I lose? You're the one who should wash the dishes. Go wash them yourself. Didn't your father cook for you? Chen Xiao interjected, cough. You two sort out your father-son relationship first. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Lu Xian replied, wait for me. I'm heading back too. You can go back alone, I have an appointment. Damn, it's late at night, and you're up to no good again. Chen Xiao chuckled as he stepped outside. Yu Mingqi, dressed in a short pleated skirt, black stockings, and a white student shirt, crossed her arms in front of her bag, exuding an air of a campus goddess. Upon seeing him, she smiled brightly. Chen Xiao, have you been waiting long? Chen Xiao touched his nose, realizing it was actually she who had waited for him. No worries, I have classmates living here. I just came to visit. Oh, can your school rent apartments off campus? Chen Xiao nodded. Yes, after the second year. Ah, ours too. The conditions here are much better than the dorms. We have 8 in one room, and it's cramped. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Is it that tough at your school? You could rent a place here, she suggested. Yu Mingqi smiled. It's nice here. But the rent is too high, and I have no one to help me pay. Reading between the lines, Chen Xiao understood her intentions and decided not to hold back. If you need it, I can help with the expenses. Yu Mingqi's eyes lit up as she clung to his arm. Really? Chen Xiao chuckled inwardly, appreciating her boldness. Feeling the softness of her arm, he replied, yes, really. Come find me tomorrow to look for a larger place. I can move in too. His words were straightforward. Yet Yu Mingqi showed no sign of discomfort. Great. I'll find a good place and call you. Sounds good. There's a park over there. Shall we take a stroll? Sure, she responded. Receiving the signal, Chen Xiao led her towards the park. The upper floors were aglow with lights, while the park below was shrouded in darkness. They wandered in the park for nearly an hour, feeling fatigued. Chen Xiao sat on a bench and lit a cigarette, while Yu Mingqi leaned against him, her eyes slightly dazed from exhaustion. After a brief rest, she linked her arm with Chen Xiao's to walk back to the school. They parted ways at the entrance and headed off in different directions. The next day, Chen Xiao went for his usual run, and Xia Yudi sat yawning on the steps as if she were at work. After finishing his run, he relished the gentle morning. You seem tired every morning. Don't you sleep at night? Yudi yawned again. I just sleep late. Sleep late? What do you do? Playing video games, running dungeons every day. Chen Xiao was speechless. She was indeed an esports girl. All right, finish your meal and head back to sleep. Okay. After breakfast, Chen Xiao returned to his dorm to shower and called Li Wenli to send a set of casual clothes downstairs along with a jacket. Li Wenli swiftly fetched Chen Xiao's clothes from the closet, folded them neatly, and dashed downstairs while her dorm mate was still asleep. Chen Xiao, are you heading out so early? Seeing Li Wenli still somewhat sleepy, Chen Xiao tousled her already messy hair even more. Yes, I am. Li Wenli protested as she fixed her hair and handed him the clothes. Are you changing here? Chen Xiao took out the jacket and wrapped it around his head, leaving only one eye visible. Can you tell who I am? Li Wenli was at a loss. Of course not. You look like a monster. Perfect, just like this. Just then, Su Tang's car arrived. I'm off. With that, Chen Xiao, bundled up, headed towards the E300. Li Wenli's eyes widened. Though she didn't know the model, she recognized the brand. Wow, a Mercedes. No wonder he had to cover his head. Chen Xiao's appearance nearly startled Su Tang. He revealed his head as he entered the car, and Su Tang relaxed. Boss, your outfit gave me quite a scare. Chen Xiao tossed the clothes aside. Drive. Let us go? If not, I'd be famous throughout the school by tomorrow. As the car drove out of campus, Su Tang curiously asked, Boss, why do you still live on campus? Wouldn't buying an apartment nearby solve everything? Chen Xiao smiled. For 4 years of university, I don't want to move out. It's not about the money. In the decades to come, I'll be living in houses outside. Why rush? University dorm life is something I want to have the chance to experience again after these years. Su Tang was taken aback. The boss made a valid point. Only those who live life meticulously and cherish every stage will come to such realizations. Otherwise, they'll always long for youth, only to find that the most precious moments are the ones before stepping out of school. Boss, after what you said, I've gained a lot of insight. Chen Xiao chuckled. Haha, I'm not lecturing you. I'm just sharing my thoughts. Su Tang smiled in return. No, I truly find it insightful. Chen Xiao chose not to continue on that topic, but while observing the taxis outside, he suddenly remembered a certain car from his past life. It wasn't particularly extraordinary. If 100 people were asked to view it, 99 would say it was worth at most 200,000. Especially in this era, 100 ordinary people might declare it worthless. Only true car enthusiasts would comprehend its value and might. There's a saying that encapsulates this. Fear not the Mercedes or the Land Rover, but the Volkswagen beneath the letters. This referred to the Volkswagen Phaeton. Just by appearance, one would never guess it was a top-tier luxury car worth over 2 million, nearly 3 million. However, this vehicle is not available at a conventional dealership. It must be procured through parallel imports, requiring the assistance of specialized individuals in that trade. Lacking the necessary connections, Chen Xiao would likely need to consult with Tang Xiaofei regarding this matter. As he pondered this, the car entered the underground parking lot of the office building. Accompanying Su Tang to his office, he encountered Wang Peng and Xiao Su standing at the entrance of the trading room. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, they immediately bowed in respect. "Boss, we apologize for doubting you," Wang Peng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Chen Xiao was taken aback, uncertain of the situation. "Boss, both companies released significant positive news last night, and it is highly likely that their stocks will hit the daily limit today," Wang Peng continued, brimming with enthusiasm. Chen Xiao remained composed, internally acknowledging that a limit up was indeed a certainty, though he responded outwardly, "Very well, I trust your judgment. Sell everything at the limit price." Wang Peng hesitated. "Boss, with such positive developments, shouldn't we hold on a bit longer? The future trend looks promising." "I understand," Chen Xiao replied. "Sell at the limit up price. Tonight, we shall celebrate together." With that, he returned to his office. Such market conditions were the most effortless to navigate. Observing the still-dazed duo, Su Tang inquired, "Do you both believe in the boss's judgment?" Wang Peng and Xiao Su nodded in agreement. "So, do you know what needs to be done?" she pressed. The two exchanged glances and promptly affirmed, "Yes, Su General, we understand." "Well then, let us get to work." Chen Xiao's office had transformed significantly since his arrival. The high-end desks and chairs were complemented by a reception area furnished with genuine leather sofas, while the partitioned spaces boasted wardrobes, shoe racks, and more. The cleanliness was immaculate, with not a speck of dust in sight. Green plants and decorative items were thoughtfully arranged, creating a harmonious environment. Shortly thereafter, Su Tang returned with a report. "Boss, we have completely liquidated our positions." "Excellent," Chen Xiao replied, glancing at his account. Both stocks had remained stagnant yesterday, but had surged by 10% today, yielding a profit of 9 million. The funds in the stock account had reached 19 million. Hidden information had long since been updated. June 9th. Kanglan Liquor Industry reached a maximum increase of 791. June 9th. Huayong Industry reached a maximum increase of 886. Neither had hit the limit up, indicating that a fierce battle lay ahead. Chen Xiao instructed, "Allocate 2 million for reserve funds, and with the remaining 17 million, let each of you manage half. Employ 10 times leverage, and purchase Kanglan Liquor Industry and Huayong Industry immediately." "Understood." Su Tang hurried off, as time was of the essence for those engaged in short-term trading. Wang Peng and Xiao Su, accustomed to their boss's daily trading strategies, wasted no time in executing their tasks. The two stocks were currently oscillating at low levels, and they seized the opportunity to aggressively capture sell orders. The good news was that the market held a generally pessimistic view of these two stocks. The bad news was that other institutions were also vying for them. In the capital market, influential players were never lacking. Had Chen Xiao witnessed the current scenario, he would discern that certain individuals were privy to inside information ahead of time. In the trading room, despite the air conditioning set to its lowest setting, Wang Peng and Xiao Su were drenched in sweat from their rapid-fire operations, scarcely finding a moment to touch the fruits and snacks delivered by Dong Shuwen. At 11:30, with the morning market drawing to a close, Wang Peng and Xiao Su simultaneously exhaled in relief, reclining in their chairs. Engaging in short-term trading was an exceptionally strenuous endeavor for traders. A specific group of individuals specialized in this work, extracting profits through rapid trading frequencies amidst market fluctuations, often referred to as the labor-intensive work of the industry. Though Wang Peng and Xiao Su differed fundamentally, their workload was not significantly lighter. "Su, how much have you amassed?" "Over 50 million, and you?" "About the same. We're nearly even." The two munched on snacks and sipped juice, while Chen Xiao surveyed their positions, feeling quite satisfied. If he were to undertake this task himself, it would be a different story. He would rather engage in a high-stakes gamble, aiming for a limit up. During the morning's position-building process, There had been minimal upward pressure on the stock prices. Another group of purchasers maintained an unspoken understanding with Chen Xiao's side, collectively striving not to disturb market sentiment, covertly reaping the rewards. Just after lunch, a call from Yumingqi came through. Hello? Chen Xiao, I have found a place. Very well, I will send someone over to handle the paperwork. Great. Also, when will you take me to buy some stockings? Chen Xiao pondered for a moment. I'll have someone deliver them to you shortly, as I have matters to attend to today. Oh, all right. I'll be waiting for you tonight. Chen Xiao suppressed his impatience. All right, goodbye. After hanging up, he summoned Su Tang and inquired, have you arranged for the driver and assistant? Yes, I have. Driver Liu is quite honest, with excellent driving skills and 20 years of experience. He worked for the previous boss for a decade, but left when the company went under. Chen Xiao nodded, feeling satisfied. Having served the same employer for so long spoke volumes about loyalty and character. Moreover, his professional demeanor was likely commendable, as he understood what to say and what to observe. This was far preferable to training a novice from scratch. Su Tang continued, the assistant is a pair of sisters. Oh, Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Su Tang glanced at her boss's expression before continuing, ahem. They worked as assistants for a certain celebrity for 2 years, but were dismissed after a wardrobe issue caused the star to be criticized for missing a gala. Did you inquire about which celebrity? Chen Xiao asked. I did, but the 2 young ladies insisted on confidentiality. Nodding, Chen Xiao replied, very well. We shall employ both of them. If they could endure working for a temperamental star for 2 years, it indicates their commitment to their work. Furthermore, their ability to maintain confidentiality even after being reprimanded speaks to their integrity. Understood, boss. Chen Xiao instructed. Have Lu drive one assistant and go attend to some matters for me. What would you like me to do? Go to this address. Help a young lady rent an apartment and buy her 10 pairs of stockings. Su Tang raised an eyebrow, although she never interfered in the boss's personal life. She couldn't help but think that sending 10 pairs of stockings to a girl was rather extravagant. Understood. With that, Su Tang turned to make the arrangements. 40 minutes later, at the entrance of Xueling Yuan, Yu Mengqi spotted the familiar black Mercedes. However, the person who emerged from the car nearly made her turn and flee, fearing it was the boss's original wife come to confront her. Instead, the beautiful woman simply handed over 10 pairs of stockings. Hello, miss you. These are from my boss. Additionally, I will handle the rental of the apartment for you. Feeling embarrassed, Yu Mengqi accepted the stockings, stammering, oh, thank you. As Chen Xiao surrounded himself with more personnel, he was able to delegate ordinary tasks to others. He relaxed in the air conditioning, enjoying the scenery while engaging in pursuits that pleased him. As the afternoon market opened, Chen Xiao's focus shifted back to the 2 stocks. Wang Peng and Xiao Su, rejuvenated from their midday rest, intently monitored the countdown to the opening bell. At precisely 1 o'clock, it was as if a battle horn had sounded. The financial market erupted in scenes of conflict and conquest, with some individuals thriving while others faltered. In the small battleground shared by Chen Xiao and another institution, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Chapter 45. Everyone grew leaner. The morning's competition had kept the stock prices from dipping significantly. As the afternoon progressed, the market gradually regained confidence, and the stock prices began to rise. After more than an hour of intense trading, Wang Peng and Xiao Su had nearly completed their stock positions. As they felt the pressure mounting, they decided to go all in with the last of their funds. This move acted like a spark, causing both stocks to surge dramatically. Another institution joined in the fray, leading countless retail investors to follow suit. The market quickly shifted from a downturn to a rapid ascent. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, Wang Peng and Xiao Su stared in bewilderment at the soaring trends. Boss, this is incredible, they exclaimed. Completing their stock positions just before the upward surge was nothing short of a flawless victory. Chen Xiao personally visited the trading room and remarked, well done. You've worked hard today. It's time to clock out. Wang Peng and Xiao Su were momentarily stunned, glancing at the high sun outside. Boss. It's only a little past 2. Chen Xiao reassured them. I know, Mr. Su has arranged gym memberships for both of you downstairs. You can swim or work out whenever you like. The 2 were taken aback. The gym downstairs was a top-notch facility, offering not just fitness and swimming, but also a plethora of recreational activities, including billiards, badminton, and bowling, all covered by the membership. It was rumored to only sell annual memberships, priced at over 10,000 each. Boss, we can just jog around the community. There's no need for a gym membership. They stammered. Just then, Su Tang returned, and Chen Xiao added, look, it's all set up. There's no turning back. You should hurry and go. The 2 reluctantly acquiesced. However, it wasn't long before they sneaked back to check the stock trends, and upon confirming that the stocks had hit the ceiling and the market had closed, They finally felt at ease to head downstairs to the gym. With a driver now available, Su Tang no longer needed to drive. She sat in the passenger seat while Chen Xiao occupied the back. The brand-new Mercedes E300L cruised over the Chongting River Bridge, the setting sun casting shimmering reflections upon the water. Their destination was Jining Normal University, the site where a previous tumultuous relationship had begun. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiao withdrew his gaze and called Tang Xiaofei. Hello, Brother Tang? Are you busy? Little brother, whenever you call, I'm never busy. Just lying in bed, cough cough. What is up? Chen Xiao chuckled, knowing that Sister Mei was likely nearby. I'm looking to purchase a car, preferably a parallel import. Do you have any connections in that area? Oh, parallel imports? I actually do have a friend in that line of work. I might not know many people, but I know a lot of car enthusiasts. What car are you interested in? If it exists in this world, I can get it for you. That is fantastic. I'm interested in a Volkswagen Phaeton. There was a brief pause on the line, followed by laughter. I say, little brother, you're quite young. Why are you looking at such an old man's car? How about I get you a Porsche 911 instead? Isn't that better? Chen Xiao chuckled. Brother Tang, you see, I'm still in school. It would attract too much attention, making it inconvenient. Oh, I see. Wait a minute. Tang Xiaofei suddenly said, hold on a sec. He then whispered, May, go pour me a cup of tea. After a brief silence, Tang Xiaofei continued. We were planning to take a few guys to your school to show off, but since you're playing it low-key, that plan is out the window. Ha ha ha, that is all right. Brother Tang, before graduation, I'll arrange a grand event for you. There will be plenty of opportunities. Really? That is wonderful. I love showing off at school. Chen Xiao shook his head, bemused by such a peculiar hobby. What specifications do you want? I'll communicate with my friend first. These things require a pre-order. I'll be driving it myself, so just the top configuration, please. Got it. Wait for my news. The driver, Lao Lu, was knowledgeable about cars. He noted that the Mercedes E300 had only run a little over 300 kilometers and had barely been driven. Yet it was already being criticized by the boss for wanting something low-key worth 2 to 3 million. Su Tang, not particularly savvy about cars, saw Chen Xiao's desire for discretion and suggested, Boss, why not just use my La Vida? That is quite low-key. Lao Lu chuckled, Ms. Su. The low-key the boss desires is a different matter altogether. Huh, what is the difference? Chen Xiao smiled and encouraged, Lu Gu, why don't you explain it to Ms. Su? Sure thing, Lao Lu replied. The low-key the boss wants is valued at nearly 3 million. Su Tang gasped. Volkswagen has cars that expensive? I thought the most expensive was just the Passat. Don't worry, you'll find out when we arrive. Just then, Chen Xiao's phone rang again. His smile faltered, and his breathing grew heavier. Noticing his sudden change, Su Tang asked with concern, Boss, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chen Xiao shook his head. Lu Gu, pull over for a moment. Understood, boss. Lao Lu checked for safety and gradually pulled into a side road, bringing the car to a stop. Chen Xiao opened the door and stepped outside, signaling for Su Tang to remain inside. He walked to the roadside, trembling as he pressed the answer button. Hello? You ungrateful little brat. Why did it take you so long to answer your mother's call? What have you been up to? Haven't heard from you in a month. Are you trying to starve? As the voice on the other end berated him. Chen Xiao wiped away a tear from his eye, cleared his dry throat, and slowly replied, Mom. The voice on the other end abruptly ceased, then shifted to concern, Son. What's wrong? What happened? Chen Xiao steadied his emotions and calmly replied, I'm fine. I just choked on a cigarette. You little rascal. You scared your mother half to death. Huh, you're still smoking? Didn't I tell you to quit? What girl would want to be close to someone who smells like smoke? Chen Xiao smiled as he listened to his mother's nagging. In his previous life, the greatest regret was how he treated his family. In the end, his parents sold their only house and borrowed extensively to support his business. Yet, in the end, a deceitful woman quietly took everything and squandered it on stock trading. As his mother continued to scold him, his father, Chen Jiangwo, chimed in with annoyance, You finally call. And you don't even ask if your son needs money? Wang Li paused. Oh right, you little ingrate. Why didn't you ask for living expenses this month? Do you still have any money? Chen Xiao thought for a moment and replied, I was just about to call you. You're right on time. Well, if I hadn't called, you wouldn't have called either. You only say that when I call. You're all talk. Cough cough. Hurry and send some money, Mom. I'm almost out of food. Upon hearing this, Wang Li quickly nudged Chen Jiangwo. What are you sitting there for? Hurry up and send some money to your son. He'll starve if you don't act. Chen Jiangwo was speechless, realizing his son was feigning poverty. He could hardly be starving. Wang Li added, by the way, send an extra 200 so he can eat something good. He's getting too thin. Chen Xiao looked at the phone in his hand. This isn't even a video call. How can you see that I've lost weight? Chapter 46. Time to pay royalties again. Chen Xiao assured his mother that he would call at least once a month and promised to return home as soon as the holidays began before she reluctantly hung up. Shortly after, Chen Xiao received a text notification that 1,200 yuan had been deposited into his account. He stared at the number for a while. Then a subtle smile crept onto his face as he put his phone away. Mom, Dad, there's less than a month left. Let us enjoy the life of ordinary people for now. Starting this summer vacation, I'll help you completely bid farewell to the past. Just moments after lamenting his impending starvation, Chen Xiao turned and stepped into a luxury car worth over 800,000. As the vehicle continued to drive, he stared at his phone, deep in thought about how to change his family's life during the upcoming summer vacation. Lao Lu and Su Tang exchanged glances but remained silent. Su Tang, play some music, Chen Xiao requested. Of course, boss. As the melodious tune filled the air, Chen Xiao's thoughts drifted back to his hometown, which, though not beautiful, would forever remain etched in his memory. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the entrance of Jining Normal University. Old Lu pressed the horn twice, and the gate opened without any registration. The security guard even waved in greeting. Chen Xiao once again experienced the stark contrast that wealth afforded him. Boss, where are we headed? He pondered for a moment before responding. Let us find dormitory building number 2. All right. After inquiring with a few students, the car came to a steady halt beside building number 2. Chen Xiao leaned closer to the window, observing the students coming in and out. This dormitory was the very place where his ex-wife, Zhao Xiaohong, had led him to a rooftop in his past life. He remained still, scrutinizing each student who entered or exited. Boss, shall we buy some water? Su Tang inquired. No need, was Chen Xiao's brief reply. Su Tang remained still, continuing to accompany Chen Xiao in his wait. The Mercedes E-Class parked there drew the attention of passing students. Male students were intrigued by the car, while female students were more captivated by the driver. Suddenly, Chen Xiao's gaze sharpened. A girl walking by glanced into the car several times. In an instant, he could confirm that she was Zhao Xiaohong. He would never forget that face, seemingly innocent yet profoundly hypocritical. Zhao Xiaohong turned back to glance into the Mercedes a few more times, further confirming his recognition. Just as he was about to step out, a black Passat unexpectedly approached from the opposite side. Upon seeing the license plate, Chen Xiao halted his movement, his expression transforming into one of disbelief. This was indeed Xing Yanqing's car. As anticipated, Xing Yanqing emerged from the vehicle, holding a large bouquet of flowers, which he presented to Zhao Xiaohong. Chen Xiao immediately began recording with his phone. Zhao Xiaohong's demeanor bore a hint of shyness, suggesting that the two had only recently become acquainted. Chen Xiao's mind raced back to the past, recalling how Zhao Xiaohong had taken all his wealth to pursue stocks with Xing Yanqing. Was it merely a fleeting whim? With their acquaintance blooming so early, how had Zhao Xiaohong managed to stain the sheets on their wedding night? In his previous life, Chen Xiao had met Zhao Xiaohong years after graduation through an introduction. She claimed to have been preoccupied with her studies and had never dated. Yet now, it seemed she had indeed engaged in romantic liaisons. Unable to hear their conversation from such a distance, Chen Xiao only observed them share a gentle embrace before parting ways. As Zhao Xiaohong walked back to the dormitory, she turned to glance at the Mercedes once more. Once Xing Yanqing departed, Chen Xiao stopped recording. Turning to Su Tang, he said, Su Tang, her name is Zhao Xiaohong, from Finance Class 1. I need to know everything about her. Can you manage that? Su Tang bit her lip in thought, then nodded, saying, I can do it. Just wait for me, boss. Chen Xiao felt a warmth in his heart. This task was beyond Su Tang's usual duties, yet she was willing to fulfill his request without question. He cracked the window slightly and offered a cigarette to old Lu. Boss, I don't smoke. Thank you, old Lu replied nervously. Chen Xiao nodded, donned his sunglasses, and chose to step out for a smoke. Although he enjoyed smoking, he disliked having the car filled with the scent of tobacco. They waited for over half an hour before Su Tang finally emerged from the dormitory. Seeing her confident smile, Chen Xiao knew the matter was resolved. Once inside the car, he asked, how did you manage it? Su Tang smiled and explained that she had inquired about their class dormitory and spent 2,000 yuan to obtain detailed information. Excellent. Tell me everything. Su Tang nodded and began. Her name is Zhao Xiaohong, 20 years old, residing in Jining City, Tianhong Line, Shaowang Village. After starting her freshman year, she has dated 3 boyfriends, but all ended shortly due to financial incompatibility. Xing Yanqing is someone she just met, and according to her dorm mates, she often praises his generosity and has expressed uncertainty about whether to spend the night with him. This is the main information. There are other details I'll compile and send to you after reviewing the recording. Chen Xiao was quite pleased with Su Tang's capabilities. Yet, he felt a deep resentment. realizing how he had been deceived by this wretched woman in his past life. No need for more. This is sufficient. Did you manage to get Zhao Xiaohong's phone number? Yes, I did. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, send her a bouquet of flowers every day, signed as Ji Yuzhing. Su Tang appeared momentarily stunned, then replied, all right. Now, please buy me 2 packs of Rong Wang cigarettes. It's time to settle the copyright fees. That evening, Zhao Xiaohong received a bouquet of 99 roses. Wow, Xiaohong. Xing Yanqing just sent a small bouquet, and now this large one? He must be quite wealthy. Zhao Xiaohong was taken aback. This ISNT from Xing Yanqing. Huh. Then who is it from? Several girls in the dorm gathered around to investigate. Who is Ji Yuzhing? Zhao Xiaohong paused, then responded, if you're asking me. I have no idea. Could it be a secret admirer? Zhao Xiaohong shook her head, having no recollection of that name. After returning to her dorm, Chen Xiao tossed 2 packs of Furong Wang cigarettes onto Xiao Ji's desk. Xiao Ji leapt from the sofa, clinging to Chun Xiao's leg. Brother Xiao, anything but chrysanthemums. It's nothing. This is the copyright and usage fee for your name. Xiao Ji shivered. Big brother, what is this about? Don't worry. This time it's not from our school, so you're safe. Oh, that is good. Come on, brother Xiao, let us smoke. Xiao Ji handed him a pack of 7 yuan cigarettes, but Chen Xiao pointed to the Furong Wang. Smoke that one. What is the difference? Let us start with this. Chen Xiao was speechless, having never encountered such a miserly person. However, events would later prove Chen Xiao's narrow-mindedness. That night, Xiao Ji did not return to the dorm. As Chen Xiao lay in bed, he realized that this rascal might be selling cigarettes for profit. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Wow, you truly are a talent. Lu Xian entered the dorm and asked, hey, where's Xiao Ji? He went off to find a girl to spend the night with. Wow, that's unbelievable. Someone tell his wife. Chen Xiao knew this was just talk. In the end, Xiao Ji's wife remained blissfully unaware, and they married without incident. Lu Xian added, thank goodness you're here with me. Chen Xiao pulled out his phone. Hello? Is this Yu Mingqi? Which building and room number do you live in? As he spoke, he stepped outside, turning back to add, I'm off to find a room too. You stay here. Lu Xian stood in the empty dorm, glancing around before noticing that Chen Xiao had already walked away. Wow. Chapter 47. The target is not even 2 million. Chen Xiao arrived at the entrance and hailed a cab directly to Shualin Yiyuan, following Yu Mengqi's directions. He knocked on the door. When it opened, Yu Mengqi appeared in a flowing white chiffon dress, accentuating her graceful figure. You're here. Come in and see our new home. Hearing the word our, Chen Xiao furrowed his brow. Our new home. He looked around and remarked, this place is quite nice. I'm satisfied. Hee, thank you. No need for thanks. Did you like the stockings I gifted you? Yes, I do. Valentino is one of my favorite brands. Yu Mingqi replied. Chen Xiao smiled. I'm glad you like them. How about you try them on for me? Yu Mingqi was taken aback. Now? Yes. Chen Xiao settled onto the sofa, watching with interest. Yu Mingqi blushed. All right, I'll go get my high heels. She was the campus belle of Jining University of Technology. Tall and statuesque, and her outfit only accentuated her allure. In the evening, Chen Xiao strolled alone under the night sky, making his way toward Jining University. The streetlights cast elongated shadows of his figure. A gentle breeze stirred the surroundings slightly. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Xian was engrossed in stock market analysis. Spotting Chen Xiao's return, he mocked. Always trying to show off. Weren't you supposed to be out with a girl? Why are you back? Chen Xiao chuckled. I had my fun. Now I'm here to play games with you. Get lost. I need to make money. No time for games, Lu Xian retorted. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and kicked open the door to the boys' dormitory. Minutes later, Lu Xian emerged from the dormitory, his face flushed with anger, shouting, damn it. Guys, get back and defend. That dog Chen Xiao just let our home get robbed. The following day, having experienced the benefits of exercise, Chen Xiao rose half an hour early to work out. By the time Xia Yudi arrived at the sports field, Chen Xiao was already drenched in sweat. As he jogged past her, she called out, Chen Xiao, you're up early today? He waved back while continuing his run. Her melodious voice instantly captured the attention of many nearby. Chen Xiao completed 5 kilometers before gradually slowing down. After a few stretches, he took Xia Yudi to breakfast. Yudi, you don't need to come with me every day. Of course I do. Who else will bring you water and wipe your sweat during this time? You belong to me, Chen Xiao responded. Then could you please go to bed earlier? You can't keep this up every day. Fine. Here, eat this egg, Xia Yudi said, placing a peeled egg in his bowl. Okay, you should eat too. After finishing his morning routine, Chen Xiao found Lu Xian still asleep and Xiao Ji absent. So he descended to the lobby in just his tank top and shorts. At Building 6, Li Wenli was waiting patiently with clothes in hand. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, She tenderly wrapped her coat around him and, when no one was watching, planted a quick kiss on his cheek before letting him go. Chen Xiao arrived at the company by 9 o'clock, while Yu Mingqi had slept for a full 12 hours before waking. Upon awakening, she noticed the chaotic state of her room, but found no sign of Chen Xiao. A slight movement sent a wave of soreness through her body, perhaps a result of overexertion during exercise, leaving her with the aftereffects. However, as she surveyed the spacious apartment, a sense of joy filled her. The furnishings and appliances were complete, far superior to the cramped dormitory shared with 8 others. Lying back on her bed, she exhaled deeply, a look of contentment gracing her face. When she picked up her phone, she was startled to find a stack of money beneath it, instantly invigorating her. Counting it revealed a total of 2,000, accompanied by a note that read, "Buy something delicious." Yu Mingqi jubilantly exclaimed, "Yay! In this era, 2,000 yuan could bring immense joy," a sentiment Chen Xiao could not fully appreciate. His goal today was not merely 2,000, nor even 2 million. Upon reaching the office, Wang Peng and Xiao Su were engaged in a discussion about the day's market trends. Chen Xiao strolled in with an air of ease. "Don't be anxious, just follow my instructions." "Understood, boss," Wang Peng and Xiao Su replied, promptly taking notes. Chen Xiao instructed, "Sell off Kanglan Wine Industry once it reaches 75, and begin selling Hualiang Industry at 86. After jotting down the notes, the morning market opened, and the two immediately entered work mode to arrange their sell-offs. Chen Xiao, meanwhile, retreated to his office, where Dong Shuwen brewed a pot of tea, which he savored contentedly. Both stocks had hit their caps yesterday, and today the morning market opened high. Despite some price suppression from major players, the bullish forces still managed to lift the stock prices. An hour later, Xiao Su's stocks reached the sell-off point, prompting him to spring into action. Wang Peng, on the other hand, felt anxious as his stocks were still struggling due to significant pressure from major players, likely facing imminent liquidation. However, among the vast number of investors, there were also skilled traders who saw the substantial good news and potential profits in the near future, refusing to yield to the major players. For every share they sold, investors were ready to buy. Under Wang Peng's anxious gaze, the stock price finally inched toward the sell-off point. Without hesitation, he joined in on the selling, which infuriated the bulls, leading to a frenzy of buying as Wang Peng managed to complete his sell-off even before Xiao Su. By 11 o'clock, Xiao Su also concluded his tasks. They compiled their results and sent them to Su Tang for review. Chen Xiao watched the general trading process unfold on the office screen. When the summary report arrived, he received the detailed figures. In the previous day's trading, Wang Peng had profited 1,392 points from Kanglan Wine Industry and 751 points today. Xiao Su had earned 1,578 points from Hualiang Industry yesterday and 862 points today. Both operated with around 85 million in capital. Wang Peng's profit amounted to 18,215, 500, while Xiao Su's was 20,740,000, resulting in a total profit of 38,955, 500. Chen Xiao's assets had doubled from the previous day, reaching 57,955, 500. He allocated 50 million, evenly splitting it into 2 portions to deposit into Wang Peng and Xiao Su's trading accounts. The remaining 79,555,000 was withdrawn to his card, adding to his original 500,000, culminating in over 8.5 million. In the stock market, he no longer required such substantial funding. Each person could manage 25 million, which translated to 2.5 billion in leverage terms. In short-term trading, it was rare for a single stock to absorb such a large amount of capital in a day. Chen Xiao sought not excess, content with earning tens of millions daily. With satisfaction, he continued to peruse today as hidden information. June 10th. Jiutian thermal power saw a maximum increase of 791. June 14th. Longzhong coal reached a peak increase of 1,000. Oh, it seems the coal and thermal power sectors are poised for a surge. Could it be due to the summer heat, or perhaps a reduction in coal production? Upon further inspection, Chen Xiao was surprised to discover that the news about Longzhong coal was dated for the following Monday, not tomorrow. This was a new development. After a moment of astonishment, he accepted the situation. Wait, coal? Longzhong coal? Isn't that the industry leader? Suddenly, he recalled that Sun Ying had mentioned overhearing Xing Yanqing discussing with someone about needing to drive down the prices of certain coal leader stocks. He hurriedly searched for Longzhong coal and found its stock price steadily rising. After some contemplation, he felt uncertain and decided to call Sun Ying for clarification. However, just as he stepped outside the company, he spotted Sun Ying exiting the elevator with Xing Yanqing. Chen Xiao looked on in astonishment. The pair appeared equally surprised, particularly Xing Yanqing, who immediately recalled seeing Chen Xiao outside Mo Yinjia and shot him a knowing look before leading Sun Ying to the neighboring company. Chen Xiao stood there, momentarily stunned until they entered the building, finally regaining his composure. How could they be here? A short while later, Xing Yanqing returned alone, approaching Chen Xiao with a smile and offering him a cigarette. Brother, you must keep what you saw at Mo Yinjia a secret. Understanding dawned on Chen Xiao. This guy was worried about Sun Ying finding out. Little did he know, the two had been at the same hotel with him that day. Chen Xiao accepted the cigarette, lit it for both of them, and chatted amiably as if they were old friends. Don't worry, brother, I understand. We're all men here, he replied. Ha ha. Xing Yanqing clapped Chen Xiao on the shoulder. You're a good guy? Do you work here? Chen Xiao nodded. Yes, and what about you? Oh, I'm the vice president of Tycoon Investment Company. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. You're too kind, brother. What I really want to know is, who has your girlfriend? We might run into each other, and it would be good to know how to handle it, Chen Xiao inquired. Ha ha ha, you're still young, brother. Xing Yanqing chuckled for a moment, glanced around to ensure no one was in sight, and whispered, to be precise, that was my legitimate girlfriend just now. But I can't quite manage her. So, you know how it is, when there's nothing to eat at home, one must seek sustenance elsewhere. Chen Xiao wore a bemused expression, surprised by how challenging Sun Ying truly was. However, little did he know that Sun Ying had already unlocked all levels of difficulty in front of him. Ah, indeed. My brother, you are impressive. I admire you, Xing Yanqing exclaimed, basking in the flattery. As a university student, he noted that girls like my girlfriend are quite rare and pristine, which is why I have never given up on her. Others are much easier to deal with, especially those from Jining Normal University. I will have my chance soon to take you out. Chen Xiao felt a chill in his heart, but maintained a smile on his face, replying, well, thank you, my brother. After finishing a cigarette, Xing Yanqing draped his arm over Chen Xiao's shoulder and reiterated, I can take you out, but remember to keep it a secret for me. Girls as serious as my girlfriend are hard to come by. I'm planning to marry her. Chen Xiao nodded, affirming, indeed, your sister-in-law clearly embodies that type. Rest assured. I'm looking forward to you taking me out. Xing Yanqing gave a thumbs up, remarking how agreeable Chen Xiao was, before turning to leave. With a grin suppressed within, Chen Xiao walked towards the office, retrieving his phone to send a text. Come find me at the opposite company. Sun Ying did not reply. Upon returning to the company, Chen Xiao instructed Su Tang, in a moment, a girl you know will be looking for me. Just bring her directly to my office. Also, do not mention I am the boss. Brief others accordingly. All right, Su Tang responded before exiting. Shortly after, Sun Ying seized an opportunity to slip out and stealthily entered the opposite company. Upon encountering Su Tang, she immediately recognized her as the woman who had come to pick up Chen Xiao at the hotel near the school last time. Su Tang smiled. Chen Xiao is inside. Follow me. Oh, okay. After escorting Sun Ying to the office, Su Tang smiled and exited, closing the door behind her. Sun Ying gazed incredulously at Chen Xiao, seated at his desk. What is this? Oh, I work here, he replied. Sun Ying pointed at the lavishly arranged office and inquired, what kind of job allows for such a spacious office? Well, our branch has very few people. We haven't even put up a sign yet. We just rented this office space. All of this belongs to the landlord, Chen Xiao explained. Only then did Sun Ying reluctantly accept this, patting her chest and exclaiming, you scared me. I could hardly breathe just now. Chen Xiao chuckled and closed the office door. Sun Ying instantly understood his implication and stood, saying, it's broad daylight. What if someone walks in? Do not worry, no one will enter, and this office has excellent soundproofing. But I have to go back. What if Xing Yanqing finds out? At the mere mention of Xing Yanqing, Chen Xiao perked up. What does he find out? Sun Ying retorted, what are you implying? Chen Xiao glanced outside and replied, this is a business district. Spending an hour shopping is quite normal. Sun Ying paused, then suddenly enlightened and felt much more at ease. Chapter 49. Someone is manipulating the market boss. Should I call the cleaning lady to tidy up? Seeing Su Tang's shy demeanor, Chen Xiao felt no embarrassment. Sure. Okay. Su Tang turned and fled the office. Before long, the cleaning lady entered and, with just a glance, shot Chen Xiao a knowing look that only someone of her age could convey. Chen Xiao found himself unable to withstand such scrutiny. Ahem, ma'am, please tidy up. I'll step out for a moment. All right, boss. In truth, there was nothing significant. The cleaning lady had once been young too. As Chen Xiao stepped out, he quickened his pace. Ah, the cleaning lady is the best. Earlier, amid his busyness, he had learned from Sun Ying that Xing Yanqing had gathered some individuals for a significant operation, likely concerning the suppression of a major coal company, which he had overheard previously. Chen Xiao predicted that someone like Xing Yanqing would undoubtedly collaborate with other capital and brokerage firms to maliciously suppress a particular stock for profit. He surmised that this group must have borrowed a substantial amount of shares from Longzhong Coal, selling them at a high price to drive the market down, only to buy back at a lower price, pocketing the difference. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Xiao pushed open the trading room door. Wang Peng. Starting today until next Monday, keep a close watch on Longzhong Coal. Understood, boss. How should we proceed? Chen Xiao contemplated. Wait for it to drop. If you notice any large sell-offs aimed at driving the price down, monitor it closely and ensure the manipulators do not have a chance to buy at a low price. Build our position while aggressively pushing the price up. Wang Peng was taken aback, realizing the boss was declaring war against the other party. Understood, boss. Then Chen Xiao added. Xiao Su, for Jiutian Huadian in the coal sector, find an opportunity to build up a position. If it rises tomorrow and reaches a 75 increase, liquidate our holdings. Got it. The two men meticulously noted their tasks before immersing themselves in their work. Meanwhile, after Sun Ying returned to Qiankuan Investment Company, Xing Yanqing expressed his dissatisfaction. Why did you take so long? Sun Ying, feeling somewhat weak, sat in a chair and replied, I just didn't see anything I liked, of course. I had to take my time. Xing Yanqing nodded and inquired, why is your face so flushed? Sun Ying was startled but maintained her composure, stating, it's your fault for rushing me back. I had to jog back, and I'm exhausted. She fanned herself and began rubbing her thighs. This was no pretense. She was genuinely fatigued. Chen Xiao is always up to something new, she thought. Ha ha ha, I was wrong, darling. Let us hurry, my friends are waiting. All right, let us go. With that, the two departed the company together. As they approached the elevator, Sun Ying casually glanced across the way, a smile gracing her lips. Having completed his work assignments, Chen Xiao stepped out of the trading room. The cleaning lady was still tidying up, and he had yet to take a thorough look at his company. At that moment, the office supplies had been refreshed. From the carpets to the desks and recreational facilities, everything was top-notch. Although the company was not large, the sparse number of people made it feel remarkably spacious. At the reception, two lovely sisters donned professional OL attire and black stockings. Despite their similar appearance, one exuded a lively personality while the other resembled an icy beauty. Good day, boss. They greeted in unison upon seeing Chen Xiao. He nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, how are you finding your work? We are quite accustomed. We really enjoy it here. That is good to hear. Where's Su Tang? Oh, Su is in the dining area. All right, carry on. Chen Xiao remarked as he made his way to the dining area. Wow, the boss is so handsome and so young. The more spirited sister, Lin Yanran, exclaimed. Lin Yanyu tugged at her, saying, stop daydreaming. This kind of wealthy man is not someone you can handle. Lin Yanran pouted adorably and retorted, fine, fine. I can't handle him. I'll leave him for my sister. Lin Yanyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Stop talking nonsense. We are just ordinary people. Lin Yanran dismissed her sister's concerns. Come on, we are twins. If it comes to it, we can team up. Oh, sister, I'm sorry. Please don't pinch me. It hurts. Chen Xiao arrived at the dining area, where he found Su Tang covering her face while sipping ice water. Dong Jia, please bring me a glass of iced lemon water. All right, boss. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, Su Tang's previously pale face flushed with color once more. Ahem, haven't we seen each other many times already? What is there to be shy about? Su Tang was speechless. This is broad daylight in the office. It's not the same as before. No, it's fine, boss. I'll be okay in a bit. Chen Xiao nodded, enjoying his lemon water. Although the company was not officially registered, he was quite satisfied. All the female employees were beautiful, including the cleaning lady, who must have had an extraordinary youth. Just as he was lost in pleasant thoughts, Lin Yanyu suddenly approached and said, Boss, Wang Peng is looking for you. Chen Xiao promptly set down his cup and strode towards the trading room. Boss, there are large sell orders for Longzhong coal at high prices. Upon reviewing the trading data, Chen Xiao noted that the previously gradual upward trend had indeed been suppressed. No matter the volume of trades, there were always equal sell orders being executed. They seek to undermine market confidence, Chen Xiao remarked. However, it was not yet the opportune moment for him to enter the market. He wished to thwart the opponent's intentions while also reaping profits for himself. That should be the case, boss. As anticipated, a substantial number of sell orders flooded in, leaving the market in a state of confusion. Longzhong coal had recently demonstrated strong performance. Could there be unforeseen developments? The market hesitated, leading to a consolidation in Longzhong coal's stock price. Before long, it began to decline. Wang Peng, initiate your positions discreetly. Do not let the manipulators catch on, Chen Xiao instructed. Understood, boss. Wang Peng commenced small-scale, frequent trading. purchasing only dozens or hundreds of shares at a time, and always including fractional amounts, with the figures appearing random. Once Chen Xiao stepped into the fray, the rate of decline in Longzhong Coal's stock price began to slow. In a standalone villa within the Jining development zone, a dozen computers adorned the hall. A group of individuals lounged on the sofas, laughing and chatting, when suddenly one of them spoke up. "Gentlemen, the resistance against the sell-off is formidable. It seems our allocated funds may struggle to meet our objectives, and market sentiment remains hesitant, failing to generate a following." The previously jovial atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Xing Yanqing rose and said, "This shouldn't be. Market confidence should have waned significantly by now. How could it still exhibit such resilience?" After a moment, Xing Yanqing's expression shifted as he suddenly realized, "Oh no, could it be that someone leaked our intentions and other institutions have caught wind of it? Impossible. This is our hard-earned money. Who would jeopardize their own funds?" Another replied, "Indeed, it can't be. The traders only become aware of objectives after the fact. And this villa has been equipped with signal jammers. No one has left, right? No one has exited. Everyone is here. We need to think of a solution. Wasting time could jeopardize everything." "Yes, Xing Yanqing, this is your area of expertise. We are merely investors, and we need you to devise a strategy." After some contemplation, Xing Yanqing said with a fierce tone, "Then we must resort to drastic measures. Please, tell us your plan." "There are two approaches. Executing them simultaneously would be the most prudent." "What are those methods?" Xing Yanqing explained. "First, disseminate false negative news to undermine market confidence. Second, gather additional funds to crush the opposition, penetrating their market position." "Old Wang, the internet spreads information rapidly. You have resources in this domain. So I entrust the task of negative news to you." "All right, a trivial matter. Everyone, each of you gather an additional 10 million. After Shi Hongfu's declaration, the others promptly set to work. Had Chen Xiao been present, he would have recognized this figure as a future titan of the financial world, the founder of Zhongfu Securities, and, later, Xing Yanqing's superior. It was precisely due to the remarkable execution of this counteroffensive against Longzhong Coal that Shi Hongfu brought Xing Yanqing into his company as an executive. In Chen Xiao's office, Wang Peng suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, something strange is happening. A deluge of sell orders has emerged, and retail investors are following suit." Chen Xiao examined the sell orders, noticing that the amounts were quite small, many consisting of 1 or 2 shares, and some only in the tens or hundreds. He immediately searched for Longzhong Coal, and an array of bizarre negative news surfaced. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xiao recognized this scenario well. It mirrored the tactics employed by Xing Yanqing of Zhongfu Securities in a past life, which had cost him his entire fortune. However, in this instance, the actions of these individuals would only benefit Chen Xiao. He smiled gently, stating, "No need to conceal our efforts. Let us staunchly defend a 5-point decline and see whose funds prevail." He contemplated further before adding, "Xiao Su, abandon Jiutian hydropower and focus all efforts on purchasing Longzhong Coal." "Understood, boss." With their resolve ignited, Chen Xiao's team went all out. Despite the market being dominated by pessimism under the manipulator's influence, there existed a counterforce fiercely protecting the stock. Chen Xiao felt a surge of exhilaration. Regardless of how much profit this wave would bring him, the losses inflicted upon his adversaries were already a source of excitement. He took out a cigarette, and Su Tang promptly lit it for him. In the villa at Jining Development Zone, the atmosphere grew tense, punctuated only by the sound of operators furiously typing on keyboards. Xing Yanqing's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated such formidable opposition, particularly one so resolute, unaffected by false news, and relentlessly absorbing sell orders. Damn it, who on earth is this? After years in finance, it was the first time Xing Yanqing encountered such a frenzied opponent. This was not the behavior of someone with no deep-seated enmity. It was a confrontation that could only arise from significant grievances. Capital typically flows in one direction. He expected to see his actions mirrored by others, profiting alongside retail investors. Fortunately, by the end of the morning session, Longzhong Coal had declined from an opening increase of 3% to a closing drop of 3%. Although it had dipped 6 points, the opposing institution, akin to a rabid dog, had fought tooth and nail to buy, causing the market to hesitate once more. Observing Xing Yanqing's expression, Shi Hongfu remarked, "No worries. Before the noon session opens, we will secure an additional 50 million to continue acquiring Longzhong Coal shares." Xing Yanqing nodded, smiling gratefully at Mr. Shi's support. "We have collaborated more than once or twice. I have faith in you," Shi Hongfu replied. In Chen Xiao's office, he was leisurely playing mobile games, feeling remarkably relaxed. Throughout the morning, Wang Peng and Xiao Su had burned through over 1 billion in funds. Under normal circumstances, such a feat would be implausible. And it was all thanks to Xing Yanqing's reckless actions on the opposite side. He not only facilitated his own losses, but also released false news to mislead retail investors into joining the fray. Aware that significant positive developments for Longzhong Coal were imminent the following Monday, Chen Xiao was more than willing to accept whatever came his way. As this was his first engagement involving such substantial amounts, Su Tang felt a bit anxious. During the lunch break, she continued gathering information on Longzhong Coal. Chen Xiao chuckled. No need to search further. It's all just hearsay. Su Tang nodded, saying, indeed. The sources of information are either pop-up ads on gaming websites or automatically generated pages from such sites. Do not underestimate these websites. I dare say that even a decade from now, many will still believe in them. A significant portion of future telecom fraud will stem from these origins. After the afternoon session commenced, Wang Peng and Xiao Su, having taken a brief respite, dove back into battle. The moment the market opened, the conflict intensified. Following the morning's assault, numerous institutions and retail investors began to rally behind Chen Xiao in the afternoon. Longzhong Coal not only halted its downward trend, but began to rebound. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, instructing, hold on, let them battle for a while. Understood, boss. Without Chen Xiao, the primary force, those trailing institutions and retail investors struggled to maintain their position for an hour before retreating in disarray. With his energy restored, Chen Xiao and his team re-entered the fray. Today, we shall merely maintain a slow decline in stock price. Do not engage them too fiercely. Understood. Chen Xiao considered that due to his involvement, the opposing side's costs had skyrocketed due to their frenzied sell-off. Tomorrow, they would surely have to breach the market's defenses. Otherwise, they would have no chance come Monday. Having fought thus far, Chen Xiao found himself in an unassailable position. Even if they managed to penetrate the market tomorrow, he still possessed over 2 billion in funds, allowing him to buy aggressively and reduce the stock's cost basis. By Monday, it would be a matter of how much profit he could garner and how much trouble he could inflict upon his adversaries. At 3 in the afternoon, Wang Peng and Xiao Su concluded their trading for the day, having exhausted 26 billion in funds, leaving them utterly fatigued. Chen Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Head home and rest well." The boss suggested that the two of them further deliberate on tomorrow's strategy. Sensing that the opponent still had considerable strength, as the frontline combatants, they felt particularly keenly about this. No need, the boss replied. Tomorrow's tactic is straightforward. At the opening, place all our funds right at the limit down, ready to buy. Wang Peng and Xiao Su were taken aback. The boss intended to play his cards openly, revealing all his resources and challenging the opponent to consume them. Boss, what if they can absorb it all? They could continue to drive the price down next Monday. They expressed concern. Not to worry. Even if we hit the limit down next Monday, we won't face liquidation, and I don't believe it will reach that point. We stand to profit, the boss reassured them. With this, the two of them headed home, utterly exhausted, as if they had just run a marathon. In the villa of Jin Ning, Xing Yanqing sighed deeply. This maneuver had been thoroughly disrupted by that troublesome opponent, who clung on like a stubborn adhesive, causing his short-selling costs to escalate dramatically. He had envisioned that, after stirring market sentiment, retail investors would rally to his aid, allowing him to reap the benefits. However, he had not anticipated such a formidable adversary. If he couldn't shake him off, the chance to buy low would be lost. And this move could easily lead to losses. Xing Yanqing felt increasingly agitated, and the expressions of the capital moguls present were equally grim. They barely touched their dinner and retreated to their rooms. Throughout the trading process, no one was permitted to leave the villa to prevent any leaks of information. Yet, Xing Yanqing sensed that this news had already been disclosed. He could only investigate thoroughly after the conclusion to uncover who the traitor was. Upon returning to his room, he had hoped to find solace with Sun Ying, but instead, he was rebuffed. Reluctantly, he walked to the adjacent room, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Just wait until I have you. You'll see how I deal with you. As for his earlier claim to Chen Xiao about marrying her, it had been mere banter. Xing Yanqing harbored grand ambitions. For him, most women were merely tools for vanity and playthings. Once he grew weary, he could discard them. If she were the daughter of Shi Zhongfu, he might consider her more seriously. Alas, how unfortunate. I said this market was unreliable, but those old geezers insisted on meddling. If we hadn't traded these past few days, I could have secured Zhao Xiaohong by now. At that moment, Zhao Xiaohong was bewildered, holding 99 roses signed by Ji Yuzhing. He sent these yesterday. Why is he here again today? Not even a phone call. What is he thinking? A bouquet costs 400 to 500. Is he really that wealthy? After pondering, she felt relieved that she had not hastily accepted Xing Yanqing's invitation to meet. Something better had come along. Chen Xiao, seated in his office. Received a call from Li Wenli. Miss me? Who misses you? I just wanted to know when you're coming to class. If you don't show up soon, I might not hold on much longer. Chen Xiao was taken aback. His current success was largely due to Li Wenli managing attendance for him at school. A warmth spread in his heart as he replied, could you bring a set of clothes to the hotel? What? Now? I just finished class. That's fine. I'll send someone to pick you up. Okay, sure. After hanging up, Chen Xiao instructed Lao Lu to go to the school. Su Tang, attentive as ever, asked, boss, should I book a room? Yes, somewhere nearby. All right. By the way, Su Tang, Chen Xiao suddenly added, you should assemble another trading team for multifaceted operations. Su Tang looked astonished. Oh, sure. And find 2 intelligence analysts as well, so we won't have to scour for information ourselves. Got it, Su Tang noted diligently. Chen Xiao tidied up and headed downstairs, making his way to the hotel first. After booking the room, Su Tang returned to her work at the company. Chen Xiao's actions stemmed from a shift in hidden information. In the future, there might be longer and more complex timelines to consider. Thus, preparations were essential. After Chen Xiao left, Lin Yinran approached Su Tang and asked, Sister Su Tang, does the boss have a girlfriend at school? Su Tang was momentarily taken aback and then half smiled. Why? Do you have feelings for the boss? Lin Yinran blushed and stammered, and no, not at all. Su Tang chuckled. Not yet. It's written all over your face. However, her expression turned serious. Yinran, while it's your freedom to like the boss, never bring him trouble. He is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. It was the first time Lin Yinran had seen Su Tang so grave, leaving her startled. She obediently nodded. Oh, I understand, Sister Su Tang. Su Tang resumed her smile. All right, go on and busy yourself. At the base of dormitory building number 6 at Jining University, Li Wenli waited, holding a bag. Suddenly, she spotted the familiar Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Lao Lu had seen this girl a few times while picking up Chen Xiao, and assumed her relationship with the boss was not ordinary. Once the car was parked, he swiftly exited the driver's seat and opened the rear door, saying, Miss Meng, please. Thank you. Li Wenli entered the car, her heart racing amidst the astonished gazes of her classmates. The interior was lavish, exuding opulence at every turn. Miss Meng, are you ready to depart? Ah, yes, thank you. Li Wenli felt a bit shy. No need for formality, just call me Lao Lu. Li Wenli smiled. I'll stick with calling you Lu Uncle. That's fine, whatever you prefer. The car smoothly exited the campus, and Li Wenli's lively personality quickly engaged Lao Lu in conversation. As they chatted, she abruptly changed the subject. Lu Uncle, has Chen Xiao had you pick up any other girls? Lao Lu, who had been relaxed, instantly became alert. Just you, no one else. Li Wenli pouted skeptically. That flirt must have had a senior before me, and who knows how many after. Hey, don't worry. I'm just asking casually, she reassured Lao Lu. With extensive experience in such matters, Lao Lu firmly stated, no need to be concerned. I genuinely have not picked up any other girls. All right, Li Wenli replied, feeling resigned. She realized that it was hardly surprising for Chen Xiao's driver to speak favorably of him. In truth, her curiosity stemmed from wanting to learn more indirectly. She had no intention of prying in front of Chen Xiao. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lao Lu exited first and opened the door for Li Wenli. As she alighted, she nodded slightly. Thank you, Lu Uncle. You're welcome. It's my job. Li Wenli, smiling, walked into the hotel. Previously, she had always felt out of place entering such high-class establishments, appearing awkward. Now, however, she was surprised to find herself at ease, carrying her bag without a hint of pressure. All of this was thanks to that man. Reflecting on this, Li Wenli's lips curled into a smile as she playfully scolded. You rascal, I wonder how many girls you'll lead astray. Upon entering the room, Chen Xiao had already showered and was seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the beautiful scenery of the Chongting River. Hearing a knock, he opened the door to find Li Wenli in a floral sundress. Ah, you've worked hard. Come in. Li Wenli pouted, humph. You're out there enjoying yourself while I'm at school, begging everyone I can find to help you with attendance. Soon, there won't be anyone willing to assist you. Chen Xiao swept her up in his arms, making her gasp. What are you doing? With a smile, he replied. My woman should not have to beg. Li Wenli was momentarily stunned, the words my woman echoing in her mind. After a brief pause, she struggled, humph. Who's your woman? I don't want to be. Chen Xiao handed her a black plastic bag. Li Wenli felt a sudden heaviness in her hands, nearly dropping it to the floor. What is this? It's so heavy. Chen Xiao chuckled. Open it and see. Placing it on the table, she peeled back 2 layers and immediately covered her mouth in astonishment. Oh, so much money. Yes, it's for you, Chen Xiao replied. For me? Li Wenli gazed at the 2 large bundles of cash, bewildered, instinctively pulling back. No, I can't accept this. It's too much. Chen Xiao grasped her delicate, slender hand and placed it atop the money. I've said it before. My woman doesn't need to beg. From now on, if you need someone to help me take attendance at school, don't ask, just throw money at them. Li Wenli glanced at the nearly 200,000 yuan in cash, mentally calculating that throwing this at someone might indeed have deadly consequences. All right, let us save it for later. For now, let us discuss serious matters. The next morning, before leaving, Chen Xiao asked, Wenli, now that you're in your second year, do you want to move out? Li Wenli shook her head. I don't want to. Surprised, Chen Xiao questioned, isn't everyone keen on better living conditions? Why not? Li Wenli replied, if I move out, who will bring you clothes? What if I become too lazy to attend classes? Who will help you with attendance? Chen Xiao felt warmth in his heart and said, this 200,000 is your pocket money for this year. Don't hesitate to spend it. Li Wenli appeared visibly tired, as if she had just awakened, yawning and saying, I know you big bad guy. I'll spend it all tomorrow. Chen Xiao smiled, aware she was jesting. As long as you're happy. Uncle Lu will take you back. I'll walk to the office. All right, just don't overwork yourself. Make sure to rest. Don't worry, you should exercise more. Your stamina is too poor. Although the strategy today was simple, Wang Peng and Xiao Su arrived at the office early, while Chen Xiao arrived just on time. As if everyone were the boss, and he was merely an employee passing by. After a day of anticipation, numerous retail investors and institutions had begun to notice Longzhong Coal's stock. Countless eyes were fixed on its performance, searching for opportunities to either buy in or sell out. As soon as the market opened, Xing Yanqing unhesitatingly began to sell off shares, leaving retail investors and smaller institutions defenseless as the stock plummeted towards its limit down. Observing the rapid decline, Chen Xiao remarked, let us show him our resolve. Understood, boss. Immediately, institutions tracking Longzhong Coal noticed a substantial buy order of over 300,000 shares appearing at the bottom, causing the stock price to momentarily stabilize. The selling force seemed momentarily stunned, pausing their actions. In the villa of Jinning Development, Xing Yanqing stared dumbfounded at the 300,000 share buy order. Damn, this is a provocation. It felt as though the opposing party mockingly conveyed, you're incapable. As long as I'm here, it will never hit the limit down. Shi Zhongfu commented, this must be their trump card. If they can absorb it, the way ahead should be smooth. Yet, to absorb 300,000 shares would require over 300 million yuan. What if unexpected complications arose? Switching to a bullish position to absorb shares and repay borrowed debt might not incur losses, but only if the opposing side refrained from interference. Otherwise, the rapid price increase could trigger forced liquidation. Now, Xing Yanqing found himself in a dilemma, with no good choices available. Then let us consume them. With the major shareholders' support, he finally gained confidence and commanded the traders to attack the 300,000 share buy order in groups of 10,000, resembling a well-organized army. Chen Xiao observed the 10,000 share sell orders, a cold smile spreading across his face. This is a clear indication that they're making their move. Boss, what should we do? Chen Xiao replied. Let them absorb it. We'll just wait to count our profits. If they manage this well, they might not incur losses, but if significant institutions follow suit, they could face devastating losses. Let us go grab some drinks. Ignore them for now. Chen Xiao led the two out of the trading room, and they settled into the refreshment area, where Dong Shuwen prepared their favorite beverages. Wang Peng and Xiao Su were bewildered, witnessing billions in transactions as if they were mere child's play before their boss. By 2 p.m., Chen Xiao's 4.5 billion had been fully absorbed by the opposing side, leaving only 5 million in his account, which could serve as a buffer against the next limit down. Initially, the trio thought the day would end in such a manner. But unexpectedly, after the consumption of the 300,000 shares, another 50,000 shares appeared in the market. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Had a small institution entered the fray? This 50,000 shares barely held up before being traded. Yet, as soon as that transaction concluded, another 50,000 shares emerged, accompanied by numerous buy orders. Without warning, the stock price surged by 0.5 percentage points. This shift was significant. A stock that was plummeting suddenly showed signs of rebounding. Many retail investors, realizing their prior mistakes in selling at high points, scrambled to repurchase at lower prices. Although Chen Xiao struggled to comprehend such behavior, this was the mindset of the retail investors, perennially filled with regret, oblivious to their profits and losses. Shi Zhongfu and Xing Yanqing were left speechless. Having dealt with the 300,000 share buy order, they continued to consume 2 additional 50,000 share orders, reaching the end of their resources. Any hesitation on their part allowed Longzhong Coal's stock price to begin rising. Retail investors were always opportunistic. Without the pressure from the major forces, the stock price began to rise, and those who had followed Xing Yanqing in selling off shares immediately turned around, joining the buying spree alongside the main force. Chen Xiao was taken aback. He had anticipated a limit down today, expecting a maximum decline of 7 to 8 points by next Monday, followed by the market makers reversing their positions to buy back, ultimately closing out. However, he was astonished that not only did the stock not hit the limit down, but it also rebounded from the bottom. Haha, WVE struck gold. Chen Xiao laughed. Wang Peng and Xiao Su were equally astonished, never expecting they would have helped. Initially, they had felt isolated in their battle, but now the situation had flipped, and a large group stood by their side, while the sellers found themselves alone and powerless. In the Jinning Development Villa, a group of people were left in disbelief. The traders cautioned, "Bosses, should we add more margin? The stocks we sold earlier are at risk of being forcibly bought back." Shi Zhongfu and Xing Yanqing exchanged glances. With such a robust rebound, unless they injected an additional 500 million in capital to amplify their position to 5 billion, it would be impossible. Yet, the pressing issue was that even if they had the funds, could they secure that many shares in such a short time? With the upward momentum so strong, who would be willing to lend? As they hesitated, another bombshell dropped. The higher authorities announced that due to increased electricity usage from the summer heat, the coal price would rise by 150 yuan per ton. While that might seem modest, at this time, coal was priced at only 450 yuan per ton. This news detonated like a depth charge, sending shockwaves through the stock market. Everyone rushed to buy coal stocks. Not only Longzhong Coal, but other coal enterprises also soared, with multiple stocks hitting their upper limits. As they watched Longzhong Coal's stock close at its upper limit, the trading room fell silent. Yes. Suddenly, Wang Peng and Xiao Su leaped up. WVE struck it rich. Chen Xiao smiled, having initially thought minor profits would suffice, but now, with the favorable news released today, coupled with a solid upper limit expected next Monday, a 20 profit was assured. Chen Xiao cheerfully declared, "Su Tang, give everyone a bonus of 10,000 yuan." Huh, boss, aren't we waiting until the end of the month for salaries? No, the end of the month is for that. Today is today, distribute it. All right. Chen Xiao's team, along with the cleaning lady, each received a thick wad of cash. This situation exemplifies the adage that one is not troubled by scarcity, but rather by inequality. However, for those who possess talent, exert significant effort, and contribute greatly, it is only fair to treat them differently. Chen Xiao summoned Su Tang to his office. "Su Tang, you are being promoted early, with a monthly salary of 50,000. Su Tang's mouth dropped open. Her new salary exceeded that of the general manager at her previous company. "Boss, isn't that too much?" "Not at all. It's settled," Chen Xiao asserted decisively. "Wang Peng and Xiao Su, your base salary will be raised to 20,000, and your bonuses and year-end benefits will be calculated separately. Go inform them at once." With the boss's firm stance, Su Tang found herself unable to argue, and she left the office in a state of bewilderment to convey the news to Wang Peng and Xiao Su. Cheers erupted in the trading room. Wang Peng and Xiao Su, who previously earned only 5,000 to 6,000, had their salaries skyrocketed to 20,000 in just a few days. It would be impossible to find such generous treatment at any other company. Chen Xiao's actions effectively eliminated any possibility of employee turnover. To him, this amount was negligible compared to what he earned. By all indications, his assets would surpass 100 million by the following Monday. At the villa in Jinning, the traders had all withdrawn. Xing Yanqing and 5 others sat in the living room, their expressions somber. They had failed to act in time and suffered catastrophic losses. "Old Shi, who is it that is working against us?" Shi Zhongfu pulled out his phone and replied, "Let me check." Such a large sum of money likely involved leverage, and any use of leverage leaves a trace. With that, he stepped aside to make a call. Xing Yanqing's countenance darkened. After years in the industry, he had ruthlessly harvested many a naive investor, yet this was the first time he had lost so thoroughly. The 5 bosses present had collectively lost over 100 million. Nearly everything they had. This dashed his hopes of joining Zhongfu Securities after this round. He took out his phone and sent a text to Zhao Xiaong. "What kind of flowers do you like? I'll bring them for you today. Let us go out tonight." Minutes later, he received a reply. "I'm not feeling well today. Let us postpone." Frustrated, Xing Yanqing's anger flared. "Postpone? Come on. I'll make you pay." After cursing, he glanced at the others in the hall and realized he had lost his composure. I'm sorry," he said. Old Wang waved his hand. "It's fine. Young people should take it easy. We all had our missteps. This isn't your fault." Xing Yanqing chuckled awkwardly, but said nothing further. Shortly after, Shi Zhongfu returned with a grim expression. It seems we encountered a formidable talent. The others immediately turned their attention to him. Chen Xiao, 20 years old. Here, SA photo. He passed the photo around. When Xing Yanqing saw it, his pupils constricted sharply, memories flashing through his mind. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Don't worry, brother, I'll keep your secret. I'm still waiting for you to take me out for fun. Every word and smile of Chen Xiao's lingered vividly in his memory. Old Wang stood up, declaring, I'll have someone deal with him. Shi Zhongfu waved his hand. Hey, we live in a society governed by law. Let us not resort to such measures. If this genius cannot be of use to us, we can consider actions later. Old Wang replied, then I'll find out where he is and what his background is. Shi Zhongfu nodded. Xing Yanqing remained silent, for Chen Xiao posed a threat to his position. If he disclosed Chen Xiao's whereabouts, he risked losing his own standing. Yanqing, Shi Zhongfu suddenly called out. Xing Yanqing was taken aback. Mr. Shi, did you call me? Well, if the opportunity arises, you should resign from your current job and come work for me. Xing Yanqing was stunned. After such a substantial loss, could that really be possible? Shi Zhongfu continued. Yanqing, do you know what I admire about you? Xing Yanqing shook his head. I admire your lack of boundaries. You are willing to do anything to achieve your goals. Chapter 54. Inquest and Retribution. Xing Yanqing was momentarily taken aback, then stood up quickly. Mr. Shi, thank you for your trust. I will certainly strive to meet your expectations. Good, let us disperse then. We shall gather again when the opportunity arises. With that, everyone took their phones and departed. Sun Ying had been cooped up in the villa for 2 days, grumbling incessantly about wanting to return to school. Xing Yanqing, feeling flustered, dismissed her. He then drove back to the company, troubled by the thought of whether Chen Xiao's actions were intentional or merely coincidental. Meanwhile, Sun Ying discreetly hailed a taxi to Chen Xiao's office. Upon entering, she flopped onto the sofa. I'm exasperated. After being imprisoned for 2 days, I will never attend another ridiculous high-end gathering again. Chen Xiao chuckled. What's wrong? Didn't you enjoy it? Enjoy? Not at all. Come and give me a massage. Chen Xiao laughed and approached her to provide a full-body massage. Just as they were enjoying the moment, they heard Lin Yanran's voice outside the office. Sir, you cannot go in. Move aside. I'm looking for Chen Xiao. Is he in there? Chen Xiao? Sun Ying gasped, realizing, oh no. Is Xing Yanqing here? Does he know I'm here? Chen Xiao said, don't worry about that for now. Go hide in the break room. All right. Sun Ying dashed inside. Once she was hidden, Chen Xiao confidently settled into his boss's chair. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing Xing Yanqing. Chen Xiao pointed to the chair across from his desk and smiled. Have a seat. What has got you so worked up? Xing Yanqing strode directly in front of him, sitting down angrily. Chen Xiao, are you deliberately sabotaging me? Upon hearing this, Sun Ying, who was hiding, sighed in relief, realizing that Xing Yanqing wasn't there to confront her. Chen Xiao feigned ignorance. What do you mean? Sabotage? I was shorting Longzhong coal by borrowing shares, and you've been propping up the price, haven't you? Chen Xiao pretended to be taken aback. What? You're the one on the other side? I truly had no idea. Our company received directives from above and acted accordingly. Besides, regardless of who is on the other side, we must proceed with our business. This is a misunderstanding. I was looking forward to you taking me out to meet some girls. Why would I intentionally oppose you? Xing Yanqing sank back in his chair, dejected. Could it really be a coincidence? He had only met Chen Xiao once and hadn't discussed anything significant, so it was impossible for information to have leaked. Chen Xiao tossed him a cigarette. Come on, brother, haven't there been enough blunders in the financial market? In the future, we can join forces and take on a big venture together. Sigh, Xing Yanqing sighed. Brother, you don't understand. I was in a perilous situation today. Although it wasn't my money lost, I nearly missed the most important opportunity of my life. Oh, but didn't you still seize it? Chen Xiao probed tentatively. Xing Yanqing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yes, if you ever want to collaborate, I'll be working with Zhongfu Securities now. Chen Xiao's pupils dilated. Could he really join Zhongfu Securities? It seemed the wheels of history were turning robustly, unaffected by his interference. Or perhaps he possessed certain qualities that Zhongfu Securities valued enough to overlook this loss. I'm genuinely happy to hear you're joining Zhongfu Securities. That is a big company. Xing Yanqing, recalling Shi Zhongfu's words, muttered absent-mindedly. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps in the future, we can even become colleagues. He dared not offend Chen Xiao too severely, given the need to keep the matter of Meng's retreat confidential. Thinking of this, Xing Yanqing said, Brother, please don't mention my search for women to my girlfriend. Today's incident was just me acting impulsively. Chen Xiao spoke calmly, rest assured. Later you can take me along to meet girls, that way we'll be on the same side. Xing Yanqing paused for a moment, then chuckled, no problem. Let's have some fun together when we find the time. All right, Take care, I won't see you off, he added. Xing Yanqing nodded and turned to exit. Lin Yinran knocked and entered. Boss, are you alright? I'm fine. You may continue with your tasks, he replied. Lin Yinran felt puzzled. Where had the woman in the office just gone? She glanced into the inner room and suddenly recalled something. I'll head out now. Please close the door for me. Wait a moment, Chen Xiao said. Please book a luxury king-sized room at the hotel downstairs. Upon hearing the room type, Lin Yinran's face flushed even deeper. Oh, all right. Lin Yinran finished her tasks and was about to shut down her computer for the day when she abruptly spotted Sun Ying leaving the office. She quickly stood up, and as Sun Ying approached her, she exclaimed, "What a beautiful sister. Why is your face so red?" Lin Yinran covered her cheeks and shook her head. No, it's nothing. I'm just a bit feverish. Oh, Sun Ying chuckled, her tone suggestive. Sister Yinran, there's someone in your company who can treat that. Chapter 55. Let's live on another planet. No, that's not possible. The boss is a good person. Ha ha ha. Despite her youth, Sun Ying was quite knowledgeable in various aspects. When they truly engaged in conversation, it was Lin Yinran who became more bashful. Chen Xiao felt flustered by Sun Ying's teasing. Even after adjusting the air conditioning to its lowest setting, he felt little relief. It took 2 cigarettes before he began to feel somewhat better. At that moment, Lin Yinran returned and handed a room card to Chen Xiao. Boss, here is your room card. Oh, thank you. No need to mention it, she replied, just as she was about to leave when Chen Xiao called her back. You can rest assured about what happened in the office today. I definitely won't tell anyone. Chen Xiao nodded. Good, very good. With that, he exited the office hurriedly, intending to go to the hotel. However, upon stepping outside, he reached into his pocket and exclaimed, Damn, how could I forget my cigarettes again? While the elevator doors were still open, Chen Xiao re-entered the office. He grabbed the cigarettes from the table, turned around, and suddenly noticed someone beneath. Who is there? Come out. But there was no response. As he walked around to investigate, he discovered Lin Yinran crouched under the desk, covering her face with her hands. Boss. I just wanted to live on another planet. Chen Xiao was speechless. What on earth are you doing down there? Lin Yinran peeked through a small gap between her fingers. If I said it was out of curiosity, would you believe me? Just come out. Be careful not to hit your head, he advised, assisting her out. The girl then circled around to hide behind him. Ahem. I really am leaving this time and once he return, but don't go crawling under the desk again, all right? I understand, she replied, trying to suppress her laughter as Chen Xiao stepped out of the company, finally unable to hold back his amusement. Ha ha, that girl. Lin Yinran, hearing the faint laughter outside, stomped her feet in embarrassment. Back at the front desk, Lin Yinyu inquired, Yinran, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so red. Lin Yinran buried her head in her sister's embrace. Sister, can you take me back to Mars? I don't want to live here anymore. What nonsense are you talking? Hurry and help me organize next week's work schedule. Chen Xiao arrived at the hotel and swiped his card to enter. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. He quickly undressed and took a shower. An hour and a half later, he emerged from the shower. Sun Ying leaned against the wall, casting him a resentful glance. Feeling quite unfair. She always initiated things, yet ended up being the first to lose. Chen Xiao thought that aside from the considerable physical exertion, he felt no other significant effects. This routine meant he hardly needed to go to the gym. Practicing like this every day could easily yield a six-pack. Thinking about fitness brought Chen Xiao's mind to Shi Yunru. By next Monday, he should be able to fulfill her dreams quite easily, perhaps even unlocking her C package. A surge of fire ignited within his chest and abdomen. Sun Ying observed his expression, her face a mix of fear and concern. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Sun Ying slept from 8 p.m. until 8 a.m. the next day without stirring. Chen Xiao sighed helplessly and went for a run at the gym. Shortly after, he received a call from Xia Yudi. Chen Xiao, you promised to accompany me shopping this weekend. I know. That's why I've been waiting for you in the city, he replied. Huh, why didn't you say anything? Xia Yudi suddenly realized, big liar, I don't believe you. Wait for me. With that, she hung up. Chen Xiao had no intention of sending a car to pick her up. Xia Yudi was unaware of everything, and sending a car without warning might frighten her. He casually sent her an address and continued his workout. After over an hour, he finished exercising, cleaned up, and Xia Yudi arrived. The moment he saw her, his eyes lit up. Xia Yudi was wearing a white short dress, her slender legs adorned with white lace stockings, radiating sweetness and charm. Chen Xiao, were you anxious waiting for me? She asked in a sweeter tone. Chen Xiao shook his head. No, you look truly beautiful today. Xia Yudi twirled around, pulling at her dress. Do you like it? Chen Xiao nodded. I'm glad you like it. I took a long time to choose. As long as Xia Yudi was with Chen Xiao, she had no other thoughts. Half of her attention was on him. Yudi, watch the road. Why are you staring at me? Because you look good. What's so interesting about the road? Chen Xiao found himself at a loss for words. After walking for a while, he asked, where do you want to go shopping? Xia Yudi tilted her head. Let us go to the mall. All right, he agreed. Xia Yudi linked her arm with Chen Xiao's as they entered the mall. They chatted while browsing. Chen Xiao intended to buy her several outfits, but instead, she pulled him to buy several for herself. Before long, Xia Yudi had spent 2,000 to 3,000. Chen Xiao was taken aback. She was quite the little wealthy girl. Yudi, how much pocket money do you get each month? Pocket money? It varies. If I'm lucky, I get more, if not, less. What? Your pocket money depends on luck. Xia Yudi explained, I earn it from gaming. Sometimes I make a lot, sometimes not so much. So, you earn it from games? Why do you ask? Are you short on cash? I can transfer you 10,000. Chen Xiao was speechless. I'm not short on cash. But I've heard that gaming can be tough. It's better for you to play less. I don't play much. Mainly I play while earning. And I've saved over 10,000 in a year. Chen Xiao realized that this girl had only saved a little over 10,000, but was willing to spend most of it on him. He ruffled her hair affectionately. Silly girl. Xia Yudi protested, whining as Chen Xiao tousled her hair. Soon, they arrived at the electronics section. And Chen Xiao noticed Xia Yudi glancing at a computer store several times. He asked, do you want to check out some computers? Xia Yudi quickly shook her head. No, I already have a computer. Chen Xiao smiled inwardly. I can tell you want to buy one. No, I don't want to buy one. If I do, I'll wait a while. Chen Xiao grabbed her wrist and effortlessly pulled her into the computer store. Take a look. Which one do you like? I'll buy it for you. No need. Let us just go. Xia Yudi pleaded. Ignoring her objections, Chen Xiao turned to the shopkeeper and said, which one is the best here? The shopkeeper, recognizing a big customer, immediately came out with enthusiasm. Xia Yudi struggled to push Chen Xiao away. Boss, I want to check the specifications of this one. How much is it? The shopkeeper looked down. Oh, this one costs over 6,000. Xia Yudi counted on her fingers. Contemplating her plan for a day of play today and another tomorrow, wishing to purchase a watch for Chen Xiao. As Chen Xiao approached, he inquired, what are you mumbling about? Xia Yudi retracted her fingers and replied, nothing. I was just calculating if my configuration is sufficient for gaming. Chen Xiao responded, you've already gifted me so much. What's wrong with me giving you a computer? If you refuse, I'll just leave. With that, he pretended to walk away. Hey, wait. You can give it to me. I want that one. Xia Yudi pointed at a particular model. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes and said, Miss, that's an office computer. It can only run basic programs like Word and Excel, not games. Xia Yudi winked at him and insisted, I want this one. The shopkeeper, speechless, relented. All right, that's one. 200. Will you be paying by card or cash? Chen Xiao smiled. By card. Okay, follow me. Chen Xiao then said to Xia Yudi, you go rest over there. I'll be right back. All right, hurry up. I'm hungry, she replied, rubbing her flat belly. Afterwards, Chen Xiao followed the shopkeeper to the counter and quietly said, not that one. The shopkeeper, confused, asked, Chen Xiao continued, which is the best computer you have? The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he understood. The best one is this configuration. He presented a form, which Chen Xiao could mostly comprehend, though he was uncertain about the performance. How much is this? The shopkeeper held up 3 fingers, 36,000. Chen Xiao immediately grasped the quality of the computer upon hearing the price. Is there anything better? The shopkeeper pondered. There are better options. I can upgrade the hardware to 50,000. Chen Xiao nodded. That works. Now, please install these configurations into the least impressive case you have. The shopkeeper remarked, you know how to play, impressive. Not wishing to waste time, Chen Xiao stated, deliver it to this address. I'll pay you up front. Sure thing. Rest assured, I'll handle it perfectly. I've got a promotion going on, free upgrades for office computers. Chen Xiao silently admired the shopkeeper's cleverness. The shopkeeper chuckled. Mutual appreciation. After payment, Chen Xiao returned empty-handed. Xia Yudi complained, why did it take so long? The shopkeeper was telling me about some promotional offers, so I got delayed. He explained, oh, please don't fall for such unscrupulous merchants. They just want to trick you into upgrading. You weren't fooled, were you? At that moment, the shopkeeper happened to walk by, looking quite awkward. Chen Xiao, feeling exasperated, coughed and replied, of course not, let us go. He then pulled Xia Yudi out of the store. Xia Yudi stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit scared. Oh my, that shopkeeper was so silent. It frightened me. He didn't hear us, did he? Chen Xiao chuckled. It's fine. He probably didn't hear. What if he chases us? Xia Yudi joked. Haha, it's okay. I believe the shopkeeper is a good person, Chen Xiao laughed. He didn't trust the shopkeeper's character, but did believe in the power of money. The pair found a restaurant, and Xia Yudi insisted on paying, which Chen Xiao did not contest. She always worried about overspending and tried to pay whenever possible. After their meal, they went to an arcade where Xia Yudi shone, transforming Chen Xiao into her enthusiastic supporter. Especially on the dance machine, her graceful movements captivated everyone around, drawing a crowd that made her shy and pulled Chen Xiao away, leaving behind a chorus of broken hearts. Why are they staring at me? Xia Yudi exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. Chen Xiao, bemused, replied, Are you unaware of your beauty? Xia Yudi cupped her cheeks, blinking her large eyes, and asked, Am I really that beautiful? Chen Xiao nodded earnestly. Indeed, you are the belle of the foreign language department. Let us go watch a movie, she suggested. Sure, he agreed. The afternoon show was not crowded, and Xia Yudi nestled into Chen Xiao's embrace, quietly watching the film, observing her, almost hanging on to him like a sloth. Chen Xiao felt a mix of helplessness and affection. Xia Yudi's irresistible charm lay in her reliance and admiration for him. After an hour and a half, as the movie ended, Chen Xiao looked down to find her asleep on his chest. Yudi, wake up, he gently prodded. Huh. Xia Yudi blinked awake and wiped her mouth. How did I fall asleep? Chen Xiao, bemused, asked, Did you stay up late playing games again last night? Not too late, she replied sheepishly. Promise me you won't play for such long hours anymore, okay? Chen Xiao said earnestly. Xia Yudi's face scrunched up in thought. How about 4 hours at most a day? Isn't that too little? If you can't manage that, I might not accompany you again. Fine, I can do that. She pouted, unhappy. Then you must promise me something as well. All right, that's more reasonable. What is it? Suddenly, Xia Yudi wrapped her arms around Chen Xiao's neck and whispered, I don't want to go back to school tonight. Is that okay? Chen Xiao's heart raced. This was no mere hint, but a blatant suggestion. After she spoke, she buried her face in his neck. Ahem, have you thought this through? From all angles? Xia Yudi rubbed against his cheek and nodded. I don't care if I can win your heart, but I must have you. All right, Chen Xiao acquiesced. Xia Yudi blushed and sat up. Then I'll book a room. No, I'll handle it, Chen Xiao insisted. Xia Yudi pondered for a moment and decided not to argue. I'll just use the restroom first, and then check for hotels. Okay, once in the restroom, Chen Xiao called Su Tang. Hello? Boss, what's up? Please book me the most expensive room in the highest-rated hotel in Jinning. Su Tang paused. All right, boss. I'll book it right away and send you the details. Okay. After hanging up, Chen Xiao washed his hands and stepped outside. Xia Yudi's cheeks were still slightly flushed. Chen Xiao, I just saw a nearby budget hotel. No need. I've already made the reservation. Just follow me. Oh, all right. The two held hands as they exited the mall, and Su Tang's message arrived. Oasis Intercontinental Hotel, Presidential Suite 888, 888 per night. Does this meet your requirements? Yes. After responding, they hailed a cab and directed the driver to the Oasis Intercontinental Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Xia Yudi felt something was amiss. Tugging at Chen Xiao's sleeve, she said, Chen Xiao. Seeing her timid demeanor was quite endearing, he reassured her, Don't worry, I'm here. Xia Yudi clutched him tightly and stammered, Should we choose a different one? This one looks so expensive. Chen Xiao smiled gently and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. It's already booked. We can't back out now. And it's not that pricey. Thanks to the promotion, it's just a few hundred. Xia Yudi, unfamiliar with high-end hotels, gazed at the towering building, realizing it couldn't possibly be cheap. Is it really non-refundable? Absolutely. Let us go, Chen Xiao urged, leading her to the front desk. The staff's professional demeanor made Xia Yudi feel again that this place was unlikely to be within a few hundred. It could easily cost thousands. Once the paperwork was completed, the front desk attendant said, Hello, sir. Allow me to escort you. No need. We can manage on our own, Chen Xiao replied. Very well. Sir, the attendant said as they pressed the elevator buttons for him and Xia Yudi, watching them ascend before leaving. Once back at their workstation, the attendant whispered to a colleague, Wow, such youth staying in a presidential suite for 80,000 a night, truly wealthy. Sigh, what a lucky girl. Even if they don't end up together, she must gain a lot of benefits. Indeed, when will we have such fortune? Upon reaching the 45th floor, Xia Yudi found herself momentarily devoid of thought. Outside the elevator stood four impeccably uniformed attendants, who bowed respectfully upon seeing Chen Xiao and Xia Yudi. Good evening. Sir and madam, we are delighted to serve you. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform us. We are available to provide meticulous service around the clock. Chen Xiao nodded, leading Xia Yudi into the presidential suite. As soon as the door swung open, they were greeted by magnificent floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of the entire city of Jinning. This building was the tallest in Jinning and the second tallest in the nation. To the left of the Grand Hall, which exceeded 100 square meters, lay an 80 square meter bedroom, while to the right were two 50-square-meter guest rooms. The dressing room, bathroom, and lavatory were all independent. Additionally, there was a gym and a karaoke room. The decor exuded opulence, with hand-woven carpets, mahogany furniture, and gilded accessories that epitomized luxury. Xia Yudi stared in awe for over a minute before finally processing her surroundings. Is this really only a few hundred? Chen Xiao scooped her up in his arms. Smiling gently, no matter the cost, you are worth it. Later that night, Chen Xiao sat on the sofa, contemplating a cigarette before glancing at Xia Yudi, who was resting peacefully. He placed it down gently. Yudi, he called softly. Everything you desire in this world, I will provide for you. Xia Yudi responded with a radiant smile, shaking her head. As long as I have you, that is enough. Chen Xiao smiled knowingly. A plan forming in his mind, investing in the burgeoning world of live streaming platforms like VV Live, which had yet to launch its live feature, and Shark TV, set to emerge in a few years. Both companies had birthed numerous success stories. Were it not for Xia Yudi's love for gaming, Chen Xiao might not have considered investing in this industry. But since she cherished games, he would ensure she stood at the pinnacle of this realm. The following day, perhaps due to a sprained ankle, Xia Yudi wore a pained expression as she moved. Observing her discomfort, Chen Xiao suggested, why not stay in and eat? I can have it brought to you. Okay, she nodded gently. Chen Xiao promptly picked up the phone on the wall, stating, breakfast can begin now. Understood, sir. It will be ready in 5 minutes. Before long, there was a knock at the presidential suite door, and 2 chefs entered, pushing 2 service carts followed by 2 beautiful attendants. After exchanging pleasantries, they quickly arranged an array of exquisite dishes, standing 2 meters away, ready to attend to the couple's needs. Xia Yudi gazed at the meticulously prepared breakfast in astonishment. Most of the dishes were unfamiliar to her. This table alone must be worth more than several hundred. After breakfast, the day's planned activities were rendered impossible due to her injury. It seems today I can only stay with you in the hotel, Chen Xiao remarked. Xia Yudi glanced around the lavish suite and shook her head. No. I want to return to the dorm. Chen Xiao was taken aback. What do you need to go back for? After a moment's thought, Xia Yudi replied. I want to play games. Only games can help me forget the pain. Chen Xiao was exasperated. Did you forget your promise to me? Xia Yudi retorted playfully. Oh. Come on. I'm injured. At least wait until I'm better to start. Chen Xiao softened. All right. But remember, once you're healed, you must strictly adhere to our agreement. I know. Help me up, she replied. Don't move just yet, Chen Xiao said before stepping aside to make a call. In no time, he scooped her up effortlessly. Come, I'll carry you down. No. That's too embarrassing with so many people around. It's all right, let us go. Xia Yudi squealed, burying her face in Chen Xiao's chest. The attendants, seeing the situation, smiled and held the elevator for him, escorting them down while shielding them from the curious gazes of other guests. At the hotel lobby, several female staff members were taken aback. Wow, a Princess Carrie. That's the rich second generation from the presidential suite. How fortunate. Why can't I be the one in his arms? As they exited the hotel, Lao Lu was already waiting by the E300. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, he promptly opened the back door. Chen Xiao placed Xia Yudi inside before taking his seat. After Lao Lu closed the door, he made his way to the driver's seat, starting the vehicle and driving away without a sideways glance. Xia Yudi, once in the car, finally dared to open her eyes and survey her surroundings, immediately clutching Chen Xiao tightly. For her, no luxury car or grand residence could rival the allure of the man beside her. As they approached the dormitory, Xia Yudi's phone rang. She looked at it quizzically before answering. Hello? What? A promotion? Free upgrades? Yes, please. Upgrade me as much as you can, thank you. Chen Xiao shook his head in disbelief. Just yesterday, he had chastised the unscrupulous business owner, warning himself about deceitful promotions. Yet today, he was as giddy as a child. Arriving at the dormitory, Chen Xiao asked, shall I carry you up? Xia Yudi quickly shook her head. No, boys can't enter the girls' dorm. And I don't want to embarrass myself at school. I'll manage slowly, holding onto the wall. Can you manage? Yes, no problem. Just carry me down. All right. Chen Xiao gently set her down, and Xia Yudi turned to him. You go on with your business. I can manage from here. With that, she began her slow, deliberate walk toward the dormitory building. Upon entering, familiar classmates greeted her. Yudi, what happened to you? Xia Yudi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Oh, I sprained my ankle. Let me help you back to your dorm. Thank you. Chen Xiao watched as Xia Yudi ascended before he turned and slipped into the car. The Foreign Language Institute dormitory was in Building 16, quite distant from Chen Xiao's usual circle, and he had no acquaintances there, alleviating any concerns about his identity being revealed. Though some students were curious, no one took photographs. The E300 lacked that kind of allure. Once in the car, Lao Lu inquired, "Boss, where to?" "Let us head out of the school." "Understood." Chen Xiao took out his phone and called Tang Xiaofei. "Hello? Brother Tang. Are you free today?" "Oh yes. Come to the 4S dealership. There's an event today, and I can take you along." "All right." Upon arriving at the 4S dealership, Chen Xiao said, "Lu Gu, you can head home now. If I need anything, I'll call you in advance." "Boss, I'll wait here." "No need. I don't know when I'll be back. I'll call you a few minutes before." Seeing that his boss didn't require him, Lao Lu finally replied, "All right. Contact me anytime." "Sure." At the 4S dealership, Tang Xiaofei was animatedly gesturing to a group of employees. Upon noticing Chen Xiao, he dismissed them and approached. "Hey, brother. No girls with you today?" Chen Xiao chuckled. "What girls?" "Haha. Better without them today. We have plenty of girls here. Having one with you would be inconvenient." Chen Xiao was taken aback. "What are you planning?" "Haha." Tang Xiaofei laughed. "I've never seen such an honest, rich second generation. Come on. Today I'll take you out for some fun." Just then, a fiery red Ferrari 458 emerged from behind. "Tang, the car is all checked and cleaned." "Good." Tang Xiaofei replied, waving his hand. "Come on, brother, get in." Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned. This car would remain timeless even a decade later. Its futuristic aerodynamic design, low profile, and intricate structure all showcased it as a gem of human engineering. As he settled into the car, the interior was lavishly adorned with carbon fiber materials. The hand-stitched leather upholstery flowed with an elegant dynamism. However, the seats were somewhat uncomfortable. To ensure performance, the entire vehicle was designed with lightweight materials, leaving minimal cushioning. And the seating position was semi-reclined, which placed a bit of pressure on the lower back. Nevertheless, it was understandable, as this vehicle was not conceived with comfort in mind. It has arrived for the thrill and excitement. With a roar, Tang Xiaofei pressed the accelerator, showcasing the impressive soundproofing of the car. The growl of the engine resonated louder than the cacophony outside. Nevertheless, it is this ferocious symphony that embodies the passion every man yearns to pursue. Buckle up. We are off. Moments later, Tang Xiaofei pressed the pedal down, and the vehicle surged to 100 kilometers per hour in just 3 seconds. "Whoa, brother Tang, slow down. Isn't that speeding?" Chen Xiao exclaimed. "Hee, this stretch in front of the dealership is free of limits. Just enjoy it while it lasts. Beyond here, it's all speed restricted." "My license is already hanging by a thread," he continued with a sigh of relief. "Oh, you could always have a friend cover for you," Chen Xiao suggested. "Don't mention it. In our dealership, I've accrued points for everyone's licenses," Tang Xiaofei replied. Chen Xiao tightened his grip on the armrest, his heart racing. This was terrifying. He couldn't help but wonder if this fellow had actually purchased his license. The car attracted countless gazes along the way, ultimately arriving at a grand structure in the countryside. "Brother, you've never been to a racetrack before, have you?" Tang Xiaofei asked. Chen Xiao shook his head, reflecting on the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy, who would go to such lengths to create a professional racetrack for leisure. Inside, there were no speed limits. One could drive at 200 or even 300 kilometers per hour, entirely at their discretion. Chapter 59. Yin Bingqin beep, beep, beep. "Tang Xiao, over here." A young man with multicolored hair and a tattered outfit waved at Tang Xiaofei. He drove over, and both men exited the vehicle. "Allow me to introduce my friend Chen Xiao. This is the wild one, Zhang Ming." "Hey, is that how you introduce me?" "Hello, brother," Zhang Ming exclaimed, extending his hand. Chen Xiao shook it, replying, "Hello, brother Zhang. Your hair color is quite striking." "Thanks," Zhang Ming said, turning to Tang Xiaofei to jest. "Look at Chen Xiao's taste. And then look at you. It's embarrassing." Tang Xiaofei chuckled. "Chen Xiao is a good kid. Don't lead him astray." Zhang Ming paused, realizing that anyone who could enter their circle had to possess certain skills. Clearly, if Tang Xiaofei brought him along, Chen Xiao must have some merit. However, the term good kid was exceedingly rare in their circle, implying wealth coupled with humility. "Well, where did this good kid come from? Let me have a look." A teasing voice chimed in from the side. "Oh no, Tang, you all have fun. I'm out of here." Zhang Ming swiftly retreated. Tang Xiaofei smirked. "Good luck, brother." With that, he too made his exit, leaving Chen Xiao standing there, bewildered. What just happened? Did everyone just run away? A woman clad in tight racing attire, boasting an impressive figure, adorned with bold lipstick and flowing hair, approached Chen Xiao. Her gaze was predatory as she circled him. "New here?" Chen Xiao nodded. What is up? Do you know the rules?" she inquired with a mischievous grin. Chen Xiao shook his head. "All newcomers must race a lap with me," she declared. Chen Xiao raised his hands in surrender. "I don't have a car." "That is fine. I'll lend you one," she responded. Chen Xiao shook his head again. "I don't have a license." The woman appeared momentarily stunned, then said, "No problem. This is a test track. a license isn't necessary. I don't know how to drive, Chen Xiao added. The woman seemed flabbergasted. So you're not just a good kid. You're a naive one? Not knowing how to drive is no big deal. You can ride with me, she insisted. Chen Xiao continued to refuse. I get motion sickness. She grew irritated. Enough? If you get sick, just throw up in my car. Let us go. With that, she seized Chen Xiao's arm. He was taken aback, though she was slender. Her strength was formidable. No, please, miss, don't do this. Chen Xiao struggled, thinking, I'm not going to join your madness. My life is just beginning. Tang Xiaofei. Yin Bingqin called out. Hey, I'm here, Sister Qing. What is up? Is this person you brought? Yes, Chen Xiao, a good brother. Chen Xiao discerned the fear in Tang Xiaofei's eyes and wondered what status this woman held. Chen Xiao? She mused, then added. If he doesn't race a lap with me today, Tang, you know what to do. Tang Xiaofei shuddered, pulling Chen Xiao aside. Brother, just give in. No one dares to offend her. Chen Xiao was taken aback. What is her background? Tang Xiaofei whispered. She is the heiress of Atlantic Capital Group. Chen Xiao was stunned. Atlantic Capital Group? Tang Xiaofei continued. It's fine if you haven't heard of it, but they oversee 25 subsidiary companies involved in various sectors. They are a Fortune 500 company. Chen Xiao exclaimed, wow. My meager savings must seem trivial in comparison. That doesn't give anyone the right to bully others. Chen Xiao argued. Tang Xiaofei placed a reassuring arm around his shoulder. You're mistaken. Yin Bingqin never bullies anyone. Chen Xiao was puzzled. Then why do you all fear her? She doesn't need to bully because she can stand on her own. I'll tell you, with our skills, 7 or 8 of us couldn't take her down. Ask any of the second generation here, who hasn't been beaten by her. Wait, if I don't race, will she beat me? Chen Xiao asked, alarmed. Tang Xiaofei sighed. No, she might just beat me too. Chen Xiao was speechless, pondering the absurdity of the situation. He glanced over to see the woman already stretching her wrists and ankles, her demeanor intimidating enough to confirm Tang Xiaofei and Zhang Meng's fears. Oh no. If she decides to thrash me, I find it utterly humiliating. Clearing his throat, he asked, You're Yin Bingqin, right? I've heard you're quite formidable. Tang Xiaofei smacked his forehead at Chen Xiao's reckless behavior and hurried to his car, ready to make a swift escape. Yin Bingqin watched Chen Xiao with keen interest as she cracked her knuckles. What is it going to be? Care for a match? Chen Xiao chuckled nervously. What match? I just wanted to ask. We're just going for a lap, right? Let us go. Yin Bingqin smirked. Interesting. Let us go? Just as Chen Xiao prepared to face the challenge, a woman rushed in from the distance, phone in hand. Miss, there is a problem at the company. Yin Bingqin frowned, took the call, and spoke briefly before returning, her expression less than pleasant. She smoothed out the wrinkles in Chen Xiao's shirt, flashing a coy smile as she said, You're off the hook this time. I have business to attend to. With that, she turned and walked away with her assistant. Phew. Chen Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, determined to avoid unnecessary risks. Tang Xiaofei and Zhang Meng gathered around. That was terrifying. Why did she suddenly show up? Who knows? We're lucky she left because of work, Zhang Meng replied. Listening to their conversation, Chen Xiao asked again, Is she really that frightening? Absolutely. Tang Xiaofei and Zhang Meng replied in unison, nodding vigorously. After Yin Bingqin left, the atmosphere brightened, with several second-generation individuals celebrating atop their sports cars. See, that's the power of Yin Bingqin, Tang Xiaofei remarked. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement, realizing it was best to avoid her whenever possible. Brother Tang, about that phaeton. Oh, you'll need to talk to Zhang Meng about that. I brought you here to meet him. Zhang Meng was taken aback. Brother, are you looking to buy a phaeton? Chen Xiao nodded. Yes, just a black top model will do. Wow, still going for the top model? What do you need that for? I can get you a new McLaren instead. Tang Xiaofei chuckled. Chen Xiao is still in school and prefers to keep a low profile. Let us honor his wishes. Ah, I see. In that case, it'll take a week to ship it from Shizhou, Zhang Meng said. All right, that is fine. Chen Xiao acknowledged, understanding that such luxury vehicles could not be rushed. All right, let us begin. Shall we take to the racetrack? Zhang Meng proposed. Chapter 60. The new Ferrari 458. In an instant, the roar of high-performance sports cars filled the racetrack. It must be said, such a spectacle is undeniably exhilarating. Most men would feel their blood surge at the sound. Among the myriad of cars present, none were priced below 2 million. With Tang Xiaofei's Ferrari 458 boasting a purchase price nearing 5 million, merely placing it in the upper middle tier. Chen Xiao was resolute in his refusal to indulge in the reckless antics of these eager youths. While he harbored an affection for sports cars, he preferred to drive himself, relishing the control over his own fate. These young men seemed to have nothing better to do than seek thrills, oblivious to the potential consequences of their actions. Noticing Chen Xiao's reluctance, Chen Xiao raised his eyebrows and remarked, "There are plenty of ladies here. If you're interested, feel free to engage. Someone will pick up the tab." Chen Xiao replied, "Ahem, I will just watch you all have your fun." He settled into the grandstand, sipping juice as he observed the supercars racing below, finding a unique charm in the experience. "Hey, handsome, are you here alone?" A sultry voice whispered in Chen Xiao's ear. Turning to glance, he saw a heavily made-up woman, likely in her mid-20s, exuding a certain maturity, but with an overtly worldly air. "Ah, my friend has gone out onto the track. May I keep you company for a while?" With a smirk, Chen Xiao responded, "How would we go about that?" The woman teasingly swayed her body and gestured behind her. "Well, that depends on your interests. There are rooms inside." Chen Xiao chuckled. "No thanks, I promise to wait for my friend." Understanding the implication, the woman nodded. "All right. I will be over there. Feel free to find me." "Okay." Once she departed, several others approached him, each with their own reasons for seeking connection or inquiring about his background, all of which Chen Xiao deftly brushed aside. After more than half an hour, Chen Xiao returned. A satisfied expression plastered across his face. "Ah, how exhilarating it is down there." Chen Xiao chuckled. "I don't have a license, nor do I own a car." Chen Xiao paused. "Getting a license is easy. I can get you one next time we meet. If you don't want to borrow someone else's car, there's a showroom on the first floor where you can see if anything catches your fancy." "Oh, they sell cars here?" Indeed, Zhongming deals in imports, modifications, and events. He is quite the entrepreneur. Chen Xiao understood that this group of wealthy heirs leveraged their connections and resources in fields that were generally inaccessible to the average person, marked by a high barrier to entry. Naturally, he was not particularly interested in such trivial matters. His sole ambition was to accumulate wealth. Yet, in pursuing riches, he also wished to find enjoyment along the way. What man does not yearn for a supercar? Chen Xiao was no exception, especially with over 8 million in pocket money. Should he find something suitable, acquiring a car for leisure was entirely feasible. "All right, let's take a look this afternoon." Zhang Ming becomes like a madman when it comes to cars. "See how he is tearing up the track down there?" Chen Xiao glanced to see a white Aston Martin racing like a bolt of lightning, its thunderous roar echoing throughout the venue. "Isn't this his turf? Isn't he free to play? What's the fun in that?" "It's all about showing off in front of an audience," Zhang Ming replied. Chen Xiao considered this and found himself feeling somewhat tempted. However, he resolved to wait until he was more adept. After several more laps, Zhang Ming finally exited the track, rolling down his window and waving to the grandstand, eliciting screams and cheers from a throng of glamorous women. Moments later, he approached, two beautiful women draped over his arms, brimming with pride. "What do you think? Impressive, right? Am I not handsome?" "Impressive," Chen Xiao said, giving a thumbs up, acknowledging that his driving skills surpassed his own. "Impressive. Indeed. I'll break your record one day," Tang Xiaofei said with envy. "Come on then. Let us see you try," Zhang Ming taunted, playfully smacking his rear. "Damn, you insolent fool. Chen Xiao, come with me. I'll introduce you to some friends who can help you buy a supercar. Don't waste your time buying from him." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming became serious. Hey, Tengu, Chengu, let us keep the business in the family. Quick, help these two gentlemen to the first floor." Immediately, the two women by Zhang Ming's side smiled and took their arms, escorting them downstairs. Tang Xiaofei was merely joking. They had been friends for years, and any supercar purchase would certainly be through him. Chen Xiao surveyed the spacious and pristine first-floor hall, where a dozen or so colorful sports cars were displayed. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, Aston Martins, all priced above 3 to 4 million. The most familiar to him were the Ferrari and Lamborghini. He desired both, but his budget was limited. If he had to choose, he favored the vibrant new Ferrari 458. "This one, please." "I'll take the same as Tango, the 458. Zhang Ming clapped his hands. "Brother, you have good taste. I managed to secure one of the few available in the country from the first batch." Tang Xiaofei also liked this model but already owned an older version. Although it was not the latest, he had no intention of purchasing another. "Mengzi, we're all brothers here. Give us a fair price, all right?" "Don't worry, Tang Xiao. I will ensure you get a fair deal, and I won't take a penny more than necessary," Zhang Ming assured. Chen Xiao nodded inwardly. Such honesty was commendable. The notion of selling at a loss was unfathomable to him. As the saying goes, the most expensive things are often free. Selling below market value invariably harbors ulterior motives. Even without hidden agendas, one must eventually repay favors. "All right, let us make the payment," Chen Xiao said. "Of course, Chen Gu, you're straightforward." Zhang Ming grinned. After paying for 6 million, the new Ferrari 458, complete with all paperwork, appeared outside, drawing the attention of many wealthy heirs. Chen Xiao seized the opportunity to familiarize himself with numerous acquaintances. It must be stated, owning a supercar serves as a ticket to an exclusive club. With one, you naturally gain entry into the circle. Without it, attempting to break in is futile unless you catch the eye of a wealthy heir and become their lackey. Zhang Ming personally instructed Chen Xiao on how to drive the supercar, ensuring he was competent before allowing him to take it for a spin. Seated within the low-slung chassis, gripping the steering wheel of the supercar, Chen Xiao felt a rush of excitement. A gentle press on the accelerator unleashed a thunderous growl from the engine. Following Zhang Ming's earlier guidance, he shifted gears and eased out onto the track. After 2 laps to acclimate, he gradually mastered the driving techniques of the supercar, slowly increasing his speed in the empty venue. The magnificent sound reverberated loudly, and although it was his first time driving a supercar, his exhilaration rendered him oblivious to any shortcomings. Once the speed exceeded 200 km/h, he experienced the true essence of speed and passion. The scenery on either side blurred past, making him feel as though he were flying just above the ground. What a thrill! After completing 5 or 6 laps, he finally began to decelerate and exited the track. Upon stepping out of the car, his ears rang with a dull thrum. Tang Xiaofei approached, saying, "Not bad, brother. Far superior to my first experience with a supercar." Zhang Ming added his praise, "Excellent. You're not far from being able to drive a Ferrari with one hand." Chen Xiao had previously thought this was merely a joke, but after experiencing it for himself, he realized that driving a Ferrari with one hand while manipulating the gear shifter was indeed a challenge for a novice. Chapter 61. A spacious office computer after their exploits. It was time for lunch. A buffet had been prepared at the club's venue, yet few were present to partake. Chen Xiao pondered, where had everyone gone? Tang Xiaofei, with a knowing look, said, "Beauty can serve as sustenance, wouldn't you agree?" Instantly, Chen Xiao understood. Impressive, indeed. Shall we indulge in a couple? Tang Xiaofei suggested. Chen Xiao shook his head, declining with a gentle, "No, no, you enjoy yourself." Tang Xiaofei smiled, cautioning that this place was not secure. If his sister Xiaomei found out, he would be in trouble. He promised that when they had time to sail, he would take Chen Xiao along, assuring him that the girls on board had all undergone health checks. Chen Xiao was at a loss for words, only able to think of how he was utterly unprepared for the extravagant world of the wealthy, a realm he could scarcely imagine and would have to explore in due time. After their meal, Chen Xiao requested the club to arrange for a tow truck to bring his Ferrari 458 to the parking lot beneath his company. However, Tang Xiaofei advised against this. Due to the supercar's low chassis, even with a lift feature, there was a risk of scraping the undercarriage while entering or exiting underground parking. Chen Xiao felt exasperated. Having purchased a supercar without owning a home left him with no place to park it. Yet, leaving it there without moving it felt like not having acquired the vehicle at all, which left him unsettled. "It's fine, just take it back for now. I don't have a driver's license anyway. Once I get it, I'll take it out and perhaps buy a house to park the supercar," he concluded. "All right, let us proceed with that," Zhang Ming agreed. No one found it unusual that he casually mentioned buying a house for the supercar, as those who could enter this circle possessed that kind of financial capability. Tang Xiaofei mentioned that there were private rooms upstairs for rest, suggesting Chen Xiao take a break, assuring him he would call when the tow was arranged. Chen Xiao did not pry into Tang Xiaofei's intentions, respecting that everyone has their own privacy, and ascended to the designated room. He decided not to call old Lu, but instead scrolled through his phone while awaiting the tow truck. After a couple of days of reflection, all the false negative news regarding Longzhong coal had dissipated, replaced by significant positive announcements from official sources. The comments overwhelmingly expressed optimism about the stock. A faint smile graced Chen Xiao's lips as he closed his phone and reclined comfortably on the sofa, wrapping himself in a blanket. He could envision the bustling scene that would unfold when the stock opened on Monday. Perhaps due to the relaxed environment, he unexpectedly drifted into a deep slumber. Little did he realize that once one acquires wealth, countless individuals will seek to take advantage of it. For instance, the alluring woman who had just flirted with him slipped quietly into the room while he slept. Chen Xiao found himself lost in a lengthy dream until he was abruptly awakened by a soft, seductive voice. "Sir, did you sleep well?" Yes, it was. "All right," he stammered. The woman cast him a flirtatious glance, asking if he could provide the stamp from his invitation if he had slept well. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Tang Xiaofei had given him an invitation before his arrival, but he had not examined it closely. Now, upon pulling it out, he indeed found a stamp. "What do you need this for?" he inquired. The beauty smiled brightly, explaining that the stamp could be exchanged for money. In an instant, Chen Xiao grasped the meaning behind Tang Xiaofei's comment about someone picking up the tab. "Well, that is clever. All right, here you go. Thank you. Is there anything else you require?" Anything at all? She responded. No, that will be all. You may leave now. Very well, she said, blowing him a kiss as she exited the lounge. Chen Xiao glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily getting up to adjust his clothing. After a brief wait, Tang Xiaofei entered. Let's go, brother. All is set. Chen Xiao rose and stepped outside. The operation of towing a supercar required specialized techniques, which most people could not handle, but there was no need for concern. They had high insurance coverage, so any scrapes or accidents would be compensated by the insurance company. Naturally, the corresponding service fees were steep, but this one was covered by Zhang Ming, relieving Chen Xiao of any worries. Brother, want to come over and hang out? Tang Xiaofei asked. Oh, I need to head back to school. Just drop me off somewhere. Tanggu, Chen Xiao replied. What? Are you trying to belittle me? Come on. I'll take you back to school. All right then. Thanks, Tanggu. It's a small matter. Chen Xiao opted not to have Tang Xiaofei drive into the campus, but instead requested to be dropped off at the entrance of the neighboring Jining Technology Institute. Tanggu, I'll walk back. You understand? Sure. Just let me know next time, Tang Xiaofei replied. All right, goodbye. In the Foreign Language Institute dormitory, Xia Yudi had recovered significantly after a day of rest. Aside from a slightly awkward gait, she no longer felt any sharp pain. Just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, she learned her computer had arrived. Shujia, Song Tsong, could you help me bring the computer up? I can't manage to go downstairs. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to dinner once I'm better. Xia Yudi pleaded. Her roommates, fond of her for being beautiful, sweet-voiced, and generous, readily agreed. All right, but shouldn't you see a doctor? How could a sprained ankle be this serious? They asked. Xia Yudi blushed. No, I'm fine. Just need another day of rest. Okay, stay put. We'll grab it for you. Shortly thereafter, they returned with the computer, and her two friends eagerly helped set it up. Curiosity piqued. Yudi, don't you already have a computer? Why buy another one? This looks like an office computer, just a larger casing than usual. Xia Yudi blushed, stammering. It was a gift. A gift? Who gifted it to you? Your boyfriend? Shu Jie questioned. Xia Yudi shook her head, shyly responding, no. It's more important than a boyfriend. The two were taken aback. Then who? Your husband? Xia Yudi rolled her eyes. I'm still in school. How could I have a husband? But he is indeed more important. What? Oh, I see. Your dad must have given it to you. No. My dad wouldn't he gift me a computer, Xia Yudi replied, puzzled. If it's not your dad and it's so important, then who could it be? Xia Yudi smiled dreamily. He has someone who belongs to me, yet I do not belong to him. Her friends were momentarily stunned. Then one exclaimed, my goodness, Yudi. What kind of man deserves your affection like this? Xia Yudi remained in her infatuated state, murmuring, he is a boy who shines. The two exchanged glances, declaring, Song Tsong. Let us go out tonight and see who is shining. Then we'll extinguish him and rescue our little fairy. Song Tsong nodded in agreement, asking, does he shine at night too? No. Let us just check the computer first, Xia Yudi urged. Suddenly, Shu Jia's expression shifted to one of alarm as she pointed at Xia Yudi, asking, Yudi, you didn't come back last night. Today. You're not. Xia Yudi's face reddened as she shyly nodded. My fairy is no longer pure, Xia Yudi protested. After some playful banter, the trio finally assembled the computer. Shu Jia grumbled, what kind of shining boy could steal our little fairy away with just a lousy office computer? I hope I never run into him. Hey, this office computer boots up pretty fast. It only took a few seconds, Xia Yudi remarked, surprised. Oh, the owner mentioned a promotion at the store, offering free upgrades. Perhaps that's why, she speculated. If that's the case, it might even handle games. Let us give it a try. An office computer capable of gaming? Let us test it out. After a few moments, the three girls transferred a game onto the hard drive and clicked to open it. Wow, it really works, Xia Yudi exclaimed, quickly entering her account and hitting enter. Indeed, she logged in successfully and maneuvered her character smoothly. Yudi, try maxing out the game settings. They encouraged. Following their instructions, she did so, and to their astonishment, it continued to run smoothly, even better than her own computer, which had cost her 5,000 to 6,000. My goodness, Yudi, try running 2 instances. They urged. Xia Yudi considered it, and when she did, both instances ran perfectly well. The three girls were now thoroughly excited. Yudi, is this really just an office computer that costs over 1,000? Yudi, could you please inquire with the boss if there are any remaining? I intend to procure as many as possible. With a look of bewilderment, Xia Yudi opened the system configuration interface, staring at the exaggerated performance parameters, completely stunned. All the components were not only top tier, but some even had duplicates. Suddenly, she recalled the image of Chen Xiao making the payment and instantaneously understood. Yudi, don't just stand there. What is going on with your computer? Xia Yudi's gaze drifted out the window as she murmured, "It's that boy who glows." The boy she referred to, however, was not glowing at that moment. In fact, his complexion was quite dark. Upon returning to the dormitory, he had inadvertently stumbled upon Xiao Ji and Ma Yijia entangled on the sofa. Although they were not engaged in the most inappropriate of acts, their public display of affection made Chen Xiao uncomfortable. He lit a cigarette and stepped out of the dormitory, finding Lu Xine, who wore an equally gloomy expression, next door. "Haha, son, what brings you here?" Chen Xiao chuckled. "Damn, aren't you the same?" Lu Xine from the adjacent dormitory retorted. "Let us call some people and surround them to see who feels more awkward." "Forget that. Wouldn't it be better to play games with that time?" After finishing his cigarette, Chen Xiao remarked, "You can play by yourself. I want to be back tonight." "Damn, what are you up to?" Chen Xiao replied. "A girl has already booked the room. Why should I linger in the dorm like a third wheel? Come on, you're full of hot air. I bet you'll end up at the library sleeping." Chen Xiao laughed heartily as he exited the dormitory building and took a cab to Shuilin Yuan. Upon entering, he was surprised to find that he was not alone with Yumingqi. After changing his shoes and stepping inside, he discovered 3 girls in the dining room. Bottles of alcohol strewn about, their conditions reflecting their inebriation. Chen Xiao, you're here." Upon seeing Chen Xiao, Yumingqi struggled to rise, her speech slightly slurred. The other 2 girls turned to face him, both possessing commendable looks. "Meng, Jiao, let me introduce you. This is my dear brother, Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, this is my best friend." Chen Xiao smiled and nodded. "Hello." "You hello?" The 3 had clearly indulged in substantial drinks. Are you 2 continuing or?" The 2 girls also struggled to their feet. We should head back to school." "No, we don't want to disturb you." Noticing their precarious state, Chen Xiao thought it best to avoid any potential trouble. "No worries, we have guest rooms here. You can rest until you sober up." Yumingqi, pleased with Chen Xiao's agreement, added, "Stay with us. We plan to go shopping together tomorrow." Sensing their less than stellar condition, the 2 girls sat back down. "Chen Xiao, could you help me take them to the guest room?" Chen Xiao replied, "Of course." He approached and supported both girls, one on each side, guiding them to the guest room and laying them down on the bed. The 2 disheveled beauties lay there, and Chen Xiao, feeling a bit flustered, quickly exited the room. As Yumingqi leaned on a chair attempting to follow, her legs betrayed her, nearly causing her to fall. Chen Xiao swiftly caught her by the waist, averting disaster. "From now on, you mustn't drink so much. It's very dangerous." Yumingqi, her already stunning beauty heightened by her drunken state, giggled. All right, Chen Xiao. I'll listen to you." Chen Xiao carried her into the bedroom and asked, "Would you like to wash up?" With a sigh, Chen Xiao realized he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. A 90-pound sack might be easier to carry since it wouldn't move around, but a person of 90 pounds could exert force in every direction, making control quite challenging, given his physical strength. Ensuring she didn't fall while cleaning her up would be exhausting. Nevertheless, there was a peculiar charm to the situation. After finishing, Yumingqi's cheeks were flushed, and she appeared to have drifted off to sleep, her expression alluring as she sucked on her finger. Chen Xiao sat nearby, admiring her for a moment before his restraint began to wane. Chapter 63. Saving a Life or Hanging. When intoxicated, one's senses dull, yet emotions run rampant, leading to heightened sentimentality and a lack of responsiveness to external stimuli. Much like those who become overly emotional when drunk, whether laughing or crying, they lose themselves entirely. Even Chen Xiao found it overwhelming. In the early hours, as he sat on the living room sofa lighting a cigarette, an unexpected sound caught his attention, a thud, followed by a shadow plummeting from the window. What the hell? Chen Xiao's initial thought was that someone had jumped. He rushed to the window and was met with a man, ropes tied around his waist and neck, suspended in midair, struggling painfully. His face turning blue and eyes rolling back, on the brink of death. Regardless of the situation, saving a life was paramount. Chen Xiao yanked the rope, pulling him closer to the wall. However, the man, in a panic, had lost all rationality, flailing about in search of a foothold. "Grab the security bars," Chen Xiao yelled. Only then did the man seem to regain some composure, clutching the bars tightly, relieving some pressure from his neck, allowing him to catch a breath. Assessing the situation, Chen Xiao noted that the rope coiled tightly around the man's neck. Pulling him up could potentially strangle him further. He tore down the curtains, twisted them into a rope, and tossed it down. "Grab hold. I'll pull you up with this." The man nodded, trembling, quickly securing the curtain around his waist. Chen Xiao instructed, "Use your strength to pull yourself up. Don't look down." Okay. After a moment of catching his breath, the man managed to speak, eagerly nodding. Chen Xiao flexed his arms, and with a sudden exertion, He pulled up the bedsheet with all his might. The man outside, regaining his calm, cooperated, ignoring the fear of being suspended, using whatever leverage he could find. After 7 or 8 minutes of struggle, they finally managed to pull him back into the room. Both Chen Xiao and the man collapsed on the floor, utterly exhausted, gasping for air. Damn, what were you thinking to attempt such a thing? Bro, I wasn't trying to commit suicide. I slipped and fell. Chen Xiao was taken aback. You're an air conditioner repairman? The man shook his head. I'm a reporter. A reporter? Why on earth would a reporter jump from a building? The two sat on the floor, catching their breath before moving to the sofa where Chen Xiao offered him a cigarette. The man began recounting his tale. I'm an entertainment reporter. Tonight, a celebrity is staying with a female student from Jining University in the building across. This building offers the best angle for filming, but the hallways have no windows. I had to lower myself down with a rope. Everything was going smoothly until I became too engrossed in filming. Didn't he notice the rope had wrapped around my neck 3 times, and then I slipped, essentially hanging myself. Chen Xiao was astounded. What a character. The commotion in the living room hadn't disturbed the 3 girls, who had already slipped into sweet slumber. Brother, what is your name? The man, having finished his cigarette, still trembled. I'm in Zhong. You saved my life today. From now on, if you ever need anything, just ask. I face any peril without a second thought. Chen Xiao was taken aback. This man had a sense of honor. No need for thanks. Saving a life is paramount. No one would stand idly by. Hey, you can't say that. Though I'm not a hard news reporter, I know enough about the reality of news. Many people choose not to help when they could. Regardless, I will forever remember your kindness. Chen Xiao replied, just refrain from engaging in such dangerous antics in the future. And Zhong sighed. I won't be doing this again. The money I earn isn't even enough to buy equipment or cover medical expenses. Not long ago, I spent 4 hours crouching by the pool with an oxygen tank, finally capturing some intelligence, only for my camera to be waterlogged, resulting in a loss of over 10,000. Chen Xiao asked, were you not discovered at the pool? I replied, with a camouflage cloth. I just squatted in the corner, blending in with the surrounding tiles, leaving only the lens exposed. Chen Xiao remarked, impressive. There was another time I hid in a manhole for 7 days, nearly suffocating from the fumes, and once I almost got taken away by a garbage truck while hiding in a bin. Chen Xiao was astonished. You really go to great lengths. My goodness, is this how your work usually is? And Zhong waved his hand. Not at all. I only personally handle high-value targets. For ordinary informants, they suffice. Not to brag, but I have over a dozen informants at Jining University alone. Chen Xiao grew increasingly excited. Doesn't this earn you much? Barely. Most of the intelligence is bought by the principals themselves, leaving us with only a small share. We can't even make a decent living, especially with the need to support informants. Chen Xiao pondered, realizing he would certainly need dedicated intelligence personnel in the future, as the path ahead would only widen and he would encounter all sorts of characters. Not only intelligence personnel, but also security, lawyers, and other teams would need to be established. Otherwise, even someone like Xing Yanqing could easily storm into his office and flaunt his power, which would be alarming. With this thought, Chen Xiao said, Brethren, let us go out for a drink to calm your nerves. Chapter 64. And Zhong's abilities. And Zhong nodded. I'll treat you. Truly, my friend, without you today, I might have met my end. Let us not dwell on that, come. The two found a small restaurant nearby, ordered a few dishes and a beer, chatting as they ate. After a few rounds of drinks, and Zhong became more talkative. Brother, I'm not just boasting. Do you know what we call our profession? Chen Xiao thought for a moment. Paparazzi? And Zhong was taken aback. Well, that's one term. But that's for ordinary entertainment reporters. Someone as exceptional as you should know we're called. The Dog King? And Zhong was speechless. What kind of name is that? We are the phantoms in the dark, the kings of the intelligence realm. Chen Xiao raised his glass. Let us toast to the king. They clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Brethren, would you be willing to come help me? Chen Xiao inquired after setting his glass down. And Zhong paused. Are you also in the entertainment magazine business? Chen Xiao shook his head. I'm not, but I need intelligence as well. And Zhong slapped the table. Then let us not waste time. If you need it, I'll definitely assist you. Just tell me what intelligence you require. Chen Xiao contemplated, while Zhong was enthusiastic. His actual capabilities were uncertain. Rushing to use Xing Yanqing as a target could provoke caution in the future. Thus, he said, the intelligence I need isn't difficult. I've started an investment company. Just help me ensure that everyone inside is trustworthy. Absolutely. See you at the company tomorrow morning, and Zhong replied. All right. The address is Chen Xiao began, but Zhong interrupted. No need to say. As an intelligence agent, I should be informed of the address by the boss. That would be too unprofessional. See you tomorrow morning. Chen Xiao chuckled inwardly, finding it quite interesting. All right, let us drink. The two clinked glasses again, but after finishing, Zhong said, Boss, I won't drink any more today to avoid being late for work tomorrow. Chen Xiao smiled, realizing Zhong would have a busy night if he wanted to appear in his office the next day. Okay, then we'll have a proper drink another day. They left the restaurant and parted at the entrance. The more Chen Xiao thought about it, the more interesting it became. He shook his head and returned to Shui Linya Yuan. After washing up and getting into bed, Yu Mingqi sensed Chen Xiao's return and immediately snuggled up to him. A while later, the two girls in the guest room woke up startled. Are these two ever going to finish? Don't they get tired? The next morning, Yu Mingqi woke up early to prepare breakfast for Chen Xiao. Her two friends emerged with dark circles under their eyes. Mingqi, your guy is incredible. Yu Mingqi blushed and coughed. Did I disturb you all? It doesn't matter to us, as long as our campus beauty is happy, one friend replied. Before long, Chen Xiao finished getting ready and came out, causing Yu Mingqi's friends to blush and rush back into the guest room. Let us eat breakfast. Okay. The breakfast was simple, scrambled eggs, toast, and hot milk. Chen Xiao hadn't planned to eat, but seeing Yu Mingqi's efforts made him sit down to enjoy it. As he was leaving, Yu Mingqi helped him tidy his clothes and handed him his bag, saying, Chen Xiao, I have a performance at school in a few days. Will you come? Chen Xiao paused. When is it? Thursday at 8 in the evening. Chen Xiao thought for a moment. He typically had no engagements in the evening, so he decided to attend. All right. Yu Mingqi continued. Also, could you drive that Mercedes? Chen Xiao chuckled, realizing she wanted to show off. Sure, I'll be there. Yu Mingqi gleefully kissed him on the cheek. Drive carefully, bye. When he went downstairs to the car, old Lu saw Chen Xiao approaching, getting out early to open the door. Good morning, boss. Have you eaten? I have, Lu. Should we head to the company or have breakfast first? I've eaten. Let us go straight to the company. All right. The E300 smoothly drove out of the neighborhood, playing Chen Xiao's favorite music. Old Lu was exceptionally dedicated, regardless of the time. He was always impeccably dressed in a suit, and the car was spotless with a faint fragrance, showing great attention to detail. As Chen Xiao sat in the car, he anticipated how Zhong would manage to find the company. He couldn't help but glance back. Was he being followed or tracked? However, he was completely mistaken. When he arrived at the company, Zhong was already waiting at the entrance. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Arriving before him indicated he hadn't followed but had already discovered the company's address. This guy is quite capable. Just as Chen Xiao was about to speak, Zhong slightly shook his head and turned to leave the stairwell. Before long, he sent a message. It's better not to let the company staff see me for convenience in my work. See you downstairs. Seeing that he still had time, Chen Xiao informed old Lu and then descended the stairs alone. Sure enough, he encountered Zhong waiting there. Impressive, brother, Chen Xiao praised. Zhong smiled. Are you satisfied? Boss. Very satisfied. As of today, you are officially hired, with a monthly salary of 20,000, plus activity funds and bonuses. Zhong's eyes widened in shock. That is too much, boss. My previous job averaged only 7 or 8,000. Chen Xiao patted his shoulder. It's all right. I'm always generous to my own people. Just do your best. Additionally, maintain the external intelligence system well. It may be needed in the future, especially in the financial sector, and work on expanding it. Zhong nodded. Understood, boss. Most of his previous connections were in the entertainment industry, so since the boss was interested in finance, he would need to rebuild the intelligence network, which would take time and require adjustments based on the boss's needs. Keep in touch with Su Tang directly. Just apply to her for anything you need. Salary and expenses will also go through her. Got it, boss. I'll find an opportunity to get in touch with her. Chen Xiao was taken aback that Zhong already knew Su Tang was the manager. All right. After finishing his conversation with Zhong, Chen Xiao returned to his office, feeling that today was a day filled with anticipation. The coal from Longzhong was ready for harvest. This venture would not only yield great profits, but also cause Xing Yanqing and his backing to suffer significant losses, a thought that was truly satisfying. Boss. Wang Peng and Xiao Su greeted him. Yes, has it started? The moment the market opened, the stock surged dramatically, and it was on the verge of reaching its upper limit. Chen Xiao smiled inwardly and decided to liquidate his holdings at the peak. Shortly thereafter, Longzhong coal, as anticipated, hit the upper limit, and Chen Xiao began to gradually sell off his nearly 500,000 shares of the company. Chapter 65. Yin Bingqin's tactics upon witnessing the market dynamics. Investors of all sizes immediately suspected him to be the one who had instigated the sell-off last Friday, unleashing a torrent of curses. That despicable trader still dares to drive down the market? The fabricated news has cost me tens of thousands. With the official announcements of favorable news, how can he still attempt a down-earn? I'll make him pay, they exclaimed in frustration. Are they really so foolish to believe their own lies? And they dare to try and manipulate the market again? Amidst the thriving market conditions, Chen Xiao found it remarkably easy to close his positions. Within an hour, he successfully sold off over 400,000 shares, observing nearly 500,000 shares still locked on the upper limit. It felt as though the retail investors were mocking him, as if to say, "Come on, let us see who has more money." Chen Xiao employed a staggering 4.5 billion in capital. Last Friday, he had made a profit of 1687 percentage points, and with an additional 10 points today, his total profit soared to 2,687 percentage points. With 4.5 billion invested, he realized a profit of 129 billion. This operation propelled Chen Xiao into the billionaires club. Wang Peng and Xiao Su were overjoyed, jumping and shouting in excitement. Their gazes toward Chen Xiao were filled with admiration. Su Tang, watching Chen Xiao's back, found herself momentarily entranced. Chen Xiao himself was exhilarated, his heart racing audibly. Over $1 billion, a figure most could only gaze up at in awe. For him, it represented not just a goal, but a monumental leap. His hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. Su Tang promptly stepped forward to light it for him. Chen Xiao took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Su Tang, distribute the bonuses." Yes. Though 1,000 yuan was not a substantial amount, it marked the second distribution this month. Chen Xiao continued, "Wang Peng, Xiao Su, I will prepare a generous bonus for both of you at the end of the month." The two hurriedly declined. "Boss, it's all due to your astute leadership. We merely did our jobs. No, we are a team, and everyone deserves credit." "It's settled," he insisted. The group was elated. Soon, everyone in Chen Xiao's team received their bonuses. Sisters Lin Yanran and Lin Yinyu chattered excitedly about going out for a celebratory dinner to mark the company's financial success. Dong Shuwen felt a surge of gratitude, reflecting that this might be the best job in the world, one she could never replace. Meanwhile, the janitor stood dazed at the restroom door, contemplating what to do with the thick stack of money, wondering if she should scrub the toilet with a toothbrush to achieve a food-grade level of cleanliness. Chen Xiao planned to retain 1 billion in his capital account, transferring 10.9 million to his personal account, and with the remaining 4 million from his car purchase, his total pocket money reached 14.9 million. Upon returning to his office, new hidden information refreshed on his screen. June 15th, Juqian Power's peak increase of 1,000. From June 15th to June 26th, Jinning Pharmaceutical increased by a total of 10,000. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Having overlooked Juqian Power's upper limit, Jinning Pharmaceutical's stock price had doubled within 12 days. He quickly searched for Jinning Pharmaceutical and noted that the company had been stable until it suffered a sudden drop yesterday, mirroring today's opening. After reviewing the information, he realized that a newly developed drug from Jinning Pharmaceutical had allegedly caused severe complications, resulting in a collapse of the stock price. However, the anticipation of a price doubling from tomorrow until the 26th indicated that the so-called severe complications were likely fabricated. Chen Xiao immediately summoned Su Tang. "Quickly, inform Wang Peng and Xiao Su to invest all capital into Jinning Pharmaceutical, but be careful not to break its downward limit." Seeing the urgency in her boss, Su Tang did not hesitate and dashed towards the trading room. Wang Peng and Xiao Su, receiving the message, swiftly opened their trading accounts and began buying without hesitation. They had completely surrendered to their boss, realizing that his insights surpassed any available information. Currently, with a principal of 100 million, they could leverage tenfold to manipulate 1 billion in funds. However, the negative news surrounding Jinning Pharmaceutical was overwhelmingly sensational, sweeping through the media, despite not yet trending. On the downward limit of Jinning Pharmaceutical, an increasing number of sell orders poured in. Wang and his partner faced no pressure, quickly acquiring over 100 million in shares within minutes, all without disturbing the total volume of sell orders at the limit. They executed trades of tens of thousands with fervor. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Jinning Pharmaceutical, Yan Bingqin wore a stern expression. "What is the status of the investigation? The group invested over 3 billion in RD, and this is the result? If it turns out to be true, all involved will forfeit their year-end bonuses, and the project leads will be dismissed." Before her stood a dozen executives, paralyzed into silence. Although stunning in appearance, her words carried an intimidating weight. Should a significant incident occur, the repercussions for the project leads would be severe. The oppressive atmosphere lingered as everyone awaited the final testing results. Yan Bingqin's crimson nails rhythmically tapped on the table, echoing in the hearts of all present. Her eyes glimmered with fierce determination, leaving everyone breathless. Finally, the laboratory director rushed in with the results. His glasses askew and hardly noticing. "The results are in. The results are in," he exclaimed. "Step aside." What are the findings? Yin Bingqin commanded sharply. The director, sweating profusely, adjusted his crooked glasses and replied, "There's no issue. Our drug is safe. The 20 patients at that hospital must have experienced organ failure due to other medications." A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Yin Bingqin too felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Had a major incident occurred, it would not only have severely impacted Jinning Pharmaceutical, but also jeopardized the parent company, opening the door for competitors to seize control. With the crisis averted, Yin Bingqin did not relax, but instead began to strategize. This was not only a significant crisis for the company, but also a monumental opportunity for her. Quickly, a plan crystallized in her mind. "Everyone, hand over your phones." The executives exchanged bewildered glances, wondering about her intentions, yet compelled by fear of Yin Bingqin's authority. They complied and placed their phones on the table. Yin Bingqin turned to the laboratory director, asking, "Who knows about the test results? Aside from our lab personnel." "No one else, Yin." "Excellent. Gather everyone in my office." Before long, all lab personnel were assembled in her spacious office. Phones were prohibited in the lab, so the researchers had left their devices in lockers. Yin Bingqin declared, "From now until the next day or two, everyone must remain in my office. No one is allowed to leave or contact the outside world. I need to orchestrate a major business maneuver." Chapter 66. All in upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged apprehensive glances. "Why Yin I?" Bang! Yin Bingqin struck the corner of the solid wooden desk, splintering it into pieces. The attendees quaked in fear. "Any objections?" "And no, none at all." "Good. Zhang Yuan, collect the phones, assign someone to watch over them 24/7. Order meals on time, and bring in some blankets. We'll sleep here tonight, and the restroom will be in my office." "Understood." Mississippi, a formidable female bodyguard, accompanied by a cadre of subordinates, firmly secured the entrance. Upon noticing this, the onlookers resigned themselves to the fact that escape was impossible and sought refuge in various corners to rest. Yin Bingqin, having relocated to another office, summoned a trusted aide and commanded, "Gather all available funds immediately. I demand a frenzied purchase of Jinning Pharmaceutical stocks." "Yes, President Yin," the aide replied. However what? "This morning, as trading commenced, someone has been persistently acquiring shares of our company, but their identity remains unknown." Yin Bingqin furrowed her brow. Could it be that wretched woman has obtained some inside information? That seems implausible. The experimental results hadn't been disclosed yet, so no one should possess prior knowledge. Who could it be? Investigate this matter thoroughly, focusing particularly on private brokerage firms. If it is an institution engaged in financing, they are bound to leave some traces. Understood. Yin Bingqin's striking eyes narrowed in contemplation. Who could possibly hold such an interest in Jinning Pharmaceutical stocks? This crisis represented an exceptional opportunity for her to seize control of Jinning Pharmaceutical. She intended to capitalize on the absence of her stepmother's faction to acquire even more shares, ultimately achieving a decisive 51 controlling stake. Henceforth, this esteemed conglomerate would be firmly in her grasp. At 10:30 in the morning, Wang Peng, while executing trades, remarked, "Su, someone has entered the market to compete with us for Jinning Pharmaceutical." Su Tang confirmed this observation and instructed, "Continue with your work. I shall inform the boss." Understood. Chen Xiao, upon receiving this news, pondered whether they would encounter Xing Yanqing every time. Do not concern yourself with others. If he possesses insider information, he would surely not wish for the stock price to breach the limit down, and will likely mirror our strategy, purchasing within a safe threshold. Got it, boss. Su Tang then exited the room. Chen Xiao, fixated on the screens in the office, noticed that the entities buying the stock seemed to align with their own strategy. Everyone was operating within the safety margin, each vying for Jinning Pharmaceutical stocks with fervor. The market remained overwhelmingly pessimistic, given the magnitude of the incident. With so many individuals affected simultaneously, the possibility of Jinning Pharmaceutical facing delisting and closure loomed large. Presently, the priority for everyone was to escape. At the headquarters of Jinning Pharmaceutical, Yin Bingqin had ordered the sealing of all entrances and exits on that floor. The financial team was fully engaged in stock acquisition. Standing before the glass curtain wall, she observed a convoy hastily arriving, coming to a stop at the entrance of the office building, from which a group of individuals disembarked and hurried inside. With a cold sneer, Yin Bingqin remarked, "Humph, a bunch of inept fools. Do they dare to challenge me?" Moments later, at the entrance to the top office area of Jinning Pharmaceutical, the visitors were halted by Yin Bingqin's security personnel. Yin shouted from the entrance. "Yin Bingqin, get out here." Yin Bingqin crossed her arms and scoffed. "Which dog has escaped from its leash to bark at my door?" "You." "Yin Bingqin, you are finished. Jinning Pharmaceutical has caused such a massive scandal. Father will not let you off easily. Mentioning this elicited a deeper chill in Yan Bingqin's demeanor. Yan. You wretched child of a stepmother. What right do you have to stand here? The Atlantic Group was co-founded by my father and my mother. What does it have to do with you? Seeing Yan Bingqin's anger, Yan chuckled. Indeed. I owe thanks to your mother for granting me a 25% stake in Jinning Pharmaceutical. Yan Bingqin's teeth ground together in fury. Oh, you possess shares, do you? Then I shall destroy it. Without Jinning Pharmaceutical, I still hold stakes in other conglomerates. What do you have? You. Yan rushed over, fueled by her sole ownership of Jinning Pharmaceutical shares. Ultimately, she was merely the child of a stepmother, and possessing a 25% stake in this multi-billion-dollar subsidiary was quite an achievement. Coupled with her mother Lu Mei's 20%, although they lacked absolute control, mother and daughter were still significant shareholders in Jinning Pharmaceutical. Wait for me, she exclaimed before hastily departing with her entourage. Yan Bingqin let out a cold laugh. Fools. I shall be right here, waiting to see if you dare to abandon your stakes. The reason for her grandstanding was that this conglomerate was established by her mother during her lifetime, and upon returning from her studies abroad, she had resolved to reclaim Jinning Pharmaceutical. Little did she anticipate that an opportunity would arise so abruptly, as this crisis directly granted her the hope of regaining control of the company. Not long after Yan Yinyan's departure, the stock market experienced a sudden influx of sell orders. Yan Bingqin scoffed inwardly. Planning to cash out and flee, are we? Then you better act swiftly. If you sell too little, how can you feel the sting? Ha. On the Jinning Pharmaceutical trading floor, the atmosphere was tumultuous, while some institutions sensed something amiss. The scale of this incident was too vast for them to follow suit recklessly. Once they entered the fray, they might not have the chance to escape. Chen Xiao also noted the sudden surge of large sell orders being dumped, each consisting of hundreds of thousands of shares. Buy? Secure these shares quickly, Chen Xiao shouted excitedly. He initially thought that with 1 billion in funds, he might not be able to exhaust it all today, but unexpectedly, an opportunity presented itself. Wang Peng and Xiao Su decided to go all in, as even with full acquisition, the stock would not breach the limit down due to the overwhelming number of sell orders. Quickly, gather all available funds. Throw everything into this, Chen Xiao commanded. He then retained only 1 million for personal expenses, utilizing the remaining 13.9 million along with 10 million in margin, totaling 23.9 million, and applied a tenfold leverage, thereby acquiring a staggering 239 billion in funds, which he invested entirely into Jinning Pharmaceutical stocks. By this point, Chen Xiao had purchased a total of 123.9 billion worth of Jinning Pharmaceutical shares, which would double within 12 days, yielding a net profit of 123.9 billion. The trading room fell silent. Despite Wang Peng and Xiao Su's firm trust in their boss, the enormity of this all-in wager weighed heavily on their minds. Chen Xiao was filled with excitement, acutely aware that his funds were insufficient as the market continued to release sell orders, leaving him helplessly watching the unfolding drama. Alas, one must not be overly greedy. Eventually, I shall possess an abundance of resources. Chapter 67. Yin and her mother muttering to herself. Chen Xiao declared loudly, all employees, take a 10-day holiday. The crowd was taken aback. A 10-day holiday? Has the boss gone mad? They wondered. What if the market experiences fluctuations? Chen Xiao mused inwardly. What fluctuations could there be? Each day will only see one trend. Limit up, and more limit ups. Yet, reflecting on his initial excitement, he decided that a temporary break was in order, instructing them to await further orders. With that, Chen Xiao returned to his office, leaving the others exchanging glances. Although the boss had announced a holiday, no one left. Wang Peng and Xiao Su began browsing news related to Jinning Pharmaceutical, realizing just how significant the situation was. A chill ran down their spines. Unless this was a false alarm, their boss was in deep trouble. But had their boss ever misjudged a situation? At Jinning Pharmaceutical's headquarters, Yan Bingqin was still fervently acquiring stocks. To date, she had utilized most of her available liquid assets, increasing her stake from 43 to 48. Just 3 percentage points shy of achieving control. Her first act upon gaining control would be to expel Lu Mei and Yan from Jinning Pharmaceutical. President Yan, the institutions that were competing with us for shares have ceased their purchases. It appears we are the sole buyers in the market now. Oh, they have stopped? Given their previous aggressiveness, it seems their funds have been exhausted, Yan Bingqin replied. Their confidence in Jinning Pharmaceutical was so robust that their extensive acquisitions likely indicated they were financing institutions. Have we obtained any results from the investigations? Boss, we are currently leveraging connections with relevant institutions for inquiries. We expect results shortly. Yan Bingqin nodded, a rare smile gracing her face. However, this pleasant moment was short-lived, as the hospital involved in the incident released a public announcement before the morning session concluded. The cause of the widespread organ failure among numerous patients has been identified, and it bears no relation to the products of Jining Pharmaceutical. This news hits like a nuclear bomb for the investors, institutions, and shareholders who had recently sold off their stakes in Jining Pharmaceutical, reveling in their good fortune. "Quick, buy back my shares," one exclaims. "I will ensure this hospital is sued into oblivion. These unscrupulous hospitals owe me my hard-earned money." Amidst the frenzy of selling shares in Jining Pharmaceutical, Yen is left dumbfounded. Who could have predicted such a colossal blunder? "Stop selling. You fools, buy back my shares." Lu Mei, on the other end, calls in to berate Yen, but the outcome remains unchanged. All the sell orders in the market are instantly retracted. Yen Bingqin slams her fist on the table in frustration. How infuriating. We were just 3 points away from achieving controlling interest. Why release the news now? Yet, the established fact is unchangeable. In this game of chance, the sole beneficiary appears to be Chen Xiao. Upon receiving the hospital's announcement, Wang Peng and Xiao Su leap from their chairs, roaring with excitement. Their colleagues in the office, believing them to be mad, rush over to investigate. Chen Xiao, alarmed, hurries to join them. Wang Peng, Xiao Su, calm down. What's happening? Wang Peng, his eyes ablaze, exclaims, "Boss, we've received good news. The hospital involved has announced that the cause of the patient's organ failure lies elsewhere, unrelated to Jining Pharmaceutical." Chen Xiao is momentarily stunned. He anticipated this news, but didn't he expect it to arrive so soon? The hidden information stated that from the 15th to the 26th, the stock price would double, but it made no mention of the 14th's market. It seems the increase will be more than just a double. Excellent. Wonderful. Chen Xiao laughs heartily. Stay composed. Don't panic. We'll reassess this afternoon. As the morning market closes, Jining Pharmaceutical has already shattered its limit down, and everyone has their own predictions about the subsequent trend, which will only be revealed when the afternoon session commences. Chen Xiao's team enjoys a delightful meal from a top-tier restaurant, laughing and chatting, the atmosphere relaxed and joyful. Meanwhile, at Jining Pharmaceutical, the lockdown on executives has been lifted. Yen Bingqin returns to the office and states, "Apologies, everyone. The situation is urgent, and I had no choice." Some astute individuals likely guessed Yen Bingqin's intentions. Anyone in her position would need to navigate this situation carefully, and they expressed their understanding. "You're too modest, Ms. Yen. Supporting the company's major decisions is our duty. All right, everyone, you may return to your rest." In a luxurious villa belonging to Jining, Yen hangs her head low. "You incompetent fool. Who told you to sell the shares of Jining Pharmaceutical?" Lu Mei scolds. "Everyone was selling at that time. If something had truly gone wrong, our money would have gone down the drain." "Humph. You lack caution in your actions. How can I trust you with greater responsibilities in the future?" Yen's husband, Hideshing, chimes in, "Mother, please calm down." Yen didn't foresee this outcome. Lu Mei glares at him. "You're also useless. Why didn't you stop her?" Hideshing, being part of the Yen family by marriage, inherently holds a lower status and can only listen to the reprimand. Lu Mei ponders for a moment. "How many shares did you sell?" "I sold 5%. I still have 20 left." Lu Mei nods, calculating with her fingers. "You sold 5%, I sold 3. Together we..." Yen interjects. "Hideshing, you were selling too? And you dare to criticize us? Where do we go to argue this?" "Forget it. It's not important now. I heard there are still people scrambling to buy Jining Pharmaceutical shares. Find them. We must buy back those shares. They cannot fall into Yen Bingqin's hands." "Understood, Mother. I will investigate right away." Yen Bingqin sits in her office, awaiting reports from her subordinates. Not long after, someone enters. "Ms. Yen, we've discovered that the individuals purchasing our company's stock are not institutions, but private investors." "Oh, who are they?" "Chen Xiao. Here is a photo of his ID." Yen Bingqin takes a look, stunned for several minutes. How could it be him? She recalls the tall young man she briefly encountered at the supercar club. He is actually buying shares in Jining Pharmaceutical? "All right, I understand. You may leave." Yen Bingqin contemplates for a moment before picking up the phone to dial. "Hello? Is this Xiao Tang? Please send me Chen Xiao as contact information." Tang Xiaofei is taken aback. "Sister Qin, what is this about?" "Oh, are you curious?" Yen Bingqin raises her voice. No, I'm not curious. I'll send it to you right away." Tang Xiaofei initially intended to inquire about Chen Xiao, but reconsidered, feeling like he couldn't provoke her, and decided against it. After receiving the number, Yen Bingqin smiles and dials Chen Xiao. When Chen Xiao sees an unfamiliar number, he ignores it until the third call, when he finally answers. "Hello? Who is this?" Chen Xiao, from the School of Arts and Design at Jining University, Sculpture Department. Is it you? Chen Xiao frowns, recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar. Who are you? Who am I? Have you forgotten so quickly? I promised to take you for a spin. Chen Xiao's hand trembles. What? How could it be that woman? Ah, cough. Sister Qin, I apologize. I didn't have your number. Do you need me for something? Oh, it's nothing serious. Just wanted to ask when you're available to take a ride. Chen Xiao. I'm not in the area at the moment. I'm in Modu for medical treatment. The doctor says my heart isn't well, and I shouldn't engage in overly stimulating activities. Humph. If your teeth are weak, I might treat you to a bowl of soft rice. If your heart is weak, stop making excuses. Why are you buying a sports car if your heart is weak? Well, let us discuss this when I return. The signal here is poor. Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. Goodbye, Sister Qin. Yan Bingqin, left holding the phone, is momentarily stunned. This young man is quite intriguing. Chen Xiao returns to his dormitory, where his roommate, Xiao Ji, is still engrossed in a game. Xiao Gu. Want a smoke? Didn't I give you two already? Hee. I gave one to the teacher. I had to smooth things over for skipping class. Chen Xiao thinks to himself, I can't believe you. You probably gave it to a hotel or some personal care products. Not wanting to engage further, he pulls out two more and tosses one to Lu Xian, who does not catch it and instead rests his head on the desk, lost in thought. What's wrong? Brother? Did someone cook you? Chen Xiao asks. That phrase is still popular. Cook. I lost a fortune. 5,000 has turned into 4,000. Chen Xiao is speechless. Just a few days ago, he was quite confident. Damn, don't mention it. I sold my limit-up stocks, intending to buy back at a lower price, but ended up buying at the peak. Chen Xiao chuckles. Give it up. Your talent lies in charming the ladies. Make good use of it, or you'll regret it later. I think your talent is charming the ladies. You vanish every few days. Just then, a roar of engines echoes from outside the dormitory. The thunderous noise reverberates throughout half the campus. What? A supercar? Xiao Ji exclaims, dropping his computer and rushing out. Lu Xian joins him. A supercar? Let us go see. Chen Xiao feels a sense of foreboding. He remembers that in his previous life, no one drove supercars at school. Curious, he steps outside. As he reaches the corridor and looks down, he sees a deep green Lamborghini Reventon. Wow, that car must cost several million. Several million? That's an ordinary Lamborghini. The Reventon starts at least at 15 million. My goodness, does our school have such a person? Although Chen Xiao is not particularly surprised, he is curious about who is flaunting their wealth so flamboyantly. At that moment, the scissor doors lift upward, revealing a tall, elegant, and poised beauty stepping out. Holding a loudspeaker, Chen Xiao's pupils dilated in shock. Could it be Yan Bingqin? Yan Bingqin raised a loudspeaker towards dormitory building 5 and proclaimed, Chen Xiao, be my boyfriend. If you don't agree today, I want to leave. Chen Xiao's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Xiao Ji, Lu Xian, and other classmates stared blankly at him. Clearing his throat, he muttered, it's not me with the same name. I'll go down and ask her if she is unwell. With that, he rushed downstairs. Hey, please stop shouting. If this continues, I'll become famous. Yan Bingqin set down the loudspeaker, smirking, are you coming with me? If not, I'll cause a scene around the school. All right, let us go. Chen Xiao dove into the passenger seat, and satisfied, Yan Bingqin tossed the loudspeaker into a trash bin and took the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator as they sped away. The Lamborghini Reventon whisked Chen Xiao away, leaving a storm of gossip that engulfed the entire campus. The school forum buzzed with images of the Lamborghini and the beautiful girl. Chen Xiao, shielding his face as he descended, managed to evade clear photographs. Nonetheless, his name had already become a widely recognized symbol. Tan Cheng stared at the forum in a daze, instantly recognizing Chen Xiao. A supercar, a beauty, and Chen Xiao? How could these elements possibly be connected? Li Wenli sighed softly, thinking, this must be the kind of girl worthy of him. Xia Yudi, engrossed in gaming, paid no attention to such news, while Sun Ying, off campus, remained oblivious to the happenings. Lu Xian and Xiao Ji shared a cigarette, leaning against the corridor railing in a stupor. Did he really land a rich woman? Xiao Ji pondered, taking a deep drag. Looks like staying in school isn't the way. I need to get out more. Maybe I'll bump into a wealthy lady. Damn, Lu Xian cursed, tossing his cigarette and heading back to the dormitory. Xiao Ji remained on the railing until the cigarette burned his fingers, snapping him back to reality. On the highway, Chen Xiao wore a gloomy expression. Had it not been for the fear of repercussions, he would have lashed out at her. Yan Bingqin glanced at his troubled face, suppressing a laugh. What's wrong? Am I not worthy of being your girlfriend? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. I have plenty of girlfriends. I can't afford you. Are you upset? I didn't intend to come to your school, But since you didn't answer my calls, I had no choice but to resort to this. What do you want from me? Chen Xiao queried. Yan Bingqin smiled faintly. We'll discuss it once we arrive. The Lamborghini Reventon drew countless gazes as they sped down the road, eventually arriving at the JHMB-1 Supercar Club, the territory of Zhongmeng. On weekdays, the venue was mostly vacant except for weekends. Yan Bingqin's car entered the club without hindrance, parking on the racetrack. Chen Xiao, visibly anxious, asked, "What exactly do you want?" Yan Bingqin leaned over. "Chen Xiao, I brought you here today to discuss a business deal." Chen Xiao was taken aback. "Business? What business do we have to discuss?" Yan Bingqin, usually cold and aloof, transformed into a captivating beauty when she smiled. "Of course. We're discussing the business of Jinning Pharmaceuticals." Chapter 69. Not all cars require a license. Chen Xiao was stunned. How did she know that he purchased shares in Jinning Pharmaceuticals? However, he quickly realized that through financing institutions, leveraging investments was hardly a secret. Even those behind Xing Yanqing could uncover his dealings, let alone the heiress of Jinning's wealth. How do you intend to negotiate? What connection do you have to Jinning Pharmaceuticals? Yan Bingqin was taken aback. You bought stocks without researching the company's background? Chen Xiao replied. I didn't have time. I'll look into it later. What do you mean you didn't have time? You bought the shares and didn't do your due diligence? Impressive, Yan Bingqin remarked, extending her thumb in admiration. Jinning Pharmaceuticals is a subsidiary of Atlantic Capital Group, which I manage. Chen Xiao's lips twitched. What a coincidence. Still, regardless of ownership, profit was profit. You want to buy the stocks I hold? Chen Xiao inquired. Clever. That is precisely my intention. Name your price, Yan Bingqin urged. Chen Xiao pulled out his phone, discovering that Jinning Pharmaceuticals had reached its price ceiling. If he held until the 26th, the stock value would double, netting him a profit of approximately 13,739 billion. Are you willing to offer more than that? Do you genuinely want to sell? Chen Xiao asked. Of course. Otherwise, why would I go through all this trouble? Chen Xiao nodded. How much are you willing to offer? Yan Bingqin rolled her eyes. I asked first. You go first. All right. I possess approximately 3 billion in Jinning Pharmaceuticals, purchased at 12.39 billion. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 2.7 billion. Yan Bingqin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. You've gone mad. Selling it to me at more than double. Indeed, I believe the stock is worth that much, Chen Xiao replied. Yan Bingqin fell silent. She understood the potential profit from the newly launched drug that had undergone substantial investment. Holding onto the stock could easily yield a 50% increase. However, in business negotiations, one wouldn't reveal their bottom line so easily. Chen Xiao, you bought it for 12 billion, and it hasn't even been a day. I'll give you 15 billion. In return, I'll have your back in the future. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao chuckled. Then there's nothing to discuss. I'm getting out of the car. Click. The door's locked. Roar. The powerful engine growled to life. Yan Bingqin gripped the steering wheel, declaring, 18 billion. I'll take good care of you. Chen Xiao quickly secured his seatbelt, gripping the handle tightly. No, you can't threaten me with that. I once slept on a roller coaster. Yan Bingqin laughed. You must have fainted from fright. Chen Xiao retorted. Who says? I truly can sleep. I'm not scared at all. Oh. Yan Bingqin raised an eyebrow. Then I'll take you for a couple of spins before we talk. Ah, no. Roar. The Lamborghini Reventon's tires screeched against the pavement, and they shot forward. Chen Xiao felt as though a giant was pressing him firmly into the seat back, making it hard to breathe. The scenery outside whizzed by at an alarming rate, and his adrenaline surged. Sweat dripped from his palms and forehead. He glanced at the speedometer. Within 10 seconds, they were traveling at 233 kilometers per hour and still accelerating. This was terrifying. Riding in someone else's car was an entirely different experience from driving oneself. While he felt in control behind the wheel, riding with Yan Bingqin left him uncertain of her next move. One misstep could lead to disaster. Chen Xiao, will you sell it to me for 2 billion? Chen Xiao struggled to shake his head. Humph. Roar. In that moment, Chen Xiao experienced the speed of a high-speed train in his past life. Though he had faced it with calmness then, now, panic overwhelmed him, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. 349 kilometers per hour. Chen Xiao dared not utter a word. Fearing it might distract Yan Bingqin, a slight tremor could spell doom. The club staff shook their heads in dismay. This woman is terrifying. Have you informed the boss? Almost didn't he make it. When the boss received the news, he was already at the club's entrance and turned around to flee. Several minutes later, the Lamborghini Reventon gradually came to a halt. The intense driving had also placed significant mental strain on Yan Bingqin. Oh, she exclaimed, releasing a loud shout to relieve the tension. Chen Xiao fought against the urge to vomit, his eyes bloodshot and face flushed. Are you insane? Do you not value your life? Yin Bingqin chuckled. What is there to fear? Whenever I feel stressed, I take a lap. Afterward, I feel rejuvenated. Chen Xiao. That is quite similar to me. I usually take a drive around, feeling refreshed afterward. Yin Bingqin, what? Don't you have a driving license? Chen Xiao. Well, not all vehicles require one. Yin Bingqin looked a bit confused. A bicycle? Ahem, you wouldn't understand. Let us return to business. I've quoted the base price. Yin Bingqin pondered for a moment and said, Brother, your quoted price is too high, exceeding my expectations. It's not high at all. Besides, you're so eager to acquire the stocks from me, which must indicate a deeper motive, right? Yin Bingqin was momentarily taken aback, leaning closer. Her finger lifting Chen Xiao's chin as she said, Little brother, it's not good for a man to be too clever. Chen Xiao, why you shouldn't act recklessly. I can hold my own. Haha, your good friend Tang Xiaofei hasn't he told you about your sister's skills? Chen Xiao felt somewhat anxious, fearing this woman might think he was too dark and unleash her wrath upon him. So what if I report? It's a society governed by law, isn't it? Hey, get off me. Yin Bingqin swiftly flipped over, straddling him, her arm tightly gripping Chen Xiao's throat with a slight pressure. Sister is giving you one last chance. 2 billion. This already exceeds my expectations. Chen Xiao shook his head vigorously. Yin Bingqin might not even realize that her company's stock would soar significantly in the future. Yet he could neither explain nor yield. Yin Bingqin whispered in Chen Xiao's ear, Little brother, the throat is the most vulnerable part of a person's body, and you are currently within my grasp. She glanced down at their intimate position, her face flushing crimson. Why you she flipped back to the driver's seat. Ugh, rogue. Chen Xiao. Ahem, you were the one who sat over here. Chapter 70. Yin Bingqin raised her fist, and Chen Xiao immediately chose to remain silent. The atmosphere in the car grew quiet. Yin Bingqin, disregarding her shyness, was swiftly calculating the value of these stocks. If Yin and her daughter learned of this, the price they would offer to prevent her absolute control over Jining Pharmaceutical would undoubtedly exceed her own. However, the issue was that she had just burned through over 2 billion and didn't have that much liquid capital on hand. Let me drop you off first. Allow me some time to consider, all right? Chen Xiao nodded, saying, Sure, take me back to the company. You've made a mess of the school. How am I supposed to return? TCH, you have a stunning beauty driving a supercar after you, and you're still complaining? Chen Xiao was speechless. If it were someone else, it might be nice, but not you. Yin Bingqin slammed the steering wheel. What is wrong with me? Who do you think I can't compare with? Ahem, don't get excited. I was just joking. You're not really pursuing me, Chen Xiao said. Yin Bingqin rolled her eyes and after a moment said, What if I really did pursue you? Chen Xiao shivered. No, I'm not worthy. Humph. I think you're not worthy either, rogue. Chen Xiao arrived at the company and hurriedly exited the vehicle, dashing into the office building. Yin Bingqin watched his retreating figure, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Silly brother, wanting to make billions off me? Sooner or later, I'll make you cough up a few 100 million. Chen Xiao didn't hear this. Otherwise, he would have thought otherwise. Upon returning to the company, he found a crowd waiting at the entrance. Chen Xiao frowned. Who are you people? The group remained silent until Su Tang rushed out, saying, Boss, someone is looking for you. Who? She didn't specify. Only saying they wanted to see you and wouldn't leave without meeting you. What is going on here? Chen Xiao felt quite vexed. How could anyone find him so easily? Upon entering the office, he saw a man and a woman seated on the sofa. The woman appeared composed while the man wore a fawning expression, speaking to her. Are you looking for me? The woman elegantly rose. You must be Chen Xiao? Indeed. Let us discuss this in the office, the woman said. Fine. Chen Xiao entered the office first, taking a seat and asking, Who are you, and what do you want? The woman giggled lightly, introducing herself. I'm Yin, a director at Jining Pharmaceutical. I'm here to discuss purchasing the stocks you hold in Jining Pharmaceutical. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, noting she had the same goal as Yin Bingqin and shared the same surname. It was clearly a tale of family feud, vying for power and profits. However, he didn't have a favorable impression of this woman. She exuded a natural air of indulgence and arrogance. This arrogance didn't stem from confidence, but from a disdain for others, a haughty attitude. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao quoted his price. If Yin could meet it, he would sell without hesitation. 7 billion. Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 7 billion? Are you insane? The man beside her jumped up. 7 billion? It's more than doubled in less than a day. Why aren't you snatching it? Chen Xiao frowned. This person was like a yapping dog beside its master, irritatingly restless. Seeing Chen Xiao's displeasure, Yin's eyes darted, saying, Desheng, you go out first. I need to talk to Mr. Chen. Desheng hesitated. But get out. Yin's expression turned frosty. Fine, I'll wait outside, Desheng said, casting a warning glance at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao chuckled, pulling out a cigarette to light up. Unexpectedly, Yin walked over, snatching the cigarette from his mouth and placing it in her own. Chen Xiao was taken aback, only able to take out another to light up. Is that man your boyfriend? Yin draped an arm over Chen Xiao's shoulder, saying, no. Oh, I thought so, Chen Xiao said, realizing he was probably a man pursuing Yin. Yes, my husband, Yin added. Ahem, Chen Xiao choked on the smoke. What the hell? Your husband is outside, and you're flirting with me in here? Chen Xiao stood up, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window. The price is as it is. Whoever can afford it gets the stocks. Yin's gaze sharpened. The implication of his words was that someone had already approached him. Hee. Yin giggled, leaning against Chen Xiao's back. Handsome, why not give me a discount? I'll keep you company for a few more days then. Ahem. Chen Xiao tossed the cigarette aside, having choked on it twice. He turned to assess the softness behind him, taking in her appearance. Although they were sisters, Yin's attractiveness paled in comparison to Yin Bingqin. She could only be considered above average. And it was only with the adornment of luxury goods that she exuded any charm. I'm not interested in married women, Chen Xiao stated. Yin followed closely behind, wrapping her arm around his. What is wrong with that? We can still have fun. Chen Xiao, can you meet that price? If you can, we can trade. If not, please leave. He truly could not endure Yin any longer, wondering if this was the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. Yin gritted her teeth behind the scenes, then smiled. If you don't like me, it's fine. I can find someone you do like. How about a celebrity? Chen Xiao saw she was still trying to pursue a dubious path and firmly stated, I want money. Only cash. Only then did Yin abandon her thoughts, sitting back in defeat. 1. 5 billion, plus all my previous conditions. 2. 7 billion is the bottom line. Yin stomped her foot in frustration, standing up. Chen Xiao, be careful eating that money. You might choke. Haha, I have cameras in my office. If you threaten me today, you'll be the prime suspect if anything happens to me in the future. Yin paused, giving Chen Xiao a cold glare before turning to leave. Chen Xiao sat in his chair, contemplating for a moment. It was indeed time to bolster security, or else anyone could come knocking on his door. Moreover, what was up with those financing institutions? Were they selling him out completely? With that thought, he pulled out his phone. Hello? And Zhong, I need to know who has been spreading my information to the financing institutions. All right, boss. I'll look into it right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yinran entered and, upon glancing at her boss's desk, felt a slight flush on her delicate face. Boss, Mr. Tang Xiaofei is looking for you. Oh, please, let him in, the boss replied. Sir, please, Lin Yinran said. Tang Xiaofei sauntered in with his hands in his pockets. Brother, the ladies in your company are truly stunning. Do any of them have boyfriends? Lin Yinran quickly interjected. We are averse to marriage and do not date. Tang Xiaofei was taken aback. Oh, could it be that there's something between you and the boss? Lin Yinran's face instantly turned crimson. Chapter 71. Ambushed in the parking lot. Yinran, you go ahead and attend to your tasks, Chen Xiao said. Brother Tang, what brings you here? Oh, nothing much, just delivering your driver's license. It's all sorted out. Thank you, Brother Tang, Chen Xiao replied, surprised by the quick delivery. Tang Xiaofei waved his hand dismissively. It's a trivial matter. By the way, that madwoman, Yin Bingqin, called me asking for your contact details and personal information. I had no choice but to give her your number and school details. I feel a bit embarrassed about it. Chen Xiao chuckled. No worries. If she doesn't ask you, she'll surely ask Zhang Ming or someone else. It's impossible to keep it a secret. Sigh, that woman is ruthless. Once, a second-generation kid in our circle offended her, and let me tell you, he spent 3 months in the hospital. Brother Tang, I need to find some bodyguards. Sigh. It's useless. That woman has a group of girls around her, each of whom is a champion in martial arts. That's terrifying, Chen Xiao thought, shuddering at the thought of what could have happened, thankful that the woman hadn't harmed him directly. Unbeknownst to him, there were only a handful of people who had seen Yin Bingqin smile, yet he had lost count of how many times she had smiled while with him. After chatting for a while, Chen Xiao saw off Tang Xiaofei. Alone, he took his keys and headed to the parking lot, intending to test drive the supercar once more. However, upon arriving at the underground parking area, he noticed several individuals surrounding a woman. Quickly confess, who is Chen Xiao? What is his background? I don't know, came the frightened reply. Chen Xiao was stunned. Was this directed at him? And was Su Tang the one surrounded? Hey, who are you people? Chen Xiao shouted. The group of youths, clearly thugs, turned to face him. What is the matter? You want a medal? Su Tang shook her head in terror. trying to shield Chen Xiao's identity. Run. They are not good people. Chen Xiao was speechless. This foolish girl was putting herself in danger by staying here. Let us talk this over, brothers. How much will it take to resolve this? The leader, a scruffy, yellow-haired thug, sneered, how much do you have? Trying to play the wealthy guy with me? Hit him. No. Su Tang rushed forward, standing protectively in front of Chen Xiao. Quickly go. I'll hold them off. Chen Xiao felt a warmth in his heart. It's fine, Su Tang, step aside. The yellow-haired thug then realized, you must be Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao replied, whether I am or not is unimportant. What matters is for whom you work and how much he pays you. I'll offer double. Huh. So you think money makes you superior? Brothers, tie him up. In an instant, the group lunged at him. Chen Xiao quickly regained his composure. Focusing intently on the first attacker, and when the moment was right, he executed a swift kick that incapacitated him. He then targeted the second assailant. As he took down two opponents in quick succession, the remaining thugs rushed him, overwhelming him and bringing him to the ground. Despite his good physical condition, he was no match for multiple opponents, especially those with extensive fighting experience. Su Tang desperately pulled at him, fiercely protecting Chen Xiao, enduring countless blows in the process. Stop. At that moment, Lao Lu charged in, hurling his car-cleaning rag aside, shedding his coat, and seizing two of the attackers by their collars. With a sweeping kick, he sent them sprawling, then delivered two swift kicks to their faces, rendering them unable to fight back. The other thugs, witnessing this, abandoned their assault on Chen Xiao and Su Tang and converged on the two men. Lao Lu assumed a defensive stance, ready for the impending confrontation. Just then, the building's security personnel rushed in. The yellow-haired thug pointed at Chen Xiao and ordered his men to assist their injured comrade in retreat. Boss, are you okay? Lao Lu inquired, concerned. I'm fine. Quickly check on Su Tang. I am fine too, boss, Su Tang said, her brow furrowed. Fine. Lu Gu. Bring the car around and take Su Tang to the hospital for a checkup. Understood, boss. Su Tang protested. Boss, what if something happens at the company? I'm fine. No. Chen Xiao insisted with an unyielding tone. The company matters are trivial. If you have any internal injuries, we can't afford to delay. With that, he swept Su Tang into his arms and placed her in the car. Upon arriving at the hospital and after a series of examinations, they were relieved to find no serious injuries, just some soft tissue bruising that required for treatment. Su Tang stubbornly insisted on going home to apply some ointment. But Chen Xiao refused. You must stay here for treatment. The doctor will let you go once you're well. Boss, I'll just go buy some daily necessities. Lao Lu said. All right, go ahead. Thank you, Lu Gu. It's nothing, really, he replied modestly, sitting by Su Tang's bedside. Chen Xiao pondered who might be investigating him. Yan Bingqin was unlikely, and Yan Yinyan probably wasn't he involved either. That left only Xing Yanqing and his associated forces. Su Tang observed Chen Xiao's fluctuating expression and felt a warm surge within her. Chen Xiao's south hand rested close to hers, mere inches apart. Su Tang found herself conflicted over that small distance. Su Tang. Huh. She jumped, startled. I'm stepping outside for a smoke. Don't wander off. Oh, okay, boss. I'm fine, she replied. Once outside the hospital, Chen Xiao lit a cigarette, contemplating his next steps. Security was essential. But he also needed to gather intelligence on his adversaries and seize the opportunity for retaliation. He pulled out his phone and sent a text to Zhong. Conduct a discreet investigation into Zhongfu Securities. Confirm whether they were behind today's attack. Regardless of the outcome, please gather any evidence that might be beneficial to us. At this juncture, trust among colleagues was paramount. Doubts about anyone could no longer be entertained. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he flicked the butt into a trash bin and prepared to return to the hospital. Suddenly, a voice halted him. Brother, I promised to turn myself in right after this job. We can't delay Mom's treatment. No, this is domestic territory. Your targets are ordinary citizens, not terrorists or vicious drug dealers. What can we do? Even if we leave the country now, it'll be too late. We need to borrow. Borrow? From whom? After Sanzi's death, the brothers gave all the money to his family. Do you want to ask for it back now? Sanzi's ashes haven't even been buried yet. How do you think his family will feel? What will Sanzi think? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao sensed that these two brothers were not simple. He took a small step back and noticed two large men engaged in a painful dispute. The armbands on their shirts read Dongzhou Security. Security personnel? The two men became extremely vigilant. The moment Chen Xiao glanced at them, they turned sharply, their icy gazes sending chills down his spine. Ahem, brothers, don't misunderstand. I noticed your armbands say Dongzhou Security. Are you bodyguards? Chapter 72. Brothers Lei Yong we are. Do you need security services? One of them, a muscular man with a fiery temper, approached with furrowed brows. Brother, at this time, will that little money even cover the surgical fees? Chen Xiao smiled. It might be enough, but it depends on your capabilities. The burly man's eyes narrowed, revealing only determination and ruthlessness, devoid of hesitation or doubt. The muscles on their bodies were well-defined, their bare skin marred with numerous scars. Chen Xiao wondered what they had been through. What should I call you? The slightly composed man said, I am Lei Yong, and this is my brother, Lei Ting. Chen Xiao nodded and suggested they discuss the price, if agreeable. He could advance their salaries. Lei Yong did not underestimate him due to his youth, for he discerned an extraordinary maturity in the young man's calm and experienced gaze. We currently earn 6,000 a month, totaling 120,000 for both of us, and 144 million for a year. We require an advance of 5 years' wages. Chen Xiao offered them 2 cigarettes, which they accepted, though Lei Yong held his without smoking, while Lei Ting leaned against the wall, inhaling deeply before exhaling a long plume. Tell me about your backgrounds. Lei Yong glanced around and spoke quickly in a tone audible to Chen Xiao. My brother and I, along with a few others, previously served in the Heishui Security Company, primarily engaging in 5 years of protection, reconnaissance, and escorting work in the Middle East. Chen Xiao was taken aback. This was indeed a mercenary. Moreover, judging from their earlier conversation, he sensed that Lei Yong was a man of principle. Where is your mother? I would like to see her. Lei Yong nodded and led Chen Xiao into the hospital, with Lei Ting silently trailing behind. Upon entering the ward, the brothers knelt by the bed. Mother, I have a friend here to see you. An elderly woman with a head full of white hair opened her eyes and said, Quick, invite him to sit. Xiao Air, have you gotten yourself into trouble again? The hot-tempered Lei Ting appeared docile before their mother, like a child. Mother, I haven't. I always listen to my elder brother. That's more like it. Offer the guest a seat. Chen Xiao interjected. Auntie, please, it's unnecessary. We have matters to discuss. Oh, then you go ahead, don't mind me. I'm fine. Auntie, we'll be right outside. Call us if you need anything. Okay, go on. Observing the 2 burly men at their mother's bedside, Chen Xiao profoundly understood the saying that even a penny can be a burden for a hero, let alone hundreds of thousands. Once outside the ward, he instructed, First, take me to pay the elderly lady's medical fees. We can discuss other matters later. Lei Yong and Lei Ting exchanged excited glances, almost stammering. Sir, is this for real? You're not joking with us, are you? Chen Xiao shook his head. Let us not delay her treatment. Lei Ting, brimming with excitement, said, Big brother, I'll take the sir there. He grabbed Chen Xiao's hand, nearly pulling him along. Chen Xiao felt as if his wrist were caught in a vice. Lei Yong swiftly kicked Lei Ting, let go, and apologized to the sir. Startled, Lei Ting quickly bowed. I'm sorry, I got too excited. Chen Xiao waved his hand. It's fine, let us go. Lei Yong said, You stay outside the ward. I'll take the sir. Though reluctant, Lei Ting obeyed, sulking as he stood at the door like a towering iron statue, causing everyone entering or exiting to tread cautiously. Let us go. I'm Chen Xiao, just call me by my name. That one tea do, Mr. Chen, this way please. At the payment window, Chen Xiao confirmed the fees, learning that the surgical cost was around 500,000. He directly deposited 800,000 into the elderly lady's account. This money will be kept in the account. Let me know if it's insufficient. Lei Yong finally felt relieved, grasping Chen Xiao's hand with fervor. Boss, I want to say anything else. From now on, my life belongs to you. It's not that serious. I'm running a legitimate business. You 2 brothers just need to provide good security services. Once Annie's condition stabilizes, focus on working and living well. Lei Yong nodded earnestly. One reason they returned home was the loss of their brother, and another was their mother's advanced age. If they didn't return soon, they might miss the chance to care for her in her twilight years. Unfortunately, half of their earnings had gone to the family of their deceased brother, and the remaining tens of thousands had been exhausted in just a few days of their mother's hospitalization. Upon returning to the ward, Lei Ting rushed over, his eyes filled with questions directed at Lei Yong. Only when Lei Yong nodded did he relax. Boss, in the future, if you need me to face any danger, just say the word, and I, Lei Ting, will not hesitate, for I have danced with death countless times. You can die, but Mr. Chen must not. And remember, we are in our homeland. Do not bring trouble to Mr. Chen. All right, I understand. Are you annoying? Want to fight? Hey, the mother is waking up. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Tang lay on the hospital bed, watching Chen Xiao, who had fallen asleep with his head resting on the bedside. She gently ran her fingers through his hair, her eyes filled with tenderness. This man, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world, had unknowingly etched himself deeply into her heart. Chen Xiao awoke, his arm numb. Su Tang quickly withdrew her hand, feigning sleep. Chen Xiao wiped the corner of his mouth, tucked in the blanket for Su Tang, and then exited the ward. Lu Gu, why haven't you gone back? It's fine with me here. There's no issue going back. The child has her mother with her. Staying here, I might be able to help if anything happens. All right, I'll go downstairs for a smoke. You go ahead, I'll keep watch here. Chen Xiao nodded and walked down the stairs. The hospital was particularly quiet at night. By the flower bed, a towering figure was quietly smoking. Lei Ting. Seeing Chen Xiao approach, Lei Ting quickly stood up. Mr. Chen. Chapter 73. Yan Bingqin's invitation care to share a smoke? Sure. Lei Ting scratched the back of his head and accepted. After lighting up, Chen Xiao inquired. What is on your mind? You seem troubled. Lei Ting sighed. Boss, would you like to hear? Go ahead. Consider it a conversation between friends. Friends? Yes. Lei Ting gazed at the night sky. The word friend has always felt unfamiliar to me. My life has been filled with bloodshed and turmoil, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death. Chen Xiao was intrigued by the past of the Lei brothers, as it was a realm he had never ventured into. There was scant information about such groups online. Eventually, we left the company and formed our own mercenary team. Later, during an escort mission, we faced a severe intelligence error. Confronted with hundreds of frenzied enemies, we fought valiantly to escape. Unfortunately, our brother Sanzi fell in that battle. It was evident someone had betrayed us, but before he died, Sanzi made us promise not to investigate and to take his body back home for a proper burial. So we returned. Chen Xiao found it hard to process Lei Ting's experiences, although he had not personally endured the mercenaries' bloodshed. He could glean from Lei Ting's account the harrowing trials they had faced. He placed a comforting hand on Lei Ting's broad shoulder. Do not dwell on it. Since you've returned, live well and carry on Sanzi's legacy. Lei Ting nodded earnestly. Boss, today. There's no need for thanks or apologies. From now on, your duty is to ensure my safety. Thunder solemnly declared. Rest assured, boss. If anyone wishes to harm you, they must first step over my lifeless body. Chen Xiao chuckled. Go back and keep Annie company. Certainly, boss. The following morning, upon awakening, Chen Xiao was enveloped in a soft embrace. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to discover that he had somehow ended up in a hospital bed, with Su Tang peacefully sleeping in his arms. A glimmer of moisture at the corner of her mouth. Wow, Chen Xiao whispered, carefully extricating himself from bed and tucking Su Tang's blanket snugly around her before stepping out of the ward. Old Lu was dozing in a chair outside. Chen Xiao chose not to disturb him and proceeded downstairs to visit the mother of the Lei brothers. Auntie, you're up early. Although Lei Mu's complexion remained somewhat pale, her spirits were quite high. So, you must be Boss Chen? I hardly know how to express my gratitude. You have saved my wife's life. Auntie, please don't mention it. It was your two sons who saved her. They sacrificed their own wages. Lei Yong and Lei Ting were visibly moved by this exchange. Just then, Chen Xiao's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Yan Bingqin calling. Excusing himself, he stepped out of the ward. Hello? Hey, Chen Xiao. Did that wretched Yan come to see you yesterday? Yes, she did. Damn, what a shameless woman. She didn't try to seduce you, did she? A smile crept onto Chen Xiao's face. Which one are you referring to? Who else? That woman only knows how to throw money around or use her body. Do you think I would be interested in her? Yan Bingqin muttered. True. You wouldn't even look at me, cough. Could you come by my company? What? Have you made a decision? Just come, we can discuss it. All right, see you soon. After hanging up, Chen Xiao pondered for a moment before re-entering the ward. Lei Ting, would you mind accompanying me for a bit? Of course, it's always convenient, Lei Ting replied readily. Lei Yong added, don't worry, everything will be fine here. Just make sure to listen to the boss and avoid causing any trouble. Lei Ting waved him off impatiently. Lei Mu pressed on. Did you hear what your brother said? You must not bring trouble to our benefactor. This time, Lei Ting behaved obediently, smiling. Mom, don't worry. I'm not a child anymore. I understand the importance of this. If the boss asked me to jump off a building, I wouldn't bat an eyelash. Such nonsense. Just focus on your work. All right, Mom. Auntie, we're off now. As they left the ward, Chen Xiao remarked, Lei Ting, you must have caused quite a bit of trouble in your youth. Lei Ting scratched his head and grinned. That was just me being a mischievous kid, always getting into fights. Upon returning, Su Tang was already awake. Chen Xiao asked her to call Dong Shuwen to come and assist, before taking Lei Ting and getting into Old Lu's car. Once they entered work mode, Lei Ting transformed entirely, his sharp eyes constantly scanning for any potential danger. Chen Xiao brought Lei Ting along to avoid being intimidated by Yan Bingqin's authoritative presence. The car halted outside the Jining Pharmaceutical Company, and Chen Xiao and Lei Ting walked into the lobby, only to encounter Yan, who was waiting there. Seeing Chen Xiao, She slinked over with a serpentine grace, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards. Lei Ting narrowed his eyes, positioning himself behind Chen Xiao, ready to intercept any threat. Why, if it isn't little Chen Xiao? What's this? Missing your big sister? Chen Xiao frowned, unimpressed by her lack of decorum. I'm not here for you. No worries. As fate would have it, we meet again. Since we're here, why not head upstairs to my exclusive room for a deeper conversation? No thanks, I'm in a hurry. Please step aside. Yan laughed. What if I refuse? Chen Xiao coldly scoffed, and Lei Ting moved to step forward, but Chen Xiao restrained him. No need to rush, someone will handle this. As they spoke, a group of women in black approached, their demeanor suggesting they meant business. Lei Ting retreated once more. The women moved through Yan's bodyguards with ease, creating a clear path. Mr. Chen, please come this way. Yan stamped her foot in frustration. This is my company. Do you have no respect for the law? However, no one paid her any mind. The ordinary bodyguards she hired were no match for trained professionals, and she could only watch helplessly as Chen Xiao departed. Upon reaching the top office, Yan Bingqin smiled. What's this? Are you so frightened to see me that you brought someone along? Lei Ting stood stoically to the side, his gaze unwavering. Chen Xiao replied with a smile. This is my brother, just joining me for a bit of fun. In that case, I called you here today regarding the stock issue. Chen Xiao smiled. Have you prepared the funds? Yan Bingqin cast him a resentful glance. Money. Can't we discuss something else? Chen Xiao considered. Well, assets would work too, properties, real estate, anything. All right, I have 3 billion, and additionally, there's a 200-acre plot in the development zone worth around 400 million. If you agree, we can proceed. If not, I'll be out of money. Chen Xiao replied incredulously. You're bringing land into the conversation? Here's the map. Yan Bingqin handed over a marked map. This is the land. Chen Xiao examined it. The location was pristine, nestled by mountains and water. Although it appeared barren now, in a few years, it would be a fortune, potentially quadrupling in value. However, that timeline still felt too slow for him. Yet, with Yan Bingqin unable to provide immediate funds, if he could unlock his capital a few days earlier, he could earn significantly more. It was a profitable arrangement. All right, it's settled then. I'll send someone to finalize the contract. Wait, let us sign it now. Chen Xiao replied, but my company isn't even registered. How can we sign? Yan Bingqin was taken aback. You're handling billions without a company? A true prodigy. If you were to marry into our family, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. In the realm of the wealthy, where profit reigns supreme. Yan Bingqin's interest was piqued. Chen Xiao, have you considered joining me? Join you? Chen Xiao exclaimed. Don't joke around. Yan Bingqin whispered. Don't be so quick to refuse. I could marry you and offer you shares in my group, which is worth hundreds of billions. No, that is not happening. I can't abandon so many women. That is fine. You can keep it discreet. I can turn a blind eye. Chen Xiao was astonished. Was this the open-mindedness of the elite? Not necessary. I should be going now, he replied. Wait a moment. Yan Bingqin stood. How soon can you get this sorted? I'll assist you in registering the company, and we'll finalize the contract this afternoon. All right then. With someone offering assistance, Chen Xiao welcomed the opportunity to relax. Under Yan Bingqin's guidance, he made his way to the recreational area to await the paperwork. Chen Xiao spoke freely with Yan Bingqin, not concerning himself with Lei Ting's presence. Although Lei Ting appeared calm, his mind was racing with disbelief. He had thought Chen Xiao to be an ordinary rich heir, only to discover that his discussions revolved around billions. The amount of a single business deal surpassed what a mercenary squad would earn in a lifetime. Lei Ting, loosen up and take a break. No need to stand at attention. Lei Ting shook his head. I'm fine, boss. I'm accustomed to this mode of work. In the afternoon, a professional from the law firm dispatched by Su Tang arrived, and with Yan Bingqin's assistance, Chen Xiao's company was successfully registered. The name was given by Chen Xiao, called Tung Xiao Capital Management Company, Limited. Shortly thereafter, both parties' lawyers completed their review, and Chen Xiao and Yan Bingqin began signing the contract. She acquired a 3% stake in Jining Pharmaceutical, and 3 billion cash was transferred to Chen Xiao's personal account. The land transfer contract was also finalized, with all subsequent matters being fully handled by the lawyers. Finally, the two stood up and shook hands. Yan Bingqin said meaningfully, You may consider my proposal when you return. Chen Xiao, speechless, replied, Thank you for your kindness, but I believe it is unnecessary. With that, he departed Jining Pharmaceutical accompanied by Lei Ting and the legal team. Yan Bingqin watched Chen Xiao leave with a smile, but her expression suddenly turned cold. Bring everyone. Convene the shareholders' meeting. That afternoon, a major reshuffle occurred within Jining Pharmaceutical's board of directors, with all members affiliated with Lu Mei and Yan being removed from the core management. Jinning Pharmaceutical became a company entirely controlled by Yin Bingqin. Chen Xiao deposited 2 billion of the 3 billion into the capital account, keeping 100 million for personal expenses. He had no intention of repaying the 123.9 billion financing funds for the time being, nor did he plan to invest any of the borrowed money. Firstly, he already possessed sufficient capital. Even tens of billions were far more than he could expend in short-term investments. Secondly, he had not yet identified who had repeatedly sold his information. Continuing to utilize the funds could lead to unnecessary conflicts. Of course, should any long-term investment opportunities arise, Chen Xiao would not hesitate to leverage his assets. As for his adversaries, as long as the profits were substantial, they posed no significant concern. The day's afternoon trading session had already concluded, and with no time left to act on hidden information, he could only wait until tomorrow. Upon returning to the hospital, Su Tang was cleared for discharge following a re-examination by the doctor. Lei Yong and Lei Ting arranged for a caregiver for their mother, insisting on immediate employment. As it was also their mother's wish, one could not defy maternal commands. They would take turns visiting her after work. Chen Xiao had no choice but to comply, instructing old Lu to arrange for Lei's mother to stay in a single room, with 3 caregivers on a rotating schedule. This would also facilitate the Lei brothers' visits while allowing them a place to rest. After all, as long as money could resolve matters, they were trivial to Chen Xiao. On the way back, old Lu drove, with Su Tang in the passenger seat, while Chen Xiao and the 2 Lei brothers occupied the back. This arrangement made him acutely aware of a pressing issue. It was time to purchase a new vehicle. Upon arriving at the company's underground parking lot, they fortuitously encountered the same group of miscreants led by the yellow-haired, pockmark-faced individual. Chen Xiao, with a stern expression, remarked, "It was them who injured Su Tang." Lei Ting, eager to repay his boss's favor, saw a perfect opportunity. "Boss, leave these ruffians to me." Chen Xiao nodded, instructing him to maintain discretion and keep the response within civil liability, while also confirming who was behind this and their intent. "Understood, boss." As the vehicle came to a halt, Lei Ting and Lei Yong were the first to exit. Chen Xiao followed, flanked by Su Tang and old Lu. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, the yellow-haired miscreant grinned and approached. "Yesterday was your lucky day, huh? Just back from the hospital? Oh, got yourself some help. Ha ha." Lei Ting strode purposefully towards the yellow-haired man, who momentarily froze, sensing the murderous aura emanating from him, causing a chill to run down his spine. However, in front of his gang, he could not show fear and blustered. "Get him. Take down this pretentious brat." Though his followers felt trepidation, emboldened by their numbers, they charged. The first to rush and swung a punch at Lei Ting's side. Lei Ting deftly sidestepped, capturing the assailant's wrist, just as he was about to break it. He recalled his boss's instructions and instead delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him flying 3 meters and crashing to the ground, expelling the contents of his stomach. Another approached, only to be met with a swift slap from Lei Ting that knocked out his teeth, causing him to spin twice before collapsing. The subsequent attackers met the same fate. With a left punch and a right kick, Lei Ting dispatched them effortlessly, leaving a dozen sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, with the yellow-haired leader remaining paralyzed with fear. Observing Lei Ting's relaxed demeanor as he dusted off his slightly disheveled clothing and cracked his neck with a series of sharp sounds, he approached the trembling yellow-haired man with a cruel smile, tauntingly asking, "So, how would you like to die?" The yellow-haired man, utterly panicked, had never encountered someone so formidable. "B-boss, I made a mistake. I didn't recognize the mountain. Whether I spare you or not is not for me to decide. You must consult my boss." The yellow-haired man attempted to scramble towards Chen Xiao, only to be met with a kick to his leg from Lei Ting. "Crawl over." He fell to his knees in pain, the agony shooting through his body, unsure if his knee had fractured. He groaned, crawling towards Chen Xiao. "Mr. Chen, I apologize. I didn't see your greatness." Chen Xiao, looking down from his height, inquired, "Who directed you to do this?" The yellow-haired man hesitated. I can't say." "Right, Lei Ting, take him aside and make him talk." "Mr. Chen, no one instructed me. It was my own ill intent. I'm to blame." Before he could finish, Lei Ting seized him by the collar and dragged him away. "Mr. Chen, it was truly my own idea." A few minutes later, Chen Xiao did not hear any cries but saw the yellow-haired man, trembling and disheveled, return step by step. He then obediently stated, "Mr. Chen, it was Wang Jiankai who instructed me." Chen Xiao was unaware of the methods Lei Ting employed, but as long as the objective was achieved, it sufficed. "Wang Jiankai? What does he do?" The yellow-haired man replied, "He runs websites, but they are all illegitimate or offshore gambling sites." Chen Xiao pondered. How did I get entangled with such a person? After a moment of contemplation, Dismissing all improbable connections, he surmised that it likely related to Zhongfu investment. Regardless of who he was, anyone daring to extend a hand must be prepared to pay the price. Chen Xiao turned and returned to the car, making a call. Hello? And Zhong, how is the investigation into Zhongfu investment going? Boss, we have roughly pieced together the connections, and I am currently tracking Shi Zhongfu. Oh, is there someone named Wang Jinkai around him? Yes, boss. That old rascal has very dirty hands, engaging in all kinds of unscrupulous activities. Focus on gathering evidence of his crimes. We aim to send him on his way. Understood, boss. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Be careful. Sure. Hanging up, Chen Xiao instructed Lei Yong. Take these ruffians in and let them confess. Yes, boss. With that, Chen Xiao led Su Tang and old Lu inside. Lei Yong's fists cracked ominously, inching closer to the yellow-haired man. Half an hour later, the yellow-haired man trembled as he called the police. Hello? I want to turn myself in. It was only upon entering the police station that he felt a flicker of safety. Indeed, it was a place of justice, where even someone like him could find solace. Su Tang, I'll give you a few days off to recuperate. No need, boss. I'd rather not be cooped up at home. I can truly rest at the company, and besides, I have interviews to conduct this afternoon. Chen Xiao could only relent. Su Tang had mastered the essence of his headhunting skills, learning to discern candidates' backgrounds through various means. Her background checks and diligence were commendable. As Chen Xiao sat in his office, contemplating, although no transactions had occurred today, he had much to address. In summary, two matters loomed: purchasing a vehicle and acquiring a residence. An E300 and a Ferrari 458 were no longer sufficient for the company's needs. Furthermore, both the office space and personal residence required consideration. One could not remain crammed among numerous companies in the same office building, nor could one always stay in hotels. Ultimately, nothing compared to the comfort of home. To achieve efficiency and speed in these two matters, one must consult those who are knowledgeable and who understands luxury cars and opulent residences best. Naturally, it is the individuals within the second-generation circle. Chen Xiao picked up the phone and called Tang Xiaofei. Hello? Brother Tang, I wish to procure a few items and would appreciate your brother's input. Tang Xiaofei paused, realizing the significance of the request. Have you struck gold again? You haven't even driven your Ferrari yet, and now you're looking to buy what? Chen Xiao chuckled. Oh, it's nothing much. The team has grown, and we need more vehicles and houses. Impressive. I'll make arrangements and send you the address shortly. About 10 minutes later, Tang Xiaofei sent a location for a riverside tea house. Chen Xiao stood up and said, Lei Yong, let us head out. Yes, boss, Lei Yong responded. Already equipped with professional radio communication gear, informing through his earpiece, Lu Ge, the boss is heading out. We need the car. A prompt response came through, received. By the time Chen Xiao and Lei Yong descended, the vehicle was already waiting at the entrance, showcasing impeccable timing. Once inside the car, Chen Xiao remarked, Lu Ge, if you know anyone looking for a job, feel free to refer them to our company. You might find it overwhelming to manage alone. Lu Ge replied, actually, I do have a few old friends from my childhood, reliable and trustworthy. Excellent. Bring them all in, and you can lead the team. Lu Ge hesitated. I'm only here to drive, not to lead. Chen Xiao smiled. If you lead well, that would be a greater help to me. All right then. Lei Yong, I heard you have brothers in this line of work? Yes, boss, but I believe our current team is sufficient to ensure your safety. No worries. We are about to relocate, and our security needs will increase significantly. Bring them in and consider taking on the role of security advisor. All right then. As they conversed, the car soon arrived at a riverside villa. The distinctive decor, contrasting sharply with the surrounding architecture, indicated it was another wealthy individual's private domain. Upon arrival, the grand entrance slowly opened. On the second-floor balcony, Tang Xiaofei raised a coffee cup in greeting to Chen Xiao. After parking, Lu Ge waited by the vehicle while Lei Yong accompanied Chen Xiao upstairs. Brother Tang, this place is splendid. The breathtaking views of the Longting River are captivating. Tang Xiaofei jested. Only a university student could articulate such sentiments, unlike someone who merely exclaims in awe. Zhang Ming interjected. Exclamations are the most genuine expressions of emotion. You wouldn't understand. Chen Xiao, while chuckling, surveyed the attendees of this private gathering. Aside from Tang Xiaofei and Zhang Ming, familiar faces mingled with a newcomer whom Chen Xiao had never encountered. Ah, let me introduce you. This is Xiong Chao, son of Jin Ning Yijian. Xiong Chao, this is my friend Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao extended his hand for a handshake. My apologies for the inconvenience. I had to trouble my brother to come here for a trivial matter. No need for formality. I was merely here to unwind, but it seems he didn't bring it up. Perfect opportunity, huh? Chen Xiao found a favorable impression of Chen Xiao. His attire was unremarkable, ordinary jeans, a casual t-shirt, and well-worn sneakers, which, despite being clean, appeared a tad shabby. At first glance, no one would suspect he was the son of a billionaire real estate mogul. Tang Xiaofei teased. Chun, let me tell you, this kid is incredibly wealthy, yet notoriously stingy, always looking to benefit from others. And he has a peculiar hobby, collecting luxury homes. His favorite pastime is trampling the floors of multi-million-dollar mansions in his worn-out sneakers from 1982. Xiong Chao retorted, come on, I'm not that bad. I do occasionally switch to a second-hand pair from 1987. Chen Xiao pondered. Chapter 76, The Ultimate Cash King. The whims of the wealthy were beyond his comprehension. Such peculiar tastes? Nevertheless, Tang Xiaofei likely invited Xiong Chao for advice on purchasing a property. After greetings, they settled in to admire the picturesque river views while engaging in casual conversation. Brother, tell me what you need. Chen Xiao replied, a few vehicles, 2 business cars, 2 SUVs, and 2 sedans. Tang Xiaofei asked, do you prefer a Mercedes for the sedan? Chen Xiao nodded, yes, 2 S-Class models. All right, let us make sure to earn something from this. Tang Xiaofei laughed. Of course, it's only fair. I can't always play for free. That would be too much. Chen Xiao responded. Chen Xiao was not lacking in funds. At this juncture, social favors were more valuable than money, hence he aimed to minimize debts. The second-generation attendees understood this principle well. Sometimes, intentionally allowing others to owe favors could lead to dissatisfaction. I have connections for SUVs and business vehicles that will be cheaper than market rates. Coincidentally, there is an auto show this weekend. We should go together. Sounds good. Zhang Meng, who had been waiting impatiently, finally asked, Brother Xiao, aren't you considering a sports car? Chen Xiao replied, I brought the Ferrari home, but haven't had the chance to drive it yet. Zhang Meng insisted, a sports car is enjoyable to look at, even if you don't drive it. Chen Xiao realized there was some truth to that. Every time he passed by the parked Ferrari, there was a sense of exhilaration. Are your supercars participating in the auto show? Of course. Great, let us check them out together. Zhang Meng was instantly elated. Among this group, each had their area of expertise, yet what astonished them most was Chen Xiao's cash flow. Each boasted billions in net worth, but that included real estate, business ventures, and fixed assets. Few could readily produce $1 billion in cash. Even Yin Bingqin, worth hundreds of billions, struggled to gather $7 billion in a short time, resorting to land as collateral. With the vehicles arranged, Tang Xiaofei inquired about housing. Xiong Chao is the expert in this area. Brother, what are you looking for? Xiong Chao smiled. I have a bit of knowledge in this field. Chun, feel free to tell me what you need, and I will offer my counsel. Although Chen Xiao had a clear idea of where he wanted to buy, he sought a new office location and had no prior knowledge of this aspect. You see, our company is currently located in an office building, which is quite inconvenient due to the numerous prying eyes, so we're seeking a new place. Preferably an independent building near Jining University. The others were taken aback. An independent building? You're aiming to acquire an entire structure? Xiong Chao was clearly surprised that Chen Xiao intended to purchase a whole building, assuming he would settle for a villa at most. Regaining his composure, Xiong Chao adjusted his posture and said earnestly, Brother, I'm not boasting, but I do have a project that perfectly aligns with your requirements. Oh, do tell. Xiong Chao explained, you're familiar with Qianhu, right? Our company has a real estate project by Qianhu, primarily consisting of villas, one of which is an 8-story building totaling 16,000 square meters, with 2,000 square meters per floor. Initially intended as a supporting office building for the villa area, it has now. Well, it aligns closely with your needs. Chen Xiao paused, recalling that the Qianhu Villa project had encountered significant issues due to a financial crisis, resulting in prolonged construction halts. Given the well-developed surrounding infrastructure, each holiday, students from Jining University flocked to the area for leisure. Chen Xiao had visited several times, leaving a lasting impression. Is the main structure completed? Xiong Chao responded, the office building and surrounding facilities are finished. However, the villa project is still under construction. Chen Xiao contemplated. The villa might be stalled, but his interest lay in the office building. All right, let us go take a look shortly, said Xiong Chao as he lifted the coffee from the table. To be honest, if Brother Chen finds it suitable, it would greatly assist me. Chen Xiao chuckled. Not at all. I happen to need it, and you happen to have it. If it fits, then it is simply a matter of course. Xiong Chao felt a pleasant warmth in his heart upon hearing this. Here, let us toast with coffee instead of wine. The two clinked their cups together and drank. After finishing, Chen Xiao continued, the car and the company are both taking shape. Now I just need a riverside property with a river view. The others present. though all second-generation heirs were somewhat astonished by Chen Xiao's spending pace. In this era, the economy was not as developed as in later years, and the wealth of the second generation had not yet skyrocketed. To spend 100 million without a blink was an experience few had ever had. What kind of house are you looking for? Chen Xiao inquired. Chen Xiao pondered for a moment. A spacious flat, nothing too large, just under 1,000 square meters. The others gasped. Under 1,000 square meters? Is that for raising pigs? It seems my ultimate luxury residence is doomed, Chen Xiao remarked. Ha. Your ultimate luxury residence, paired with our ultimate cash king, is a perfect match, Tang Xiaofei teased. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao realized Chen Xiao had connections. As expected from a second-generation real estate heir, Chen Xiao sighed. Well, there is a penthouse in Binjiang No. 1 that was reserved for me by a friend. However, given the company's financial situation, I cannot purchase it right now and feel embarrassed to keep them waiting. Brother Chen, you should take a look. So, am I essentially taking something someone else cherishes? Chen Xiao replied. Oh, what does that matter? I cannot buy it at the moment. They have kept it for me out of courtesy, but it occupies a significant amount of funds. Brother Chen, if you acquire it, it would also alleviate my burden. Chen Xiao nodded, acknowledging the sincerity in his words. All right, let us start viewing properties. Let's go. A group of second-generation heirs, with a penchant for excitement, clamored to join the outing as the discussions concluded. Upon descending, they found a plethora of vehicles in the courtyard, ranging from sports cars to SUVs. Yet, among all the cars, only Chen Xiao's E300 was the least expensive. Tang Xiaofei surveyed the scene and declared, Brother, you really should consider changing your car. Ha. Let us hit the auto show this weekend for a complete upgrade, Zhang Meng suggested. Brother Chen, your Phaeton is arriving just in time for the weekend. Could I borrow it for a showcase? You can take it back on Monday. Certainly, it's a trivial matter. Once the car arrives, feel free to arrange it as you wish. Zhang Meng gave a thumbs up. Brother Chen is generous. Soon, a convoy formed and set off towards Jian Lake. Known for its breathtaking scenery, regarded as the pinnacle in Jining and its surroundings. With high forest coverage, excellent water quality, and fresh air, the lake shimmered invitingly. In a few years, there would be restrictions on real estate development to protect the natural environment. The early real estate projects scattered nearby would become rare gems, with property prices soaring, and it was said that homes worth over 100 million were commonplace. As the convoy cruised along a tree-lined avenue, flanked by verdant mountains and clear waters, Chen Xiao lowered his window and inhaled deeply. Indeed, it was a stark contrast to the urban environment. Soon, the convoy reached the mountainside, where Xiong Chao's lakeside elegant residence project extended all the way to the summit. The 8-story office building he mentioned was situated on a plateau halfway up the hill, offering a panoramic view of the vast Qian Lake below. Accompanying the building was a spacious courtyard spanning thousands of square meters. What do you think, Brother Chen? A building comes with a courtyard, an underground parking lot, and several thousand square meters for free. Chen Xiao was thoroughly satisfied with the location, which was not only close to the city, but also exceedingly elegant. The standalone 8-story building, not counting the lower level, boasted over 16,000 square feet, which was ample space. All right, let us discuss the price, Xiong Chao beamed. The initial plan was to sell it for 7,000 per square meter, but for someone within our circle, and since the entire building is being sold, I can offer it at a flat rate of 5,000 per square meter. Wow, 5,000 in such a desolate area? Can you give me a better price? Tang Xiaofei interjected. Brother Tang, if I lower the price further, I would almost be at a loss. If it weren't for the company's financial strain, I wouldn't be selling at all. Xiong Chao too felt it was a bit pricey, considering the surrounding properties were about 4,000, and the best areas in the city were just over 10,000. Ahem, Brother Chen. How about I throw in a villa next door as a bonus if you purchase this building? Chen Xiao nodded. All right, let us finalize it. For him, a price of 5,000 per square meter felt like a steal. In 8 to 9 years, the price per square meter would soar to at least 50,000. The 400 to 500 square meter standalone villa, currently treated as a gift, would also become a multi-million-dollar luxury home in the future, with both parties agreeing. The others fell silent, though they all felt Chen Xiao had overpaid. Xiong Chao was elated. Tonight, I'll host a meal to express my gratitude for Brother Chen's generous support. Chen Xiao replied, I'll arrange for my people to handle the paperwork. Let us proceed to view the spacious flats. All right, let us go. Little did outsiders know that within half an hour, this group had finalized a nearly $100 million transaction. Though Tang Xiaofei and the others were not the buyers, they relished the excitement of being part of such a significant deal. In their own companies, such large transactions would typically require meetings for discussion, yet for Chen Xiao, it was as simple as making a purchase at a market. The group drove back to the city center, arriving at the upscale Binjiang No. 1 community. where property prices were at their zenith. Any random unit would not be priced below 10,000 per square meter, with slightly better floors and layouts fetching around 12 to 13 million. Of course, compared to the later years when prices soared to 70 or 80,000. These were still relatively affordable. Surrounding the community were five-star hotels, business districts, prestigious kindergartens, primary schools, middle schools, and high schools, boasting remarkably comprehensive amenities. Chen Xiao's friend was unavailable, so he arranged for a senior executive to host them, leading the group directly to the 50th floor penthouse. This residence occupied an entire floor, covering 800 square meters, complete with a gym, private cinema, office area, reception area, and living quarters, all elegantly and luxuriously decorated. How about this one, Brother Chen? It's the ultimate residence of a lifetime, Chen Xiao mused with awe. Chen Xiao nodded, acknowledging Xiong's keen insight as a real estate magnate. You have sharper vision than I, Brother Xiong. The property you value has left me awestruck. This one is perfect. All right, Mr. Wang, let us proceed with the previously agreed price for my brother here. Certainly, Mr. Xiong, the total price for this property is 12 million. Will you be paying by card or bank transfer? Please provide me with an account for the transfer. Very well. Upon receiving the account details, Chen Xiao called Su Tang, and within minutes, 12 million was transferred. Mr. Wang took the documents to finalize the paperwork and handed over the keys to Chen Xiao in advance. Tang Xiaofei and the others were in awe as they examined the residence. Wow, this is making me want one too. It's even more comfortable than a villa. Chen Xiao remarked, each has its own merits. It's all about personal preference. Ah, never mind. The pace of economic development has accelerated significantly in recent years, and external investments have surged. If I were to squander large amounts of liquid funds, my father would surely take drastic measures against me. While Chen Xiao completed the purchase of the property, the contract for the office building was also ready for signing. At 5,000 per square meter, he bought 16,000 square meters, totaling 80 million. Chen Xiao arranged for Su Tang to transfer the funds to the corporate account designated by Xiong Qiao, completing the transaction. Both Mr. Wang of Binjiang No. 1 and Xiong Qiao were eager to treat Chen Xiao to a meal. Chen Xiao declared, "Gentlemen, after all the travel today, I must express my gratitude, and this meal is on me." Unable to resist the crowd's insistence, they complied with his arrangements, clamoring for a lavish feast and a grand celebration. Chen Xiao and his companions headed directly to the neighboring five-star hotel, reserving the largest private room, complete with singing, bathing, and massage services, all meticulously arranged. After reveling with the group until 8 o'clock, Chen Xiao pulled Tang Xiaofei aside. "Tanggu, I made plans with a girl a few days ago, so I won't be able to join everyone tonight." Tang Xiaofei was taken aback, wrapping an arm around Chen Xiao's shoulder with a look of envy. "Bro, you're living it up. I'm so jealous. Unfortunately, my sister Xiaomei is too strict. I can't enjoy myself. You must indulge for me. I'll handle things on my end. You just go." "Thank you, Tanggu. Let us plan a day for just the two of us," Chen Xiao replied. Tang Xiaofei waved him off, urging him to go. The group continued to revel in the festivities, delicious food, fine wines, and beautiful women, unfazed by Chen Xiao's absence. Exiting the hotel alongside Lei Yong, Chen Xiao turned to Lao Lu and said, "Lao Gu, let's head back to the company." "Sure thing." Upon arriving, they found the office empty as the others had already left for the day. Chen Xiao unveiled the Ferrari, informing Lao Lu, "You can clock out now. I'll take the car out tonight." "All right, I'll let Lei Yong drive it then. He'll follow you." Chen Xiao hesitated. "I can manage on my own." Lei Yong shook his head. "Boss, don't worry, I won't disturb you." After some contemplation, Chen Xiao decided to heed Lei Yong's advice. Better safe than sorry in case of any unexpected events. "Okay, once I'm home, you can head back to rest." "Understood, boss." The two men got into their respective cars. Chen Xiao started the Ferrari 458, the deep roar of the engine reverberating through him, igniting a rush of adrenaline. It was no wonder that such an uncomfortable ride attracted so many wealthy individuals. Supercars could indeed stir a man's spirit. With a few revs of the engine, Chen Xiao eased out of the underground parking garage. Lao Lu had previously coordinated with the property management to ensure the entrance was suitable for supercars, allowing Chen Xiao to glide seamlessly onto the road. The moment the Ferrari 458 appeared, it immediately became the center of attention. Fortunately, the tinted windows concealed his identity. Otherwise, Chen Xiao feared that countless eyes would be upon him. Lei Yong followed closely in an E300, providing a shield against prying gazes. Chen Xiao's destination was Jining Technology College, as he had promised Yu Mengqi that he would attend her performance at 8 o'clock. The crimson Ferrari 458 moved through the neon-lit city like a siren of the night, exuding elegance. Meanwhile, at Jining Technology College, The performance had commenced, and Yu Mingqi anxiously peered from backstage. Did he really intend to come? The thought lingered in her mind. What a liar. Surely he wouldn't truly stand me up. Hey, our campus beauty seems a bit down. What's wrong? Ming teased. Who's down? I'm just memorizing lyrics, Yu Mingqi retorted. Oh, so you're not waiting for someone? Yu Mingqi replied, I'm not waiting for anyone. All right, but Wang Hao will send you flowers later. Are you really going to refuse them in front of so many people? Humph. I want to accept them. I made it clear to him. If he insists, he can't blame me for not giving him face. Fair enough. Wang Hao isn't too bad. Really, he is wealthy, handsome, and comes from a well-connected family. Yu Mingqi rolled her eyes, thinking, Wang Hao has a bit of money compared to other students, but next to true wealthy individuals, he has nothing. Hey Mingqi, it's your turn. Suddenly pulled from her thoughts, Yu Mingqi quickly rose and made her way to the stage. The moment she appeared, the atmosphere ignited, with countless boys shouting and whistling, desperate to catch her attention. Standing on stage, she scanned the audience, yet still saw no sign of the familiar Mercedes. Only a few ordinary cars were parked outside, with their occupants equally enthusiastic and waving at her. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Yu Mingqi composed herself and greeted the crowd. Good evening, everyone. I'm Yu Mingqi, and I'll be performing a song titled Will You Come Tonight? I hope you enjoy it. Cheers erupted from the audience, with many shouting, Mingqi, I will come. A smile graced Yu Mingqi's lips as she began her heartfelt performance. Some say when God closes a door, he opens a window. Yet for others, God not only opens doors and windows, but even tears down walls. Despite her challenges, Yu Mingqi's beauty, voice, and grace captivated the audience, solidifying her status as the undisputed goddess of the technology college. As the melody approached its conclusion, a hint of melancholy seeped into her voice. Ultimately, the man did not arrive. Just as she closed her eyes after the final note, amidst the thunderous applause, a distant roar of an engine echoed through the air. The red Ferrari entered the campus, its powerful sound immediately capturing everyone's attention. Many students were unfamiliar with the car, but they sensed its futuristic allure and opulence. Gliding through the vibrant lights, it painted the night with an even more dazzling glow, with a thunderous applause accompanying its arrival. The red Ferrari 458 gracefully came to a stop at the edge of the crowd. Yu Mingqi's curiosity piqued as she noticed a black Mercedes lingering behind, unnoticed by the others. Had Chen Xiao arrived? Why wasn't he coming over? At that moment, the Ferrari's door swung open, and Chen Xiao stepped out. Yu Mingqi's face lit up. He indeed came. Driamki, this bouquet of flowers. Wang Hao stepped onto the stage with flowers in hand. Yu Mingqi gleefully jumped, then darted down from the stage, rushing into Chen Xiao's embrace. Wang Hao watched, heartbroken, as the goddess he admired slipped into another's arms. Yu Mingqi playfully scolded. Why did you arrive so late? I thought you forgot about me. Chen Xiao gently patted her back. How could I? I had to come support my campus beauty's performance. Ugh, your tongue. I wonder how many girls you've deceived with it, she teased. Chen Xiao chuckled, but said nothing. He understood her vanity and desire for recognition, and he was more than willing to indulge her. He swiftly lifted Yu Mingqi, declaring, Tonight, you are my princess. With that, he placed her in the passenger seat of the Ferrari and slid into the driver's seat, flooring the gas pedal as they departed the campus amid a flurry of envious gazes. Not only did he take away the campus beauty, but he also left behind a chorus of grievances from his fellow male students. Inside the car, Yu Mingqi was taken aback by the Ferrari's exhilarating acceleration. Yet her face radiated excitement as she admired the interior. Wow, Chen Xiao, is this car yours too? Indeed. It's absolutely stunning. It must be incredibly expensive, right? Well, it's around 4 million. 4 million. My goodness, this is exceedingly expensive. The exorbitance of the Ferrari has surpassed Yu Mingqi's upper limits of aspiration. A 10,000 yuan handbag and cosmetics worth several thousand are already the pinnacle of her understanding of luxury. Yet, this man beside her not only possesses a Mercedes E300, but also a supercar worth over 4 million. When the Ferrari entered the gates of Shui Linya Yuan, the security guard did not even inquire. This marked the first time a Ferrari graced the neighborhood since its establishment. Upon returning home, Yu Mingqi was ablaze with enthusiasm. The man's allure, accentuated by his wealth, radiated a divine brilliance. Her previous resolve encountered only a minor resistance today. Chen Xiao harbored serious doubts about Yu Mingqi's past indifference. Perhaps he had afforded her sufficient esteem at school, which rendered her particularly exhilarated today. However, exhaustion ultimately set in, and as they nestled together, Yu Mingqi murmured, Chen Xiao, you are simply too handsome today. Chen Xiao, smiling, replied, Am I handsome at school, or just now? Yu Mingqi retorted, You're handsome regardless. The following day, Chen Xiao rose early once more. Descending the stairs, he discovered an E300 parked next to the Ferrari. Lao Lu stood outside the car and greeted him. Good morning, boss. Lei Yong is sleeping inside. Chen Xiao glanced over. Realizing he hadn't returned home all night. Do not disturb him. I'll go for a jog at school. You drive the Ferrari back to the company and leave the Mercedes for him. Understood. Chapter 79. A Clash of Wills. Shuelinya Yuan is merely a few minutes' walk from Jining University, a brisk jog of 5 minutes. Chen Xiao. Why haven't you come to jog these past few days? To Chen Xiao's surprise, Xia Yudi was present at the sports field as usual. Oh, something happened a couple of days ago. You weren't injured, were you? I'm fine. It was someone from the company who got hurt. Oh, that is good. Xia Yudi said, gently patting her chest in relief. Oh, by the way, about the computer you bought for me. Cough. I'm going to jog now. Wait for me. Chen Xiao exclaimed as he dashed off. Xia Yudi sat down, momentarily dazed, her gaze fixed on Chen Xiao, who was sweating profusely on the track. After his run, Xia Yudi continued to exhibit wifely affection, wiping his sweat, offering warm water, and gently fanning him with a small fan. Yudi, have you been obedient lately? No late nights, okay? I have. I always sleep before midnight. Very well. As a reward, I'll take you out this weekend. Xia Yudi's face fell. I promised my friends to team up this weekend. Chen Xiao responded. Xia Yudi then added, they were quite critical of my late-night gaming. It took us a while to reschedule to this weekend. All right then, enjoy your game. Instantly, Xia Yudi beamed with joy and whispered into Chen Xiao's ear, I have no classes on Tuesday morning. Can I accompany you on Monday night? Chen Xiao felt a rush of excitement. Why not right now? Let us go. He feigned a stretch, attempting to lift Xia Yudi. No. Xia Yudi squealed, spinning around to flee. I have a class soon. I must hurry to eat. Chen Xiao chuckled as he followed her into the cafeteria. Inside, many witnessed the scene of the supercar girl publicly declaring her affection that day, especially those near Building 5, who had seen Chen Xiao. They murmured among themselves, and those familiar with him hesitated to approach and tease him in the presence of a girl. Tansheng, who came to breakfast with friends, occasionally glanced over at Chen Xiao, her mind wandering. She could hardly fathom why a boy she deemed unremarkable would receive such public admiration from the supercar girl. Was this display intended for her? Wouldn't that be an exorbitant price to pay? Chen Xiao, noticing some furtive glances, chose to ignore them, focusing instead on the meticulously peeled eggs Xia Yudi had prepared for him. Are you not eating? Can you be satisfied merely by watching me? I'll take some with me later. You should eat well. I enjoy watching you, Chen Xiao replied. Just then, someone sat beside him, causing Xia Yudi's smile to vanish instantly. Chen Xiao turned to see Li Wenli. Good morning. Morning. Li Wenli stared at Xia Yudi, ignoring her as she greeted Chen Xiao. Two women confronted each other, a scenario Chen Xiao had anticipated, yet he was surprised by how swiftly it had unfolded. What are you doing? Xia Yudi asked, her expression darkening. Didn't we agree to avoid interference? Li Wenli stood her ground. I'm not interfering. Is it wrong to share breakfast with Chen Xiao? Well, occasionally dining together is harmless. After all, I have breakfast with Chen Xiao every day. Li Wenli, unable to rise early, had lost that advantage, but she quickly countered. Chen Xiao, which outfit should you wear today? I can fetch it for you. Xia Yudi's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Wenli seized the moment, taunting, what do you think? Surely you're aware of Chen Xiao's status? His clothes should not be stored in the dormitory. They can only be kept with me. Xia Yudi fell silent, regretting for the first time her residence in Building 15. Li Wenli continued, Chen Xiao, I've purchased a new casual outfit for you. Would you wear it today? Chen Xiao replied, I'm sure. Xia Yudi, feeling acerbic, provocatively asked Li Wenli, I also bought Chen Xiao an outfit. Dare you keep it with you for him to wear? Li Wenli was taken aback, surprised by Xia Yudi's peculiar reasoning. Of course, why wouldn't I? If you've bought it, the more the merrier. It saves me the trouble of purchasing it. Thank you, little sister. You wait for me. Xia Yudi huffed, storming off. Hey, Yudi. Chen Xiao called after her. I'm fine. Remember to pick me up Monday night. Xia Yudi replied, not turning back. Li Wenli rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath. Chen Xiao, perplexed, asked, did you two know each other before? Li Wenli answered, we've interacted a bit. That girl is solely focused on obtaining your affection. Cough, I'm full. Chen Xiao said. Li Wenli, astutely avoiding further discussion on that matter, replied, oh, I'll go fetch the clothes now. No rush, finish your meal first. I'll go take a shower. All right. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Ji and Lu Xin were still asleep. After freshening up, Chen Xiao headed downstairs. Li Wenli was already waiting for him with the clothes. Finding a secluded spot, Chen Xiao changed and asked, do you have time this weekend? Li Wenli carefully smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes, whispering in his ear, Whenever you need me, I'm available. Chen Xiao smiled. Great. Let us go to the car exhibition this weekend. Sure. Li Wenli replied cheerfully. Before long, the E300 arrived, and Li Wenli hurriedly draped the clothes over Chen Xiao's head. It was only then that he dashed outside. The sight of a masked figure frequently entering a Mercedes in the early morning had become a well-known tale on campus. However, no one knew the identity of that person. The only one in the know, Li Wenli, could only smile knowingly. Upon arriving at the company, Chen Xiao noticed an increase in personnel. Su Tang had reassembled a team and even assigned assistants to Wang Peng and Xiao Su. The driver team had expanded by 2, and the security team had grown by 4. Chen Xiao estimated that his workforce had nearly reached 30. From a business perspective, it was not a significant number, but for him, it was more than sufficient for the time being. Lei Ting, how is your mother's recovery progressing? Thank you for your concern, boss. My mother is recovering well and will have her stitches removed in a few days. Good. Do not be complacent. For now, focus your energy on the hospital. Rest assured, I will manage both. After Lei Ting opened the door to the boss's office, Chen Xiao entered, and he closed the door, standing to the side. Chen Xiao opened his phone to check today as hidden messages. Although Jinning Pharmaceutical had been sold, the news remained in circulation. Today, only a single piece of concealed information has emerged. Chapter 80. The Overindulgence in Abundance. On June 17th, Liaodong High-Tech saw a remarkable surge, peaking at an increase of 891. Chen Xiao glanced at the current stock price of Liaodong High-Tech, noting its relative stability. The company's circulating shares are not particularly vast. A mere 200 million could easily trigger a halt in trading, necessitating a highly skilled approach to operations. Despite the technical demands, the potential profits are modest, yet a few million would suffice for some engagement. With 2 teams at his disposal, it presents an opportune moment for practice and collaboration. After pressing the button on his desk, Su Tang entered shortly thereafter. Boss, do you have any instructions? Chen Xiao inquired. Is your injury feeling any better? Su Tang smiled gently. It's merely superficial wounds. I'm perfectly fine now. Good. Have both teams begin operations on Liaodong High-Tech. If the stock rises by 8 tomorrow, we shall commence liquidation. Understood, boss. Su Tang turned and exited. The trading room was becoming somewhat crowded. After Su Tang arrived and clapped her hands, she announced, Everyone, prepare yourselves. It's time to get to work. For Liaodong High-Tech. Aim to build positions at lower levels. There is no cap on the shareholding. Understood. The 2 teams immediately became busy. The operation of this stock posed considerable difficulty due to its lack of trading activity and small market cap. Thus, both teams had to carefully seize opportunities for modest acquisitions. Having assigned the tasks, Chen Xiao surveyed the market for a while before losing interest. After some contemplation, he rose and left his office. Su Tang, could you come here for a moment? Oh, boss, what is it? Is Zhao Xiaohong still receiving the flowers regularly? Yes, boss. As you haven't instructed me to stop. I've arranged for deliveries daily. Very good. Thunder, join me outside for a moment. Yes, boss. Old Lu was explaining the work standards to the 2 new colleagues when he noticed Chen Xiao preparing to leave and decided to conclude. Lu Gu, please continue the training. Thunder can drive me. Understood, boss. Thunder called over a colleague and drove Chen Xiao to Jining Normal University. Once on the road, Chen Xiao began to appreciate Old Lu's steady driving. Apologies, boss. I was accustomed to driving military vehicles. No worries, just try to keep it slow. Of course. The 4 newcomers today were mercenaries returning from abroad alongside the Lei brothers. Among them was a man named Lynx, skilled in stealth reconnaissance and combat. Lynx, do you also let Thunder drive when overseas? Typically, if the driver falls, Thunder takes over. Well, why don't you drive yourselves? Isn't it due to my superior skills? Chen Xiao chuckled as the 2 exchanged banter before he pulled out his phone, prompting silence. Hello? Is this Zhao Xiaohong? Yes. Who is this? I am Ji Yujing. The line fell silent for a moment before Zhao Xiaohong's voice, now tinged with excitement, responded. Ji Yujing. Hello. Thank you for the flowers. No need for thanks. I'm nearing your school. May I treat you to a meal? A meal? But I have class. Chen Xiao chuckled coldly. Oh, since you're busy, forget it. No, it's fine. I can ask my teacher for leave. All right, I'll come to pick you up. Okay. After hanging up, Chen Xiao wore a frosty expression. This was the same woman from his past life who had never experienced love. Now, faced with a stranger, she was unhesitatingly willing to dine. No wonder she had nearly ruined him within a year of marriage. She was clearly not an ordinary person. Little did she expect that the man she had wronged would return in a new life to confront her. 30 minutes later, the car halted beneath Zhao Xiaohong's dormitory. Wow. Xiaohong, is that a Mercedes? A wealthy person. Xiaohong, You must seize this opportunity. We are counting on you. Dressed elegantly, Zhao Xiaohong took a deep breath. After sending roses for so long, was she finally to make her appearance? With a mix of trepidation, excitement, and a hint of yearning, she descended the stairs. Lynx opened the back door, gesturing for her to enter. Hello, I am Ji Yujing, Chen Xiao greeted with a smile. Zhao Xiaohong hesitated, feeling intimidated by the situation. But upon seeing the luxurious car and Chen Xiao, who was more appealing than Xing Yanqing, she steeled herself and climbed in. Hi, don't be nervous. This is my driver and bodyguard. What would you like to eat for lunch? It's my treat. Oh, I'm fine with anything. Chen Xiao smirked inwardly and suggested. I've grown weary of five-star dining. How about some Lanzhou beef noodles for a change? Zhao Xiaohong thought to herself, you're tired of it. But I've never even tried it. Yet many affluent individuals enjoy down-to-earth meals, opting for simplicity over extravagance. Oh, that sounds great. I love Lanzhou beef noodles. Thunder. Drive us to get Lanzhou beef noodles. Yes, boss. At a small noodle shop, a brand new Mercedes E-Class parked outside. 3 men and 1 woman emerged from the vehicle, ordering 4 bowls of noodles and consuming them heartily. Zhao Xiaohong felt a twinge of regret, wondering if this man was truly affluent. They were eating as if they had never tasted food before. While they were eating, Chen Xiao suddenly glanced outside and pulled out 10 large bills. Xiaohong, there's a beggar across the street. Please give this to him. Zhao Xiaohong was somewhat taken aback. You're giving 1,000 for a beggar? He must be quite the wealthy man. All right. She took the cash and stepped outside. Chen Xiao exchanged a glance with Lynx, who nodded and followed her out. With 1,000 yuan in her hand, Zhao Xiaohong hesitated. If I give him 900, Ji Yujing wouldn't know, right? What about 800? It seems no different from 900. If it's unknown, I'll just give him 100. Ultimately, when she reached the beggar, she gestured towards his bowl without placing any coins inside and turned to leave. The beggar looked bewildered, confused by her action. Zhao Xiaohong joyfully returned to the noodle shop with the 1,000 yuan tucked away in her pocket. Chen Xiao, having received Lynx's report, concluded that this woman was not to be trusted from the start. Thus, he felt unburdened regarding his next plan. What you owe me from your past life, you shall repay in this one. Zhao Xiaohong returned, saying, that old man asked me to thank you on his behalf. You truly have a kind heart. Chen Xiao scoffed inwardly, thinking, if that old man knew the truth, he would curse your ancestors instead of thanking you. Ah, it's nothing. You delivered the money. So you share in the goodwill. Hee. Zhao Xiaohong forced a smile, realizing that any goodwill had vanished, but all the money remained with her. I'm full. Shall we leave? All right, Xiaohong. Shall we book a room? Uft. Zhao Xiaohong looked horrified. Are you crazy? Chen Xiao shook his head. I'm not crazy. How about I buy you some fruit instead? Fruit? Aye. Not enough. How about I add a new luxury bag to that? Hiss. Zhao Xiaohong's heart raced. That bag costs nearly 20,000. If you're not willing, then forget it. Let us return to the academy, Chen Xiao stated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaohong realized that if she didn't agree, she would end up with nothing. Well, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that we've only just met. Wouldn't it be a bit too fast? Chen Xiao smiled. Not at all. We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other. Zhao Xiaohong was caught in a dilemma. This wealthy man seemed hard to manipulate. The slightest hint of reluctance from her, and he was ready to walk away. She was indeed not yet psychologically prepared, but her phone and bag were ready. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Xiaohong finally asked, will you marry me? Chen Zhao's lips twitched. This question was identical to one from his past life. He smiled and replied, after tonight, if you are willing. Zhao Xiaohong lowered her head shyly, calculating that 30,000 would suffice as a token of affection. And then she could marry a wealthy man, which would not be a loss. Resolute in her decision, she softly said, then, it's settled. But you must book a 5-star hotel. Chen Xiao chuckled inwardly. No problem. Thunder, have Su Tang make the reservation. Understood, boss. Although Thunder was unaware of the underlying reasons, he showed no hesitation. For him, doing anything for Chen Xiao was a matter of course, with no principles or boundaries. After leaving the noodle shop, the 4 of them got into the car, and Zhao Xiaohong naturally leaned on Chen Zhao's shoulder, her mind drifting into fantasies of a luxurious life. After a few dozen minutes, the car stopped at the entrance of a shopping mall. Chen Xiao returned to the familiar place and decided to buy her a phone. He once again bypassed Li Mengyue and sought out the older sister from whom he had previously purchased twice. The sight of her made Zhao Xiaohong seethe with indignation. He then embraced Zhao Xiaohong and left confidently. Upon entering the hotel, Chen Xiao deliberately lagged behind, seizing the opportunity to relay instructions to Thunder. Thunder was momentarily taken aback. Okay, boss, I will do my best. Only then did Chen Xiao walk into the room with a smile, closing the door securely. Darling, I'm going to take a shower first. Shall we go together? No, you watch some TV first. I'll be quick. All right. Chen Xiao settled on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the television, yet his mind was preoccupied with memories from his past life. That 500,000 encompassed his parents' entire life savings and connections. Even high-interest loans, which she had taken without a second thought, disregarding his very existence. Later, when Chen Xiao was relentlessly pursued by debt collectors, he witnessed Zhao Xiaohong getting into Xing Yanqing's car. He yearned to tear apart the couple, yet opportunity eluded him. If he did not perish, his family would suffer. Ultimately, he was driven to the rooftop, where he leapt to end his life. Darling, what's wrong? Zhao Xiaohong inquired upon emerging. Chen Xiao was startled, glancing at the crumpled cigarette pack in his hand, and casually replied, "Oh, just a scene from the TV that made me quite angry. Oh, it's all acting. There's no need to take it seriously." What a fitting statement, as it perfectly applied to you. All right, I'll go wash up, Chen Xiao replied. The shower's water cascaded over him, washing away the physical grime, yet his heart was calm, devoid of the vengeance that once burned within. Chen Xiao was taken aback. This simply wouldn't he do. But in Zhao Xiaohong's presence, he found it impossible to ignite that flame of rage. After showering, he lay directly on the bed. Zhao Xiaohong, with her newly acquired phone, took various pictures around the hotel, spending a full hour before finally entering the room. Darling, I'm back. This phone is fantastic. Chen Xiao smiled. I'm glad you like it. Yes, I love it. I heard the new model is coming out soon. As long as you're happy. It's all good. Really? Zhao Xiaohong exclaimed with delight. Of course, it's true. You're simply wonderful. For a materialistic woman, nothing serves as a better corrupting agent than money. Chen Xiao's heart simmered with anger intertwined with a sense of vengeance, and he felt no need to hold back. The next morning, Chen Xiao, having not slept a wink, appeared somewhat haggard, with an ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. Cough, cough. Zhao Xiaohong emerged, leaning against the door frame. Darling, why are you smoking so much? Chen Xiao chuckled, just feeling troubled. Troubled about what? Shall we go buy a bag today? Sigh. I'm troubled about how to buy you a bag. Huh, what do you mean by that? Zhao Xiaohong suddenly felt a wave of unease. Chen Xiao rose and said, In pursuing you, I've already spent my entire year's university tuition, so now I'm considering where to find some money to buy you a bag. Zhao Xiaohong was momentarily stunned, taking a long time to respond. Darling, you're joking, right? Chen Xiao shook his head, his expression one of despondency and sincerity. I wish I were a real tycoon, able to provide you with this kind of life every day. You're lying. What about the luxury car, the driver, and the bodyguard? At this point, I must tell the truth. The car is rented, the people are hired, and today is the last day. Xiaohong, I truly like you and am willing to spend all my savings to pursue you. Would you still be willing to be with me? Seeing Chen Xiao with red eyes, cracked lips, and a dejected demeanor, Zhao Xiaohong felt a buzzing in her head. Looking back at the crimson stain on the bed, her anger surged. You liar. You despicable scammer. You think I would be with you? Dream on. And you owe me. Chen Xiao calmly asked, Owe you what? Money. You broke it. You fix it. Chen Xiao instantly understood why they had fought on the night of their wedding in his past life. Xiaohong, please calm down. Didn't you say you'd let me marry you after tonight? Zhao Xiaohong yelled, Marry you? With what? With next year's tuition? You're not worthy. Hurry and give me 3,000. We'll call it even, otherwise. Chen Xiao, with genuine sincerity, pleaded, You really don't want me to marry you? Get lost. Mention that word again, and I'll fight you. Chapter 82. The boss sleeps restlessly. Xiaohong, I only have 3,000 left. If you take it all, I'll starve. I don't care if you starve. You better jump off the building right now and bring me the money. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Zhao Xiaohong, fuming, opened the door to find Thunder. She froze, suddenly regretting her impulsiveness. Was Ji Yuzhing testing her? The bodyguard had arrived. Zhao Xiaohong felt confused. What is this? Thunder said fiercely, I'm here to collect the money. You Haven T settled the payment for hiring me and my brother yesterday. Zhao Xiaohong took a deep breath, feeling utterly hopeless. Even the money for hiring someone was on credit. Could it get any more shameless? Chen Xiao weakly said, Xiaohong, can you cover it for me first? I'm afraid he'll hit me. Zhao Xiaohong rolled her eyes, not wanting to see Chen Xiao's face for another minute. She grabbed her bag, gritting her teeth as she walked out. Dream on. Ji Yuzhing, you wait for me. If you don't get beaten today, I'll still hold you accountable. Chen Xiao shouted towards the doorway. Hey, don't leave. You're not taking the money? There was no response outside. Thunder, shedding his silly demeanor, chuckled. Boss, I acted quite well, didn't I? Chen Xiao handed him a cigarette. Let us just say it'll do. You're not cut out to be a bodyguard. Thunder scratched his head, grinning. Of course. Let us go. The interest is collected, feeling good. Although Chen Xiao hadn't slept all night, he felt refreshed at this moment. Thunder sensed that the situation was indeed unusual. After descending to the lobby, they checked out and proactively compensated for the stained sheets before exiting the hotel. Across the street, Zhao Xiaohong stood at the curb, and soon a Passat arrived. She glanced at Chen Xiao before bending down to get in. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. That was Xing Yanqing's car. Those scoundrels, they were truly in cahoots. Upon reflection, he felt something was amiss. Scoundrels? Wasn't he that akin to insulting himself? Damn it. Back to the company. Seated in his office, Chen Xiao reviewed the hidden information for the day and allocated work tasks before finally feeling a hint of fatigue. After 2 hours of intense activity yesterday, coupled with an entire sleepless night, he was struggling to hold on. Leaning back on the sofa, he dozed off. In this slumber, Chen Xiao experienced a profoundly sweet dream, filled with the familiar sensation of holding fluffy, sweet cotton candy, soft and warm. As the whispers and gentle caresses lingered in his ears, Chen Xiao found himself unable to discern the nature of the sounds. It was not until the sun began its descent that he slowly roused from his slumber. "Boss, you are awake," Lin Yanran exclaimed, startling him as he recognized her presence. "What are you doing here?" he inquired, puzzled. "Sister Su Tang sent me to take care of you. She has some matters to attend to." Chen Xiao nodded, noting her discomfort as she shifted her legs. "Are your legs numb?" "No, not at all," she replied quickly. "That's good. By the way, your uniform should be neat. Why is your shirt so wrinkled?" Lin Yanran's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she stammered, I will go tidy myself up." She then awkwardly hobbled out of the office. Settling into his chair, Chen Xiao gazed at the breathtaking sunset painting the sky. Just then, Su Tang emerged from her work, spotting Lin Yanran's hurried exit. "Yanran, didn't I ask you to take care of the boss? Why are you rushing out?" "Sister Su, the boss is awake." "Oh, he is? You've worked hard. How did he sleep?" "Very well, but..." Lin Yanran's face reddened again. His hands were a bit restless. Su Tang nodded knowingly, indeed. Lin Yanran's lips parted in surprise. "Sister Su, you know?" Su Tang was taken aback, admonishing, "What? Hurry back to your work. Stop letting your mind wander." "Okay." Moments later, Su Tang knocked and entered. "Boss, you're awake?" "Yes. Is there something you need?" "Not much. I wanted to report on today's results." Chen Xiao straightened. "Go ahead." Su Tang opened her folder. Yesterday, 2 teams worked concurrently. Wang Peng and Xiao Su's group had a total capital that was 2 percentage points lower than the new team, but sold at a price that was 0.2 percentage points higher. The new team accumulated a total of 52.35 million in principal, yielding a profit of 3.92 million. Wang Peng and Xiao Su's team had 67.90 million, with a profit of 6.60 million, leading to a total profit of 10.52 million. Excellent. Wang Peng and Xiao Su continue to excel, while the new team must expedite their integration, Chen Xiao remarked. "Understood, boss. The investment in genuine ecology that you instructed has been completed. We await the market opening on Monday." "Thank you. You should finish early and rest," he replied. "Yes." Su Tang acknowledged before inquiring, "Boss, what do you think of Lin Yanran?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "She seems quite good," Su Tang added. "Oh, I see. Goodbye, boss." "Goodbye," Chen Xiao responded, left in a state of bewilderment. Upon returning to his dormitory, the gaming enthusiast Xiao Ji abruptly paused his game, tossing a cigarette in Chen Xiao's direction and lighting it for him. "Xiao Go, impressive. A girl in a sports car came to pick you up. What is her story?" "Just a friend joking around," Chen Xiao laughed. "Impressive. If you have the chance, introduce me to such friends," Xiao Ji urged. "Such friends are not easily found. They are affluent women and quite demanding." "Why are affluent women difficult to please?" "I think they're just fine." Chen Xiao paused, sensing Xiao Ji's intentions. "Perhaps someday." "Don't forget, Xiao Go." "Right. Where's Lu Xin?" "Not sure. He has lost a lot of hair lately. Who knows what he is up to?" Chen Xiao contemplated before saying, "All right, continue your game." "Xiao Go, just remember about the affluent women," Xiao Ji reminded. Leaving the dormitory, Chen Xiao called Lu Xin. "Hello? Where are you?" "At Shuelinya Yuan. Are you coming?" Upon hearing Lu Xin's location, Chen Xiao felt reassured. "I just got back. I'm not going." "Don't be a coward. Goodbye." After hanging up, Chen Xiao lay on his bed, lost in thought. Even with his efforts to adapt, the change in his status had impacted his university life. With only a few weeks left until summer vacation, his college journey was halfway through, leaving 2 fleeting years of youth. Pondering this, Chen Xiao found sleep elusive and stepped outside the dormitory to buy a can of beer, sipping it beneath the streetlight. He observed the passing students and couples, all while inhaling the essence of youth. He immersed himself in the campus atmosphere, wishing time could slow down, allowing this beauty to linger. As he neared the end of his beer, feeling invigorated, he prepared to return to his dorm when he spotted Tan Sheng and her friends approaching, carrying instruments from the arts building. The streetlight elongated their youthful silhouettes. Upon noticing Chen Xiao, Tan Sheng's smile faltered. The four of them chatted as they walked by, stealing glances at him. Chen Xiao remained silent, standing up to head back to his dorm. Chen Xiao? Tan Sheng called after him. Is there something? Surprised by her return, he replied, No, but you seem troubled. Chen Xiao chuckled. You must be mistaken. I have no troubles. Good night. He then walked straight into the boys' dormitory. Tan Sheng lingered at the entrance for over a minute before finally turning away with her instruments. Chapter 83. The auto show the next day. After completing his morning exercise, Chen Xiao had breakfast with Xia Yudi before returning to his dorm for a shower. When he came downstairs, Li Wenli was already waiting for him. Chen Xiao, wear this outfit today. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Did you buy this for me? Yes, Li Wenli beamed. I picked it out just for you. Glancing at the label, Chen Xiao realized the designer outfit was worth no less than 10,000. You should buy yourself nice clothes. There's no need to buy for me. I don't mind. I like it, she insisted. Resigned, he found a secluded spot to change, and upon putting it on, he felt transformed. His demeanor became more refined. Wow, you look amazing. Li Wenli's eyes sparkled with admiration. At that moment, old Lu arrived, and Chen Xiao hopped into the car as usual. Su Tang had already taken the newly hired accountant, 2 other drivers, and all the bodyguards to the venue. This was to familiarize themselves with the environment and ensure a swift exit in case of emergencies, as Chen Xiao intended to purchase several cars, requiring more hands for transportation. Li Wenli was simply thrilled to be by Chen Xiao's side. Being around wealthy individuals significantly reduced her worries, provided they weren't being deliberately troublesome. Chen Xiao, what made you suddenly decide to visit the auto show? A friend invited me, and I was curious to see it myself. Oh, I've never been to an auto show, she replied. If it weren't for your invitation, I probably wouldn't have thought to go either. Most girls my age don't pay attention to such things. Today, I'll show you around. I hear there will be celebrities. Really? That is fantastic. Li Wenli's excitement grew at the mention of celebrities. Soon, they arrived at the exhibition center. As members of the elite, Chen Xiao didn't need to queue but instead entered through the VIP passage directly into the VIP lounge. Li Wenli was astonished. We don't have to wait in line. Ordinary people still have to queue. It's arranged for friends of the boss, Lei Ting explained. Oh, I see, she responded, her gaze shifting nervously to the lineup of supercars parked outside the lounge. Are these cars all very expensive? Not too bad. The most expensive is around $1 million. He replied, leading her into the VIP lounge, where she seemed momentarily dazed. Xiao Gu is here. Someone shouted, and Tang Xiaofei and others approached, laughing. Bro, you're doing well. Your company is stunning, Zhang Meng remarked, his sentence interrupted by Tang Xiaofei's playful kick. Cough, cough. The girl by your side is truly beautiful. Zhang Meng quickly corrected himself, realizing he almost let slip how different her company was each time. Yes, indeed. She is lovely. Do you have any friends you could introduce to me? Zhang Meng joked. Li Wenli felt a bit shy, her cheeks turning crimson. I'll keep an eye out for you. Hee hee, let's not joke around, my friend. Li Wenli is a bit shy. This is Brother Tang, Brother Zhang, and Brother Xiong. Chen Xiao introduced. Everyone greeted each other and perceptively caught the word friend, silently giving Chen Xiao a thumbs up. Zhang Meng took advantage of the moment and quickly whispered in his ear, Brother Xiao is impressive. The exhibition had yet to commence, and the venue was bustling with staff. Chen Xiao and his group were in the VIP room, sipping tea and chatting, some enjoying breakfast, while others engaged in card games, billiards, or discussing projects and business matters, or topics of personal interest. Outside, the crowd waiting to enter formed a long queue. Li Wenli sat beside Chen Xiao, curiously observing her surroundings. It was her first experience of the privileges of the elite. She felt an inexplicable sense of superiority mingled with a certain awkwardness of not quite fitting in. At 9 in the morning, the exhibition officially opened its doors, and the people in the VIP room began to exit one after another. Let's go. Let's check out my exhibition booth, Tang Xiaofei invited. All right, let's go, Li Wenli whispered. Chen Xiao, your friend is here, and there's an exhibition booth too. Yes. He sells Mercedes, and we bought our car from his dealership. Upon exiting the VIP room, Su Tang joined Chen Xiao along with the finance team, bodyguards, and drivers. A large group strolled through the auto show, creating quite an impressive sight, causing ordinary people to steer clear. At each booth, beautiful models showcased their figures. A crowd of individuals, reporters or otherwise, snapped away with cameras. Chen Xiao was uncertain whether they were there to photograph cars or people. If not for the security guards holding them back, they might have inadvertently intruded on the models. Some were crouching, kneeling, or even lying down to get the perfect shot, startling Li Wenli, who instinctively clutched her skirt. However, such peculiarities were swiftly dealt with by security, who removed them from the premises. Tang Xiaofei's exhibition hall was tastefully arranged, and even through Chen Xiao's discerning eyes, it appeared quite impressive. The car models were exceptionally stunning. As the leading luxury brand, the venue attracted a notable crowd. After a group of affluent second-generation attendees arrived, they surged into the exhibition hall, closely examining the new models. Among their business vehicles, 8 out of 10 were Mercedes. Therefore, within this circle alone, numerous high-end models could be sold. Chen Xiao, this little car is quite attractive, Li Wenli remarked, pointing at an A200 adorned with decorative stickers. Would you like me to buy one for you? No way. I can't even drive. Why would I buy it? Chen Xiao chuckled. You should take the time to get a driver's license. It's too hot to practice driving in the summer. I'll wait until winter, Li Wenli replied, displaying a lack of enthusiasm for driving. She was content with her current lifestyle, where all her bags, cosmetics, and clothing were worth thousands, and she did not wish to desire more. What she possessed brought her comfort and enough envy from others. The thought of acquiring more expensive items, such as cars or houses, made her feel overwhelmed and anxious, evoking a sense of chaos and complexity beyond her control. Tang Xiaofei approached and inquired, Bro, which model do you fancy? Chen Xiao pointed at the new S600, saying, This one. Good choice. How about the top configuration? It has ventilated, heated, and massage seats, adjustable posture, television, folding tables, and more. The V12 engine is incredibly powerful. Sounds good. Su Tang, transfer the funds. Understood, boss. Su Tang arranged for the finance department to process the transfer and designated a driver to collect the vehicle. Li Wenli nudged Chen Xiao and whispered, Aren't you going to ask how much it costs? Chen Xiao smiled. Not necessary. Let's move on to the next one. Li Wenli was taken aback, and while no one was watching, she stealthily approached the car's advertisement board, which boldly displayed a price of 24,898,000. Wow, she gasped, realizing this car was nearly 2.5 million. If he were to discover that the fully equipped version landed at 3 million, she wondered what his reaction would be. Chapter 84. Buying a car is like buying green onions. After finalizing his choice of vehicle, Chen Xiao casually wandered around. Zhang Meng also picked an S350L, while Xiong Chao chose an S450L, with the other second-generation attendees eyeing various models. Tang Xiaofei directly offered them an exclusive price unavailable to the public, and the group shifted to explore other booths. Due to differing interests, the second-generation group eventually parted ways. As the host, Tang Xiaofei led Chen Xiao on a leisurely tour. Bro, what kind of business vehicle are you looking for? GL8 or Alpha? Chen Xiao had just passed the GL8 booth. The model was hardly commendable in this era. In contrast, the Alpha had a more avant-garde design. Let's go with 2 Alpha models. Okay, follow me. At the Toyota booth, Li Wenli spotted all the Alpha models and quietly asked, Chen Xiao, are you planning to buy a van? What for? For the company staff. Otherwise, it's quite inconvenient when going out. Oh, Li Wenli was aware that Chen Xiao owned a company, but had never inquired about its specifics. Upon hearing it was for company use, she immediately understood and showed keen interest as she observed the aesthetically pleasing van. When she saw the price on the display board, she counted the zeros multiple times, and upon confirmation, she gasped, Chen Xiao, this van costs over 600,000? That's insane. Chen Xiao laughed, stay calm. Or you might prefer to call it a business vehicle, which might make it feel less expensive. Oh, all right. Chen Xiao assessed the 7-seat space, finding it satisfactory. Brother Tang, let's get to. Su Tang, transfer the funds. Understood, boss. Su Tang remained composed throughout the day's extensive purchases. As for a boss who had just earned over 2 billion, buying cars was akin to acquiring toys. Tang Xiaofei made a phone call to arrange everything, and the group then moved to the off-road vehicle exhibition area. Lei Yong, Lei Ting, which model do you prefer? Boss, whatever you like is fine. My preference is irrelevant. Off-road vehicles are meant for you, providing ample space for comfort. I noticed Lei Yong sometimes sleeps in the vehicle at night, and it's too cramped for convenience. The two felt touched. After returning home, they had been assigned to guard some bosses, but had never encountered one so considerate of their well-being. No need to spend, boss. In the Middle East, we can sleep in any environment. Nonsense. That's due to the circumstances. Under normal conditions, who would choose to endure discomfort? So which is it? Land Rover or Q7? After Chen Xiao purchased a Land Rover Range Rover and an Audi Q7, it became evident that the drivers were insufficient. Lei Yong had to leave some members of the security team behind to wait for the vehicles. Fortunately, after fulfilling his off-road vehicle needs, Chen Xiao's essential requirements for cars had been met. Su Tang, that E300, you can drive it in the future. It's already under your name. And selling it after just a month wouldn't be wise. Boss this. No arguments. My general manager deserves to drive an E300, doesn't she? It's settled. With that, without waiting for her response, he strode towards the imported vehicle section. Here, over half of the cars were from Zhang Meng's company. Perhaps for the sake of exhibition aesthetics, amidst a plethora of supercars, stood Chen Xiao's Volkswagen Phaeton. Li Wenli, dazzled by the array of supercars, truly experienced the allure of an auto show for the first time. Chen Xiao, amidst all those supercars, why is there a Volkswagen? Chen Xiao replied, don't underestimate it. Its price might not be lower than that of a sports car. Look, it's more expensive than that green one. Why? Chen Xiao patiently explained. Because it's called the Volkswagen Phaeton, and its price is nearly 3 million. Li Wenli gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at the Phaeton. This? 3 million? How foolish must one be to make such a purchase? Chen Xiao exclaimed, bewildered by the choices of others. Well, Li Wenli replied obediently. Were it not for his desire to maintain a low profile, Chen Xiao would have abstained from acquiring this model. Though affluent, his sentiments had not reached such heights. Brother Tang, Chen Xiao, what do you think of my new arrivals? Zhang Meng inquired. Impressive. The scale of your collection is truly remarkable, Tang Xiaofei remarked with admiration. Yet, I hardly sell a few in a day, while your sales must have surpassed 100, right? Zhang Meng questioned. Not quite that fast, came the modest reply. Even if not, it's nearly there. Shall we indulge in a supercar? Cough. With the Cash King present, there's no need for me to support you. Besides, I'm waiting for a model that hasn't yet hit the market. Zhang Meng turned to Chen Xiao. Right, Brother Xiao, any of these catch your eye? Chen Xiao turned to Li Wenli and asked, do you fancy any? I don't, she stammered. Chen Xiao chuckled, then help me choose one. Are you really buying? She asked, astonished. Let us get one. After all, these items are quite avant-garde and unlikely to go out of style, he replied nonchalantly. Oh, how about this yellow one? Zhang Meng praised. You have a keen eye. This is the latest Lamborghini LP 704, priced around 8 million upon delivery. Li Wenli hesitated. Did I choose incorrectly? Chen Xiao smiled. No worries, it's not too expensive. Brother Zhang, I'll take this one. Su Tang, transfer the funds. Yes, boss. As Li Wenli watched Chen Xiao's extravagant spending, she felt it was more generous than her own holiday offerings. It was astonishing. Cars worth hundreds of thousands, even millions, were bought without a second glance. Chen Xiao purchased 6 vehicles today, totaling over 14 million, with this supercar accounting for a significant portion. After a leisurely stroll, they intended to return to the VIP lounge for a respite, when suddenly a voice rang out. Ha! Isn't that Boss Zhang? Still toiling with those clunky cars? Call me brother, and I'll take care of it all. A group approached, led by a young man clad entirely in white, from his garments to his shoes. Even his hair was dyed white, save for the exaggerated dark sunglasses. The entourage behind him wore expressions of disdain and arrogance. Upon their arrival, the expressions of Tang Xiaofei and Zhang Meng darkened considerably. Brother Tang, who are these people? Chen Xiao inquired, puzzled. A group of spoiled brats, troublesome fellows, Tang Xiaofei whispered. Zhang Meng retorted without hesitation, by Haonan, what brings you here to flaunt? TSK, is this how you treat your customers? Pathetic, Bai Haonan sneered, eyeing Xiong Chao with disdain. Xiong Chao is here too. I heard your real estate project is going well. Shall I buy a couple of apartments? Xiong Chao's expression darkened, choosing to ignore him. Bai Haonan, unfazed, continued, you lot are truly devoid of spirit, looking down upon everything. You look like you just stepped off a construction site, and no one would dare doubt it. Laughter erupted from his entourage. Chapter 85. Bai Haonan. Chen Xiao frowned, but chose silence. He had believed that among the wealthy second generation, individuals like Tang Xiaofei were the norm, affluent, intelligent, and cultured. The stereotype of the spoiled rich kid was thought to be a mere myth. However, reality proved otherwise. Such characters existed, but he had simply not encountered them until now. He wished to remain uninvolved, yet some matters relentlessly pursue you. Noticing that no one acknowledged him, Bai Haonan began surveying the area until his gaze landed on Li Wenli. Casually glancing at Chen Xiao. This beauty is unfamiliar. May I have the pleasure of your name? Li Wenli, feeling apprehensive, instinctively stepped behind Chen Xiao. Lei Yong and Shan Mao swiftly positioned themselves in front of the duo. Bai Haonan chuckled. Oh, I adore this kind of play. Tang Xiaofei intervened. Bai Haonan, we are in a public space. It would be wise to temper your antics. Do you wish to create a scandal about the heir of the Lan Chung group causing a ruckus at an exhibition? Bai Haonan's smile faltered, and he pointed at Tang Xiaofei. You think you're clever, don't you? You all act pious, yet there's not a decent one among you. Let us go, he commanded, parting the crowd with his entourage as they headed toward other halls. Tang Xiaofei scoffed. This fool has shown a hint of intelligence. What a rarity. Zhang Ming added. With information spreading so swiftly now, if you reveal his family's name, he wouldn't dare to create trouble for them. Tang Xiaofei turned to Chen Xiao. My apologies for the spectacle. Chen Xiao shook his head. No harm done. Encountering a few rabid dogs barking does not necessitate barking back. What is his background? Tang Xiaofei explained. Bai Haonan's family is involved in real estate, operating extensively in Jining and the surrounding areas. He is essentially Xiong Chao's competitor. Oh, Chen Xiao nodded, recognizing that in this era, those engaged in real estate were poised for great success. So how did you two become rivals? The world of Jining is small, and among the second generation, everyone is somewhat acquainted. Based on interests and personalities, we form various groups. Those of us who enjoy cars, or share similar temperaments, have formed one circle, while those devoid of sense, like Bai Haonan, have formed another. Initially, there was no animosity. It is somewhat amusing when you consider it. Blame their fathers. They would always use us as examples during their lessons, and being inherently rebellious, Bai Haonan and his ilk gradually developed a disdain for us, leading to the current tension. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Is that even a thing? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. As children, when one was disciplined, parents would often invoke comparisons to others, and thus a portion of their resentment could indeed be attributed to those comparisons. The group continued their perusal. Yet the so-called new models of this era held little allure for Chen Xiao. Everything appeared to him as merely premium second-hand vehicles, and his enthusiasm waned. He escorted Li Wenli back to the VIP lounge, intending to wait until all vehicle paperwork was finalized before departing the exhibition. Initially, Tang Xiaofei's group and Bai Haonan's faction occupied opposite sides. However, after a short while, Bai Haonan sauntered back over. Xiong Chao, speak to your father. If not, consider transferring the Qianhu project to my family. One must understand their limitations in business. Xiong Chao's demeanor was far from pleasant. When had a carefree wastrel ever been worthy of discussing business? How dare you? You truly have no sense of self-worth, dressing like that. Do you enjoy looking shabby? Bai Haonan jested. Come on, if you're so brave, why not try me? Bai Haonan taunted, stretching his neck defiantly. Tang Xiaofei quickly restrained Xiong Chao, urging him not to act impulsively, as Bai Haonan likely hoped for such a reaction. Xiong Chao paused, instantly regaining his composure and offering Tang Xiaofei a grateful smile. Had he acted out, Bai Haonan could have leveraged the incident to create a scandal, bringing significant trouble to his company. I refuse to dirty my hands with your nonsense. You're nothing but a coward, Bai Haonan retorted. Let me see who possesses true courage. I admire such individuals. At that moment, a striking figure entered the room. Bai Haonan shivered, plastering a smile on his face. Qin Jia, I was merely joking. Please have a seat. Yin Bingqin entered with a commanding presence, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards. Instantly, all the second-generation heirs fell silent. Even Bai Haonan feigned tidying the sofa, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Was she truly that formidable? Qin Jia, why didn't you announce your arrival? Tang Xiaofei inquired, standing. No particular reason. I just came to take a look. She then turned her attention to Chen Xiao. I hear you purchased a Lamborghini? If you like, I shall gift it to you. Certainly, who wouldn't love a supercar? It's never too late to offer me one, Chen Xiao responded. Yin Bingqin was momentarily taken aback, chuckling softly. Let's wait for the new model. She then turned to Zhang Ming and said, recently, I've taken a liking to the Koenigsegg CCXR. I'll have to research it later. Chen Xiao was speechless. Just days prior, she claimed to be broke, and now she was contemplating purchasing a supercar worth $500 million? Didn't you say you were out of money? Yin Bingqin replied with a teasing smile. One must always keep a bit of pocket money. Chen Xiao exclaimed, goodness. How reckless. Li Wenli, observing Yin Bingqin from the side, recognized her as the woman who had driven a supercar at school to confess her feelings for Chen Xiao. Her impression was simply unforgettable. Yin Bingqin, noticing Li Wenli, asked, little sister, are you also one of Chen Xiao's girlfriends? Li Wenli stammered. I. Yin Bingqin interjected, name a price, and I'll take him off your hands. Chen Xiao remarked, Sister Qin, there are plenty of young talents present. Why compete with a young girl? Yin Bingqin looked around and replied, their ability to earn is lacking, yours is not. The crowd was stunned. It was the first time this group of affluent heirs had been deemed inferior in earning capacity, and they did not dare to refute her. Chen Xiao felt a wave of frustration. This woman seemed intent on turning him into her financial provider, even willing to pay the price of marriage. Or perhaps, in the eyes of the wealthy, marriage was merely a transaction with a set price. Apologies, Sister Qin, But I only earn for myself, Chen Xiao stated. You all enjoy yourselves. Winli, let us go. Yin Bingqin silently watched him. Zhang Yuan, understanding the situation, blocked Chen Xiao's path. Chen Xiao glanced back at Yin Bingqin and smiled faintly, signaling Lei Yong to take a step back. Lei Yong nodded, and, with an expressionless demeanor, approached Zhang Yuan. Calmly uttering, "Step aside." Zhang Yuan furrowed her brow, feeling an unprecedented pressure from this man. She sensed a hint of bloodlust emanating from Lei Yong, especially in his frigid eyes, which held no emotion. It felt as if a fierce beast stood before her, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Chapter 86. The motorcade. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Yuan's forehead. I'll say it one last time. Step aside. Lei Yong's voice was icy, slightly hoarse. As his muscles tensed in preparation for action, Zhang Yuan felt a chill creep down her neck, and goosebumps instantly rose. After a long hesitation, she ultimately chose to step aside. Yin Bingqin, taken aback, slowly rose from the sofa. Zhang Yuan, who had previously faced off against several men without flinching, had ultimately subdued them all, now felt remorseful. Lei Yong opened the door and said, "Boss, please." Chen Xiao smiled at Yin Bingqin and strode confidently out of the VIP lounge. Yin Bingqin quickly reached the door, and Zhang Yuan, feeling ashamed, said, "Miss, I'm sorry." Zhang Yuan, what is wrong with you? Miss, that person is quite terrifying. Yin Bingqin's gaze turned icy, demanding a reason she could accept. Zhang Yuan hesitated before responding. He and the man behind him have both killed. Yin Bingqin gasped, "How could that be? Who dares?" She paused, realizing that while no one would dare in the country, what about abroad? There are indeed many renowned security firms internationally. Bai Haonan approached with a smirk, "Sister Qin, this person is ungrateful. Let me deal with him later." Yin Bingqin shot him a cold glare. "If you dare touch him, be prepared to face my wrath." Bai Haonan was taken aback. I'm helping you." "Humph. No need. I'll handle it myself." Bai Haonan shivered. "Well, that's fine. You're tougher than I am." Yin Bingqin ignored him and left with her entourage. Tang Xiaofei, feeling disinterested, also exited the lounge and returned to his exhibition hall. "Hey, Chen Xiao, you're still here?" Chen Xiao replied with a smile. "I haven't picked up the car yet. How could I leave?" "Oh, I'll hurry them along." "No need. They're cleaning it up," Chen Xiao said, pulling out a cigarette and offering it to Tang Xiaofei. "I didn't expect Bai Haonan to be afraid of Yin Bingqin too." "Who isn't afraid? Bai Haonan gets beaten the most," Tang Xiaofei said, grinning at the thought. Initially, he resisted, but after every beating, Yin Bingqin would tell his father, and he would receive a scolding at home, ultimately yielding to her. Ha. Why does his father hit him too?" Chen Xiao chuckled. "It's related to business with the Atlantic Capital Group. Who would dare offend that family's daughter?" Chen Xiao nodded, acknowledging that while an individual may be capable, they certainly could not afford to offend someone with a powerful backing. "Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't provoke that woman. She is not easy to handle." Chen Xiao smiled. "Understood, Brother Tang. Let us arrange another meeting soon. I'll take my leave now." "All right, today was ruined by that scoundrel Bai Haonan. Next time, I'll treat you." "Why say that? We accomplished what we needed to today, didn't we?" "I'll treat next time." After bidding farewell to Tang Xiaofei, Chen Xiao settled into the Mercedes-Benz S600L. The 3 million yuan vehicle was vastly superior to those costing merely hundreds of thousands. Both its exterior and interior exuded luxury, and even the suspension stiffness could be adjusted. Along with the elevation of the chassis, Old Lu spent hours consulting with the dealership's engineer to comprehend all the car's functions. Furthermore, its quietness, handling, and acceleration were exceptional. In comfort mode, the interior was remarkably tranquil. In sport mode, the 12-cylinder engine could unleash tremendous power in an instant. To sum it up, it was akin to a well-dressed brute, polite in demeanor yet ferocious when unleashed. In the VIP parking lot of the exhibition center, Lei Yong and the Mountain Cat led the way in a Land Rover Range Rover, followed by Old Lu driving the Mercedes S600, then a Lamborghini, an Audi Q7, and two Alfords along with a Mercedes E300. The Volkswagen Phaeton remained on display, and Zhang Ming would deliver it to Chen Xiao's company on Monday. The 7 vehicles formed a motorcade, representing Chen Xiao's acquisitions for the day, all being driven by chauffeurs and bodyguards. Su Tang sat in the passenger seat of the S600, while Chen Xiao and Li Wenli occupied the back seat. Old Lu received Lei Yong's departure command via his earpiece, and the motorcade slowly departed the exhibition center. Bai Haonan scoffed at the motorcade. What a hodgepodge of models, utterly tasteless. Chen Xiao did not return to the company, but directed the motorcade toward Qianhu. Maintaining a synchronized pace, the 7 new cars were easily identifiable as a convoy, albeit an unusual one with 4 different types of vehicles. off-road, business, sedan, and supercar. Inside the vehicle, Li Wenli repeatedly thought she understood Chen Xiao well, but today she felt she had underestimated him once more. Chen Xiao noticed her dazed expression and asked, "Wenli, what's wrong?" "Huh?" Li Wenli looked up. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just startled by how you bought cars today." Old Lu and Su Tang smiled. The wealthier the boss, the happier they were, as everyone preferred to follow a strong leader. Su Tang reassured her, "Don't worry, little sister. When the boss buys a few cars, it's like playtime." "Oh, Sister Su Tang. To be honest, I never knew a Mercedes could sell for 3 million. Or a van could cost 70 to 80,000. Su Tang appreciated Li Wenli's candidness and her ability to discern what was appropriate to ask. "It's all right. After spending time with the boss, you'll get used to it, and you'll see even broader horizons in the future." Li Wenli smiled. "Okay, Sister Su Tang." With old Lu and Su Tang present, she refrained from getting too close to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao remarked, "You don't have a driver's license. If you need a car in the future, call Su Tang, and she'll arrange it for you." "Huh, I don't need one. I'm usually at school. And when I'm out, I'm with you. There's no need." Su Tang turned around and handed over a business card. "No need to be polite when you need something. Here's my card." "Ah, thank you, Sister Su Tang." "You're welcome." As they chatted away, the car drove onto Binhu Avenue. The picturesque scenery of the lake and mountains intertwined beautifully. Observing a fleet of luxury cars, Chen Xiao felt a surge of accomplishment. "Wow. Chen Xiao, is your new company located here?" Li Wenli exclaimed. "We visited this place during our freshman year." "Yes, but not exactly here. It's at the hillside." Although Su Tang had made the payment, she had never seen the new company, hence she was filled with anticipation. Before long, they arrived at the hillside viewing platform, where stood a solitary 8-story building. "Behold, this will be our office location," Chen Xiao announced. "It's stunning to work here." Li Wenli marveled. "What floor is your company on?" "I feel the higher, the better." Chen Xiao chuckled. "Which floor?" We acquired the entire building from the 1st to the 8th floor, along with a yard of over 1,000 square meters. Li Wenli's eyes widened in shock once more. "Good heavens, this must have cost a fortune." Chen Xiao nodded. "Indeed. 80 million. But it's quite worth it." Su Tang looked at the independent structure, astonished. She had envisioned what the new company would look like, but she never anticipated such a standalone building, complete with a spacious courtyard and beautiful natural surroundings. "Su Tang, please contact several moving companies. Tomorrow is Sunday. We should move in together," Chen Xiao instructed. "Understood, boss." After purchasing the property, Chen Xiao sought several cleaning companies to commence the tidying up. He estimated that with another day's work, it would be nearly complete. The interiors were already renovated, and they merely needed to shift the office supplies. The top floor would house Chen Xiao's chairman's office, the general manager's office, and the assistant's office. The rooftop of the 8th floor would be transformed into a sky garden, a place for leisure where one could enjoy the panoramic view of Qian Lake, offering a unique charm. The 7th floor was designated as the trading room, complete with a relaxation area, fitness center, recreational space, and dining area. For the current team of a dozen individuals, having 2,000 square meters to themselves was extravagantly luxurious. The 6th floor remained vacant, reserved for the future investment team's office. The 5th floor comprised the general office area, including the finance room, meeting rooms, and other functional offices. The 4th floor was dedicated to leisure, featuring a gym, swimming pool, and archery range. The 3rd floor housed a cafeteria, with a general staff dining area and several luxurious private rooms for hosting guests. The 2nd floor was designated for security, where the future security team of the company would train, work, and rest. The 1st floor served as the lobby, the face of the company, which still required further renovation, though it would not hinder work on the upper levels. The basement consisted entirely of parking spaces, divided into 2 areas, one public and one private for Chen Xiao. As his collection of vehicles would undoubtedly grow, having a personal garage was essential, and the company had the space to accommodate that. In the courtyard, Chen Xiao also planned extensive landscaping, designing several parking spots while enhancing the area with beautiful scenery and fountains. The aesthetic appeal was paramount, especially as budget was not a constraint. Chen Xiao and his team engaged in discussions about how to plan the company, and as the enthusiasm grew, Su Tang opted to arrange for meals from a hotel to be delivered to the company for everyone to enjoy. "Su Tang, we need to establish our own cafeteria. You should start recruiting for human resources. It will alleviate a significant amount of your workload." "Yes, I have already identified a candidate for HR, and they can start on Monday. The kitchen setup will take some time." "All right, for now, let's continue with hotel meals." At noon, Chen Xiao, accompanied by a group of employees, enjoyed delicious cuisine on the 8th floor terrace, relishing the breathtaking view, eliciting cheers of delight from everyone. In the afternoon, after a brief rest, Chen Xiao took Li Wenli for a ride in his newly purchased Lamborghini. Buckle up, this car is incredibly fast. Li Wenli felt a bit anxious. Chen Xiao, please drive slowly. It's my first time. Chen Xiao felt a flicker of amusement. No worries, everyone has a first time. You'll get used to it. Suddenly, Li Wenli blushed, realizing something. You rascal. Ahem, I was referring to riding in a sports car. Where did your mind wander off to? Li Wenli rolled her eyes. As if I would believe you. The Lamborghini roared to life as it exited the underground parking lot, departing from the company and along Binhu Avenue. They ventured deeper into the area. The number of students in this vicinity had noticeably diminished. Under the gaze of many pedestrians, the Lamborghini sped ahead, gradually entering a deserted stretch of road. After driving for a few more minutes, they found themselves entirely alone. The car came to a halt on a floating bridge at the end of Binhu Avenue. The setting sun painted the lake's surface with shimmering reflections. Luxury cars, stunning landscapes, dashing men, and beautiful women created a captivating scene. Inside the car, contemporary heavy metal music played, stirring emotions and impulses within. Suddenly, Chen Xiao paused. What are you doing? I'm hot. Roll up the windows. Upon returning to the company, the team was still present. Chen Xiao simultaneously checked the cleaning company's work quality while planning the moving company's workflow for the next day. Su Tang, after a long day. Let's allow everyone to clock out, Chen Xiao suggested. It's fine, boss. I can't leave until everything is perfect. I wouldn't feel at ease going home. We're almost done. Very well. They continued to work diligently until after 7 in the evening, finally satisfied with the plans for the next day's tasks before each one departed. Chen Xiao entered the parking lot, discovering Li Wenli still sound asleep in the passenger seat. Time to wake up. We're going home. Huh. Li Wenli groggily opened her eyes and stretched her arms. Chen Xiao sighed, gently lifting her out. Why not sleep in the Mercedes? Is this really comfortable? I couldn't move, but I slept well. I'm feeling refreshed. Chen Xiao glanced around. Since you're feeling better, no. I want to go back to the dorm. Chen Xiao teased her, watching as Li Wenli hurriedly fled, shaking his head and chuckling as he exited the parking lot. Boss, are we returning to Jining University tonight? Lei Yong inquired. Yes. We should return and get some proper rest. There's not much danger on campus. Lei Yong merely smiled. Boss, I'll drive. Chen Xiao knew he would likely ignore that suggestion. Actually, I feel like taking a stroll. Understood. On the tranquil Binhu Avenue at night, Li Wenli strolled leisurely alongside Chen Xiao. Behind them, a Mercedes S600 and a Range Rover maintained a matching pace, quietly following at a distance. After a day filled with chaos, Li Wenli's emotions fluctuated several times, but in this moment, everything felt genuine. Chen Xiao. Yes? After graduation. Do you want me to return to Xizang? Chen Xiao smiled. I respect your choice. Regardless of what you decide, I can support you. Li Wenli smiled back, leaning against Chen Xiao's shoulder. She believed she could receive everything from Chen Xiao, yet she could never truly possess this man. It's still early. Vacation starts at the end of the month. Are you planning to visit Xizang? Chen Xiao pondered. I may not have that much time. The company could be quite busy. Oh, all right. Li Wenli understood. After all, spending tens of millions or even billions like today required ample time to earn back. For wealthy individuals, time is often the most precious commodity. After walking for over half an hour, Li Wenli, whose stamina had already been depleted, felt exhausted once more. Chen Xiao waved at the 2 cars behind them, which quickly approached. Before they had even come to a complete stop, the driver jumped out and opened the back door. Chen Xiao and Li Wenli got in, and the driver returned to the front seat. The 2 cars gradually accelerated, heading toward Jining University. The vehicles halted outside the campus, and Chen Xiao and Li Wenli alighted, walking back to their destination. The Mercedes-Benz S600 returned to the company, while the Land Rover continued to trail Chen Xiao. The basketball court was still bustling with students playing under the night sky. Li Wenli felt a sudden pang of disconnection. In the campus, most students remained blissfully naive, while Chen Xiao was already thriving in the world outside. Li Wenli found herself struggling to recall when he had begun to distinguish himself so markedly. Was it the moment they first met, when her heart stirred? As she pondered, she glanced up to see Tan Cheng approaching from a side path. If all went as expected, the 3 would cross paths. Tan Cheng was a source of pain in Chen Xiao's heart, a fact that both classes were largely aware of. Li Wenli slightly turned her head, and indeed saw Chen Xiao's brow furrowed in mild distress, which elicited a sense of heartache within her. At the same time, she felt an unjust anger, a man whom countless women yearned for, and yet she could bear to inflict pain upon him. Her gaze towards Tan Cheng was less than pleasant. Tan Cheng noticed the 2 and hesitated briefly before lowering her head, feeling it inappropriate, ultimately greeting them. Chen Xiao. What a coincidence. Just finished class? Chen Xiao asked calmly, as if addressing a casual acquaintance. Yes, I was practicing piano for the upcoming welcome party next semester. Chen Xiao nodded. Oh, that's great. Good luck. Thank you. With a slight smile, Chen Xiao fell silent and leisurely walked towards the dormitory. Li Wenli and Tan Cheng lagged a step behind, exchanging a fleeting glance before quickly parting ways. Chen Xiao felt no particular oddity. Everything in the school had gradually transformed into a nostalgic sentiment for him, or perhaps a peculiar experience of reliving youth. He cherished this process, yet was indifferent to the outcome, for from the day of his graduation, his life would irrevocably farewell the past, stepping into a brand new and uncharted world. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the foot of Building 5. Chen Xiao, I'll head off first. Good night, Li Wenli said. All right, rest early. After Li Wenli departed, Tan Cheng hesitated whether to greet him, but Chen Xiao had already entered the dormitory, vanishing from sight. Countless emotions finally manifested in a soft sigh. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Xian remarked, Tomorrow is Erji's birthday. Remember to come back for dinner. Huh. Oh, got it, Chen Xiao replied. Damn, another birthday. Are you buying gifts? Xiao Ji teased. Chen Xiao was speechless. This penny pincher flinched at spending even a little money. I'll buy a few cases of beer, Lu Xian said. Then I'll buy a pack of cigarettes, Xiao Ji pondered, and I'll help you two carry them. Chen Xiao and Lu Xian both thought ahead. Knowing that this dog would take the 2 cases of beer without mentioning who bought them, and would enthusiastically distribute the beer as if it were his own purchase. However, Chen Xiao didn't mind. He had made his plans. All right, I'll buy them tomorrow, you carry them. Xiao Ji immediately brightened. Okay, brother Xiao, do you smoke? Not anymore. I'm a bit tired, I'll rest first. What the hell, what made you tired? A girl, what else? Xiao Ji exclaimed in surprise. The next day, Chen Xiao maintained his morning exercise routine. Li Wenli no longer attempted to compete with Xia Yudi for Chen Xiao's attention, for she realized that besides inciting frustration and losing the chance for a lie-in, she gained nothing. The moving company had also assembled early, with Su Tang and others diligently fulfilling their roles, overseeing and directing each phase of the relocation. The move proceeded methodically, thanks to Chen Xiao's willingness to spend. His company's employees merely had to vocalize their needs, and everything was arranged according to plan within a morning. In the afternoon, the cleaning company conducted a final thorough cleaning, marking the completion of the entire relocation process. On Monday, all employees would commence work in the new office building. Chen Xiao listened briefly to Su Tang's report, then inquired no further. Instead, he settled into the imposing Land Rover and drove to Junyi International. When Shi Yunru received Chen Xiao's call, she immediately took a shower and dressed up, with a monthly membership costing 15,000. She felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of not seeing him. For the past few days, she had speculated whether Chen Xiao might not return for an extended period and seek to cancel his membership. Clearly, she was overthinking. Upon seeing Chen Xiao again, he made no mention of refunds or fee reductions. Mr. Chen, why haven't you come for so long? Oh, I've been a bit busy lately. No worries. My absence just means you have a break. Hearing this, Shi Yunru felt relieved. Chen Xiao showed no intention of dwelling on costs. All right, let me help you loosen up and warm up. Okay. Chen Xiao's gaze wandered unabashedly over Shi Yunru's body. Her exaggerated curves always stirred intense emotions within him, especially her posterior, which made him feel as if he were gazing upon a prime investment opportunity, impossible to resist. Wealthy individuals need not physically engage in warming up. He simply reclined on the massage table, allowing Shi Yunru to take care of everything, particularly when she sat atop his back, applying her weight for pressure. He experienced remarkable softness. When she bent backwards with her back to Chen Xiao, twisting to allow him to support her waist before pressing down, he found it impossible to contain himself upon seeing her peach-like form so near. After finally loosening up, Chen Xiao said, Yunru, would you accompany me to a place? Shi Yunru paused, blushing as she lowered her head. Mr. Chen, the C package is temporarily unavailable for unlocking. Chen Xiao responded.